Chapter 1. In the year 1498 of the Oceanic Circle, in the East Sea, the town of Rog, dark clouds loomed over the city, heralding a torrential downpour. The square was teeming with a throng of people, their murmurs coalescing into a cacophony reminiscent of countless mosquitoes buzzing in one's ear. Thunder rumbled ominously. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire square in a brilliant silver light for a fleeting moment. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? Could it truly be in the Grand Line? You must have it, right? That unparalleled great treasure, One Piece." At that moment, an unremarkable bystander suddenly shouted. The target was none other than the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, who was being held aloft, kneeling upon the execution platform. This bystander, humorously dubbed the true harbinger of the age of exploration in various online forums, remained shrouded in mystery regarding whether he was a mere pawn of Roger. As his words hung in the air, the crowd before the gallows seemed to be muted, their breaths instinctively slowing as their eyes fixated on Roger, fearing they might miss a momentous event. The executioner on the platform found himself momentarily bewildered, grappling with the unexpected turn of events before him. "Huh? Do you desire my treasure? If so, come and claim it. Hey, go search for it. Everything the world has to offer is there." Sitting cross-legged on the execution platform, Roger unleashed a thunderous roar. "Hey, you scoundrel!" The executioner's expression shifted drastically as he regained his composure, thrusting his spear without hesitation, piercing Roger's chest in an instant. The Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, met his demise. Oh no. Upon hearing this proclamation, both the crowd beneath the gallows and viewers across the globe erupted in fervor. Adventurers shouted loudly, eager to seek the great treasure. Ambitious souls observed with calm detachment. Revolutionaries watched with cold indifference. It was evident to all. The tide of an era was about to rise. Thus, the so-called Great Pirate Era was set in motion. Damn it. Not far from the gallows in a nearby loft, a middle-aged man with frog-like glasses and a braided beard gazed upon the chaotic scene, unable to restrain an angry outburst. The windowsill he gripped shattered under the pressure of his clenched fists, for he understood that the world was on the brink of upheaval. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Ugh. Not far from the bustling crowd, in a narrow alley, a figure sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog seemed to be roused by the clamor. Slowly, he raised his seemingly stiff neck, revealing a youthful face, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Beneath a gaze tinged with confusion, the youth instinctively surveyed his surroundings, his eyes landing upon a visage marked by a calm acceptance of death, causing his pupils to constrict sharply in shock. Gold. Roger? As an avid admirer of pirates, he was all too familiar with Roger's wild and unrestrained countenance, particularly those two peculiar protrusions that resembled either whiskers or nasal hair. Even transcending the boundaries between dimensions, his identity remained unmistakable. Indeed, the boy was one among many who had traversed into this realm, albeit unfortunate enough to find himself in the world of One Piece. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary orphan, managing to graduate from university with the support of the state and secure a stable job. Little did he anticipate that a single slumber would transport him to this wretched world. In his heart, the notion of the Pirate King was merely a source of entertainment, a delightful anime to indulge in. Yet, the reality of existing in this world promised a struggle steeped in hardship and sorrow. This world was rife with the absurdity of the celestial dragons, who wielded power with impunity, alongside pirates who roamed freely, sowing chaos and threatening the lives of the common folk. As for Luffy and his crew, they represented an exceedingly rare breed among pirates, individuals who proclaimed adventure, yet simultaneously disrupted any semblance of order. Their actions were dictated solely by whim, rendering conventional moral standards utterly inadequate in evaluating their intentions. Should he inadvertently find himself amidst their battleground, the fate of an ordinary person such as himself would be inexorably tied to the cycle of reincarnation. Living in a well-ordered modern society, he felt utterly devoid of security in this new existence. Kanos Atlas? Alas, I must bear your name as I navigate this world. The boy, who is indeed Atlas, murmured to himself. With the last vestiges of his strength, he struggled to rise, seeking to distance himself from this perilous locale. The impending danger was palpable, a convergence of formidable figures now gathered here, reminiscent of the future Yonko Shanks, Mihawk the Hawkeye, the underworld puppet master, Doflamingo, and the shadowy Moria, among others. Though some of these names had yet to attain their legendary status, their potential as future great pirates was already evident. The Navy would undoubtedly seize this opportune moment to quash the looming threat. and he was convinced that the strategic mind of Sengoku would not overlook such an opportunity. Meanwhile, the pirates and ambitious souls yearning for freedom would not acquiesce easily. When the time came, this place would transform into a battlefield drenched in blood and fire. For a novice like Atlas, the slightest ripple from the ensuing conflict could spell disaster, potentially marking him as the most unfortunate of all transmigrators. Stumbling forward, he made his way toward the naval base in Logue Town, the fervent desire for life propelling him to unleash the latent potential within him. With legs heavy as lead and a stomach that felt as if it were seared by flames, he was constantly reminded of the frailty of this new body. However, as an orphan, Atlas had long understood a profound truth from his arduous early life. The choice between survival and destruction rests solely within oneself. The respect for his own life and a fervent desire to thrive had become ingrained in his very being. To seize the throat of fate or to be ensnared by its grasp is a matter of a single thought. Time trickled by, yet the brief journey of merely a few minutes felt like an agonizing century for Atlas. Nevertheless, the faintly visible naval insignia ahead and the nearby naval presence reminded him that the opportunity for survival lay just within reach. At last, after what seemed like countless trials, Atlas arrived at the naval base in Rogue Town, gazing at the seagull emblem bearing the scales of justice. For reasons unknown, a wave of relaxation washed over him. Yet his body, devoid of the adrenaline that had sustained him, could no longer endure. His vision began to blur, and the distant sounds of cannon fire mingled with cries echoed faintly in his ears. Before he could utter another word, darkness suddenly enveloped him. His already battered body resembled a fraying string, unable to withstand any longer as he collapsed onto the ground before him. "Quick, there's a boy collapsed over there." Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed in his mind, leaving only a lingering resonance that a ray of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating the battle-scarred Rogue Town, as if heralding the birth of new life from the ashes of destruction. At the naval base, a strikingly handsome youth lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, his face occasionally contorting with signs of struggle. Suddenly, the boy's tightly closed eyes fluttered open. His bloodshot gaze instinctively surveyed his surroundings, and his feeble fists clenched reflexively. His pupils dilated sharply, betraying the turmoil within his heart. "It seems I'm not dreaming. I have truly arrived in the world of One Piece." Atlas could only hope that all he had encountered thus far was merely a fleeting dream. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Given the current circumstances, there was no turning back. "Since I am here, I might as well make peace with it," he sighed, resigned to his fate. His thoughts began to contemplate his next course of action and the strength he would require to live freely in the world of pirates. One must possess power that surpasses all else. For he understood clearly that in this world, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme, only the might that belongs to oneself serves as a foundation for survival. Thus, he resolved to join the Navy. Indeed, in the anime One Piece, the Navy often plays the role of mere lackeys to the celestial dragons. Moreover, there are characters like Captain Mouse who not only fail to protect the citizens, but also collaborate with pirates to oppress the innocent. Yet, it cannot be denied that the Navy is the true force of justice that maintains order upon the seas. In this chaotic world, it is but a matter of relative degradation. Yet the Navy, as a whole, still embodies a camp of righteous belief, as for the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of whether it has been officially established, one can glean its immaturity merely from its organization and program. Conversely, the notion of joining the pirate faction has never crossed Atlas' mind. As a youth nurtured under the banner of the Red, having undergone a complete 9 years of compulsory education, the idea of becoming a pirate is utterly foreign to him. Even in the absence of plundering and violence, the very concept of piracy is psychologically intolerable to him. A thief is still a thief. Moreover, Atlas has become accustomed to the relatively affluent modern life that exists in stark contrast to the world of pirates. The thought of living a life adrift at sea, fraught with uncertainty and peril, is simply unacceptable to him. Regarding the repugnant bubble dragons, they undeniably present a headache. He adheres to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, striving to avoid encounters with such vermin. Perhaps he is merely deceiving himself after all. He is but an ordinary person struggling to survive, and need not concern himself with a lofty idea of saving the world. Taking into account his current status, it is likely he does not possess the qualifications to meet the so-called world nobles, a thought that elicits a wry smile from Atlas. Furthermore, the Navy offers a complete system of inheritance and protection, providing him with a sanctuary during his vulnerable years, allowing ample time for his development. Seeking refuge within the Navy amidst chaos was his only viable option, otherwise he would have prematurely departed from this world. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted Atlas' reverie. "Please enter," he called, startled. Perhaps due to a prolonged lack of adequate hydration, his voice emerged hoarse, leaving him feeling slightly discomfited. With a creak, a beam of light spilled into the room, revealing a robust figure clad in a justice cloak, his countenance resolute. Atlas felt a jolt of surprise. Although he could not decipher the insignia on the man's epaulettes, he understood that only officers of the rank of lieutenant and above are entitled to don the justice cloak. Thus, this man must be at least a second lieutenant. As he contemplated this, Atlas struggled to rise as a gesture of respect. "Haha, no need. Little one, you are still a patient." The man waved his hand, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcus Light, a captain from the Roadtown Navy base." "You may call me Captain Light," he said with a warm smile. "Yes, Captain Light. My name is Atlas. I am an orphan, aspiring to become a just Navy officer," Atlas replied, making an effort to stand at the edge of the bed, projecting his voice as strongly as he could. "Oh, a just Navy officer, you say?" Marcus Light displayed a satisfied expression on his face. That damned Roger had ignited the era of great pirates with his life, and now the signs of chaos were beginning to emerge. The Navy required more champions of justice to uphold order across these vast seas. If only all youths were like Atlas. With this thought, Marcus Light felt a tinge of despondency. However, he quickly rallied his spirits. It was precisely for this reason that he needed to maintain his ardent resolve to uphold justice. "Tell me, young man, what does justice mean to you?" Captain Marcus Light's demeanor grew increasingly serious as he fixed his gaze intently upon Atlas' eyes. "Justice, of course, is about combating evil and protecting the innocent." A flush of excitement swept across Atlas' pale face as he proclaimed loudly, "Of course, this was merely an act. It was essential to embody the passion and vitality expected of a spirited youth." If he were to suddenly declare, "I believe in absolute justice," would he consider himself to be a Kainu? Thus, his response had to align with the limitations imposed by his age and experience, enabling the Navy to mold a version of justice that resonated with their ideals. "Indeed, that is a commendable notion of justice," Captain Light remarked, revealing a thoughtful smile. There were many in the Navy who adhered to such a concept of justice. Countless young recruits shared similar sentiments. Was he not once the same? As this thought flitted through his mind, Light continued, "Atlas, I have come to understand your sense of justice. However, the Navy does not accept 12-year-olds. Yet, I can take the liberty of appointing you as a maintenance worker at our base. The Navy does not tolerate incompetence. Should you fail to perform adequately, I will have no choice but to dismiss you. Do you understand, Atlas?" "Maintenance worker Atlas at your service." "Captain," Atlas exclaimed excitedly as he saluted, and this excitement was genuine. For this marked his formal entry into this world and the beginning of his journey towards self-improvement. Suddenly, a loud growl from his stomach shattered the fervent atmosphere. Atlas awkwardly scratched his head. He had not eaten in several days, and managing to endure until now was largely thanks to the extraordinary resilience of those in the pirate world. "Very well. We shall head to the base cafeteria shortly for a hearty meal. After all, upholding justice requires a full stomach." Light couldn't help but chuckle. He was, after all, just a child. "Yes," Atlas replied loudly. To the Navy base. In the colonel's office, Light stood before his desk, reporting on his recent encounter with Atlas. Seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man, puffing on a cigar and enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The swirling haze obscured his features, but one could faintly discern a pair of sharp eyes that had witnessed the trials of blood and fire. Kano's Atlas, born in the jurisdiction of the Navy's 153rd Division in the town of Shells, became a wanderer in Rogtown after being attacked by pirates while traveling with his parents a year ago. Having lived in Rogtown for 6 months, his parents remained missing. Were they attacked by pirates? What a chaotic world we live in. The Navy base cafeteria in Rogtown, which should have been bustling with noise. An unusual silence enveloped the room. Following the curious gazes of those around, one could see a somewhat frail young boy engrossed amidst a pile of food, diligently consuming the provisions before him. Indeed, this boy was Atlas, under orders to satisfy his hunger. "That's already his 3rd serving," remarked onlookers, fascinated by the battle Atlas was waging against his meal. Some even placed bets with their comrades on how many portions this little fellow could devour. Unperturbed by the spectators' thoughts, Atlas was consumed by his hunger, leaving no room for any other considerations. It was a mystery how his slender frame could accommodate such a vast amount of food, as the only sound filling his mind was the frantic rhythm of his chewing. Nevertheless, This did provide Atlas with a modicum of confidence in his potential to become a formidable being. Indeed, at least in his perception, his ability to consume more than the average individual signified a commendable aptitude of this physique, implying a greater capacity for energy storage, which aligns with the law of conservation of energy. In the world of pirates, mere gluttony does not equate to strength. However, every formidable individual possesses the ability to consume. Although he still fell short of the astonishingly intimidating appetites exhibited by the likes of Carp and Luffy, Atlas ultimately concluded the battle by devouring a feast equivalent to 5 servings. Burp. Atlas patted his slightly protruding belly, letting out a satisfied belch, before striding towards the dormitory with an air of indifference. Once back in his quarters, Atlas leisurely performed a few movements as post-meal exercises. Alas, he lacked the remarkable and swift digestive abilities that would allow him to return to life, unlike Luffy and his companions, who had transformed such a return into an effortless and impressive skill. He could only rely on physical exertion to aid in the absorption and digestion of his meal. After a while, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his complexion visibly took on a touch of rosy hue. Atlas had just ceased his post-meal exercise. Taking a moment to reflect upon his circumstances, he allowed his consciousness to gently descend into the depths of his mind. 12 uniquely patterned octahedra floated amidst the boundless darkness. Indeed, this was Atlas's extraordinary gift. There was no system, no legacy, only these 12 talismans. If Atlas was not mistaken, these were the Zodiac Talismans he had encountered in his childhood, reminiscent of the adventures of Jackie Chan. In his recollection, the powers represented by these 12 talismans were nothing short of extraordinary, rivaling even the fabled devil fruits, and perhaps even surpassing them in conceptual design. The Zodiac Talismans, originating from the Demon Lord of Fire, bestowed abilities that were nothing short of magical. Moreover, they could be wielded immediately upon acquisition without the need for development. However, their potency would undoubtedly depend on the wielder. Additionally, they possessed a unique trait that no devil fruit could match. They would not be rejected by the sea. Yet, one could not help but wonder how these talismans would manifest in the world of pirates. Atlas murmured to himself. Contemplating this, he projected his consciousness onto the talisman. Instantly, the once exuberant expression on Atlas's face gradually faded. In his original world, the activation of a talisman required chi. In the realm of the Holy Lord, this chi resided within every individual, allowing anyone to wield the power of the talisman, contingent solely upon their expressiveness. However, in the world of pirates, chi was non-existent. The utilization of talismans demanded physical strength as its foundation. Furthermore, the ability to employ a talisman necessitated a robust physique to bear its weight. It bore a resemblance to the gradual transformation of the flesh to accommodate the soul. Atlas's face bore a slight pallor. Given the information he currently possessed, he realized that his physical condition permitted him to illuminate but a single talisman. The prospect of concurrently wielding 2 or more talismans seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream for him at this moment. Thus, the question arose, which talisman should he choose? Atlas found himself in a quandary. Recalling his childhood memories, he remembered that the mouse talisman could endow inanimate objects with the gift of motion, akin to the homies conjured by Big Mom as Soul Fruit. The mere thought of such power was formidable, considering it derived from one of the 4 emperors. The Ox talisman promised Atlas immense strength, though it remained uncertain whether this divine augmentation would enhance his base power or provide an additional boost. Regardless, it remained an enticing weapon for combat. The Tiger Talisman possessed the ability to harmonize the myriad powers within its bearer, enabling the integration of all talismanic forces. When split into 2, it would transform the holder into a duality of good and evil. This capability sparked a glimmer of interest in Atlas. On the surface, it appeared rather trivial. However, the potential to simultaneously harness the powers of multiple talismans transcended the simplistic equation of 1 + 1 = 2. For instance, employing both divine speed and divine strength could result in an overwhelming surge of power, as the Yellow Monkey had famously stated, "Speed is power." The Rabbit Talisman could bestow upon its holder divine swiftness and enhance their neural reflexes. As for the possibility of traversing time and space, that remained uncertain. The Dragon Talisman granted formidable explosive capabilities, leaning towards destruction, thus serving as a potent offensive tool. The Snake Talisman could endow invisibility, reminiscent of a version of the transparent fruit, though it remained to be seen whether it could evade observation hockey. The Horse Talisman offered the ability to heal ailments, effectively purging the body of negative influences. Pain and injury certainly fell within the scope of ailments. making this ability an unparalleled choice for assisting in cultivation. With this power, one could train vigorously without concern for self-inflicted injuries, as long as they possessed sufficient stamina and energy for self-repair. The goat talisman allowed its bearer to project their soul and deliver dreams, suggesting a strengthening of the soul's essence, though its benefits to haki cultivation were uncertain. After all, haki is an extension of one's will, which parallels the concept of the soul. The monkey talisman could transform any individual into an animal form. A fascinating ability indeed. This was likely the soul power that could affect others, however, if it merely altered appearance without enhancing strength or speed. Its value diminished considerably for the powerful. Lastly, the chicken talisman could grant control over levitation, purportedly through psychokinesis. Though Atlas was unaware of the conditions under which this ability could be activated in the pirate world, it bore a resemblance to the powers of the float fruit, providing an exceptional means of survival. In the world of pirates, the ability to fly is indeed an exceptionally rare gift, bestowing its possessor with remarkable agility. The dog talisman grants its bearer the power of immortality, implying that the moment Atlas ignites it, he will essentially remain ageless. It is akin to undergoing an eternal youth surgery via a surgical fruit, an undeniable advantage. The pursuit of immortality has perpetually been a constant aspiration of humanity. And now it lies before Atlas, readily attainable with but a mere thought, causing his breath to quicken. The pig talisman endows its holder with the ability to emit laser beams from their eyes, akin to a laser vision. In contrast to the destructive nature of the dragon talisman, the pig talisman leans more towards precision cutting. Atlas, however, is not entirely acquainted with the manifestations of these talismans within the pirate realm. He can only make selections based on the information available to him, with the subsequent exploration of their abilities anticipated to unfold gradually. After comprehending the powers of each talisman, the decision on which one to choose leaves Atlas in a state of contemplation. Should he opt for a talisman that can instantaneously confer formidable combat prowess? Or should he select a supportive talisman? After a prolonged deliberation, he ultimately reached a decision. Focusing his consciousness on the desired talisman, a surge of excitement enveloped him. This is the one. In the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, in June, at the Navy base in Rog Town of the East Sea. The morning light was pleasantly intoxicating, and scattered starlight glimmered upon the training grounds. A robust figure, braving the slightly cool breeze, continuously circled the training area, his limbs burdened with heavy weights. Atlas sprinted with fervor, his breath coming in heavy gasps akin to the labored motions of a bellows. This was the 4-hour physical training regimen he undertook daily. In this realm, all abilities must be underpinned by robust physicality. Even the formidable 4 emperors would engage in battles lasting days and nights. Without sufficient stamina, one would surely falter midway. He had no desire to be a fleeting embodiment of masculinity. As the sun ascended gradually, so too did Atlas's rigorous training come to a close. Atlas casually seized a bamboo sword from the corner of the training ground and began to wield it with fervor. Whoosh, whoosh. The blunt bamboo sword was animatedly brandished by him, creating an exhilarating gust. Flash, cut, chop, thrust, flick, sweep. Atlas has mastered the fundamental movements with remarkable proficiency, and indeed, these are the very actions he has honed. He possesses no advanced techniques, for it is said that even the tallest skyscraper must rise from solid ground. Was not Zoro, in his youth, also devoted to practicing these essential maneuvers? Thus, having established a robust foundation, he was able to rapidly ascend in strength within a brief period. 9992, 9993, 9994. Atlas meticulously completed his training regimen this morning, the sweat already saturating the ground around him as he found himself in the perilous world of pirates. Even in the East Sea, notorious for its reputation as the weakest of all seas, numerous formidable great pirates posed a significant threat to his life. After all, he was merely 13 years of age in this body. The training was indeed exhausting. Fortunately, the magical talisman assisted in mending the various hidden injuries of his physique. Otherwise, with such a rigorous training regimen, he would not only be left with a multitude of hidden wounds, but would also struggle to survive to the age of 30, let alone grow stronger. Once all the training was concluded, Atlas lay sprawled in the center of the training ground. The freshly risen sun cast its rays upon him, illuminating his well-defined muscles, which exuded a potent masculine aura after the relentless shower of sweat. Compared to a year ago, Atlas had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was not solely his rapid growth in height, but also the immense enhancement of his strength. Over the past year, aside from the mundane tasks of laundry and cleaning, most of his time had been dedicated to self-improvement. even reducing his sleep to a mere 5 hours. The intensity of his training had evolved from arduous beginnings to a state of effortless mastery, largely thanks to the assistance of the magical talisman. Atlas now felt a sense of relief that he had not been dazzled by the powers of other charms, but rather had decisively chosen the horse charm, which currently served as an exceptional auxiliary ability for him. In the world of pirates, physical prowess forms the foundation of all abilities. Whether one possesses the powers of a devil fruit or excels in martial arts, the path to strength inevitably leads through the cultivation of a robust physique. What delighted him even more was that the effects of the horse charm transcended mere claims of universal healing. It not only alleviated various aches and pains incurred during training, but also accelerated bodily self-healing through continual nourishment. It was somewhat akin to the concept of life restoration, allowing one to recover from wounds during combat by expending stamina, achieving effects reminiscent of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Through experimentation, Atlas discovered that the energy consumed in utilizing the horse charm was not solely limited to physical stamina. The energy stored within his body could also be harnessed to empower the charm. Moreover, with each use, the sigil of the charm in his mind gradually faded, which was certainly not indicative of a loss of ability. If he was not mistaken, once the sigil disappeared entirely, the horse charm would transform into an innate talent of Atlas's body, becoming an instinctual presence akin to a state of awakening. Of course, it would not be as extraordinary as the awakening of a devil fruit, but it would at least reduce the energy or stamina consumed. Over the past year, his height had astonishingly reached 9 meters, a remarkable transformation from his previous stature of just over 6 meters. Not only that, but through rapid nutrient intake and vigorous training, he had sculpted himself from a slender figure into a muscular man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with arms nearly bursting from his sleeves. Every day, his limbs and torso bore a weight of 60 kilograms. He never removed them, even during physical training, except for bathing. Throughout this year, he had challenged nearly everyone in the base, from initially being unable to win any fights to now being undefeated against anyone below the school level. One could only imagine how many beatings he had endured. Notably, Lieutenant Wright, who had initially taken him into the naval base, was no longer a match for him, leaving Wright feeling quite vexed for some time. After lying down for a moment, Atlas brushed off the non-existent dust from his rear and strode towards the mess hall. Nowadays, he required a meal amounting to 10 servings just to feel adequately full. The difference compared to a year ago was nothing short of monumental. "Hey, Uncle Carl, prepare me 10 servings of food." As Atlas stepped into the cafeteria, he waved enthusiastically at a burly man with a beard. "Huh, it's you again, you little rascal." The bearded man, known as Uncle Carl, remarked, his expression instantly turning glum. Although his words were sharp, there was no trace of irritation in his eyes. Carl MC, the head chef of the base's cafeteria, had come to know Atlas due to his prodigious appetite and held a great admiration for the spirited young man. After all, Atlas had become a role model for the younger generation at the base. "Do not be so stingy, Uncle Carl." Atlas, unfazed, chuckled as he spoke. In the meantime, his meal was ready, and without hesitation, he seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. In the office of Colonel Arthur Randall, a serious expression adorned his face. Colonel Arthur Randall, the highest-ranking officer at the East Sea Rog Town Naval Base, was also the one who had approved Atlas's enlistment a year prior. With a decisive click, Colonel Randall hung up the phone and bellowed towards the door. "Officer, sound the alarm immediately. Assemble all personnel on the drill ground." "Yes, sir," came the response, followed by the sound of footsteps fading away. The urgent blare of the alarm reverberated throughout the naval base, prompting all non-duty personnel to spring into action, including Atlas, who had just exited the cafeteria, satiated. He thought to himself, now is the perfect moment to test the fruits of my training." Atlas felt an inexplicable surge of excitement as he composed himself and swiftly made his way toward the training ground. 5 minutes later, the personnel had mostly assembled. Standing at the forefront of the neatly arranged ranks was Colonel Arthur Randall, draped in the cloak of justice. He surveyed the orderly formation with satisfaction before bellowing, "Attention! A small town within our jurisdiction is under siege by pirates. Now, all combat personnel, follow me to uphold justice. Justice must not be desecrated. Justice! Justice!" The naval officers on the training ground roared in fervor, and Atlas, standing amidst the crowd, was no exception. His blood surged with adrenaline, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength. In the East Sea, at an unknown little town, a towering figure, menacing in appearance, adorned with a crooked captain's hat, stood at the bow of a ship, brandishing a rapier, and shouted with a wide grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, "Onward, my crew. Let us seize the food and the fair maidens." This was Otto-man, captain of the swordfish pirate crew, with a bounty of 8 million berries. The pirates, unable to contain their insatiable desire for plunder, eagerly rushed down from the ship to wreak havoc. In an instant, the once peaceful town transformed into a realm of chaos, filled with cries and pleas for mercy. "Captain, won't such a commotion attract the Navy?" A man with a cigarette dangling from his lips approached Otto-man, his expression displaying concern. "Hey, Frank, do you not know who I am? I am Otto-man. I have gathered intelligence that we are at the fringes of the Rogtown Navy base. The Navy will take time to arrive, and their highest commander will not come here. After all, I am a notorious pirate with an 8 million berry bounty." Otto-man's laughter was laced with cunning. In the East Sea, a bounty of 8 million berries was already considerable, explaining his unshakable confidence. Frank, realizing the futility of further argument, fell silent. After all, he was merely a subordinate with a modest bounty of 5 million berries, far inferior to Captain Otto-man's prowess. At the Rogtown dock, Colonel Randall's expression was solemn as he watched the naval vessel gradually depart. A figure stealthily slipping aboard the ship flashed through his mind, causing a slight smile to emerge on his rugged face, softening his demeanor. "Hey, Atlas, you little rascal. What are you doing here?" Lieutenant Wright, spotting the sneaky Atlas, displayed an expression of astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. This is Lieutenant Wright reporting. Auxiliary soldier Atlas requests to join the battle." Realizing he had been discovered, Atlas chose to be forthright, directly stating his request. After all, he had already infiltrated their ranks. Could they truly cast him out now? Atlas pondered with a sense of indifference. "Very well. For now, you shall be designated as the ship's errand boy, you little rascal." Light, witnessing the situation, could only acquiesce, fully aware that under the current circumstances, this was the only course of action. However, he continued with a grave demeanor, his brown eyes fixed intently on Atlas. "You must remain at the rear and refrain from wandering about. The adversary is a notorious pirate crew, each member bearing a bounty exceeding 10 million berries." Should Atlas dare to utter a word of dissent, Light would have no qualms about promptly confining the little scamp to the brig. Let those seasoned veterans handle the perilous tasks. "Rest assured, Light, I shall be vigilant regarding my safety," Atlas responded. Atlas remained silent for a moment, before carelessly assuring himself, exuding an air of confidence in his own capabilities. After all, the captain was merely a minor figure with a bounty of 8 million berries. Who could ascertain the authenticity of that bounty? While a bounty can reflect one's prowess to a certain extent, some pirates resort to rampant pillaging and destruction merely to enhance their notoriety. Thus, countless pretenders roam these vast seas. "Hey." Light observed Atlas's nonchalant demeanor and realized that the lad had not taken his words to heart. He silently resolved to keep a closer eye on him during the imminent battle. After bidding farewell to Light, Atlas ambled towards the storage compartment, selecting a standard-issue naval sword. It paled in comparison to a fine blade, let alone a grand sword or the unparalleled great sword. Nevertheless, it was far superior to using his fists, for Atlas's physique had yet to attain the level necessary for mastering hockey. He had not even reached the standard of the Navy's 6 forms, indicating that his body remained within the realm of the ordinary, devoid of superhuman capabilities. Thus, a sharp weapon was his optimal choice for the time being. Meanwhile, Light hurried to the command room to report on Atlas's situation to the officer. At last, amidst the thick atmosphere of solemnity, the warship arrived at its destination. In the distance, the pirate flag featuring a skull with a western sword piercing through it gradually came into focus. The naval officers aboard the ship tightened their grips on their weapons, their nervousness evident in their incessant swallowing. After all, this was war, a domain where lives could be lost. On the deck, Atlas gradually shed his languid demeanor, his eyes devoid of fear. Instead, he felt an overwhelming excitement for the impending battle. Every cell in his body buzzed with anticipation. "Captain, the Navy has arrived. Should we retreat?" The lookout of the Blade pirates had spotted the approaching Navy and immediately raised the alarm. In response to the warning, the Blade pirates hastily withdrew from various corners of the small town, colliding directly with the newly landed Navy. Thus commenced Atlas's very first battle. Atlas drew forth the long blade from his grasp, leaning forward as he accelerated through the throng, heading straight for Otto-man. Catching sight of that familiar figure, Light's heart skipped a beat. Otto-man also appeared startled, but upon recognizing it was merely a lowly errand boy, a look of disdain inevitably crept across his face. Strike first to gain the advantage. He who strikes later suffers the consequences. Atlas observed Otto Man's arrogance with indifference, his gaze growing colder. And he suddenly intensified his grip on the weapon. One sword style, Lion's Lament. The name of this highbrow technique escaped his lips, and the certainty in his demeanor caused Otto Man to shudder. Of course, this was merely in homage to Zoro's technique. In reality, it was nothing more than a single powerful slash, the name serving only to enhance his bravado. Seeing this, Otto Man positioned his rapier defensively before him. However, he soon regretted this decision as Atlas's strike sent him hurtling through the air. He tumbled across the ground several times before managing to come to a halt. Recognizing the effectiveness of his initial strike, Atlas took a bold step forward, ready to attack once more. Otto Man was no fool. He exhibited the qualities befitting a great pirate. He performed a timely roll, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, the advantage had already slipped from his grasp, and one of his arms was irrevocably severed. "You little brat." Otto Man's expression darkened, realizing he had been bested by a mere youth. Not everyone was like red-haired Shanks, who could achieve greatness despite losing an arm. It was evident that Otto Man's future was bleak, if he had one at all. Without giving Otto Man a moment to recover, Atlas advanced with his sword held in one hand, ready to deliver another strike. "Damn it!" Otto Man retaliated, exchanging injury for injury, thrusting his rapier toward Atlas's heart. To his surprise, Atlas ducked low, feigning an attack before targeting his opponent's lower regions. With Otto Man's strength waning and no new vigor to draw upon, he stumbled, receiving a clean cut to his thigh. Crimson splattered, staining his chiseled visage. Otto Man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, his thigh gushing blood, his face paling at a visible rate. This skirmish had unfolded in mere seconds. Witnessing their captain so effortlessly subdued by a mere naval subordinate left the rest of the Sword of Justice pirates in disbelief. Yet, the reality was undeniable. No amount of struggle could alter it. Their spirits crushed, they surrendered en masse, quickly disarmed and bound. The battle concluded shortly thereafter. The Navy methodically began to tidy up the aftermath. Lieutenant Wright approached Atlas, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder, a smile playing on his lips, silently conveying his approval. Atlas turned around, grinning at Wright. His blood-stained visage radiated a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, precisely 8 in total, both top and bottom. It was a sight both radiant and uncanny. In the year 1499 of the Oceanic calendar, Canas, Atlas was 13 years old, having been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant at the base in Rogtown of the East Sea. A year later, at the naval training grounds, the air was filled with the sounds of exertion. Atlas remained meticulously devoted to his training today, despite being the leading figure of the younger generation at the Rogtown naval base. Even after he had vanquished the notorious Great Pirate, who had a bounty of 8 million berries and had been promoted to the rank of warrant officer just a year prior, he still perceived himself as profoundly weak. After the battle concluded, he was assigned, as a mere foot soldier, to oversee the casualty statistics in the repatriation of supplies in the war-torn town. What he witnessed was not the joy of survival following the conflict, but rather a series of faces marked by grief or numbness. And this, he realized, was the treatment reserved for the weak. It was then that he truly grasped the harshness of this world, a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. Thus, he resolved to grow immensely stronger. With this thought in mind, Atlas quickened the pace of his swordplay. Suddenly, with a crack, his bamboo sword shattered. "Hey, little brat, don't even think about taking another bamboo sword from me," shouted an old logistics officer who happened to be strolling nearby, his frustration evident as his nose nearly crinkled with anger. This marked the 5th bamboo sword that Atlas had broken this month. Upon hearing this, Atlas chuckled awkwardly. There was little he could do. His body was currently in a stage of rapid development, with strength surging and muscle density continually increasing. Most notably, at the age of 14, he had already reached an impressive height of 2 meters, with the potential to grow to 3 meters by adulthood. "Atlas, big brother." Suddenly, a white-haired youth appeared outside the training ground. He appeared to be around the same age as Atlas, panting heavily as he leaned on his knees, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Ah, Smoker." Atlas turned towards the white-haired boy upon hearing his voice. Indeed, it was Smoker, who would later become renowned as the White Hunter. In the early arcs of the anime, he was nearly invincible, having repeatedly forced the protagonist, Luffy, into dire situations. A user of the Logia-type smoke fruit, he had yet to consume the Devil Fruit and was merely a young lad, serving as Atlas's junior. Smoker had joined the Navy during the period following the execution of the Pirate King, Roger, starting as a mere deckhand, much like Atlas. He had now risen to the rank of a first-class soldier within the base, making him the foremost individual beneath Atlas. However, Smoker was keenly aware of his own limitations, estimating that he could barely withstand a single strike from Atlas. It is essential to note that Atlas had not merely been cooped up in the base practicing diligently over the past year. His presence was a constant in every naval outing, understanding that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the trials of the blazing sun. To become a true powerhouse, one must endure the crucible of blood and fire. Skills in combat and experience cannot solely be acquired through arduous training. From the outset, Atlas made a remarkable recovery from his injuries, ultimately accomplishing his mission with minimal harm. His combat prowess has significantly escalated. He estimates that, aside from Colonel Randall, none in the entire base can rival him. Do you seek something from me, Smoker? Regaining his focus, Atlas recalled that Smoker seemed to have a matter to discuss. Do not call me a kid. Aren't we the same age? Smoker retorted, slightly vexed. It seemed rather absurd for everyone to be of equal stature yet have him referred to as a child. Colonel Randall has summoned you. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, Smoker conveyed the Colonel's orders to Atlas. What could Colonel Randall possibly want with me? Atlas found himself somewhat perplexed. Yet he complied and made his way to the Colonel's office at the base. Randall, what is it that you require of me? Without knocking, Atlas boldly pushed open the large door and entered directly. After all, his dealings with Randall were not infrequent. He was accustomed to reporting to the Colonel before each mission, and their familiarity had blossomed to the point of near camaraderie. Hey, Atlas, at least show some respect for your Colonel. You never knock when you enter. Randall admonished without hesitation, his tone firm. Despite this, he held a considerable tolerance for the base's rising star. He was convinced that this impudent young lad's potential would far exceed the humble confines of Rogue Town. A future as a rear admiral seemed more fitting for him, as Atlas possessed all the attributes necessary to become a formidable force, an extraordinary physical gift, and an indomitable spirit. Enough of the pleasantries. I summoned you for two important matters. Randall continued, noticing Atlas's demeanor shift to one of seriousness. Are you interested in attending the new recruits training camp at headquarters for a period of advanced study? Atlas paused, taken aback. The training camp was renowned as the breeding ground for naval officers. Graduates from this esteemed institution typically achieved officer ranks, making it a veritable gilded opportunity. Furthermore, the chief instructor was none other than the former Admiral Zephyr, who had mentored the three legendary vice admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Naturally, Atlas yearned to attend, as it promised the most comprehensive instruction in the six powers and Haki, a crucial cornerstone on his path to strength. There are a few slots available. Hence my inquiry regarding your interest, Randall added, noticing Atlas's silence. Colonel, I wish to go, but not at this moment. I have yet to reach my limits. And now is not the right time for me to head to headquarters, Atlas replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He recognized that he was still too young, and his growth and strength had not yet entered its prime. Attending headquarters now would squander this opportunity. He needed to focus on solidifying his foundation. Very well. I shall reserve this slot for you. When the time comes, you may proceed to headquarters alongside Smoker, Randall remarked appreciatively. Recognizing the rarity of such self-awareness at this age, a promising trait indeed. Smoker? Indeed. Initially, I intended for you to go first while Smoker would follow in a few years. He is currently too weak, so I would appreciate your support for him when the time comes, Randall explained. Certainly, Colonel. I will take care of that little rascal Smoker, Atlas assured with determination. Atlas responded. Upon hearing Atlas referred as Smog, Randall showed no reaction. He had grown accustomed to Atlas's whimsical nature, and moreover, Atlas's maturity often led others to overlook his age. Next, I shall speak of a second matter, the naval base in Rogue Town, East Sea, outside the office of the Colonel. Atlas stood in place, his expression a tapestry of confusion, tightly clutching a wanted poster. The peculiar gentleman, Phylock, bore a bounty of 15 million belly. Young one, what I am about to disclose pertains to you. He paused, then added, no, more precisely, it concerns your parents. Colonel Randall, with a grave demeanor, slid the warrant before Atlas. Upon hearing this, Atlas was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the somewhat familiar visage depicted on the wanted poster. For reasons unknown, a surge of fury welled up within him, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of a blood-soaked landscape accompanied by haunting cries of anguish. No, this is not Atlas's emotion. This is a remnant of the past life he once led. The memories of a tragic demise have suddenly assailed me. Hey, Atlas, calm yourself, Randall exclaimed, noticing the ominous signs of ferocity beginning to manifest on Atlas's face, and he hurriedly intervened. Hush. Atlas exhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the surge of indignation that did not belong to him. He scrutinized the somewhat yellowed wanted poster. Phylock, captain of the Phylock pirate crew. With a bounty of 15 million berries. 3 years prior, he had plundered a merchant ship, on which the Kanos couple and Atlas were unfortunate enough to be aboard, resulting in their tragic demise. As of now, Atlas remains the sole known survivor. According to his recollections, he managed to escape due to his parents concealing him within a barrel. Subsequently, he drifted to Logue Town within that barrel, ultimately enduring several arduous months before reuniting with the Kanos couple. With the intelligence received, Phylak's gang has now entered our jurisdiction. Initially, I intended to confront them personally, however. I believe it would be more fitting for you to bring this matter to a close. Atlas slowly departed from the base's office building, resolutely deciding to fulfill the last wish of his predecessor, believing that this would slightly repay the favor bestowed upon him by the body he now occupied. With that thought in mind, Atlas promptly gathered all intelligence regarding the Phylock pirates from the command center and set off to apprehend them. At the dock, a voice called out, "Brother Atlas, can you take me along? I too wish to slay pirates." Smoker had heard whispers of Atlas's endeavors and had been waiting at the dock for quite some time. "You are still too weak," Atlas replied dismissively, continuing towards his small vessel without looking back. He added, "This is my own affair." Smoker contemplated retorting, but upon hearing Atlas's words, he swallowed his thoughts and could only silently watch as Atlas's figure grew more distant. "Hey, Mitchell, this sea voyage is dreadfully dull. How long until we reach the next island?" Jim inquired impatiently. Jim, known as the Cranium Crusher, served as the vice-captain of the Phylock pirates, boasting a bounty of 12 million berries. He was formidable and cruel, deriving pleasure from shattering his enemies' skulls and relishing the sight of their brains splattering, a true embodiment of depravity. "Lord Jim, we still need several days to reach the next island," Mitchell, the navigator, replied nervously, having witnessed Jim's brutal methods on numerous occasions. It was impossible not to feel anxious. He certainly did not wish to meet a gruesome end. "Enough, Jim. If you're truly bored, find something to occupy yourself with. But do not terrify our navigator," Phylock interjected, halting Jim's impending retort and offering Mitchell a gentle smile. However, Mitchell felt no warmth from the captain's demeanor. For the seemingly mild-mannered gentleman was, in fact, the most terrifying and deranged individual aboard the ship. Captain Phylock not only relished in the torture of his enemies but also took pleasure in mentally tormenting them, forcing his adversaries to experience the harrowing journey from hope to despair. Jim, hearing Phylock's words, dared not provoke further. After all, he had already incited the captain's ire by exploding a civilian's head on the last island. To speak back again would be nothing short of folly. Meanwhile, Atlas scrutinized the intelligence on the Phylock pirates and deduced that their course was set for Mean Island to resupply. He resolved to intercept them along their route, preventing them from wreaking havoc on another island. "Captain, a small vessel has been spotted ahead. It appears to be naval." The lookout of the Phylock pirates reported the approaching Atlas to Phylock. "Ha ha ha, the Navy is it? Finally, something to do. I hope it brings me a modicum of amusement." Before Phylock could utter a word, Jim eagerly leapt forward, brimming with excitement and readiness. Observing this, Phylock did not intervene. His gaze flickered momentarily, as he intended to allow Jim to test the waters first. His caution had always been his ally, for without it, he would not have survived to this day. Atlas, having been discovered, did not hesitate and leaped gracefully from the small vessel. He landed firmly at the bow of the pirate ship, surveying the motley crew of seafarers below, some composed, others exhilarated, and a few in a state of panic. "Hey, you over there, young lad, are you part of the Navy?" Jim continued to bellow. Atlas remained silent, merely perusing the bounty notice in his hand, extracting Jim's likeness and scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. His demeanor suggested he had already resigned Jim to the status of the deceased. "Hey, have some decency, will you? You scoundrel. There should be a limit to your contempt." Jim, evidently incensed by this conduct, prepared to charge at Atlas with the intent of delivering a punch. Upon witnessing the scene, Atlas remained calm, leisurely tucking away the bounty notice, as if he had already confirmed Jim's identity. He then leaped down, raising his fist to meet the challenge. With a resounding impact, immense force surged through, causing his arm to bend in a peculiar manner. Jim, evidently taken aback by the sheer strength of Atlas, was instantaneously propelled into the ship's cabin, spitting out a small fragment of his innards. The other pirates, momentarily stunned by the spectacle, quickly regained their composure and began to shout. brandishing their blades and charging at Atlas. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Atlas merely shifted his body slightly, deftly evading all assaults with remarkable agility. His hands moved with precision as he unsheathed his standard-issue military blade, slicing, cleaving, and thrusting with a ferocity akin to harvesting vegetables, mercilessly decimating the pirates. In stark contrast, Captain Phylock exhibited no impulsive fervor. Instead, he calmly drew his sword staff and gradually retreated. Before long, a significant portion of the Phylock pirate crew had succumbed to Atlas's relentless onslaught, while Atlas's naval uniform remained almost unblemished by blood. As if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, the deck lay drenched in crimson, and the remaining survivors hesitated, for the specter of death instills fear in all. At that moment, a glint of cold light surged from the periphery of Atlas's vision, accompanied by a countenance that bore a hint of gloom and triumph. The intent to kill descended. I am Phylock, a captain of pirates. I yearn for the elegant life of the nobility and harbor disdain for those who are excessively crude. Particularly my first mate, Jim. Today, I am unfortunate to have encountered a naval officer who has ruthlessly slain so many of my hard-won crew. What an insufferable wretch. However, this unwelcome intruder shall soon meet his demise. As for my beloved crew, your sacrifices are not in vain. At long last, I have awaited your arrival, Phylock. Atlas appeared to have anticipated the attack, effortlessly evading it by slightly tilting his body. The fist, charged with tremendous force, struck fiercely against Phylock's chest. Yet, Phylock merely staggered slightly, a distinct imprint of the fist evident upon his garment. How could this be? Atlas, who had maintained his composure since boarding, could no longer contain himself, his pupils constricted sharply in shock. How could someone of Phylock's caliber, worth 15 million berries, possibly withstand his punch so effortlessly? I am indeed the wielder of the Zoan-type Inu no Mi, in its canine form. Phylock chuckled darkly, somewhat surprised that Atlas's ambush had failed. Yet, he harbored no doubt that he would fall to this little brat. Moreover, he was eager to openly reveal his fruit's power, wishing to evoke a look of despair from Atlas. After all, in the East Blue, the weakest of seas, the existence of devil fruits was merely a legend. He himself had acquired this priceless devil fruit 2 months prior while plundering a merchant ship, even though it was merely the most ordinary of Zoan-type fruits. The Inu no Mi. It had significantly augmented his strength. Such information had not even been disclosed to his subordinates, for he understood that only the cautious could survive in the merciless seas. He, Phylock, was exceptionally prudent. Of course, having only recently obtained this fruit, Phylock had yet to master the seamless transition between the 3 forms of the Zoan-type devil fruit. Thus, he was currently limited to battling Atlas in his hybrid form. Yet, this human-beast form was precisely the most formidable one. Just moments ago, Atlas had failed to notice Phylock's ears, which had perked up beneath his hat. No matter what brought you to trouble, Captain Phylock, today, you shall not leave, Phylock declared, casually tossing his staff sword onto the deck, licking his exposed claws. Is it merely the presence of a devil fruit that has inflated your arrogance so? Atlas, initially taken aback, gradually regained his composure, fixating intently on the man before him, whose demeanor had begun to veer into the realm of the grotesque due to the impending brutality. The remaining pirates, witnessing their captain's deranged expression, instinctively took a step back, inadvertently creating a vast expanse for the impending duel between the two. Phylock slightly bent forward, adopting an aggressive stance, his calf muscles taut, and the already strained fabric of his trousers, a consequence of his transformation, suddenly tore apart. In an instant, as fragments of clothing floated in the air, partially obscuring the view, Phylock surged forward, moving with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, charging towards Atlas. Upon witnessing the situation, Atlas remained unperturbed. Although Phylock's speed had now surpassed the limits of his dynamic vision, Atlas had made notable progress over the past year. While he had yet to attain superhuman physical prowess or reach the realm of iron-slicing swordsmanship, he had engaged in numerous battles, bringing him to the precipice of awakening his observation haki. His almost primal combat instincts had been his steadfast ally throughout the fight. Perhaps, after enduring this confrontation, he would successfully awaken the formidable power of observation haki. Atlas gradually closed his eyes, endeavoring to perceive the silhouette of Phylock. You little rascal. You have successfully provoked my ire. Phylock, witnessing Atlas's eye closure, felt a twinge of annoyance. Being a frog at the bottom of a well, he was oblivious to the advanced technique of observation haki, mistakenly believing that Atlas was underestimating him. Within Atlas's perception, a shadow swiftly approached him. He crouched low, attempting to evade the impending attack. Yet, he was still grazed by Felix's claws on his back, leaving 3 shallow but visible wounds. However, under the influence of the magical seal, he healed at an observable rate, leaving no trace of even the slightest scar. Phylock, noticing the now closed wounds on Atlas, appeared somewhat perplexed, evidently taken aback by Atlas's astonishing recuperative abilities. The mark of the horse sigil in Atlas's mind had nearly faded into oblivion, and with the passage of time, it would soon be wholly assimilated, inevitably leading to a delightful surprise. As for the minor wound he currently bore, it was clearly trivial in comparison to Atlas's formidable vitality. Who exactly are you, little imp? At this moment, Phylock was becoming increasingly blusterous yet timid, as thoughts of retreat began to take root in his heart. The one who will kill you. Atlas, without a hint of hesitation, wielded his sword with both hands, his gaze sharp and piercing, striking a classic pose of readiness. One sword style, Iris. Yet, his attack was effortlessly thwarted by Felix's claws. Nevertheless, it was not without effect. Phylock discreetly shook his arm, which had grown numb from the collision, and felt a slight twinge of pain, possibly a minor fracture. In terms of sheer strength, he was no match for Atlas. This disparity stemmed from 2 factors. Atlas's formidable power had reached terrifying heights through grueling training, while Phylock had only recently acquired the Devil Fruit. Furthermore, the Hound Fruit was not particularly renowned for its strength. Therefore, in the contest of power against Atlas, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. Clash, clash, clash. After several rounds of intense combat, Phylock began to feel his stamina wane. The animal-type Devil Fruit endowed him with remarkable resilience, allowing him to maintain his fighting spirit. However, he soon realized that he could not let the situation persist. Damn it! It seems I must devise a way to exhaust him. With a fierce determination, Phylock cursed Atlas inwardly while casting his gaze towards the remaining pirates. Felix's intense stare sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, and they quickly witnessed him charging towards them, with Atlas in hot pursuit. The pirates had no choice but to grasp their weapons and confront Atlas, but it was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Ah, damn it, you little brat. Please, spare me. Woo-woo. I'm sorry. The air was filled with cries of anger, pleas for mercy, and confessions echoing in Atlas's ears. Yet, he showed no signs of relent. Each pirate, without exception, bore guilt in their hearts. Soon, the remaining pirates fell to Atlas's blade, their numbers swiftly dwindling. The toll on Atlas's stamina was negligible. Yet this brief interlude afforded Phylock a moment to catch his breath and recognize his own advantage. Speed. With the swiftness granted by the Hound Fruit, Phylock resolved to engage Atlas in a relentless pursuit. With a swift motion, he launched a series of attacks, leaving a trail of wounds upon Atlas, though they quickly faded to mere white marks. Given Atlas's current physique, he was slightly outmatched in speed compared to Felix's hybrid form. Ha 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 ha. Navy brat. Are you beginning to feel fear? Phylock attempted to intimidate Atlas with his words. Upon hearing this, Atlas refrained from voicing any rebuttal, instead immersing himself in the profound insights gained from his recent experience with perception-based combat. His understanding of observation hockey has also significantly deepened. While Atlas does not possess extensive knowledge regarding the 3 types of hockey, he is aware that hockey is derived from one's mental will. Armament hockey requires a physical prowess that transcends the ordinary to awaken from within. In contrast, the awakening of observation hockey is more reliant on innate talent and imposes no stringent physical requirements. Currently, it appears that Atlas possesses such a talent. As for Conqueror's hockey, it remains even more enigmatic. It is said that only 1 in a million individuals possesses this rare gift, making it more elusive than the other 2 forms of hockey. Atlas felt that his observation hockey was on the brink of awakening, merely a step away from fruition. At present, Phylock served as his most excellent sparring partner. Originally, Atlas believed he had no opportunity to awaken his hockey in the East Sea, as finding a pirate capable of posing a genuine threat was rather challenging. Currently, Phylock, having acquired this fruit, possessed a strength estimated at a bounty level between 30 million and 40 million, although his overall power was inferior to Atlas's. The unique properties of the fruit granted him superior speed. Contemplating this, Atlas gazed at Phylock with eager eyes, surprised that assisting in avenging his predecessor could yield such unexpected rewards. Indeed, good deeds are often met with good fortune. Phylock, feeling the intensity of Atlas's gaze, shivered momentarily before shaking off the discomfort. Subsequently, he grinned menacingly, lunging towards Atlas with a ferocious display. Atlas continued to rely on his perception to respond. Yes, this is the sensation. Faster, even faster. Atlas felt a surge of exhilaration within his heart. Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in his eyes. Then, his perception of the world burst forth like a chick emerging from its shell, transitioning from darkness to dawn. Phyllock's attacks unfolded in his mind as if in slow motion. Every detail vividly illuminated. The observation hockey has awakened. Atlas chuckled heartily. Ha ha. I shall no longer indulge your games. Humph. What an arrogant little brat. Phyllock remained unperturbed, believing that Atlas had succumbed to a degree of madness from their skirmish. However, he could not shake the unsettling sensation that he had been seen through. In response, a colossal fist came crashing down upon Phyllock's face. How could this be? A jolt of surprise coursed through Phyllock. How could Atlas strike with such swiftness? Indeed, nothing embodies a man's romance quite like the thrill of a punch delivered with raw power. Atlas was not inclined to provide any explanation. He casually tossed aside the naval-issue dagger in his hand, clenched his fist, which was as formidable as a pot of sand. And a fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his observation hockey. With effortless grace, he evaded Phyllock's claws, then struck with precision, obliterating Phyllock's head, sending a spray of red and white brain matter erupting into the air. Atlas, utilizing his keen awareness, deftly avoided any splatter, emerging unscathed. Even in his final moments, Phyllock could not comprehend how the Atlas who had previously engaged him in a balanced exchange had suddenly assumed such a dominant stance. This transformation was not difficult to fathom. Atlas's physical prowess had always surpassed Phyllock's, with only a slight disadvantage in speed. His prior restraint had merely been a tactic to awaken his observation hockey while toying with Phyllock. After dispatching Phyllock, Atlas intended to see if any fortunate souls had survived. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A towering shadow burst forth from the ship's cabin, leaping high and landing deftly on the small boat that Atlas was maneuvering, its hands moving with the rapidity of an engine as it paddled. In astonishment, Atlas nearly dropped his jaw. The shadow was none other than Jim, the first mate of the Phyllock pirate crew. This fellow had been feigning death all along, and upon witnessing Phyllock's swift demise, he seized the opportunity to escape. Although he often appeared simple-minded, he was far from foolish. Phyllock would have never anticipated that Jim, whom he frequently belittled, possessed such cunning. Atlas would undoubtedly not allow Jim to escape so easily. If the memories of the past are not mistaken, it was this fellow who murdered the Kano's couple. Atlas contemplated entering the cockpit to pursue Jim, who had already gained a considerable distance. Yet, the irony lay in his utter lack of sailing skills. In a moment of desperation, Atlas cast aside all reservations and plunged into the sea, intending to swim after him, invigorated by his abundant stamina. Damn that brat. Jim muttered countless curses under his breath as he observed the relentless pursuit of Atlas. How could that wretched fellow possess such boundless energy? Jim fervently wished for a sea monster to swallow Atlas whole, only to be excreted as waste. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the distance between Atlas and Jim diminished. In the throes of relentless chase, Jim succumbed to despair, attempting to prolong his life by pleading for mercy. However, Atlas was not one to be swayed by his words. He surged forth from the water, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. In response, Jim, unwilling to yield, raised his paddle in a futile attempt to block the iron fist of Atlas. Yet it was all in vain. The massive fist tore through the paddle, reducing it to a flurry of splintered wood. With a resounding thud, Jim collapsed, lifeless, as Atlas stood resolutely at the bow of the small boat, unceremoniously kicking Jim's lifeless body overboard to feed the fish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a vibrant crimson glow across the tranquil sea, a small boat drifted aimlessly. A youth clad in a somewhat tattered naval uniform lay aboard, his well-defined muscles unabashedly on display. His handsome yet rugged face bore the weight of resignation. It was none other than Atlas, who had just pursued the pirate with fervor. Atlas had not anticipated such misfortune, for his oar had been shattered during the recent skirmish. Consequently, he found himself adrift, lacking sufficient provisions aboard his vessel, which naturally led him to endure hunger. However, the gravest issue was that he had lost his way. In his fervor during the chase, he had not contemplated the repercussions, and before he knew it, he had swum into unfamiliar waters. The vastness of the ocean, devoid of landmarks, rendered even the keenest sense of direction futile. Eventually, Atlas succumbed to his gnawing hunger and plunged into the water, capturing a small sea creature, lacking any means to kindle a fire on his ship. He resorted to consuming it raw. Remarkably, the taste of this sea creature in the pirate world was unexpectedly delightful when eaten fresh. Perhaps it was due to the unique geographical or climatic conditions, but even the raw flesh bore little of the usual fishy odor and melted in his mouth. As for parasites, whether this small sea creature harbored any was irrelevant to Atlas. He feared them not, given his current physique. Moreover, after vanquishing Jim, Atlas discovered that the horse talisman had inexplicably vanished from his mind, signifying that he had fully integrated its powers into his innate abilities. While this did not immediately enhance his combat prowess, it did elevate his physical potential. In simpler terms, considering his previous talents, Atlas might have exhausted his potential to achieve the strength of a mere ordinary vice admiral. Yet, with the aid of the horse talisman, his physical gifts had transformed him into a veritable anomaly, a true monster, capable of rapid growth through relentless training. This was the essence of the formidable vice admirals of the Navy. The most apparent change was that Atlas had instinctively acquired the skill of life return, transforming it into an inherent talent. He could now swiftly draw energy from food at all times, utilizing it with utmost efficiency. Of course, in terms of physical strength, he was still incomparable to Big Mom's steel balloon, yet this was a foundation for Atlas to become a top-tier powerhouse. The frequent usage of the horse talisman had almost reached the point of digestion, yet for reasons unknown, complete assimilation eluded him. Atlas estimated that he was, in fact, a visitor from another realm, experiencing a profound sense of incompatibility within his own body. However, after avenging the previous owner's grievances, the lingering obsession tied to this corporeal form dissipated entirely, allowing Atlas to seize complete control. Once he had sufficiently satisfied his hunger, he began to activate his observation haki. Quite impressive. The preliminary awakening of my observation haki seems to have a range of approximately 5 kilometers. It appears my aptitude is rather commendable. Lost in such thoughts, Atlas drifted into a peaceful slumber, for the battles of the day had indeed exhausted him. On the following morning, Atlas awoke early and surveyed his surroundings. Alas, the islands were still nowhere in sight. With a sense of spontaneity, he leaped from the vessel and began to swim joyfully, even pulling the boat along as he swam. For several consecutive days, Atlas's routine consisted of moments of daydreaming interspersed with activating his observation haki to check for any passing ships. When hunger struck, he would dive into the ocean to catch some fish. However, after several days of this monotonous existence without any changes, Atlas was on the verge of madness. July 1st. Year 1500 of the oceanic calendar. Weather. Clear, yet another tedious day. After completing my daily swimming exercises, I activated my observation haki once more to scan for any ships. However, perhaps due to my frequent use of observation haki, it seems that my range may have slightly expanded. Never mind that. My stomach growls, time to catch some fish. July 2nd. Year 1500 of the oceanic calendar. Weather. Cloudy, ugh. Still no sight of any passing ships today, but now the mere thought of fish makes me feel nauseous. Especially raw fish. I doubt I will ever want to eat fish again. July 3rd. Year 1500 of the oceanic calendar. Weather. Clear, the weather remains splendid as always. Yet my spirits are far from delightful. Oh, heavens. Even a pirate ship would suffice. After 6 days of drifting and boredom, Atlas finally began his diary. Though all of it transpired within the confines of his thoughts before sleep each night. At last, on the 10th day of subsisting on raw fish, a ship intruded upon his field of vision. A naval warship, and a dog-headed one at that. Atlas was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the warship. Soon, however, exhilaration coursed through him. Was this not the flagship of the esteemed naval hero, Admiral Carp? Yet, at this point in time, Luffy had yet to be born. How could Carp possibly be encountered in the East Blue? Is anyone there? Please, help me. Atlas shouted in a trumpet-like manner towards the warship. Upon the transmission of Atlas's voice, the warship appeared to have heard his plea for help, gradually altering its course towards Atlas. Moments later, on the expansive deck of the canine-headed battleship stood a middle-aged man with jet-black hair, draped in a mantle of justice. His bulging muscles strained against the confines of his naval uniform, and a whimsical grin adorned his face as he shouted exuberantly at the telephone bug beside him. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Your senbei are in my possession. Ah, damn it, Garp. Once your leave is over, make haste back. The new world still requires your presence. A telephone bug, sporting frog-like spectacles, mimicked Sengoku's tone in response. I understand, old man. Garp nonchalantly picked his nose, and before Sengoku could utter another word, with a decisive click, he hung up the phone. Atlas had long since boarded the warship, yet he remained at the side, hesitant to interrupt the conversation between the two prominent figures. Meanwhile, the young man over there chuckled. Ah, so you are Atlas, aren't you? After finishing his phone call with Sangoku, Garp finally directed his gaze towards Atlas. Although Atlas was puzzled as to how Garp knew his name, he responded dutifully. While passing through Logue Town, that young lad, Randall, asked me to look for a missing Navy officer. I never expected to encounter you here. What a predicament. Young Atlas. Ha ha ha. Garp seemed to perceive Atlas's confusion and casually offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Atlas felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had initially anticipated a rather effortless battle, only to be confronted with an unforeseen series of complications. The base must surely be on the brink of believing that I have perished. Bogart, take this young rascal below, Garp instructed his adjutant, Bogart, before tilting his head and succumbing to slumber. Seeing this scene, even with Atlas's prior awareness of Garp's unreliability, he was still taken aback. Meanwhile, Bogart appeared unfazed, making his way toward the cabin while gesturing for Atlas to follow. At long last, after indulging in a soothing hot bath and subsequently devouring a meal fit for 15, Atlas felt a renewed sense of existence in this world. It was the third day since he had boarded Garp's flagship, and by the second day, he had commenced his daily regimen. He began with a steadfast 4 hours of physical training, followed by swordsmanship practice. Upon completing all his tasks, he dedicated an additional half-hour to meditation, honing his observation haki. Hey, young Atlas, come here and let this old man offer you some guidance, ha ha ha. Garp, seemingly a bit bored, called out to Atlas while absent-mindedly picking his nose. Upon hearing this, Atlas felt a surge of excitement. Garp, revered as a hero of the Navy, had repeatedly driven the pirate king Roger to the brink of despair. He could be considered the pinnacle of strength within the pirate world. The prospect of receiving his guidance would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to Atlas. However, as he approached Garp, an ineffable sense of oppression enveloped him. It was not merely a physical pressure, but also a psychological one. Yet, Atlas was not one to be easily vanquished. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. The strongest man in the world would not succumb to such trivialities. Garp, observing Atlas withstand his imposing aura with such ease, felt a flicker of admiration. He quickly reverted to his usual irreverent demeanor, giving Atlas a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly knocked him off balance. Ha ha, not bad. Kid, I just took a look at your training. Your focus on physical conditioning is commendable, and the general direction is sound. Physical strength is indeed the foundation of your power. Glancing at Garp's robust arms, Atlas wholeheartedly agreed. Now, let this old man be your opponent and feel the love of my iron fists, Garp stated, not bothering to elaborate further. In the realm of teaching, he could not compare to Zifa. He preferred imparting lessons through battle. Without waiting for Atlas to voice any objections, he launched his iron fist towards Atlas's face. Atlas was taken aback, his pupils instantly turning crimson as he activated his observation haki. Bang! Ah, the pain is excruciating. Despite his heightened senses, he could not evade Admiral Garp's punch. However, what puzzled Atlas was that Garp had not utilized armament haki, yet he still felt a penetrating pain. Ha. This is a punch infused with my affection. Garp chuckled, aware that Atlas would be perplexed by this. Before Atlas could fully contemplate this statement, Garp's fist struck again. Ah, not the face, Admiral Garp. Ah, please, be gentle. Ah, just you wait, old man Garp. Medical room. Atlas sat in the chair, his head bandaged, while a medic meticulously applied ointment and then wrapped the wounds. Feel free to laugh. There's no need to suppress it, Atlas remarked, turning to Bogart, who was struggling to contain his amusement. No, I was thinking of laughing, Bogart replied, stifling his laughter. Atlas sighed in resignation. The sun rose gradually above the horizon, casting a serene glow over the vast ocean, where shadows occasionally flickered beneath the surface. On the enormous battleship, Atlas had just concluded his morning training and was savoring his breakfast in a state of contentment. Hey there, kid. You've recovered quite swiftly, Garp noted with surprise. Although he had refrained from using his haki during their last encounter, the force of his will had undoubtedly been transmitted through his fists. While internal injuries were unlikely, surface wounds were unavoidable. He was astonished that Atlas had completely healed overnight. Atlas, though somewhat skeptical that Garp was merely bored and seeking to deliver a beating, refrained from voicing his doubts. However, following the previous day's brutal encounter, he sensed a slight enhancement in his physical prowess. Moreover, he found himself intrigued by Garp's notion of the iron fist of love. Let us proceed with yesterday's training, I implore you, Major Garp. Atlas spoke with an air of indifference. Resembling a condemned prisoner about to face execution, his expression resolute. Bang, bang, bang. It was yet another day of mundane and monotonous beatings. In 3 days, Old Man Carp. Where are we destined to go? Atlas, with a donut in his mouth, pondered aloud why it was not Sunbae. According to Carp, one must indulge in deliciousness first. Having already consumed the Sunbae, Carp challenged Atlas to a donut-eating contest, and driven by a sense of retribution, Atlas resolved to devour every last donut belonging to the old man. I'm merely returning to Windmill Village for a holiday, and to visit my grandson, Carp replied casually. Wait, Carp, you have a grandson? Atlas was somewhat taken aback. Logically, Luffy should not have been born yet. What kind of grandson was Garp referring to? Oh, that is my adopted grandson. It seems likely that it is Ace, as he appears to have been born in this very year in the anime. He must be only a few months old now. How could one so young be entrusted to a mountain bandit? Such audacity. Well, 1,000. I have one. Suddenly, Garp let out a loud exclamation and then began to snore. Atlas is equally speechless, though we have gone 2 days and nights without rest. Must you succumb to slumber so swiftly? It is no wonder that Monka was later dealt a blow. Atlas rose and stretched lazily, then moved about a bit before turning to Bogart beside him. With a hint of embarrassment, he inquired, Mr. Bogart, might I trouble you for some guidance? I wish to gauge the disparity between myself and true strength. Of course, let's move a bit farther away so as not to disturb Vice Admiral Carp, Bogart responded generously, as he held a favorable view of Atlas, this promising naval junior. With that, the two unsheathed their sabers, and Atlas's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. He was acutely aware that he was undoubtedly no match for Bogart. His mastery of the 3 types of hockey was limited to observation hockey. His swordsmanship had yet to reach the level of cutting through iron, and he had not yet learned the 6 forms. However, true strength requires a heart unafraid of formidable foes. Hesitation was not in his nature. One sword style, Wisteria. Atlas initiated the assault, aiming for a preemptive strike. Yet, Bogart effortlessly parried his swordplay with a casual swipe, nonchalantly remarking, a commendable technique, solid fundamentals, though your strength lacks a bit. With a smirk, he summoned his leg muscles, which swelled dramatically. In an instant, Bogart's figure vanished from Atlas's sight. Startled, Atlas hastily gripped his dual blades, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Observation hockey. Lock on. With all his might, Atlas activated his observation hockey, barely catching a glimpse of Bogart's movements before their blades clashed. However, even with both swords in hand, he was utterly outmatched in strength, sent hurtling backward to crash against the edge of the ship, where he finally came to a halt. The disparity was overwhelming. In mere exchanges, Atlas had been decisively bested. Yet, rather than succumb to despair, he felt an invigorating surge of determination. What was that? The noise from his collision with the ship's edge seemed to have roused the slumbering Cap, who then beheld Atlas sitting on the ground in disarray. After days of sailing, they had finally arrived at Cap's hometown, Windmill Village. Following his recent bout with Bogart, Atlas's comprehension of true strength had deepened, prompting him to train with even greater fervor. His daily sparring sessions with Cap were now conducted with a newfound restraint, which left Cap feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Hey, Atlas, young lad, how about a stroll down below? Ha. Cap called out to Atlas, who was pondering how to concoct an excuse to sneak away. Absolutely. Atlas nodded eagerly, realizing that fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. In light of Captain Carp's thoughtful demeanor, he decided to overlook the earlier incident where he had been struck. His primary motivation for visiting Windmill Village was to catch a glimpse of that young rascal, Ace, who had witnessed the Pirate King's execution firsthand. Additionally, he yearned to visit the tavern owned by the renowned Magino, the woman rumored to have captivated red-haired Shanks and possibly borne his child. It is worth noting that his desire to see the tavern owner was merely incidental, and not a primary objective of his visit. Windmill Village, a seemingly inconspicuous hamlet within the Goa Kingdom, had surprisingly given rise to 2 illustrious figures. Who could have imagined that the celebrated naval hero and the infamous revolutionary, Monkey D. Dragon, hailed from this very place? Even more astonishing was the revelation that these 2 were father and son. Nestled in a remote area of the Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village remained largely isolated from the bustling urban centers, separated by the imposing Gorgon Mountain. Thanks to Carp's protection and the village's secluded geography, its inhabitants enjoyed a serene and tranquil existence, save for a reckless band of mountain bandits known as the Siggy Gang that often roamed nearby. With a sense of anticipation, Atlas disembarked and inquired with a local villager about the location of Magino's tavern, promptly making his way there. The tavern was situated near the center of Windmill Village. Upon his arrival, which coincided with lunchtime, he found only a handful of patrons scattered throughout the establishment. The villagers, lacking the means to frequent taverns daily, would occasionally indulge in Magino's exquisite cooking and brewing, which were both outstanding and reasonably priced. "Welcome, young naval officer." Magino greeted him warmly as he stepped inside, her curious gaze assessing the tavern. Now in her early teens, her lustrous green hair and youthful complexion radiated vitality, and her gentle smile exuded a wholesome charm, albeit lacking the sophisticated allure she would possess a decade later. "You must be here with Grandpa Carp," she remarked, noticing Atlas's silence and his occasional glances in her direction, which made her feel slightly bashful but prompted her to inquire politely. Yes, I'm Kano's Atlas," he replied, suddenly aware of his earlier rudeness and responding with a louder voice. "Oh, then, what can I get for you, young naval officer?" Magino, unfazed by Atlas's earlier impoliteness, shifted the conversation to his needs. "I would like a glass of rum, please." Although he had just turned 14, his physical constitution allowed him to handle a bit of alcohol without issue, and he had received some funds from Bogart for his expenses before disembarking. Although the quantity is modest, a small purchase of liquor suffices. Meanwhile, Carp disembarked from the ship and, after greeting the village chief, made his way directly to Gorgon Mountain. With his formidable physique, Carp swiftly reached the lair of the mountain bandit Dayton's family. The little rascal seems to be well taken care of," Carp remarked, observing the lively Ace crawling on the ground, delighting in the sight. Dayton, who had just been playfully teasing Ace, was startled by Carp's sudden voice, his eyes nearly popping out in fear, as Carp was the person he dreaded the most. "When are you planning to take this little brat away? Just seeing him irks me. We are mountain bandits, not babysitters." Dayton quickly suppressed his previous affectionate demeanor, cautiously inquiring of Carp. Indeed," chimed in a nearby lackey in agreement. Carp furrowed his brow, threatening Dayton with his usual intimidation tactics. "Do you wish to find yourself in prison?" Upon hearing the threat of being taken away, Dayton's family immediately capitulated, yet they could not help but feel aggrieved by Carp's intimidation, quietly retreating to the side to embrace each other and weep openly. Young Ace, oblivious to the situation, curiously regarded Carp, unsure if he recognized him, considering Carp had only adopted him when he was a speechless infant. "Come here, little Ace, call me Grandpa. I am your grandpa," Carp exclaimed, his heart melting at Ace's adorable demeanor. He scooped up the seated Ace and playfully rubbed his stubble against the child's cheek. Ace, however, was unwilling and pushed Carp away with all his might, but Carp paid no mind, instead grinning foolishly. One can only imagine Roger's reaction if he were present. His son calling Carp Grandpa was a blatant affront to Roger's legacy. While Carp reveled in the joys of grandfatherhood, Atlas, enjoying a drink and admiring the tavern owner, found himself in trouble. With a loud bang, the tavern's small door was kicked open violently, and upon recognizing the intruder, the previously boisterous tavern fell silent, akin to a misfired flintlock. This commotion immediately caught Atlas's attention, leaving him somewhat speechless. Even a simple drink could lead to such disturbances. Upon looking up, he thought, "Oh, isn't that the notorious mountain bandit, Sig, known for his wrath against the four emperors and his aspirations to be the future pirate king? What a coincidence to encounter him." Although Sig was not particularly old, his appearance bore signs of weariness, resembling the lecherous figure he would become in a decade or so. As Sig entered the tavern, he surveyed the room and finally fixed his gaze upon Atlas, dressed in a naval uniform. An idea to mock him sparked in Sig's mind, as Atlas appeared youthful and likely lacking in strength. With a smirk, Sig addressed Atlas. "Hey, the naval scoundrel over there, I have set my sights on your position. If you know what's good for you, vacate it promptly." Atlas, however, chose to disregard him. "Damn it, are you deaf? Can you not hear me speaking to you?" Sig, feeling slighted by Atlas's indifference, found his dignity somewhat compromised. Yet, Machino, unable to bear the scene, despite her trepidation towards Sig, felt compelled to ensure the safety of her guest, Atlas. She stepped forward, intending to intercede between him and Sig. However, Atlas was not one to possess the amiable disposition of Shanks. He rose and, bypassing Machino, confronted Sig directly, exuding an almost palpable aura of intimidation. In an instant, Sig felt an unsettling urgency brewing within him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. In that moment, disregarding any semblance of pride, he fled in the face of the astonished gazes of the tavern patrons and the bewildered expressions of his subordinates. Machino was taken aback by Sig's swift retreat. Yet, Upon recalling that Atlas was in the company of Carp, she found solace in the situation. The tavern soon returned to its previous lively atmosphere. The arrival of the mountain bandit king, Sig, was but a mere interlude in Atlas's journey through the windmill village. The morning sun, shy and modest, partially concealed behind the clouds, cast golden rays upon the curling smoke of the windmill village. Bathed in sunlight, the village exuded an air of tranquility and serenity, resembling a paradise untouched by the dust of the mundane world. In recent days, Atlas has been frequenting the taverns of Marquino. The incident where he frightened off the bandit Sig has significantly enhanced Marquino's favor towards him, even leading to subtle discounts on his expenditures, which has spared Atlas a considerable sum. However, such days have proven to be exceedingly dull, and Atlas, being a man of little patience, has devised a plan to accidentally encounter Carp and Ace at Gorgon Mountain, with the hope of eventually persuading Ace to join the Navy. With this thought in mind, he promptly set forth, striding towards Gorgon Mountain. After several hours of travel, Atlas found himself helplessly gazing at a tiger that was growling at him in warning. If memory serves him correctly, this formidable creature is destined to become the ruler of Gorgon Mountain, having already posed quite a challenge to Ace and his brothers. "Begone, do not obstruct my path," he urged. Atlas waved his hand in impatience, disregarding whether the fellow understood or not. He lifted his leg, intending to stride past it, while the sound he emitted grew even deeper, and his fur bristled as if electrified. Atlas remained indifferent. Had the tiger allowed him to pass, it would have been fortunate. Otherwise, he would not have minded savoring the taste of tiger meat. The Gorgon King seemed to sense Atlas's thoughts, occasionally emitting low growls, yet exhibited no intent to attack. After Atlas circumvented the tiger, he activated his observation hockey to evade various obstacles and bothersome creatures, allowing for a considerably smoother journey. Although Atlas was uncertain of the whereabouts of the Dawn's home, moving towards the center was undoubtedly the correct course. After several hours of winding through the terrain, Atlas's observation hockey finally detected the figure of Carp. "Ah, old Master Carp, it has taken me quite some time to locate you. By the way, when shall we set off?" As Atlas approached, he beheld a young child with short black hair, single eyelids, and large, expressive eyes, adorned with a smattering of freckles upon his face. Rather than detracting from his innocence, these freckles added an endearing charm, for it was none other than little Ace. At that moment, Ace was gleefully tugging at Garp's short mustache, laughing heartily while indistinctly calling out Grandpa, and Garp looked upon little Ace with a countenance full of affection. After a few days of companionship, the bond between the grandfather and grandson had blossomed from initial unfamiliarity to a warm camaraderie. Ace, by nature not one to shy away from social interaction, being the descendant of the Pirate King, quickly grew close to Garp. "Ha! Atlas, my young friend. How did you find your way here?" "This is my grandson, Ace," Garp proudly proclaimed as he lifted little Ace high above his head, reveling in the moment. Little Ace, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity, regarded Atlas with fascination. "Hey, little Ace, come, greet Uncle Kanos, be a good boy." Atlas wore a mischievous grin and remarked, "By this logic, Roger and I would share the same generation as Whitebeard. In the future, when Luffy encounters him, he will have to call him uncle." Lost in thought, tears unexpectedly trickled from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, little Ace seemed to sense Atlas's ill intentions. He turned and nestled into Garp's embrace, choosing to ignore Atlas's teasing. Atlas remained unconcerned, continuing to tease little Ace until the latter's expression resembled that of a child on the verge of tears, at which point he finally relented. "By the way, old man, when shall we depart?" Atlas once again inquired about the previous matter. "In a few days, when we pass through Rogtown. I shall drop you off there," Cap replied casually, seemingly recalling Colonel Randall's request. Over the following days, Atlas either amused little Ace or ventured to Gorgon Mountain to indulge his appetite, satisfying his corporeal needs. After all, with Dadang and his crew handling the ingredients, he could easily offer the pelts and teeth of the animals as tokens of gratitude. Joyful times always vanish swiftly, and at last, the day to depart from Windmill Village arrived. The villagers, both young and old, spontaneously gathered at the dock to bid farewell to Cap regardless of their acknowledgement. It was undeniable that the tranquility and peace of Windmill Village had been preserved largely due to Cap's guardianship. Before long, after accounting for the ship's supplies and personnel, the Doghead-class vessel gently departed from the shore, while the villagers gradually transformed into irregular black dots until they completely vanished. The voyage across the sea was often tedious and monotonous. Thus, Cap resumed his guidance of Atlas once more. Atlas tore off his naval uniform, revealing a robust upper body, its well-defined contours glistening under the sun, devoid of any excess fat. Opposite him stood Carp, clad in a grayish-white suit. Ha ha, my boy. What I taught you before was the power of will. If you still do not comprehend it, fret not. I shall now enlighten you on how to perfectly harness your inherent strength, Carp bellowed with laughter. Although this technique may seem rather ordinary, its practicality is undeniably formidable. For instance, if Atlas possesses a strength value of 100, the force he delivers with his punch may only register at 70 or even lower, with 30% of his power dissipating. What Carp aims to impart is the ability to unleash 100% of his strength to inflict 120 points of damage. Come now, Admiral Carp. Atlas was acutely aware of the stakes involved, thus showing no signs of trepidation. Cap was undoubtedly one of the paramount titans of the bygone era. Having carved his path through countless battles with his iron fists, the mere mention of his name instilled fear in the hearts of most pirates, and now, at the pinnacle of his prowess, his combat experience and techniques were undoubtedly worthy of Atlas's earnest study. Meanwhile, the other soldiers aboard the warship were captivated by the duel between the two. Not only could they glean valuable insights from the clash, but it also served to inject a semblance of excitement into their otherwise monotonous maritime journey. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, one sword style, waterfall. Atlas swung his blade downward toward Carp, who suddenly manifested a layer of black substance. Armament Haki. It is essential to clarify that those who have not awakened their Haki cannot perceive armament Haki, yet Atlas's observation Haki allows him to see it. Bang! The two forces collided. Carp remained utterly unyielding, while Atlas staggered backwards several steps before managing to halt himself, the disparity between them instantly evident. Once more, Atlas remained undeterred, pressing forward with determination. With a swift motion, he executed the one-sword style, bird strike. Kapu, caught off guard with his defenses lowered, left his center wide open. However, a dark armor materialized beneath his clothing, providing partial protection. He retaliated with a powerful right hook aimed directly at Atlas's forehead. Atlas was taken aback, swiftly drawing his blade to parry the incoming punch, narrowly averting disaster. The fierce clash between the two adversaries persisted for over an hour, culminating in Atlas collapsing to the ground, exhausted and with a head adorned with bruises. Nevertheless, through sheer innate talent, he managed to assimilate all the combat experience from the encounter. In the subsequent days, similar skirmishes sporadically transpired, providing the other soldiers with ample fodder for conversation after meals and infusing a modicum of amusement into their monotonous voyage, until they reached the East Sea. A colossal warship, resembling a dog's head, glided leisurely across the tranquil waters, while seagulls occasionally soared overhead. The serene weather was undeniably delightful. However, if one disregarded Atlas's battered appearance and the peculiar gazes of the surrounding sailors, his spirits would have soared even higher. What island shall we encounter next? Atlas halted a passing marine and inquired. Having been away from Rog Town for quite some time, he found himself missing everyone, particularly Lieutenant Wright and Smog. His feelings towards Lieutenant Wright were quite intricate. On one hand, Wright was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. Moreover, during his early days in the Navy, Wright had rendered him considerable assistance, always subtly guiding him. To Atlas, Wright resembled an elder brother or perhaps a paternal figure, and he held deep gratitude for him. We shall soon arrive at Frost Moon Village, replied the Marine, albeit somewhat perplexed, yet he responded dutifully. After all, Atlas's dedication and talent commanded his respect, even if his current appearance seemed somewhat comical. Frost Moon Village. The name struck a familiar chord with Atlas, and he quickly recalled that it was the place where Zoro had honed his swordsmanship in his youth. A frown creased his brow as he appeared to grapple with a challenging decision. However, after a brief moment, Atlas's furrowed brow relaxed, and he strode purposefully towards Admiral Carp, who was indulging himself in a hearty meal at the restaurant. Admiral Carp, I intend to disembark at Frost Moon Village shortly. Atlas solemnly addressed Carp. Why, aren't you returning to Rogue Town? Carp replied, while chewing on a piece of meat. I have heard that there is a swordsmanship dojo in Frost Moon Village, and the master, Gungshiro, is a remarkably skilled swordsman. Hence, I intend to study there for a while, as I have encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship, Atlas elaborated. Therefore, I kindly request you, Mr. Carp, to convey a message to Colonel Randall when you pass through Rogue Town. I shall return no later than a year. Thank you. As Atlas spoke, he rose and deeply bowed to Carp, a gesture not only to request the favor, but also to express his heartfelt gratitude for Carp's hospitality and unwavering guidance during his stay. Understood, really, you little rascal. Carp muttered impatiently, Yet there was no trace of displeasure in his eyes. It was evident that he held great satisfaction with Atlas. Over the years, Karp had trained innumerable naval officers, among whom the most renowned was the current marine monster, Vice Admiral Kazan. After extensive sparring, Karp was unequivocally convinced that Atlas's potential was on par with Kazan's, and his sense of justice was equally robust as that of any other marine, destined to become a pillar of the Navy in the future. With Karp's consent, Atlas returned to his quarters to gather essential supplies and clothing, then sought some funds from Bogart for contingencies. However, he did not intend to don the naval uniform for this endeavor. After all, he had heard that Gungshiro had some connections with the Revolutionary Army. He was not afraid of Gunshiro's hostility, believing that a strong individual like him would not act against him. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army was distinctly different from pirates, known for their indiscriminate slaughter. Atlas simply wished to conceal his naval identity to avoid being turned away by Gungshiro. Upon disembarking, Atlas inquired with the local villagers about the location of Gunshiro's dojo. After adjusting his attire, he proceeded in the direction of the dojo. Nestled in the heart of Frostmoon Village, Gunshiro's dojo was surrounded by a modest wall, with several buildings within, presumably for the living quarters of Gunshiro's family. However, Atlas was puzzled by the absence of any sounds of sword practice emanating from within the dojo. Instead, an eerie silence prevailed, leading him to nearly question if he had arrived at the wrong place. Just as Atlas was about to knock and inquire, a resounding cry of an infant shattered the stillness, and at once, Atlas understood the reason. How fortuitous! Atlas reflected with a sense of nostalgia, estimating that it was precisely the moment of Kuina's birth. No wonder the dojo was enveloped in a profound silence. Nevertheless, Atlas rapped gently on the dojo's grand door. The sound, though modest, should have been perceptible to Gungshiro, given his acute senses, or perhaps his mastery of observation hockey. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a smiling countenance that momentarily startled Atlas, who had anticipated a stern visage instead. Based on his recollections from his past life, Gungshiro harbored a pronounced dislike for daughters, desiring a son to inherit his dojo. It appeared the rumors were misguided. Gungshiro was not a proponent of male preference. It seemed he merely wished for Ka to live a tranquil life, inadvertently uttering words that might have discouraged her, not foreseeing her indomitable spirit, which only fueled her determination further. Greetings, Mr. Gungshiro. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I have come here to seek your guidance in the art of swordsmanship. Atlas declared forthrightly, laying bare his intentions. Please, step inside to discuss further, Gungshiro replied with a warm smile, making no formal acknowledgement of Atlas's statement, instead inviting him in with open arms. Upon entering, Atlas meticulously surveyed his surroundings. It was much as he had envisioned from outside. The entrance revealed a moderately sized training ground, likely where the disciples practiced regularly. Once in the main hall, Gungshiro and Atlas took their respective seats on cushions, allowing them the opportunity to appraise one another. As Atlas had imagined, Gungshiro was a gentle-looking middle-aged man, perpetually adorned with a smile. Whether it was due to the birth of his daughter or a reflection of his usual demeanor was uncertain. A pair of thin spectacles rested on his nose, and his eyes, often squinted, concealed his innermost thoughts. Today marks the birth of my daughter, and my wife is unable to receive guests. I hope you can forgive this inconvenience, Gungshiro said with a hint of apology. His manner of speaking bore a formal tone, reminiscent of the etiquette found in Wano. I am already aware of your purpose, and if you do not mind the modesty of my humble abode, I would be delighted to exchange insights on the way of the sword with you, Gungshiro added, his smile unwavering. Atlas comprehended that he was not desired as a disciple. Yet the reluctance to offend the Navy led to an agreement for him to remain and study the art of swordsmanship. It seemed futile to harbor ulterior motives in the presence of such formidable individuals, surely. Keizuki's mastery of observation hockey had unveiled his intentions long before the docking of Admiral Karp's ship. Very well, I shall impose upon Master Keizuki. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Atlas had no choice but to proceed, provided he left with some measure of gain. In the West Blue, O'Hara's history belongs to all of humanity. No one possesses the right to quench the curiosity of those eager to explore it. A venerable elder, his gaze unwavering, articulated his defiance against the world government with every word. Yet, with the thunderous roar of cannon fire, O'Hara was swiftly engulfed in a cloud of smoke, bearing alongside it a cohort of truth-seeking pioneers. The flames, voracious and unrestrained, clawed at the tree of knowledge, transforming the entire island into a sea of fire, where cries of despair and fervent debates intertwined. resembling a hell unleashed upon the earth. Meanwhile, at the shoreline, CP9's Supreme Commander, Spandam, erupted into maniacal laughter. Seemingly lost in the ecstasy of impending promotion and wealth, his visage grotesque. Suddenly, the sanctuary ship intended for refugees was struck by cannon fire, instantly reduced to wreckage. With no survivors aboard. Bastard! The sight incited a fiery wrath within Akiji, who could not contain his vitriol. If the deed was done, then one must eradicate the roots. In confronting evil, there can be no mercy. Sakazuki, his face shrouded beneath a hood, spoke in a low tone, yet his words chilled to the bone. Absolute justice can sometimes transform a person into a weapon. I have resolved to let you leave this island, Nika Robin. Akiji stood on the shore, watching the figure recede into the distance. Once Nika Robin vanished from his line of sight, he turned away without a trace of nostalgia. His silhouette elongated by the setting sun. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, in Frost Moon Village of the East Blue, Atlas was 14 and on the cusp of his 15th year. 3 days had elapsed since his arrival in Frost Moon Village, during which Keizuki first assessed Atlas's foundational skills, only to discover to his astonishment that they were far more solid than he had anticipated, which brought him a modicum of satisfaction. After all, he was reluctant to offend the Navy, yet he also did not wish to entrust his swordsmanship to a mere fool. Moreover, Keizuki made some adjustments to Atlas's methods of exertion and sword-drawing posture, a testament to Wano's reputation as a land that produces exceptional swordsmen. Particularly, Keizuki himself placed great emphasis on foundational training. In the early stages of Zoro's swordsmanship, he imparted no specific techniques, merely instructing him to hone his basics, which later facilitated his remarkable growth. This was partly due to Zoro's extraordinary talent, but it could not be divorced from the strength of his foundation. Undoubtedly, Zoro's talent for naming is beyond question, with phrases like "in the 3,000 worlds, none shall escape my blade" showcasing his exceptional prowess. After the corrections, Atlas indeed discovered that his sword techniques had become significantly sharper, and his movements were gradually flowing more smoothly. On the morning of the 4th day in Frostmoon Village, as Atlas was jogging to enhance his physical stamina, he happened upon the seaside where a newsbird flew by. He promptly called out to purchase a newspaper, as he usually had the habit of reading them. However, he had been too preoccupied with his swordsmanship training these past few days to subscribe. The newsbird gazed at Atlas with innocent eyes, its wings tightly clutching the newspaper. This left Atlas in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did he appear to be the sort of person who would scramble for a newspaper to save a mere 100 berries? Nevertheless, the 50 berries it cost was quite steep, equivalent to a bounty for Chopper after 2 years of training. After paying, Atlas found a tall tree to sit beneath, intending to peruse the newspaper leisurely. As he unfolded the paper, he was immediately struck by the bold headline "Demon Extermination Order," which cast a shadow over his countenance. The so-called Demon Extermination Order involves a merciless assault that purges everything in its path. Authorized by the world government, this decree is executed by the Navy headquarters, targeting regions that pose a threat to the world government's dominion through indiscriminate, devastating attacks aimed at completely obliterating all entities within those areas. The order is accompanied by a golden transponder snail and a silver one. The golden snail is used to initiate the order, while the silver snail receives notifications, all under the command of the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral, who can also delegate the use of the golden snail to others. The military configuration for the Demon Extermination Order consists of 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite naval forces. The warships are undoubtedly the most formidable and aggressive vessels in the Navy, crafted by the esteemed shipyard of Water 7, ensuring top-tier quality capable of handling even minor sea kings with ease. Each warship typically carries around 1,000 ordinary naval soldiers and thousands of elite personnel. However, one should not underestimate this force, as they are far more formidable than the disorganized ordinary pirate crew. If the ordinary pirates can be dismissed, then the capabilities of their underlings are even more negligible. Moreover, there are 10 hidden figures. If 5 vice admirals are each assigned to a warship, it is logical to assume that each vice admiral would have 10 subordinate lieutenants, as it is improbable that one vice admiral would command multiple ships. Each warship would necessarily have its own captain, likely at the rank of rear admiral or commodore, placing them between the vice admiral and captain ranks, and also representing the fighting elite. In summary, the configuration for the Demon Extermination Order consists of 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, nearly 10,000 elite naval forces, and 10 top-tier warships, culminating in a truly terrifying power. With all information regarding the demon extermination order swirling in his mind, Atlas continued to read on. As anticipated, it indeed pertains to the O'Hara incident. The original text mentions the demon-slaying order only a handful of times, and chronologically, the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar corresponds to the O'Hara event. By examining the newspaper and combining it with the memories in his mind, Atlas gained a substantial understanding of the O'Hara incident. Essentially, a group of scholars from O'Hara, in their quest for historical truths, clandestinely gathered and translated the historical texts, defying the prohibitions set forth by the world government. Ultimately, their actions were discovered, prompting the world government to unleash the demon-slaying order upon O'Hara. This incident remains an indelible stain on Akainu's record, as he brazenly ordered cannon fire upon a refugee ship, suspecting that scholars were among the fleeing individuals. While Atlas refrains from passing judgment on this matter, he finds it utterly unacceptable. Regarding the scholars from O'Hara, Atlas can only remark on their naivety. Indeed, the pursuit of historical truth is an inherent mission of historians. However, to transgress the explicit prohibitions of the world government seems excessively self-serving. These scholars may have embraced a martyr-esque resolve, yet the island's residents were wholly innocent, and the scholars failed to foresee the severe repercussions of their actions. Moreover, even if they had uncovered the truth, they lacked the means to protect it. Thus, these scholars are both admirable and pitiable figures. Retracting his thoughts, Atlas resolved to return to the dojo to inquire with Gungshiro about the realm of sword slaying. As he folded the newspaper, a bounty notice quietly slipped out, revealing the image of a dark-skinned little girl, the child of the demon, a bounty of 79 million berries, in the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the village of Frostmoon in the East Sea, beneath a grand cherry blossom tree, a young boy clad in a black martial arts uniform sat cross-legged with impeccable posture. A sheathed long sword rested upon his elongated legs. The boy's countenance, with tightly shut eyes, appeared naturally serene, while the chiseled lines of his profile lent him a striking air of intensity. This young man was Atlas, diligently honing his swordsmanship in Frostmoon Village. It had been more than a year since he arrived in Frostmoon, and now he had reached the age of 16, coinciding with his January birthday. Suddenly, Atlas's tightly shut eyelids snapped open, revealing piercing eyes that narrowed slightly, exuding an intangible aura. Atlas suddenly rose, drawing forth his blade with a swift motion. The scabbard struck the tree trunk with a resounding thud, causing the massive cherry blossom tree to sway violently, showering the ground with a cascade of blossoms. Beneath the tree, Atlas began to dance with his long sword. Astonishingly, the fearsome glint of the blade illuminated the scattered petals, yet there were no signs of any cuts upon them. If Mr. Gungshiro were present, he would undoubtedly applaud and exclaim, "The realm of cleaving iron has been attained." A year ago, Mr. Gungshiro, I felt that my swordsmanship had reached an impasse, and I could not grasp the next level. Atlas sat cross-legged on the cushion in the living room, gazing at Gung Silang, who occupied the main seat. The next realm you speak of should indeed be the iron-cutting realm. Only by transcending into the iron-cutting realm can one truly be deemed a swordsman of great renown, Gung Silang explained with his characteristic smile, unhurried and composed. Oh, then may I inquire, Mr. Gung Silang, how should a swordsman go about severing steel? I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Unconsciously, Atlas straightened his already erect posture. Allow me to demonstrate for you outside, he said, as Gungshiro strode purposefully out. Observing this, Atlas followed suit. The season had indeed transitioned into winter, with layers of pristine white snow adorning the monotonous world. Aside from the capricious weather of the Grand Line, the climate and seasonal changes across the seas remained relatively stable. Despite donning only thin martial attire, the two remained oblivious to the chill. In a display reminiscent of magic, Gungshiro produced a sheet of white paper seemingly from thin air, tossing it into the sky with a flourish. He then drew the katana in his grasp, its blade glinting coldly, adding a touch of solemnity to the already stark winter. Yet, the paper remained unscathed, gracefully descending along its original path before resting upon the snow, only to be subsequently blanketed by the falling snowflakes. Atlas was profoundly shaken. He was not an ignorant child, for he understood that the Taoic character was akin to a formidable asset, often referred to as the Great Blade of 21 Crafts. Even an ordinary individual, lacking proficiency in swordsmanship, could effortlessly slice through gold and jade with it. How much more so with a mere sheet of white paper? This illustrates Gung Shiro's terrifying mastery over power. Your Excellency, There exists no swordsman in this world who cannot sever anything. Yet that swordsman possesses the ability to cut through steel and even harder materials with the very same blade. The essence of the strongest swordsmanship lies in the capability to safeguard what one wishes to protect and the strength to sever that which one intends to cut. Any sword that harms all it touches does not, in my view, embody true swordsmanship. Geng Shi was articulating his own sword philosophy to Atlas, which embodies the belief in protection. In the realm of One Piece, belief is of paramount importance. Only by holding steadfast to one's convictions can one hope to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Yet, should those beliefs shatter, one's strength will gradually wane. This was evident in the case of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who adhered to the principle of no killing. After his family suffered vengeance from pirates and subsequently faced betrayal from the world government, his beliefs crumbled, leading him to extremes, yet his power significantly diminished. Atlas harbors his own conviction, which is the pursuit of becoming the strongest. Unlike Whitebeard, who epitomizes the world's strongest man, he aspires to transcend limitations and attain the status of invincible. However, he will not become a mere puppet in the relentless quest for power. He possesses his own sense of justice, embracing the principle of self-cultivation while also aspiring to benefit the world at large. He is profoundly influenced by the cultural heritage of ancient China. As he ascends to the pinnacle, one may wonder, Mr. Geng Shi, what relevance does this have to the art of cutting iron? Atlas regained his thoughts, his gaze fixed upon Geng Shi as he inquired. My apologies, I inadvertently digressed. Every entity in this world possesses a breath, and the act of severing iron entails harmonizing with the breath of steel. Geng Shi patiently elucidated. Moreover, you must have awakened your observation haki by now. Comprehending the breath of all things should come naturally to you. Without waiting for Atlas's response, Geng Shi continued with a cheerful smile. Atlas was lost in contemplation, sensing the breath of all things. It resembled a diminished version of the heightened perception known as observation haki, which indeed seemed to enhance such awareness. As he regained his focus and was about to speak, he realized that Geng Shi had quietly departed. In the following months, aside from honing his physique and practicing martial arts, Atlas endeavored to employ observation haki to aid in mastering the breath of all things, yet he made no progress. When he eventually sought Geng Shi, he was met with the response that his swordsmanship lacked sufficient depth. It was understandable. He had only been studying the sword for a little over 2 years and was not solely focused on that discipline. Despite having refined his foundational techniques through rigorous practice, he still felt somewhat superficial in his execution. Thus, he dedicated himself to meticulously honing his swordsmanship. Finally, on the day he turned 16, he achieved enlightenment regarding the breath of all things and officially became a sword master. Wow, Brother Kanos, you are amazing. A youthful voice suddenly emerged from behind a tree. Belonging to a little girl with black hair and eyes, sporting 2 horn-like braids, Geng Shi's daughter, Guena. In truth, Atlas had long been aware of Guena's presence hiding behind the tree, but he chose not to reveal her. It was not the first time. Now, over a year old, Guena had developed the ability to run and jump, perhaps a testament to the enhanced physical prowess common among individuals in the world of One Piece. Influenced by her family's atmosphere, she had developed an early fascination with swords and often sneaked peeks at Atlas practicing. Atlas, unbothered, allowed her to play nearby. And with his observation haki, he could keep an eye on the child, serving as a modest form of repayment. At her tender age, Guena did not comprehend the intricacies of swordsmanship. She simply found Atlas's sword technique strikingly impressive. Brother Kanos, it's time to go back for dinner, Guena declared loudly, patting her little tummy. Upon hearing this, Atlas rose from his seat, brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. He approached and gently lifted the petite Guena, placing her upon his sturdy shoulder as he made his way toward the dojo. In the distance, the silhouettes of the 2 figures, one large and one small, gradually faded amidst the swirling cherry blossoms. In the early morning, the dappled sunlight bathed the cerulean sea, while the air was occasionally filled with the melodious cries of seagulls. In the east blew a frost moon village. A modest sailboat rested along the irregularly curved coastline, where a tall, strikingly handsome youth stood poised at an impressive height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His well-defined muscles strained against his clothing, creating an aesthetic of strength. For this young man was none other than Atlas, who had been diligently training in Frost Moon Village. Opposite Atlas stood the beaming couple, Geng Shilang and his wife, alongside Guena, whose eyes still glistened with unshed tears. At this moment, Mrs. Heidi, Guena's mother, appeared considerably more radiant than when Atlas first encountered her. It seemed that in his previous life, Atlas had heard tales of Mrs. Heidi's passing during Guena's early childhood, prompting him to mention it to Gung Sailang. Atlas falsely claimed to possess some medical knowledge and suggested to Gung Sailang that there might be an issue with Madame Heidi's health, hoping that Gung Sailang could seek out a skilled doctor for her. However, Atlas initially intended to experiment with the powers of the horse talisman. Regrettably, the abilities of the talisman were currently limited to Atlas himself, and any potential changes in the future would likely depend on his strength. It was a mystery how Gung Sailang managed to find a doctor who seemed to be evading Atlas. Fortunately, after receiving treatment from this enigmatic physician, Madame Heidi's complexion improved significantly. This incident also fostered a more amicable relationship between Gung Sailang's family and Atlas, easing the initial awkwardness. Thus, when they suddenly heard that Atlas was departing, they felt a tinge of reluctance, especially Guena, who was seen with tearful eyes. It is understandable. No matter how strong-willed Guena may be, she possesses a sensitive side typical of young girls. Following his achievement of the iron-cutting realm a few days prior, Atlas planned to bid farewell to Gung Sailang and his wife. He even arranged for the swift construction of a modest boat capable of navigating to Rogue Town, selecting this fine, sunny day for his departure. This is where I shall take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Gung Sailang and dear Guena. I hope that when I return, I will find you blossomed into a young lady. Atlas also bid farewell to the Gung family with a warm smile, playfully teasing Guena. I will definitely do it. When we meet again, I shall defeat Brother Kanos. Guena declared resolutely, wiping her nose as she spoke to Atlas. Ha ha ha. I shall eagerly await that day, Guena. Atlas let out a hearty laugh before gracefully leaping onto the ship, drawing his sword to sever the ropes and unfurling the canvas sails. The vessel then sailed forth, guided by the currents and winds towards the horizon. It had been 2 days since Atlas departed from Frost Moon Village, navigating the seas. During this time, his training regimen consisted of swimming to enhance his physical endurance, daily swordplay practice, and meditation. He was not yet inclined to consume any devil fruit, nor had he encountered a suitable fruit with desirable abilities. Thus, he reveled in the freedom of swimming across the vast ocean. Furthermore, swimming was an excellent means of physical conditioning, and he aspired to traverse the calm belt unassisted, much like Silbaz Rayleigh. The mere thought of it sent his adrenaline soaring, embodying the true romanticism of a man of the sea. As for meditation, it was a technique imparted to him by Gung Shiro. Previously, his own rudimentary method yielded far inferior results compared to Gung Shiro's teachings. After more than a year of practice, his observation haki now enveloped half an island, showcasing considerable mastery. Whether this was due to his inherently robust spirit or the efficacy of the meditation method remained uncertain. However, sailing across the sea often proved to be rather monotonous. After his training, a glint of crimson flashed in Atlas's eyes as he unleashed his observation haki without restraint, instantly clarifying his perception of the world around him. Suddenly, a pirate ship breached the boundaries of his enhanced awareness. What a stroke of luck. Just as I was feeling bored, I can use you lot for some practice. This would serve as a fitting gift for Colonel Randall, as he had arrived a tad later than their agreed 1-year timeline. With this thought, Atlas warmed up for a moment, stretching his limbs in earnest preparation to engage with the band of pirates. Before long, the pirate ship had drawn near to Atlas's small sailboat. The Jolly Roger displayed a hammer prominently at its center. The ship's design appeared quite commonplace, suggesting it belonged to a rather obscure pirate crew. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, it seemed somewhat unfair to judge them hastily, for pirates were often a group of individuals disinterested in production, prioritizing hedonism above all else, spending any loot they acquired almost immediately. As for their vessels, as long as they were seaworthy, there were no excessive demands. This encapsulated the reality for the vast majority of pirates. As the two vessels gradually closed the distance, the crew of the Hammer Pirates noticed Atlas, who was alone, and immediately conceived the notion of robbery. Hey, you there, little brat, would you like a ride with me? The captain of the Hammer Pirates mockingly called out to Atlas with a grin. Sure, then please take me to the Navy base in Logue Town, Atlas replied. Atlas seemed oblivious to the palpable malice emanating from the other party as he nonchalantly boarded the pirate ship, exclaiming, Hey, know when to stop. You little rascal. Do you have any idea who I am? The pirate Hao Hei was taken aback by Atlas's audacity. In all his years as a pirate, he had never encountered someone so brazenly fearless. After all, he was a pirate, a figure associated with pillaging and destruction. Was it truly necessary to show such blatant disrespect? As these thoughts churned in his mind, a menacing expression began to contort Hao Hei's features. In an instant, A blood-red slash erupted from the standard longsword that Atlas had drawn, effortlessly cleaving the captain of the Iron Hammer pirate crew, Hauhei, in two. The cut was impeccably smooth, and the residual force of the attack continued unabated, toppling several unfortunate pirates to the ground, leaving their fates uncertain. What was that? How could the blade claim the captain's life without even making contact? The remaining pirates erupted into chaos, their fear of the unknown palpable. Exceptional swordsmen like Atlas were indeed a rarity across the seas, let alone in the East Blue, the weakest of all oceans. Atlas, without indulging in unnecessary words, swiftly brandished his sword, dispatching the scoundrels with remarkable ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. He then casually wiped the blood from his blade on the body of a pirate sprawled on the deck. Subsequently, Atlas naturally seized control of the abandoned vessel. Rummaging through its supplies, venturing into the cockpit for a test run, he quickly discovered that the larger ship outpaced the smaller ones, allowing him to anticipate an arrival at Roguetown within a day. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, and prosperity often emerges from unexpected windfalls. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms resonated above the naval base in Roguetown, where rows of sailors assumed their positions amidst a tense atmosphere. Colonel Randall appeared punctually at the base's training ground to inquire about the situation. Report, Colonel. We have spotted pirate ships docked at the port. It is the Hammer Pirates. With a bounty of 30 million berries on their heads, a sailor resembling an intelligence officer proclaimed loudly. Ah, the Hammer Pirates, Randall recalled. Their captain, Hawk, boasted a bounty of 20 million berries, marking him as a significant threat in the East Blue. All personnel, assemble. Form ranks and proceed to the port to intercept the Hammer Pirates. We must prevent the pirates from landing and ensure the safety of the townsfolk. Randall commanded emphatically. A bounty of 20 million berries warranted his utmost seriousness. After all, he was merely a branch colonel, unlike Smoker in the future, who wielded the power of a Logia fruit, exerting formidable control over non-hockey-wielding pirates. A careless misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, where the cost of defeat in battle is often measured in lives. Thus, Colonel Randall's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. How did they know I was returning? They created quite the spectacle. It almost makes me feel embarrassed, he mused. Atlas's keen observation of the scene naturally captured the formidable approach of a naval fleet from afar. Particularly, Colonel Randall, leading the charge, initially presumed they had come to herald his triumphant return. Thus, he seated himself at the bow of the ship, basking in the glory of the moment. However, upon Randall's arrival at the harbor, he was met with the sight of a resolute, muscular youth seated at the prow of the Hammer Pirate cruise vessel, with no sign of the other pirates in sight. This absence heightened his wariness, leading him to suspect some hidden ambush. Yet, Randall couldn't shake the feeling that the young man appeared vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Colonel Randall, what is the matter? Have you forgotten me? At this moment, Atlas sensed that something was amiss. Colonel Randall, upon encountering him, did not offer a warm embrace. Instead, he merely cast a bewildered glance, followed by a wary demeanor. Moreover, the soldiers behind him emanated an aura of hostility, their expressions suggesting they were ready to devour him, hardly a welcoming sight. Are you the little rascal Atlas? Colonel Randall scrutinized the individual before him, comparing him to the boy he had in mind, uncertainty evident in his voice. This was not entirely Randall's fault. After all, Atlas had indeed undergone a significant transformation since leaving Roguetown, now embodying the essence of a burgeoning adolescent. First and foremost was his height and physique. He had previously been rather lean, but now, sculpted muscles, robust lats, and well-defined deltoids presented a stark contrast to his former self. His features had matured considerably, exuding a sharper, more refined aura. How could Colonel Randall possibly forget me? This truly saddens me. Atlas spoke of sorrow, yet wore a radiant smile upon his visage. The surrounding naval officers, upon realizing they were not facing foes, collectively exhaled in relief. Some, familiar with Atlas, yearned to extend a greeting but restrained themselves due to military decorum. What is the story behind this pirate vessel? Randall inquired, voicing his curiosity. This is merely a chance encounter on my journey. The small craft was rather sluggish, so I took the liberty of addressing them to earn some military merit as a token of our meeting. Atlas replied casually. Then why don't you take down that pirate flag? Randall's forehead twitched, his emotions becoming somewhat agitated. Atlas was taken aback, glancing towards the pirate ship and then at the furious Randall, quickly coming to an understanding. Oh, there's no need to be so angry. I merely forgot. With that, he drew his sword and slashed at the mast of the pirate ship, a crimson arc of energy soaring forth and severing the pirate flag, which plummeted into the sea. See, it's gone now. This display genuinely astounded Colonel Randall and the surrounding sailors. Colonel Randall, having traversed the Grand Line himself, was not unfamiliar with swordsmen and was merely astonished by Atlas's rapid growth. However, the other sailors were completely captivated by such formidable power. Ha ha ha, good lad. Come, let us have a proper discussion in my office. All Navy personnel, dismissed. Randall exclaimed heartily, eagerly pulling Atlas towards his office. Seated leisurely in his office chair, Randall puffed on a cigar, exhaling wisps of smoke. This cigar was certainly not a luxury item, but rather an ordinary fare. Although Randall's strength was not remarkable, he was undoubtedly worthy of the word justice that accompanied him. Now, tell me in detail about the events that transpired during your absence, he said, his gaze fixed contentedly on Atlas. It wasn't much. I just got lost while pursuing the Phylock pirate crew, and then I happened to encounter Vice Admiral Garp. He should have informed you about the subsequent events. Atlas succinctly reported the events of this period to Colonel Randall, though he was uncertain whether he had previously informed the colonel about Cap's unreliability. In a paternal manner, Colonel Randall inquired about the details of Atlas's experiences while wandering in the outside world, to which Atlas responded comprehensively. After a considerable time, Atlas gently closed the door of the colonel's office, preparing to pay a visit to Lieutenant Wright. It is worth mentioning that Atlas has now attained the rank of branch lieutenant, equal in status to Wright. At Wright's residence, Atlas found himself in a state of consternation as he gazed upon Lieutenant Wright. The insignia on Wright's uniform clearly indicated that he had been promoted to the rank of major at the Rogtown Naval Base, causing Atlas, who had intended to boast, to momentarily lose his voice. In truth, Atlas possessed the capability and military accomplishments to ascend to the rank of major with ease. However, such a promotion was not within the purview of a mere branch colonel. It required submission to the headquarters and the issuance of official orders, a process likely to take some time. After engaging in pleasant conversation and inquiring about Wright's circumstances, this visit was nearing its conclusion. Oh, and do remember to seek out that rascal Smoker. He must be particularly eager to see you, Major Wright. Or rather, Major Wright said meaningfully to Atlas. Oh, I will definitely make time for that, Atlas replied, albeit a bit bewildered. The following morning, Atlas commenced his day of training in the base's drill ground. Indeed, he found himself nostalgic for the days when he first joined the Navy, fervently honing his skills in the training yard. Hey, Atlas, honestly, you return and dive straight into training without taking a moment to rest, Colonel Randall remarked, passing by and observing Atlas's diligence. There's no choice. I still feel too weak, Atlas responded. Atlas, wielding his long blade, responded with unwavering determination in his eyes. What a spirited youth you are. Just as I find myself eager for a challenge, why not engage in a friendly spar? It will serve as an excellent opportunity to gauge your prowess. Colonel Randall, twisting his robust neck, chuckled as he addressed Atlas. Of course, you are not permitted to employ the aerial slash. He then seemed to recall something and swiftly added a clarification. Upon hearing this, Atlas felt a twinge of excitement. Although he believed that no one in the base could rival him, he still yearned to engage in a contest with Randall, the nominal strongest among them. Perhaps he could glean some knowledge from the encounter. After all, given Randall's age, his combat experience was undoubtedly far more extensive than Atlas's. Very well, Atlas bellowed in response, then made his way alongside Colonel Randall to a spacious area within the training grounds. The soldiers, who had been watching from the sidelines, were filled with excitement. Their curiosity about who would emerge victorious between Atlas and Colonel Randall had reached a fever pitch. After all, Atlas was renowned as a formidable creature within the base, and the earlier spectacle at the port had left an indelible impression on them. Soon, they began to rally, calling out to friends and comrades, and before long, the vicinity of the training grounds was teeming with a throng of eager naval soldiers. Colonel Randall, do give it your all. We hope you won't be defeated too swiftly. Atlas scanned his surroundings before flashing a mischievous grin at Randall. Enough of your bluster, you little rascal. Randall retorted with a chuckle, refusing to back down. The two then drew their blades, and where the steel clashed, sparks erupted. Youngster, your sword is far less sharp than your bravado. Randall glared at Atlas, his face flushed from exertion, veins bulging in his neck, clearly struggling in their contest of strength. Yet, he showed no signs of surrender. Oh, is that so? Then let us see you withstand this move of mine, old man Randall. Atlas, undeterred, incessantly spewed forth a torrent of banter. One sword style, Iris. Atlas took a step back, his arms swelling as his biceps and triceps worked in unison. With a powerful and forceful horizontal slash, he aimed at Randall, though he consciously tempered his strength. After all, it would be quite detrimental if he were to cleave Colonel Randall in two and leave him spitting blood. Clearly, Randall was no pushover. He positioned his blade upright beside him and effortlessly deflected the strike. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Haven't you had enough to eat? Come on, bring it on. Randall continued to hurl taunts to mask the turbulence within him. Damn it, what on earth has this kid been eating to possess such strength? Atlas discreetly glanced at the trembling right hand of Randall, choosing to temper his strength and grant the old man a semblance of dignity. Unbeknownst to the surrounding naval soldiers, who believed the two were evenly matched, they cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Come on, kid, Randall bellowed, seemingly bolstered by an unseen surge of energy. With a resounding clash, another unembellished collision occurred. However, a slight fissure appeared on Atlas's weapon. This was to be expected, as Atlas had been wielding the standard naval long sword. Rather than a renowned blade, and after so many battles, it was remarkable that it had endured to this point, being one of the finest among the standard issue. Haha, you little brat, it seems your sword is nearing its end. Colonel Randall, perceptive despite his age, noted the crack on Atlas's blade. A seasoned veteran like him could discern the anomaly in the sound of their clash. Fear not, Colonel Randall, it shall suffice to defeat you. With a swift motion, he executed a direct thrust towards Randall, bold and forceful. Randall parried with his sword, and a white mark appeared on his cherished sidearm, causing him considerable distress. Though not a legendary sword, it had accompanied him through a lifetime of battles and was far superior to the standard naval blade. You little brat, it's time I got serious, Randall resolved, gripping his sword with both hands to withstand Atlas's onslaught. In an instant, Randall vanished from Atlas's sight, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Utilizing the Marine's 6 styles, he had only mastered 2 techniques due to his limited aptitude, and even those were rudimentary. Now, he could only employ them to toy with Atlas, who had yet to learn the 6 styles. However, Atlas's physical prowess had reached superhuman levels, meeting the standards required to practice the 6 styles. His explosive speed was already beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Yet, the Marine's 6 styles transcended human limitations, and thus, Atlas's speed could not yet surpass that of Colonel Randall. Given Randall's physical strength, it was likely he could not use the technique for long, as it imposed a tremendous strain on the user's leg muscles. Atlas could have easily delayed until Randall could no longer withstand the pressure, subsequently taking him down with ease. However, with the use of observation hockey, Atlas swiftly detected Colonel Randall, who was attempting to flank him from behind. A sly smirk appeared on his lips as he drew his weapon, advancing rather than retreating. One sword style, Rainfall. This was a newly developed technique by Atlas, essentially a downward slash. Yet, due to the immense force and kinetic energy, it produced 3 afterimages, striking the enemy like a tempestuous storm. At that moment, Randall had the dubious honor of being the inaugural subject of Atlas's new move. Yet he felt no sense of fortune. The sheer might of Rainfall instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Just as Randall was on the verge of defeat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Atlas's long blade suddenly disintegrated into a flurry of iron shards, cascading down like rain. It appeared that the blade, already compromised, could not withstand the force of Rainfall and shattered. This fortuitously alleviated Randall's impending defeat. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems you were destined to lose this time. Randall initially stood in shock, but soon burst into triumphant laughter. Atlas smiled faintly, his fist clenched tightly, a thick layer of calluses enveloping his knuckles like formidable armor, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Such weapons as swords and blades are hardly cumbersome. My martial prowess is formidable as well, Colonel. Atlas smiled with a certain significance. Although he had devoted himself to the mastery of swordsmanship over the years, presenting the image of a swordsman, his combat prowess would diminish considerably in the absence of a sword. This notion is certainly valid. Any swordsman would adhere to such a principle. However, Atlas is distinctly different. He does not possess that fervent passion for the way of the sword. To him, swordsmanship is merely a means to an end, a tool for his empowerment, just as his mastery of physical techniques is. Consequently, in his daily training regimen, he has never neglected his physical prowess. There are no intricate methods involved. He simply practices his punches day after day, beginning with air strikes and subsequently directing his fists towards solid objects. This approach is inspired by memories of Carp, who, in his quest to obliterate the pride of the 8 treasure navy, would relentlessly flatten 8 mountains with his bare fists as part of his training. The Atlas may not reach such terrifying heights, however, striking at some small mounds is still feasible. Randall eschews any embellishments, opting instead for a direct, indecisive blow. Atlas would never be foolish enough to confront a blade with bare fists. Instead, he slightly angled his body and struck fiercely at the blade itself. The tremendous force nearly caused Colonel Randall to lose his grip on the weapon. Before Randall could react, Atlas lunged forward in a swift step, pressing the advantage. A straightforward yet powerful blow landed squarely on Randall, who felt an overwhelming force surge through him before being sent flying. Without employing the 6 styles, Randall's strength, speed, explosive power, and reflexes paled in comparison to Atlas. His ability to hold his ground thus far was purely a testament to Atlas's leniency. That rascal, truly unappealing. Randall muttered as he picked himself up from the ground and approached Atlas once more, seemingly unscathed. Yet I still have a move you have yet to witness. Atlas understood Randall's intention in seeking him out for a spar. It was likely that he wished to impart the techniques of the 6 styles during their engagement. After all, compared to his swordsmanship, Randall's martial prowess relied solely on his tremendous strength and explosive capabilities. Mastering the techniques of the 6 styles would undoubtedly elevate his combat abilities to a new echelon. Bang, bang, with a series of successive clashes. Randall had cast aside his weapon. His swordsmanship had yet to reach the level of a master, rendering the blade's enhancement negligible against Atlas. And he feared that Atlas might damage his cherished sword, which caused him some distress. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the weapon and engaged Atlas in a fierce exchange of blows. Indeed, the raw thrill of striking flesh is the essence of a man's romance. Atlas laughed heartily, his fist raining down upon Randall like a torrential downpour. 2 hours later. Iron block! Randall shouted, his muscles tensed as he braced himself to absorb one of Atlas's punches. His complexion reddened slightly, and he subsequently slumped to the ground. He had managed to block the blow, but not entirely. It was evident that his mastery of the iron block technique was insufficient, causing him to falter under Atlas's might. Old Randall, does he not realize that the Navy perished to the iron block? Can their version even be called an iron block? Atlas silently scoffed to himself. Atlas, are you pondering something disrespectful? Colonel Randall glared at him with an unfriendly expression after his defeat. What? Not at all. I hold you in the highest regard, Colonel Randall. Atlas chuckled nonchalantly. Did you catch the body technique I just executed, you little rascal? Randall glanced at the dismissive Atlas, his forehead twitching involuntarily. Of course I did. Don't underestimate me, you old coot. Within the range of Atlas's observation hockey, Randall's every movement was virtually transparent. The 6 forms technique. Once one's physical attributes met the requisite standards and a modicum of talent was present, was accessible to most. During the recent skirmish, with the aid of his observation hockey and formidable learning ability, the techniques of shave and iron body had lost all their mysteries to him. The iron body technique accelerates blood flow, enhancing muscle movement to bestow the body with the resilience of steel. However, the drawback is immobility during its use. Of course, this limitation arises from the user's lack of mastery. At an advanced level, one can indeed move while employing iron body. Shave, on the other hand, entails a rapid series of high-speed foot strikes against the ground within a mere 0.36 seconds, generating explosive recoil for swift movement, capable of turning the tide of battle. Contemplating the training method for shave, Randall's calf muscles surged with power, instantaneously tearing his pant legs and transforming them into tattered strips draping over his legs. The sinewy contours of his muscles resembled tempered steel, and he quickly executed dozens of rapid strikes against the ground, causing cracks to form beneath his feet. Suddenly, Atlas vanished from Randall's sight, crashing headlong into a distant wall. Boom! A human-shaped hole instantly marred the sturdy wall, and a disheveled Atlas emerged, looking rather sheepish. Oh, my apologies. It's my first time using it, and I'm still not quite adept. Atlas, you little rascal. The cost of repairs is coming out of your wages. Randall bellowed at Atlas, utterly astonished by the latter's astonishing talent. It was one thing to learn after a few observations, but for Atlas to unleash it on his first attempt, and with an explosive speed that seemed to surpass his own, was beyond comprehension. Oh, well. The surrounding Marines, clearly taken aback by the spectacle, expressed their astonishment with a chorus of bewildered exclamations. Atlas, brother, I wish to spar with you. Please grant me this opportunity. At that moment, a little boy with white hair, drenched in sweat, squeezed through the crowd and earnestly addressed Atlas. This boy was none other than Smoker. Upon hearing his words, the previously raucous Marines fell silent, directing their gazes towards Smoker. They were curious to see who dared to challenge Atlas, either incredibly bold or supremely confident in their abilities. Upon realizing it was Smoker, their expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. Not a problem. Come forth, young Smoker. Atlas naturally noticed the sentiments of the surrounding navy and was equally intrigued by the means employed by Smoker. Upon hearing Atlas's agreement, Smoker initially displayed a look of excitement, which gradually gave way to composure as he leaned slightly forward, adopting a stance of readiness for battle. Atlas gazed upon the tense figure of Smoker and chuckled, "Be cautious, young Smoker." In battles, Atlas always exerted himself to the fullest, especially against an opponent like Smoker, for whom he felt no need to hold back. It was an excellent opportunity to refine his skill in the Six Powers technique. Thus, he unleashed his strength with fervor, his feet pounding the ground, creating a resounding roar. Yet his technique remained rather crude. Boom. Another massive crater formed on the training grounds, causing Colonel Randall's expression to darken further. However, Atlas remained unconcerned. After all, he held little regard for wealth. Iron Fist, Bird Strike. Lacking a blade, Atlas decided to employ this technique with his fists, the terrifying speed generating a sonic boom through the air. Danger. At the moment Atlas struck, every hair on Smoker's body stood on end, as if he were facing the very specter of death. I will die. A primal instinct screamed within his mind. In that critical instant, Smoker transformed into a swirling cloud of smoke, causing Atlas's fist to strike nothing but air. Oh, it appears that young Smoker has consumed a devil fruit. Atlas realized with a knowing expression, understanding why Lieutenant Light had spoken of Smoker in such a manner. Ah, the most formidable Logia-type devil fruit has manifested. A group of Marines observing the duel erupted in excitement. I too have only recently consumed a devil fruit, Smoker said, scratching his head sheepishly after reverting from his elemental form. He had stumbled upon this fruit during a mission 6 months prior, while pursuing a band of pirates to a deserted island. If Atlas were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Both had pursued the same pirates. Yet this young lad had found a devil fruit, and a Logia at that, while Atlas was left to wander the East Blue. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between man and beast. Be careful, brother Atlas. I am now the wielder of the Logia smoke fruit, Smoker warned. In his mind, this challenge was as good as won. Since acquiring the devil fruit, no one had been able to injure him, not even Colonel Randall. Poor Randall was now in tears, utterly humiliated by two youngsters. It was no wonder Smoker felt so emboldened. In the East Blue, where hockey was scarce, an intangible Logia user was nigh invincible. Well then, I shall go all out, young Smoker, Atlas declared, observing the excitement radiating from Smoker. No sooner had he spoken than Atlas vanished from sight. The Six Powers technique, Shave, was a tremendous boon for him at that moment, rendering Smoker's mediocre martial arts skills ineffective in tracking Atlas, let alone countering him. Iron Fist, Dragon Tail. With a swift swing, the punch surpassed Smoker's neural reflexes, leaving him unable to defend, and once again, he transformed into his elemental form. Smoker, my dear, you seem to be faltering. Although the elemental transformation of the natural type is rather overpowered, rendering one nearly invincible in the early stages without the mastery of Haki, it is essential to note that full-body elementalization demands a considerable expenditure of stamina. For those endowed with robust physiques, this may be a trivial concern. However, for someone of Smoker's relatively feeble constitution, it is likely that he will not endure for long, becoming merely a living target for Atlas. Smoke. White Fist. Suddenly, two wisps of white smoke materialized into Smoker's fists, hurtling towards Atlas. Unfazed, Atlas met this challenge head-on, engaging in a direct clash of fists, determined to counter all flamboyant displays. Yet, it was evident that during the past 6 months of acquiring his devil fruit powers, Smoker had not remained idle. He had at least made some modest advancements in harnessing his abilities. Bang! Another collision ensued, resulting in Smoker's fists dissolving into smoke. This left Smoker somewhat disheartened, for it was clear that in the realm of physical combat, he had been thoroughly bested. The only path to victory lay in exploiting his fruit's capabilities. As time trickled away, Smoker resorted to full-body elementalization several more times. However, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, indicating a significant drain on his stamina. In stark contrast, Atlas maintained a composed demeanor, with scarcely a change in his breathing, which only served to further dishearten Smoker. Truly, they were two formidable youths. It appeared that Smoker was nearing his limits. Hey, Smoker's power is invincible. The soldiers spectating the battle buzzed with excitement, their discussions escalating in fervor as they anticipated the outcome. They had not expected these two young combatants to exhibit such extraordinary prowess. Notably, Atlas was able to push a legendary natural-type devil fruit user to such extremes using sheer physical prowess. Ever since the tales of the three marine monsters, all natural-type users, began to circulate, the natural type had been elevated to almost mythical status. Atlas, a warrior relying solely on physical skill, emerged as a figure shattering that myth in the eyes of these soldiers. Bang! Bang! Another series of clashes echoed as Smoker clenched his trembling fists, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Be cautious, Brother Atlas. I am about to employ my newly developed ability, though I may not yet be fully adept. Smoke. White domain. As the words fell from his lips, Smoker activated his full-body elementalization, enveloping Atlas in an expansive cloud of white smoke, drastically reducing visibility. The surrounding Marines could no longer discern the unfolding battle. Inside the enveloping white domain, Atlas found his senses dulled to their lowest capacity, his eyes nearly stinging shut from the thick smoke. Minute particles of white smoke attempted to infiltrate his nostrils, prompting Atlas to heighten his alertness. He slowed his breathing, closing his eyes, and employed observation hockey to sense Smoker's impending assault. Given the extensive area of effect, Smoker could not sustain this state for long. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would adopt a swift and decisive offensive. Atlas merely needed to remain patient and await the opportune moment. Suddenly, a fist appeared quietly behind Atlas, revealing Smoker's intention to deliver a surprise blow. Yet, beneath the all-seeing gaze of Atlas, nothing remains concealed. As Smoker's fist encroached upon Atlas's range of attack, Atlas deftly sidestepped and seized Smoker's fist with formidable strength. Smoker, feeling the sting of pain, swiftly transformed into smoke. This underhanded tactic left Atlas in a state of exasperation, for he had yet to master the art of hockey and could not hold onto Smoker's corporeal form, resorting instead to gradually eroding his stamina. The sound of their clashes echoed continuously, with Smoker's assaults growing increasingly frantic, for every strike he unleashed was effortlessly deflected by Atlas. Ultimately, when all his energy was exhausted, Smoker was compelled to revert from his elemental form, collapsing weakly to the ground, while Atlas remained relatively unscathed, merely glistening with a bead of sweat on his brow. Unlike the disheveled state of Smoker, this realization left Smoker feeling somewhat disheartened. Ever since he acquired the smoke fruit, he had completed every pursuit with ease, especially with Atlas absent from the base. Thus, no peer among the Navy could best him. Even Colonel Randall had privately engaged him in combat without success. Consequently, Smoker grew conceited, reveling in the glory bestowed upon him by the Logia-type Devil Fruit. He had always held Atlas in high esteem and envied his prodigious talent. Yet he understood that such strength was forged through relentless training. Nonetheless, as a youth, he harbored his own pride and desire for victory. Thus, upon Atlas's return, he eagerly issued a challenge, akin to a child yearning to showcase a beloved toy to an elder brother. Come on, Smoker, rally yourself. Surely your sense of justice is not so shallow. Atlas looked at the somewhat dejected Smoker and couldn't help but furrow his brow in an attempt to offer solace. In truth, Smoker possessed considerable talent. The smoke fruit, a powerful Logia-type devil fruit, held the potential for immense dominion if properly harnessed. Unlike the feeble representations seen in previous anime, its limitations stemmed solely from Smoker's inadequate development. If he continued on his current path, he might indeed squander the formidable capabilities of this fruit. Thus, Atlas felt it was imperative to rouse him from his stupor. Furthermore, Smoker's physical attributes were commendable. However, after acquiring the devil fruit, he had become overly reliant on its formidable powers, neglecting the cultivation of his physical prowess. This imbalance had rendered him ineffectual and alarmingly. Despite being in his 30s, he had yet to master a single form of hockey, jeopardizing his aspirations to compete among the elite. Listen, Smoker, you have strayed from the right path. Upon hearing these words, the previously withdrawn Smoker lifted his head, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. Yes, indeed, you, Atlas, are far more powerful than I am, but that is merely because I have had insufficient time to develop the fruit's abilities. Once I refine my powers, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Atlas gazed calmly into Smoker's indignant eyes and stated without a hint of mercy, I know you must be thinking that once you master your devil fruit abilities, you will be able to defeat me. Smoker momentarily faltered at these words, yet his gaze remained resolute. If you still harbor such thoughts, you will forever remain unable to match my strength. You must understand that in this merciless sea, no supreme warrior has ascended to greatness solely through the prowess of their devil fruit. Remember, that applies to everyone. Upon hearing this, not only did Smoker exhibit a serious demeanor, but the surrounding soldiers instinctively held their breath, fearful of missing a single word. Across the vast ocean, whether among the formidable pirate overlords or the current 3 monstrous marine vice-admirals, all possess formidable devil fruit abilities. Yet their physical prowess equally stands at the pinnacle of this sea. Even the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, wields the Tremor fruit, renowned as the most powerful paramecia-type devil fruit. However, it is the wielder, Whitebeard himself, who elevates the fruit's significance, rather than it being the fruit that defines him. Atlas cast a disdainful glance around the room and continued, "Let us not forget our navy, where the illustrious Vice Admiral Carp has, through sheer prowess in martial arts, repeatedly cornered the pirate king, Roger, into dire straits. Moreover, the former Admiral Zephyr, renowned as the Black Arm, is celebrated as the youngest admiral in Navy history, equally distinguished for his mastery of physical combat upon the seas. As for the current trio of formidable vice admirals, including Smoker, you two wield the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit and stand among the most elite of this category. Yet, even the seemingly indifferent Admiral Kizaru, who places less emphasis on physical combat, is a master swordsman, possessing a physique that is nothing short of monstrous." Atlas cast a surreptitious glance at Smoker. After all, in a decade or so, Smoker had come to be regarded as a leading figure among his peers. Moreover, due to his status as a Logia-type devil fruit user, he had consistently been viewed by the Navy as a potential successor to the admirals. However, in Atlas's estimation, Smoker still had a considerable distance to cover before attaining such heights. Furthermore, setting aside these formidable individuals, the utilization of devil fruit powers undeniably demands stamina. If one's physique is feeble, how could someone like Smoker, who tires after a brief exertion, hope to uphold justice? Indeed, the young Atlas spoke with merit. Physical strength is the foundation of all. Whether it pertains to devil fruit users, martial arts, or swordsmanship, it remains paramount. Colonel Randall, observing from the sidelines, interjected. His discerning gaze was undeniably sharp. In fact, he had long recognized that Smoker had strayed from the right path and had intended to offer a word of caution. Yet, awkwardly, he lacked the proficiency in hockey to contend with Smoker, rendering any attempt at guidance futile. Thus, the matter had lingered unresolved until Atlas's return. Enough of this spectacle. Smoker, you ought to engage in some serious reflection, Randall declared, dispersing the onlookers. Atlas then departed the training ground, heading to the mess hall, leaving Smoker alone, his expression shifting continuously. Nonetheless, Randall remained unconcerned. Smoker was an exceptionally talented naval officer. Although he fell slightly short of Atlas, he was not one to dwell excessively on trivialities, so Randall decided to let it be. As he contemplated Atlas, Randall instinctively glanced at the pit in the ground, his heart swelling with uncontainable emotion. What a formidable young lad he is. Meanwhile, Atlas had arrived at the base's mess hall, eagerly anticipating a meal prepared by Uncle Carl, as he had not savored the latter's cooking in quite some time. "Uncle Carl, please serve me 5 portions to whet my appetite." Upon settling down, Atlas called out loudly to Carl, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. "It's you, rascal. It has been ages since I last saw you. I thought you had perished out there." Upon recognizing Atlas, Carl could not help but respond with a chuckle, albeit with a hint of playful reproach. However, Atlas could distinctly perceive that Carl's demeanor had lightened considerably, as if the burdens that weighed upon his heart had suddenly dissipated. 3 months later, in the office of Colonel Randall, stationed in Roguetown in the East Blue, a sudden and forceful sound of a door being flung open startled the colonel, who was diligently scribbling at his desk. He looked up to find none other than Atlas standing before him, which immediately ignited his ire. "You little brat. This is the 3rd door you've broken this month." Atlas nonchalantly replied, "Oh, come now, just submit a reimbursement request to logistics later." Atlas maintained a cheerful demeanor as he casually spoke. Randall, at a loss with this character, reluctantly retrieved several wanted posters from his desk and forcefully tossed them to Atlas. All right. Next time you enter, remember to do so gently and knock on the door. This is your mission, the Houghton Pirate Crew, with a bounty of 30 million berries, and the Bloodhand Pirate Crew, with a bounty of 35 million berries. Ensure that a few captives are left alive. After Atlas returned, he relentlessly pursued pirates. With his current strength, The pirates in the East Sea are hardly a challenge. Atlas is also quite willing to take on the tasks assigned by Randall. After all, he is currently saving up to purchase a renowned sword. And earning some bounty would be quite fortuitous. In a few months, the new round of recruit training camps will commence. At that time, you can accompany Smoker to the headquarters. During this period, focus on your training and do not bring disgrace to our base in Rogue Town. Randall said earnestly as he observed Atlas casually flipping through the wanted posters. Well, I understand, but could you possibly assign me some tasks with a bit more difficulty? These two pirate crews, apart from their captain having some strength, are otherwise nothing but a motley assortment of misfits. Atlas lowered the bounty notice, expressing a hint of discontent. You should be grateful. I have entrusted you with the most formidable challenge. Unfortunately, the pirates of the East Sea are of such a caliber, he remarked. Randall sighed in agreement, acknowledging that Atlas's rapid ascension in strength rendered the East Sea pirates ineffective for his training. Very well, I shall handle them first. Atlas, known for his decisiveness, wasted no time. Be gone, you little rascal. Having just returned from a mission, Atlas stood at the port, clutching a blood-soaked sack. The faint outline of a human face discernible within. Ah, Atlas, back from your task, I see. How did it go? Are you unscathed? One of his acquaintances inquired. What kind of question is that? Lieutenant Atlas is the strongest in the base. How could a mere pirate inflict harm upon him? As he made his way through the streets, familiar faces greeted him, and Atlas responded with a warm smile and nod. Alas, such popularity can be quite burdensome. After reporting his work to Randall and successfully transferring the bounty, Atlas gazed at the substantial stack of cash in his hands, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. In the commercial district of Rogue Town, a tall naval officer entered a weapon shop. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, greeted Atlas with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Welcome to our store. How may I assist you today? Atlas glanced around before finally fixing his gaze upon the proprietor. After a brief pause, he expressed, I wish to acquire a superior blade, preferably a Liangquai knife of the 50 craftsmanship. The middle-aged owner chuckled awkwardly and replied, Dear customer, you jest. Our humble establishment operates on a modest scale. We could scarcely offer swords of Liangquai's caliber. Atlas felt a twinge of disappointment. The ordinary quality of the swords could scarcely withstand his trials. He distinctly recalled that in the anime, Zoro had acquired 2 renowned blades in Logetown. Yet, Atlas had forgotten the name of the shop, only remembering that the proprietor claimed it had been in business for 2 centuries. Thus, he had no choice but to search from one establishment to another, hoping for a stroke of luck. Several hours later, Atlas stood before a weapons shop that bore no name, its only sign being 2 cross swords. However, his hope had dwindled. This marked his 10th visit to an old shop, and thus far, his endeavors had yielded nothing. Exceptional quality swords were exceedingly rare, and it was only due to Zoro's protagonist aura that he frequently encountered such famed blades. Stepping into the weaponry store, he was greeted by a young man, whose head was nearly bald, with only a few strands of hair desperately clinging on. His sideburns resembled the distinctive style of Zhong Kuei, and he sported a pronounced, bulbous nose. Atlas hesitated, unsure if the young man truly qualified as such. The shopkeeper regarded Atlas with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, Welcome. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. We are a venerable establishment with a legacy of 200 years. At that moment, Atlas was taken aback, realizing that the proprietor claimed his establishment had been in operation for 2 centuries. Sir, do you possess any blades of exceptional quality, akin to a masterful knife? Monetary concerns are of no consequence. Atlas recited the countless lines he had spoken before. Ah, are you Captain Kanos? The boss appeared to recognize Atlas and seemed to be an admirer of his. Ah, yes, indeed, I am Atlas. Atlas felt a mix of amusement and relief, his heart eased by the thought that his employer might indeed part with the prized possession. Might I inquire if your esteemed establishment possesses any blades of exceptional quality akin to the renowned Liangquai Dao? Atlas, concerned that his employer might be too excited to have heard him, inquired once more. Yes, indeed. The proprietor fervently nodded, fearing that if he delayed his response, Atlas might vanish from his sight. He then hurriedly ascended the stairs, breathless, to present a long box to Atlas as if unveiling a treasure. This was the store's prized possession, the exquisite blade known as Shuezo. The blade, forged from black lacquered steel, featured a jagged edge resembling a small T-shaped design, marking it as the finest sword in the establishment. With a serious demeanor, the owner elaborated, How many Bailey? Atlas inquired, No need for money. My utmost admiration is reserved for you. Captain Kanos. What need have men who entrust their dreams to one another for currency? The boss, with a face full of admiration, replied, that is unacceptable. As a member of the Navy, I must adhere to the principle of compensation. Atlas resolutely declared, with an air that suggested he would not accept a blade unless compensated. In that case, might I request a signature from Captain Karnos as my form of remuneration? The proprietor found himself in a quandary but ultimately devised a compromise. Suddenly, Atlas appeared to have an epiphany and rose to approach a corner where several barrels brimming with swords and knives were stored. He vaguely recalled that Zaro's Sandai Kitetsu had been discovered amidst refuse. Lord Karnos, the barrels over there are filled with blades valued at 50,000 berries. The proprietor wore a look of anxiety, fearing he had misspoken. Atlas waved his hand, signaling his employer to remain calm. A flicker of crimson light glinted in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. An ominous aura emerged within his perceptive range, and with a swift motion, a long sword with a scarlet scabbard materialized in Atlas's grasp. However, at that moment, his employer's expression turned remarkably grim. Atlas surveyed the knife in his hand, which appeared, at first glance, to be no different from an ordinary blade. However, within the realm of his observation and perception, the entire weapon emanated an unsettling aura. No, Lieutenant Kanos, this knife cannot be entrusted to you. The shopkeeper, whose countenance had transformed into a fearsome shade, could not contain his alarm as he witnessed Atlas's satisfied expression and interjected loudly. This blade is known as the third-generation demon cutter, its predecessor. The second-generation demon cutter was a formidable weapon, while the original first-generation demon cutter was regarded as an unparalleled masterpiece. Yet, it is indeed a cursed blade. Is it not? Without waiting for the shopkeeper to finish, Atlas interjected calmly, "Oh, you are aware?" The shopkeeper appeared somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, I have sensed it." Atlas gazed at the third-generation Onet, stating, since the inception of the first Onet, the Onet lineage has produced blades of exceptional quality. However, each of these swords is a cursed blade, and many a swordsman who bore an Onet met an untimely demise. In this world, there is no swordsman who dares to wield an Onet anymore, for even in ignorance, one could vanish from existence upon its use. Should I sell you this sword? It would be akin to sealing your fate. The shopkeeper, visibly anxious, was drenched in sweat, fearing that Atlas might consider parting with this cursed blade. Atlas responded with a confident smile, saying, every blade possesses its own distinct character. Weaker swordsmen, lacking in strength and spirit, come to fear certain knives, arguing that they are cursed, thus labeling them demonic blades. This is what Gung Shiro conveyed to me, a lesson passed down from his father. I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. I shall indeed test my mettle with this demonic blade. Atlas let out a hearty laugh, and an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from his being. The shopkeeper was greatly astonished. This was the essence of a true warrior. Ultimately, Atlas emerged from the weapon shop, satisfied, with a long blade sheathed in a crimson scabbard. Indeed, it was the third-generation Guetu. Despite the shopkeeper's earnest pleas, Atlas chose not to take the Shuezo, discreetly leaving behind all the money he had on him. Before departing, he meaningfully remarked to the shopkeeper that Shuezo would await its true master. After all, Atlas was not a dual-wielding swordsman. Possessing a single renowned blade sufficed, and he was particularly drawn to the domineering spirit of the third-generation Guetu, which resonated with him deeply. The sea is a realm of embrace, silently consuming both beauty and blemish alike, yet it is equally merciless. Under the radiant sun, the water glimmered with golden hues, while the waves danced mischievously like playful children, unpredictable in their movements. A naval vessel sailed steadily across the ocean, and Atlas sat cross-legged on the deck, meticulously polishing the third-generation Guetu with a cotton ball. The maintenance of weapons is of utmost importance, especially for a renowned blade. The third-generation Guetu was truly Atlas's first and foremost sword, and thus he cherished it dearly. However, weapons must also taste blood, particularly those of a demonic nature. And today, Atlas was set to introduce the third-generation Guetu to its first taste of battle. Report to Colonel Atlas. We have arrived in proximity to the operational waters of the Garfield pirate crew and are about to make contact. A subordinate of Atlas reported that the appointment from headquarters has arrived in Roger Town, and Atlas has been designated as the base's lieutenant colonel. Excellent, onward. Atlas replied and then resumed the maintenance of his beloved sword. Shortly thereafter, the warship continued its voyage for several minutes, gradually decelerating. Report to the esteemed commander. Ahead we have spotted the Garfield pirate crew. The lookout, observing the approaching pirates, spoke with a grave expression. However, he harbored little concern. For the mightiest among the Garfield pirates, Garfield, was merely a trifling 30 million bounty. Their esteemed commander had already dispatched several of such weaklings. Oh, bring the ship closer. Everyone prepare for boarding action. Atlas, upon discovering traces of pirates, promptly sheathed his blade and swiftly rose to issue commands. Meanwhile, in the distant Garfield pirate crew, a middle-aged man, his face adorned with excess flesh, animatedly recounted his so-called glorious exploits. He was none other than Anthony, the first mate of the Garfield crew. During our last raid on that quaint little town, I took the lives of over a dozen souls. The looks on the townsfolk's faces were priceless. Beside him, Garfield listened with a sinister smile, occasionally revealing a hint of cruelty. The Navy is approaching, cried Grant, the second mate, who had been admiring the scenery at the bow. Upon spotting the advancing warship, his voice filled with alarm. Alas, it was already too late. Atlas glanced at the distance between the two vessels, then exerted his legs with force, creating a gaping hole in the deck. He propelled himself like a cannonball towards the Garfield pirate crew with explosive momentum. What a jest! This scene immediately struck terror into the hearts of the Garfield pirate crew. Once Atlas landed firmly on the bow of the ship, he drew forth the third-generation blade, Ghost Slash, with a swift motion. A brilliant flash of the blade illuminated the air, and the second mate, Grant, felt a sudden lightness at his neck, only to witness, in horror, the blood gushing forth from his severed throat. The demon blade! A thirst for blood! Atlas swung his blade, the scalding blood cascading smoothly onto the deck, startling the crew into a cold sweat. Charge! At that moment, the warship drew alongside the Garfield pirate crew's vessel. A battalion of naval soldiers surging over the side to engage the pirates. This was a meticulously crafted battle plan by Atlas. Although he could single-handedly vanquish all the pirates present, he was not a caretaker for the soldiers. They too must endure the crucible of battle to grow stronger. For in war, death is an inevitable companion. With this thought, Atlas's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention to Captain Garfield and First Mate Anthony, his sword. The third generation of the Ghost cut, poised before him, one hand gripping the hilt, the other reversed. One sword style, blade return. The flash of the blade was as swift as lightning. Before either man could react, Atlas had severed their carotid arteries. Ah, he has killed the captain. You bastard. What should we do? We're doomed. The pirate crew instantly wilted, their morale plummeting, while the naval forces surged with renewed vigor. Their spirits soaring as they wildly swung their weapons, growing bolder with each strike. Soon, the remainder of the Garfield pirate crew lay vanquished. On the naval side, not a single life was lost. Only a few sustained minor injuries. Though Atlas would not coddle them, he would not stand idly by as they perished in battle. The azure sky reflected upon the deep sea as Atlas and his companions sailed slowly along the route back to Rogue Town. Hey, do you think that last strike was impressive? None could compare to my prowess. I've taken down several pirates and surely will be promoted upon my return. One might say that Lieutenant Colonel Atlas is truly formidable, dispatching the primary combatants of the Garfield pirate crew with but 2 strokes. Indeed, a monster like Lieutenant Colonel Atlas would stand out even among the elite of the Navy headquarters. The sailors aboard the warship remained enraptured by their recent victory, their chatter incessant. After all, it was a triumphant battle with no casualties. Many of them would be recognized for their contributions upon their return. The Navy headquarters? Atlas, reclining on the deck soaking in the sun, chuckled at the mention, then slowly raised his hand to shield his eyes. The brilliant sunlight filtering through his fingers and casting dappled patterns upon his face, softening his rugged features. At the Rogue Town Naval Training Grounds, a white-haired youth with a chiseled upper body was performing frog jumps around the field, sweat streaming down his form. With unwavering determination, he fixated on the horizon. It was none other than Smoker himself. Ever since Atlas had roused him from his stupor during their last encounter, Smoker had persistently sought Atlas to train him. Yet, the disparity in their physical capabilities rendered him unable to keep pace with Atlas's rhythm. Thus, Atlas suggested that he commence his training with a focus on physical conditioning. Smoker, being a prodigy, found that after enhancing his physique, he became significantly stronger, and the utilization of his powers became considerably more effortless. This reinforced Smoker's determination to pursue physical training. Report, Colonel, we are about to arrive at Rogue Town. After 2 days of navigating the seas, Atlas and his crew were on the verge of returning to Rogue Town. The lengthy voyage had nearly left his palate as bland as a bird's. Thus, Atlas resolved to treat himself generously upon their return to the town. All hands on deck. Prepare to dock at once. Atlas rose to his feet and issued commands. His gaze fixed on the approaching town of Rock. Ah, young Smog is in training, I see. As Atlas had just departed from the colonel's office, preparing to engage in some pre-meal exercises at the training ground, he caught sight of Smoker, drenched in perspiration. Unable to resist, he teased, "Ah, indeed, brother Atlas. Also, might I trouble you for a bit of guidance shortly?" Smoker, upon noticing Atlas, was initially taken aback, but soon spoke with a hint of bashfulness. "Ha ha ha. No problem at all. It is the perfect opportunity for me to assess your progress during this time." Atlas replied with enthusiasm. An hour later, he stood with his arms crossed, gazing down at Smoker, who lay on the ground, visibly fatigued. With a smile, he remarked, "Well done, Smoker. Your stamina has certainly improved. However, there remains a considerable gap between you and me, dear brother." Smoker appeared somewhat disheartened, sensing that Atlas was akin to an unfathomable abyss, one whose depths he could never quite measure. "Oh, don't worry," Atlas continued. "I'll treat you to a meal later. Cheer up," Atlas remarked nonchalantly, then pulled Smog along as they made their way out of the base, heading towards a restaurant in Rogue Town. After Atlas and Smoker took their seats and sampled every dish on the menu, Atlas began to indulge voraciously, while Smoker displayed a more civilized demeanor. It appears that the youthful Smoker was not as wild and unruly as he would become in later years. "Atlas, how can I become as strong as you?" After a hearty meal, Smoker procured a cigarette from somewhere and began to smoke in front of Atlas, lost in his own thoughts. "Smoker, what does your sense of justice entail?" Atlas satisfiedly let out a hearty belch, yet did not directly respond to Smoker's inquiry. Instead, he slowly posed a question of his own. "What about my sense of justice?" Smoker's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Ha ha ha, do not overthink it. In due time, you shall discover your own sense of justice." After Atlas gently patted Smog's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, he proceeded directly to the front desk to settle the bill. In the world of pirates, belief is a peculiar phenomenon. Nearly every individual who stands at the pinnacle of the seas possesses a conviction of their own. This belief does not necessarily have to be grandiose. For instance, Whitebeard's conviction revolves around the notion of family, while the Navy's principle is justice. However, due to the differing experiences of each naval officer, the interpretation of justice varies. For example, Akainu adheres to an absolute form of justice, whereas Akiji embodies a more laid-back interpretation, and Kazuru represents an ambiguous stance on justice. Undoubtedly, conviction plays a crucial role in becoming a formidable powerhouse. Take former Admiral Zephyr, who, despite being hailed as the youngest admiral upon his promotion, was merely a soldier until the age of 28. Could such a figure remain inconspicuous for nearly 3 decades? According to Atlas's conjecture, belief likely relates to the cultivation of haki. In the memories of his past life, Rayleigh once remarked that haki is a latent force residing within every individual across the world, yet most people never manage to unleash it throughout their lives. Belief refers to the unwavering will one holds in the determination to uphold it consistently, devoid of preferences or biases. Thus, the guiding principle of haki may very well be rooted in conviction. Of course, this is merely Atlas's speculation, and he cannot assert the specifics with certainty. As night fell, darkness enveloped everything, including the human heart. Atlas sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness focused on the dim and unremarkable talisman in his mind. Indeed, Atlas was ready to ignite his next talisman. It had been 4 years since he had activated his first talisman, and with his current physique, he had attained the capacity to bear 2 talismans. His hesitation arose from a lingering indecision between the bull talisman and the rabbit talisman. However, if the talisman proved to be as beneficial as he envisioned, the bull talisman would undoubtedly be his optimal choice. Thus, Atlas gradually concentrated his awareness on the bull talisman, and the blue patterns instantly radiated a brilliant white light. Soon, Atlas felt the power bestowed by the bull talisman flowing steadily within him. His muscles contracted violently, becoming increasingly taut. In the East Sea, at Logue Town, on the other side of the island belonging to Logue Town, a wooden stake jutted from the coastline, guarded by a naval soldier. A thick hemp rope was tied to the stake, its other end submerged in the sea, where a shadowy figure floated helplessly in the water. Suddenly, the naval soldier on the shore exerted himself to pull the rope, laboriously dragging the figure out of the water, none other than Smoker. This training method had been imparted to him by Atlas. It was not a figment of his imagination. Originally, he intended to use sea stone for weight training. But such strategic resources were exceedingly scarce in the East Sea, and the headquarters had not equipped Logue Town with any, leaving him to rely on seawater instead. The pressure of the deep sea not only honed his physique but also enhanced Smoker's resistance to the sea stone factor, ensuring that he would not be completely defenseless if ever confronted by it. "Lieutenant Smoker, you managed to endure a minute longer than last time," exclaimed a nearby sailor with delight. Smoker had been undertaking this training for several months, transitioning from a state of complete helplessness to his current condition, which still resembled paralysis. The soldier nearby had been stationed there out of concern that Smoker might become exhausted and fail to resurface. Smoker remained silent, leaning against the wooden stake, his gaze apprehensively fixed on the distant sea, as if peering through the frigid waters. "Lieutenant Smoker, do not compare yourself to Major Atlas. He is a true anomaly," the nearby sailor quickly reassured him. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the sea, 1,000 meters deep, Atlas's body hovered in the icy waters. Darkness enveloped him, with only a few small sea creatures occasionally swimming by, hinting at life in the depths. The pressure from all directions surged towards Atlas, yet his expression remained unchanged. With his current physical capabilities, holding his breath underwater for half an hour posed no challenge. Moreover, the pressure of the deep sea would forge his body into something as resilient as steel. Atlas meticulously attuned himself to the transformations occurring within his body, and indeed, his thoughts were corroborated. After thoroughly digesting the equine talisman, Atlas discovered that it had effectively become an inherent talent of his physique, enabling him to restore his body merely by expending energy. Consequently, a bold notion emerged in his mind. Could the Zodiac Talismans be akin to the supernatural fruits of a superhero, differentiated into superhuman forms and extraordinary abilities? He then categorized the Zodiac Talismans: the rat, tiger, dragon, snake, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig were deemed capable of bestowing Atlas with superhuman abilities, while the ox, rabbit, horse, and goat endowed him with a superhuman physique. Atlas had previously trained at the waterfall and practiced with a wooden staff. Ultimately, he discovered that the deep sea provided the most optimal results, as it exerted a multidimensional pressure upon him, devoid of any bias. After illuminating the ox talisman for his cultivation, Atlas noticed a gradual enhancement in his muscle density, bone density, and organ strength. It could be said that the ox talisman was transforming his latent physical potential. Once the talisman faded entirely from his mind, he was likely to possess the strongest talent in the world. Much like Big Mom, who boasts terrifying defensive capabilities akin to a steel balloon, Atlas would inherit immense strength, even more exaggerated than the power of the youthful Whitebeard. Of course, his physical defenses would also be formidable, albeit not as exaggerated as that of the steel balloon. "Lieutenant Smoker, Colonel Randall has summoned you. Major Atlas and Admiral Carp have arrived," a breathless Navy officer announced to Smoker. "Understood. I will call Brother Atlas," Smoker replied. "No need, I have already heard," Atlas remarked, having perceived the officer's words through the scope of his observation hockey. He then emerged from the water, his body still damp. However, he was somewhat surprised that it was Carp himself who had come to escort them to the headquarters. Soon after, Atlas and Smoker changed their attire and hurried to the port of Roguetown. There, they saw Colonel Randall speaking respectfully with a Navy officer who appeared to be of similar age. It was the heroic Navy figure, Carp. "Ah, young Atlas. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival," Carp exclaimed, spotting Atlas from a distance. One hand was engaged in picking his nose while the other waved in greeting. "Admiral Carp, why have you come in person?" Atlas inquired. Atlas gestured excitedly for Smoker to follow, then swiftly approached Carp. "Ah, I just happened to return to the East Sea to take a break and visit my grandson, and I thought I would come to fetch you," Carp remarked nonchalantly. "Atlas. Smoker, you two youngsters must conduct yourselves well at the headquarters. Do not tarnish the reputation of our rogue town," Randall admonished with a serious expression. Atlas and Smoker respectfully saluted in response. "Very well. It is time for us to depart. I wonder if Sengoku has saved any of those delightful donuts for me?" Cap laughed heartily as he spoke, then turned and strode towards the ship, leaving behind a tall silhouette. Atlas and Smoker waved their hands and followed suit. "Oh, Vice Admiral Garp, I hold you in such high esteem. Could you grant me an autograph? Vice Admiral Garp, might you share tales of capturing the Pirate King?" As soon as Smoker boarded the ship, he bombarded Garp with eager questions, his excitement palpable, to the point where Atlas considered feigning ignorance of the lad. "Hey, you little brat, be quiet." Perhaps annoyed by the incessant chatter, Garp delivered a swift punch that landed squarely on Smoker's head, instantly creating a comical bump amidst his white hair. "Report, Vice Admiral Garp. We are about to cross the red line and enter the doldrums." At that moment, A messenger arrived to relay the ship's progress. All right, I am aware. The Navy's route did not venture through Reverse Mountain to access the Grand Line, but instead traversed directly through the doldrums to the Navy headquarters. Avoiding the attacks of Sea Kings in the doldrums relied on the expertise of Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist reputed to possess knowledge surpassing that of humanity by 5 centuries. The ship's hull was embedded with sea prism stone to deceive the senses of the Sea Kings, making them perceive the vessel as part of the ocean. However, this measure did not guarantee complete safety. Should fortune falter, an unfortunate collision with a Sea King could occur. Splash! Just as they spoke of trouble, a colossal Sea King, nearly 800 meters in length, surfaced, poised to collide with the ship. Yet, the sailors aboard maintained an air of indifference. Fear was not an option, for this was the flagship of the naval hero, Garp. Atlas, it's up to you. I'm taking a nap, Garp declared, then settled down, snoring contentedly. The surrounding soldiers were left agape, astonished by the nonchalance of such a precarious situation. Truly, Vice Admiral Garp was a character of unrestrained whimsy. Upon hearing this, Atlas felt a sense of helplessness, yet he unsheathed the 3rd generation of the ghost cutter from his waist, the blade's tip drooping. One sword style, dragon soaring, divine might. A crimson slash surged from above, descending upon the colossal Sea King, the immense force unleashed upon the creature with wild ferocity. In an instant, the waters were stained a deep red, and the gigantic carcass of the Sea King slowly emerged to the surface. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those aboard the warship as the slash nearly cleaved the massive Sea King in two. My apologies. I may have exerted a tad too much force. Allow me to treat everyone to an extra meal tonight. Atlas slowly sheathed his sword and turned to the crowd with a smile. Atlas, let us have the opportunity to spar and refine our swordsmanship. Bogart, standing nearby, was equally astonished. The last time he encountered Atlas, he had yet to reach the realm of iron cutting, though his swordplay could not yet be deemed exquisite. The power of his strikes left Bogart utterly speechless. Ha. I shall certainly seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Atlas nodded in acknowledgement. He found himself in a situation akin to working in isolation, having yet to engage in combat with other swordsmen. Although Bogart served as Captain Karp's aide, Atlas would not underestimate him. After all, Karp's previous aide was none other than the current Vice Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. However, a confrontation on the warship was out of the question, for the destructive power of swordsmen was undeniably formidable. Should a battle ensue, their safe arrival at headquarters would be uncertain. The Doghead warship sailed along its course for several days, finally reaching its destination, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. In his past life, Atlas had observed Marineford in anime without much sentiment. Yet, now, standing before the towering structure, he was struck by an unparalleled visual impact. The crashing waves relentlessly battered the crescent-shaped harbor, while splendid warships encircled the sturdy fortifications. Soldiers stood with solemn countenance, and the fluttering seagull flags conveyed an immense authority. This was the Navy headquarters, Marineford, a place that instilled fear in countless pirates, where both the legendary Golden Lion of the old era and the pirate King Roger of the new era had met their demise. Since Roger's execution in Logtown 5 years ago, although the situation at sea had grown increasingly chaotic, the Navy's might had likewise reached its zenith. This marked the beginning of Atlas's ascent onto the world stage, as he would be the one to bring an end to the era of great pirates. Karp's flagship gradually docked at the Marineford harbor, instantly stirring a commotion. After all, the unmistakable design of Karp's Doghead warship was highly recognizable among the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. Soon, a colonel on duty at the headquarters ran over. Standing respectfully before Karp and saluting with precision, Vice Admiral Karp. Colonel Hayes requests your guidance. Introduce these 2 new recruits to the headquarters. Karp cheerfully clapped Colonel Hayes on the shoulder and gestured towards Atlas and Smoker. Colonel Hayes, taken aback, wondered who these individuals were to receive such a grand reception from Vice Admiral Karp. Understood. Colonel Hayes replied loudly. Though somewhat perplexed, he refrained from asking further questions, contemplating how to glean information from the 2 new recruits. Follow me. I will show you around Marineford and help you familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. By the way, you are here to participate in the new recruit training camp, correct? Hayes inquired gently, glancing at the 2 men beside Vice Admiral Karp. Yes, Colonel Hayes. Atlas and his companion dared not to be negligent. Although Atlas held the rank of lieutenant colonel, that was in the East Sea, according to regulations. Ranks within the headquarters are elevated by 3 levels compared to those in the 4 seas branches. Thus, Atlas's rank should now be that of a first lieutenant in the headquarters. Ha. I shall leave these two youngsters in your capable hands. I am off to find Admiral Sengoku, Karp declared as he made his way to Sengoku's office. Come, allow me to escort you to the new recruits camp for registration. Colonel Hayes beckoned to Atlas and his companion once Karp was out of sight. In Sengoku's office, he was engaged in discussions with Admiral Tsuru regarding the Navy's next strategic deployments. Seated nearby was a man with curly hair and an eye patch, exuding an air of indolence, as if he were on the verge of slumber. Indeed, it was Admiral Akiji of the Navy. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open, interrupting Sengoku and Tsuru's conversation. Upon seeing Karp, Sengoku's forehead twitched in agitation, and his expression darkened. Karp, you actually decided to return. Karp, however, dismissed Sengoku's admonishment with indifference, responding nonchalantly, I merely took a vacation to visit my grandson. I am determined to train him into a formidable Marine. You dare say that? The monkey family has not a single reliable member. Sengoku's frustration escalated upon hearing Karp reference his family. He had just received intelligence that the young dragon had established a revolutionary army, which had garnered significant attention from the world government, with the 5 elders demanding answers from him. Ah, Kazan is here too. Karp, noticing Sengoku's rising ire, feigned ignorance and swiftly changed the subject, using Akiji as a shield. Ah, Mr. Karp, Akiji replied, his tone resigned. Yet he reluctantly pushed his eye patch up to his forehead to join the conversation. Ha ha, I have discovered a prodigious talent in the East Sea. One even more gifted than you. Karp boasted, unable to resist showcasing Atlas when he noticed Akiji's lack of enthusiasm. Oh, is that so? If it is someone esteemed by Lieutenant General Karp, I must certainly meet him. Akiji expressed genuine interest. The next generation of Navy admirals would undoubtedly be him, Akainu, and Kizaru, but thereafter, the succession appeared somewhat tenuous, with the likes of Jozu and Marco still lacking in comparison. Kanas Atlas, you say? Sengoku remarked, retrieving a file from the towering stack of documents on his desk, revealing Atlas's photograph prominently displayed. Meanwhile, Atlas and Smoker, under Colonel Hayes' guidance, had successfully completed their registration at the new recruits camp and were exiting, intending to visit the training camp's mess hall. Lieutenant Atlas, now that you have reported to headquarters, Admiral Sengoku requests your presence. Please accompany me. A soldier suddenly intercepted their path, panting as he spoke. Atlas and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, Smoker and Hayes gazed at Atlas with a touch of envy, for on his very first day at headquarters, he had garnered the attention of Admiral Sengoku. His future undoubtedly appeared auspicious. It is worth noting that Sengoku was the sole admiral currently serving in the headquarters. Moreover, Steel Bone Kong had long entrusted all naval affairs to Sengoku, making it all but certain that Sengoku would succeed as the fleet admiral. It was merely a matter of time. Yes, Atlas, though surprised, quickly responded. Thump, thump. Atlas stood at the door of the office of Sengoku, politely knocking. After all, he was not well acquainted with Sengoku and could not simply barge in as he had in Rogue Town. Randall remarked, I appreciate your courtesy. Do you consider yourself polite? Come in. A deep voice resonated from within the office, and Atlas instantly perceived that the voice belonged to a dignified middle-aged man. As Atlas entered, he was taken aback to discover that a significant portion of the Naval High Command was gathered in this modest office. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Even as Garp was playfully making faces at him, Atlas stood before the esteemed naval leaders and rendered a precise military salute, addressing them with grave respect. Recruit Kanas Atlas. At your service, Admiral Sengoku. Ah, splendid. Atlas, the future of the Navy rests upon the shoulders of promising young individuals like you, Sengoku remarked, his gaze sweeping over Atlas's youthful visage and robust physique, unable to suppress a note of admiration, particularly after hearing Garp's commendations of the young recruit. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. I've discovered where you've hidden your sabe. Just as Sengoku intended to utter a few more encouraging words to Atlas, he was interrupted by Garp's boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. I've devoured all your sabe. Garp continued to taunt Sengoku, entirely oblivious to the pulsing veins on Sengoku's forehead. Enough, silence yourself, you fool. Sengoku, struggling to contain his frustration, endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though his teeth were clenched, as he turned to Atlas and inquired, So, Lieutenant Atlas, may I ask what your sense of justice embodies? At that moment, 4 pairs of eyes in the room were fixed upon Atlas. Even the previously squinting Akiji had slightly opened his eyelids, curiosity glimmering within his gaze. My sense of justice? The strongest. I believe in the mightiest form of justice. Atlas pondered for a moment, then turned to gaze earnestly at the justice that reigns supreme behind the warring states, stating, peace attained through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. Only a clenched fist can bring an end to this chaotic era. Atlas spoke with conviction, unperturbed by the opinions of the four formidable figures before him. He laid bare his most authentic thoughts. In truth, Atlas harbored no fear. The Navy was a realm of considerable inclusivity, embracing all who professed justice. Very well, I understand. You may return now to organize your internal affairs. Yes. Atlas, upon hearing the dismissal, stepped out of the door with remarkable composure, while Haishu firmly secured it behind him. Xiaohe, Kazan, what are your thoughts on this young man? As for Atlas, there is no doubt that he possesses an unwavering conviction. His belief in strength and pursuit of justice is rivaled only by those present. Coupled with Karp's endorsement of his training aptitude, General, he paused momentarily before continuing. His potential for growth is certainly on par with Kazan and the others, perhaps even surpassing them. It is quite possible that the era of great pirates may indeed find its end in his hands. General, he concluded with a hint of jest. And you, Kazan? Well, he is a Navy officer with a strong conviction. His sense of justice is not as absolute as Sakazuki's. I would actually like him to join my crew after graduation. Green Pheasant expressed his admiration for Atlas, perhaps in search of a capable hand. That will not do. I intend to have him personally instruct on my ship, Karp interjected, unable to contain himself at the mention of this. It is hard to fathom that Atlas, now merely 17 years old, already possesses a physical prowess comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral in the headquarters. Furthermore, his data suggests that his proficiency in observation hockey is quite commendable. With his innate talent, he could swiftly become a significant asset to the Navy upon leaving the training camp. Sengoku casually picked up Atlas's file from the table, incredulity etched on his face. It is worth noting that even Kazan and his contemporaries did not exhibit such formidable strength at this age, particularly in terms of physical gifts, within Sengoku's understanding. Only the monstrous Big Mom could be deemed comparable. Meanwhile, Atlas remained blissfully unaware of the esteemed evaluations directed towards him, making his way to the dormitory assigned to him, where the various supplies he had just received still lay unorganized. As Atlas hummed an indecipherable tune, he sought the dormitory that would be his abode. Upon glimpsing the room number, he confirmed that this was indeed his designated quarters. In truth, he had visited this very dormitory once before, albeit briefly, after checking in, when he had merely dropped off his belongings with Smoker before departing without a thorough examination of the premises. Upon entering, he discovered a modest 4-person room featuring 2 bunk beds, one positioned by the window and the other adjacent to the door. However, as Atlas stepped inside, he began to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong dormitory. The sight that greeted him was one of utter disarray, with clutter strewn across the floor, strikingly familiar in its chaos. On the bed that was originally intended for Atlas lounged a brazen young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, exuding an air of arrogance. Smoker was conspicuously absent, presumably off engaging in some mischief. The bed near the door had only the upper bunk unoccupied. On the lower bunk knelt a fair-haired youth, whose features could be described as quite handsome. Yet, a lingering cloud of melancholy was evident in his expression, and his physique appeared somewhat frail. "Hello," he exclaimed. But as he attempted to rise to greet Atlas, he inadvertently lost his footing, colliding headfirst with the upper bunk and nearly dislodging the mattress. Meanwhile, the young man occupying Atlas's bed appeared to regard both Atlas and the golden-haired youth as mere phantoms, leaning nonchalantly against the headboard with an air of indifference. "Hey, that's my bed, and I assume you're the one who discarded my belongings." Atlas would not indulge him. He approached the arrogant youth and inquired directly, what is the matter? This is my domain now." The fellow did not even lift his head, completely disregarding Atlas's presence. "Hey, you over there. I need to deal with this brat. Could you assist me in concealing this?" Atlas chose not to engage in futile arguments with the fool before him, opting instead to teach him a lesson with decisive action, for it was indeed a rare opportunity to encounter someone to hone his skills upon. The reason for summoning the golden-haired youth to provide cover was clear. Atlas was well aware that the boy's fruit ability could impeccably obscure any traces of his actions. The golden-haired youth was taken aback, for Atlas spoke of the impending confrontation with such nonchalance, and his tone suggested a familiarity that was puzzling. The silence of the soundproof barrier enveloped them. The golden-haired youth possessed the power of the silence fruit, a superhuman ability that effectively shielded their room from any prying ears. making it an ideal power for espionage. No wonder he had been dispatched as an undercover agent. Rest assured, this will conclude swiftly, Atlas declared, flashing a broad, confident smile that revealed his pristine teeth. Hey, is it really necessary to be so arrogant? Do you truly believe you have me cornered? The boastful young man sensed that Atlas was not merely bluffing, and his bravado began to falter. The thought of facing punishment for a pre-training brawl was daunting, for he would surely incur the wrath of his father, a major in the military. Indeed, it was not Atlas's fist that frightened him, but rather the impending reprimand from his father. To him, Atlas appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. Seemingly strong, but still a product of a small town in East Blue. In contrast, he, Grus, had been raised on the Grand Line, enduring rigorous military training from a young age. In no time, Atlas imparted a crucial lesson to Grus with a single blow. Age is not necessarily an indicator of strength. Atlas swiftly materialized behind Grus, intent on subduing the arrogant fellow with a single strike. Iron block. As the son of a major general, he surely possessed a grasp of the six forms. However, at this moment, Grus could only muster the iron block, a relatively straightforward technique among the six forms. To his utter dismay, Grus discovered that even his father-praised mastery of the iron block crumbled like paper beneath Atlas's fist. Bang! Grus felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, evoking a sensation akin to facing his father, before he collapsed to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position, choosing to feign unconsciousness. Hey, if you're not dead, get up and tidy up my belongings. Atlas had long sensed that this fellow was not unconscious. With an irritable tone, he summoned him to rise and restore his belongings to their rightful place. Hey, boss, I'm coming right up. My name is Grus. And what do they call you, boss? Grus, possessing an audacious demeanor, ceased to feign unconsciousness upon being discovered. He promptly sprang to his feet and shamelessly acknowledged Atlas as his superior. You may call me Atlas. Atlas finds himself powerless against such individuals, for one cannot strike a smiling face. Ah, you there, young lad, what is your name? Atlas turned to the golden-haired youth and remarked, Here I am, the youngest in Atlas, yet you insist on calling others little brat with such an air of antiquity. Quite amusing, isn't it? My name is Rosanandi, and it seems you are acquainted with me. How did you know that my devil fruit ability could assist you in masking your movements? Rosanandi, somewhat bashful, mustered the courage to inquire. He suspected that Atlas was sent by the world government's CP agency to monitor him, which made him a little wary. Oh, I am not familiar with you. I merely wished for your help in keeping watch. To my surprise, your devil fruit ability is precisely what I need, Atlas casually explained. Yet, in his mind, he thought, not only do I know you, but I am also aware of your surname, Don Quixote. You were once a celestial dragon and the adopted son of a marine admiral. In 2 years, you will infiltrate the Don Quixote family and betray Doflamingo. Oh, I see. It was uncertain whether Rosanandi believed him, but Atlas considered this trivial matter of no consequence. Atlas, I'm back. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, revealing none other than Smoker. With keen ears, Grus, who had been tidying up, slowed his movements and looked up to scrutinize Smoker, noticing that this newcomer was of a similar age to Atlas. However, judging by his physique, it was apparent that he was far inferior in physical prowess to Atlas, which made Grus feel somewhat empowered. As Smoker entered, he was greeted by his roommates, and a smile spread across his face as he enthusiastically introduced himself. Hello, I'm Smoker, hailing from the East Blue branch, a user of the smoky fruit, a Logia type. Upon hearing Logia, both Grus and Rosanandi were taken aback. They realized he was an exceptionally rare Logia devil fruit user. Surely, he must be the strongest among their cohort. They had not heard of any other Logia users. However, noting the respect Smoker showed toward Atlas, Grus wondered if he had already mastered hockey. Yet, Grus soon felt disheartened, realizing that he was the weakest in the dormitory. Surrounded by 2 devil fruit users, one being the formidable Logia type, and the other a physical powerhouse. He had initially planned to establish some authority and play the role of the dorm leader, but now he found himself relegated to the position of a mere subordinate. Hey, Smoker, where have you been wandering off to? Upon seeing Smog return so late, Atlas could not help but indulge in a bit of gossip. TCH encountered a troublesome rookie and ended up in a scuffle with her. Oh, at this revelation, the other residents of the dormitory immediately perked up their ears, intrigued. A rookie capable of challenging even a natural elemental user? Could this current training camp truly be that formidable? Grus pondered with a sense of dismay. Is it still possible to withdraw at this stage? Oh, is she also a user of a devil fruit? Atlas inquired about the matter of utmost concern to everyone. Oh, the wielder of the Superman series, the Kankan fruit, she remarked. Yet, she remains unable to contend with me. Smoker said, lifting his head slightly with a sense of pride. Rest easy, everyone. Tomorrow morning marks our first gathering at the camp. You should retire early. I shall take my leave to train a bit more. Atlas remained unfazed. With his current combat prowess, he resembled a humanoid bulldozer capable of effortlessly leveling the entire training camp. Moreover, his skeletal structure and muscle density were still on the rise. He harbored no fear, save for the most formidable of natural-type devil fruits. Training at such a late hour? Both Rosinante and Gruss appeared somewhat astonished. Yet Smoker maintained an air of calm. He had personally experienced Atlas's training regimen, and merely the warm-up nearly left him exhausted. It was evident that no one's strength is acquired without effort. In the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a sharp whistle pierced the air above the new recruit training camp, shattering the stillness of the night. It was 5 a.m, and most of the newly arrived recruits were still ensconced in the warmth of their blankets. Meanwhile, Atlas had already completed his practice of sword strikes for the day. Soon, approximately 160 recruits gathered in the training field, and Atlas approached at a leisurely pace, finding his way to where Smoker and the others stood. At the front of the field stood a middle-aged man with short purple hair, his partially open jacket revealing his muscular chest. His thick neck seemed to meld into his scalp. This was the chief instructor of the Marine recruit training camp, Admiral Zephyr. Standing behind Zephyr was a robust man with a ponytail, whose arms hung naturally beyond his knees, his skin a deep shade of brown. To Atlas's astonishment, this man belonged to the Long-Arm tribe, a rare sight indeed. In Atlas's memory, it seemed that a supernova from the notorious pirate era a decade later was also of the Long-Arm tribe. Zephyr stood calmly before the somewhat restless recruits, casting a discerning gaze over the assembly before speaking. Silence. I am quite disappointed in you all. Those arriving late may turn back. You have been eliminated. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated clearly within the ears of every individual present. Immediately, some of the late-arriving recruits turned pale, collapsing in despair. The Marine recruit training camp was a cradle for Marine officers, and those expelled from here would carry a stain on their record for life. Please, Admiral Zephyr, grant us another chance. Some, unwilling to accept their fate, desperately sought to elicit sympathy from Zephyr. You are soldiers. Your duty is to safeguard the peace of the world. If you cannot even follow basic commands, how can you hope to execute your justice? Although Zephyr was known as the Admiral who does not kill, he was not a man of leniency. A soldier must embody unwavering discipline and obedience. After dealing with the first batch of eliminations, Zephyr's gaze swept across the field before finally settling on Atlas, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Kano's Atlas, is it? I truly look forward to your performance. Attention. Everyone, I am aware that many of you hail from distant seas. Even among the ranks, there are those of modest renown, hailing from the illustrious Grand Line. And some even have parents holding esteemed positions within the Navy. However, here, all such distinctions are rendered irrelevant. I have even instructed your parents. So do not attempt to gain any privileges from me. Zephyr surveyed the impassive faces before him and continued, I am Zephyr, your chief instructor. I trust some of you may have heard of me. It matters not if you have not. Here, you are required solely to obey orders. Do you understand? Understood. The entire cohort of recruits shouted with fervor, striving to project their voices to the utmost, and Atlas was no exception. Excellent. Next, your physical training instructor, Kusuk, will provide you with insights into the new recruit training period. Zephyr looked upon the spirited young individuals with satisfaction before stepping back, granting the stage to the towering figure of the long-handed Kusuk. Greetings. I am Kusuk, but you may refer to me as Instructor Kusuk. I am responsible for guiding your physical training and am also Zephyr's assistant. This training program for new recruits spans 3 years. However, should you wish to graduate early, you need only pass the assessment conducted by Chief Instructor Zephyr. At this juncture, Kusuk injected a touch of humor. Tomorrow, we will conduct a strength assessment, which will enable us to gain a more comprehensive understanding of your capabilities and tailor specific training regimens to maximize your growth in the shortest time possible. As Kusuk scanned the crowd and observed the flicker of interest in their expressions, he continued, of course, do not harbor any illusions of merely coasting through this gilded experience. Each year, there will be an assessment. Those who do not meet the standards will face a 1-year extension before graduation, with only a single opportunity for delay. Graduation itself will also be contingent upon an assessment, and I expect to see the same individuals at that time. Very well, since no one has voiced dissent. We shall commence the first physical training session of the day. Now, everyone, warm up in place for 10 minutes. After delivering his instructions, Kusuk moved aside to engage in quiet conversation with Zephyr, leaving Atlas somewhat curious. However, refraining from eavesdropping with his observation haki, he dutifully began his warm-up routine. To be candid, Atlas was not particularly looking forward to the upcoming physical training, as he typically trained under heavy loads. Yet today, due to the introductory speech for new recruits, he had left his weights behind. He thought he could merely jog through the session without much effort. All right, everyone. Today, we will run 50 laps around the training field. Once completed, we will have our meal. The recruits exhibited no complaints and silently commenced their laps around the field, with Atlas and the others following suit. Eager to stand out during this training, the new recruits were determined to catch instructor Zephyr's eye, hoping for special attention that could propel them into greater heights. Atlas, undeterred, chose to showcase his remarkable talents and prowess without reservation, understanding that the sooner he revealed his capabilities, the more likely he would be entrusted with greater responsibilities. It must be noted that Atlas possessed a physique that was unmatched throughout the training camp. As he sprinted, he seemed to glide past his peers like a swift breeze, leaving them far behind within mere minutes. Where did such a formidable individual come from? One onlooker exclaimed. Atlas truly excels. It seems I must continue to strive harder, remarked Smoker. Our captain is indeed impressive, truly deserving of his status as the leader of the Grus, added the boisterous Grus, who had become attached to Atlas after receiving a lesson from him, proving difficult to shake off. Fear not, Xiaomigua, he is certainly not from the CP department. This little fellow has the potential to become a great commander. A phone bug with frog-like glasses and a twisted mustache commented casually from the shadows. Indeed, Atlas is remarkable. Rossi Nandi mused, recalling the praise bestowed upon Atlas by Sengoku the previous night, in the Marine Vondo new recruit training camp. The deep night sky was adorned with a scattering of stars, and a cool breeze gently caressed Atlas's robust form as he engaged in additional training after his meal. However, the memory of the morning's intensive training brought him a sense of dread. In his eagerness to complete his physical training swiftly, he had pushed his speed to its limits, accomplishing the task in a mere third of the time taken by others. Yet, Instructor Zifa seemed disinclined to allow him such ease, subjecting him to weighted exercises that left him utterly exhausted. Zifa had meticulously calibrated Atlas's burden to his current physical limits, which, while causing some discomfort, also sparked excitement within Atlas, for he believed that emerging from the training camp would herald a significant enhancement of his abilities. Upon completing his final training task, Atlas turned to head back to his dormitory for a refreshing shower to wash away the fatigue of the day. Unbeknownst to him, in a brightly lit building in the distance, Zifa stood quietly at the window, silently observing Atlas's departing silhouette. He had remained in place for several hours, while Atlas remained blissfully unaware of his presence. What a diligent young man, Zifa thought to himself. Atlas, weary from his exertions, entered the dormitory to find the others cozily settled in their quarters. Boss, you finally arrived. I've prepared hot water for you. Go on. Indulge in a refreshing bath, Gruz exclaimed, radiating an air of pride akin to that of an eager devotee. You've already drawn the water for me. How fortuitous. Thank you, Gruz, Atlas replied, having grown accustomed to Gruz's gestures of kindness and accepting them with ease. It's nothing, if you wish. I could draw water for you every day, Gruz said, elated, seemingly overwhelmed by the approval of Atlas, which sent a shiver down the spines of Smog and Rocinante. This fellow, surely he must have some peculiar inclinations, right? Well then, I shall count on you from now on, Gruz. Atlas, unfazed, smiled as he spoke. From now on, I shall rely on you, my leader. I inquired, and it appears our cohort of recruits consists of approximately 160 individuals. There are about 30 from the previous batch who have repeated, and according to the information I've gathered, there are 3 exceptional newcomers. At this point, Grus cast a significant glance at the others before excitedly continuing, but let us wait until you finish your bath to discuss further. Grus, ever the tease, insisted on building suspense at a crucial moment. Instantaneously, Smog and Rocinante felt a sense of vexation creeping in. Enough chatter, just spill it, Atlas exclaimed, playfully delivering a light punch to Grus's head to urge him on. Among the 3 exceptional newcomers, 2 are from our dormitory, with you, my leader. Sitting at the pinnacle, Grus remarked, shooting a glance at Smog. Me? Are they mistaken? Smog replied, his usual confidence shaken from frequently being overshadowed by Atlas, now astonished at the prospect of being ranked alongside him. But who was the other? Smog inquired, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Ah, you wouldn't know, would you? The third individual is a woman, seemingly a user of a devil fruit as well, though I couldn't ascertain the specifics of her powers. However, I do know her name, Gruss said, a sly grin spreading across his face. It's Tina, right? For some inexplicable reason, the name flashed through Smog's mind. How did you know? Gruss responded, clearly taken aback. This was information he had sought for quite some time, only to discover that Smog was ahead of him. Well, didn't I mention that I had a skirmish with a Paramecia-type devil fruit user? That person is named Tina, Smog replied, equally astonished by the coincidence. Regardless, I still believe you, my leader, are the strongest among the recruits. You are the true monster. Gruss had already learned from Smog that Atlas was a man who could effortlessly overpower him, a natural user of the physical prowess. Indeed, Smog and Rocinante wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. All right, you little rascals, get some rest. Tomorrow is the camp assessment. Atlas timely interrupted their gossip, for if the conversation were to continue, they might find it challenging to find slumber. The others in the dorm had grown accustomed to Atlas's somewhat pedantic manner of speaking. After all, in the world of One Piece, the strong often exhibit behaviors that are somewhat eccentric. A night passed in silence. In the training camp, even before dawn, the recruits had already lined up in a long queue. Their diligence was not a matter of enthusiasm. Rather, they were intimidated by the elimination method from the previous day. Atlas had just concluded his morning training and quietly returned to his previous position. However, his arrival stirred a commotion among the crowd, as the impressive figure he had displayed during yesterday's physical training had left a lasting impression on them. Furthermore, the whispers about him being the foremost among the three monstrous recruits had significantly amplified his reputation. Soon, it was time for the test. Zephyr and Shuzwa appeared promptly before the recruits, accompanied by a machine approximately 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which was securely positioned beside them. It appeared that no one was late today. The test involved a machine endorsed by the World Government's Scientific Department, designed to measure a value known as the Combat Power Index. Of course, this index merely represented a static display of one's physical data and could not determine one's combat prowess, as numerous factors influence combat capability, including mindset and willpower on the battlefield. Shuzwa observed the curious gazes of the recruits and began to explain slowly. Afterward, he picked up the list in his hand and called each recruit forward for testing in the order presented. Grow, surprised to be the first, stepped forward briskly. Now, deliver your most powerful attack against the machine. Both martial arts and swordsmanship are acceptable, Shuzwa instructed Grow before stepping aside. Bang! Grow exerted all his strength, striking the testing machine with his fist. Combat Power Index, 550. A cold, synthesized voice echoed from the machine. Next, Kirkland. Shuzwa continued to announce names, his expression neutral, making it impossible to discern whether the results were favorable or not. Bugra. Combat Power Index, 230. Behringer. Combat Power Index, 180. Smoker. Combat Power Index, 800. A collective gasp resonated among the recruits. After several rounds of testing, they had begun to grasp the implications of the Combat Power Index. It was evident that a value exceeding 520 truly represented a surpassing of human limits, reaching a superhuman level, and Smoker's score of 800 was genuinely staggering to them. Moreover, Smoker was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Tina. Combat Power Index, 750. Yet another formidable contender. The crowd had grown somewhat numb, their collective prowess hovering around a mere 300, with only a select few exceptionally talented individuals surpassing the threshold of 500. The fact that Tina, a mere girl, possessed such a significantly higher power level than them left them feeling slightly disheartened. Tina was far from pleased. Observing that her own prowess seemed to lag behind that of Smoker, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, casting a sidelong glance at him before returning to her position. What does he keep looking at me for? Is he attempting to provoke me? Smoker pondered, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he noticed Tina's seemingly displeased gaze directed his way. Next, Kano's Atlas. Upon hearing this name, the previously bored crowd stirred slightly. Even Zephyr, who stood nearby, turned his attention toward the announcement. Atlas stepped forward with calm determination, inhaling deeply as his toes gripped the ground. His body sank slightly before he unleashed a sudden burst of strength. Iron block, shatter, bird's thorn. Atlas let out a fierce roar, executing a move derived from iron, followed by a powerful jab that struck the machine with tremendous force. Power level, 5,000. Boom. As the cold, synthesized electronic voice announced Atlas's score, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even Zephyr momentarily lost in thought. The recruits might have anticipated that Atlas's power level would slightly exceed that of the other so-called monstrous newcomers. But the gap was far greater than expected. With a power level of 5,000, Atlas's actual combat capability could very well surpass this figure. However, Atlas himself remained remarkably composed. This outcome was within his expectations. After all, he was a master swordsman adept at slicing through iron. All right, quiet down. Next, although Siyasu was equally astonished, he promptly intervened to halt the recruits' discussions and continued overseeing the subsequent tests. At the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, under the plaque of Justice Reigning Supreme, Sengoku, wearing frog-eyed spectacles, was engrossed in paperwork, occasionally tossing discarded documents to a goat for disposal. Suddenly he paused, scrutinizing a particular document in his hand. He then passed the file to Rear Admiral Crane beside him. "Little Crane, take a look at this document." The perplexed Rear Admiral Crane accepted the file and burst into laughter. "Indeed, I did not misjudge this boy. A power level of 5,000, what a formidable little rascal." After the recruits' evaluations concluded, Siyasu promptly informed those with power levels below 500 to commence basic physical training. Meanwhile, those boasting power levels above 500 would undergo specialized martial arts training with Siyasu the following day. Fortunately, all of Atlas's dormitory members passed, even the seemingly frail Rasanandi, whose power level just met the threshold at 520. "You are Atlas, right? Tina wishes to make your acquaintance." Just as the assembly dispersed, Atlas prepared to join Smoker and the others for a hearty meal at the cafeteria, when a girl with strikingly stylish light pink hair and purple-tinted sunglasses intercepted their path. "Oh, hello, I am Atlas," he replied. Atlas was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and responded, "Tina wishes to challenge you. I've heard from Smog that you possess remarkable skills." Atlas turned his head, expressionless, to look at the bewildered Smoker. "Ah, so it is you, little brat, who has brought me this trouble. I apologize, but you are far too weak. I have no interest." Without hesitation, Atlas declined Tina's challenge, jesting that battling her paled in comparison to the allure of dining in the cafeteria. He then bypassed Tina and strode directly towards the dining hall. "Hey, wait for me." Smoker and his companions were equally taken aback by Atlas's decisive rejection. It was only after Atlas had distanced himself that they hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, Tina, left behind, clenched her fists as she gazed at Atlas's receding figure, a fierce determination igniting within her. She had never before faced such overwhelming dominance from her peers. Previously, she had only regarded Smoker with a modicum of respect due to his Logia-type Devil Fruit. As night fell, Atlas continued his evening training as per usual. "Hey kid, how about I become your opponent?" A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Instructor Zifa?" Atlas exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected presence of the chief, Instructor Zifa. "Atlas, I have been watching you for quite some time, and today I feel a bit restless. What a fortuitous opportunity." Atlas grinned, feeling a surge of excitement. "Chafe." With a powerful contraction of his leg muscles, Atlas instantly appeared before Zifa, his body taut like a drawn bow, his arms abruptly thickening as he launched an assault towards Zifa's face. Unfazed, Zifa anticipated the strike, his palm meeting Atlas's fist with precision, firmly grasping it. He then stepped forward, utilizing his waist strength to attempt an over-the-shoulder throw. Iron block, knee strike, divine power. Atlas, however, would not yield so easily to Zifa's intentions. He unleashed a knee strike, honed through extensive training, enhanced by the bull talisman. Zifa quickly raised his hand to intercept the powerful knee strike, preventing Atlas from being thrown over his shoulder. "Not bad, kid. Your strength is commendable, and your reflexes are quite sharp. Your iron block training is well executed," Zifa remarked, impressed by how deftly Atlas had countered his attack. "However, from here on, I intend to get serious. Be cautious, young one." Iron block fist. Shatter. Divine power. In response, Atlas unleashed a flurry of punches, their speed creating the illusion of countless fists striking simultaneously. Iron block. Steel. Armament. Zifa was not easily deceived by such tricks. With his formidable observation haki, he clearly discerned Atlas's punches and accurately distributed his armament haki at the point of impact. Bang! Bang! The sound of heavy strikes echoed as Atlas shook his slightly numbed fists. So hard, I cannot break through Zepha's armament defense. Ha ha ha, impressive strength. Zephyr was equally taken aback by Atlas's formidable power. It was astonishing that a mere 17-year-old could possess such immense strength. Had he not previously known that Atlas was a pure embodiment of physical prowess, he might have suspected the boy had secretly consumed a devil fruit. One sword style, thunder cut, divine power. As Atlas realized that his fist strikes were ineffective against Zephyr, he decisively drew the third generation of the Demon Slayer and aimed a fierce slash at Zephyr. A brilliant flash of blade light appeared instantaneously, illuminating the surrounding darkness. And the previously chilly night air was suddenly laced with an icy sharpness. This was the art of drawing the sword. The piercing intent of the sword surged towards Zephyr, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. That glimmering blade seemed poised to cleave him in two. Zephyr's eyes brightened. This strike could inflict severe damage on anyone below the rank of a vice admiral, particularly those who had not mastered Haki. However, despite the speed and cunning timing of the attack, Zephyr's formidable observation Haki enabled him to evade it. In an instant, Zephyr appeared before Atlas, his Haki enveloping him as his ebony fist hurtled toward Atlas's abdomen. Atlas's own observation Haki registered the imminent threat, yet Zephyr's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to counter. Bang! Iron block, empty wood. On a misty morning at the rookie training camp, a line of Navy recruits surged forward, their expressions eerily blank. This training regimen was unlike the gradual jogs of HIT. It demanded the full exertion of their strength in a relentless sprint. Anyone who has run 400 or 800 meters can attest to the intensity of this experience, as it effectively extracts one's latent potential and stamina. Leading the charge was unquestionably Atlas, who had already lapped his peers multiple times, all while bearing additional weight. Yet, the sparkle in his eyes dimmed slightly, as he recalled the painful sensation in his abdomen from the previous night's clash with Zephyr. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to make contact with Atlas's midsection, Atlas managed to react in time, attempting to employ the iron block technique to mitigate the blow, if only slightly. Bang! A surge of ferocious power, coupled with an extraordinary penetrating force, surged into Atlas's abdomen, causing a tempest within him that nearly expelled his last meal. Fortunately, he had broken through the defense. He couldn't fathom what kind of sustenance this young boy had consumed to develop such monstrous muscle density. Thankfully, Zephyr had only employed a modicum of flowing cherry Haki. Otherwise, he would have been left with a significant loss of face. Little did Atlas know that Zephyr had even utilized flowing cherry Haki against him. Otherwise, he might have been at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. All right, with 10 minutes remaining in the 20-minute limit run, hold on. Just look at Atlas. In comparison to you, he bears an additional burden. What reason do you have to falter? Standing resolutely at the center of the training ground, Shozua reprimanded with an impassive demeanor, urging you to remember the sensations of this very moment. A true champion is not merely defined by sheer physical strength, but also by the fortitude of their spirit. It matters not if you do not comprehend this now. In due course, enlightenment will dawn upon you. Thus, your sole task at present is to persevere, to transcend your limits, to conquer your own self. This form of physical training primarily serves to cultivate one's willpower. Of course, it also greatly benefits physical conditioning. Hence, it is not merely about strength. It is a testament to the robustness of one's convictions and resolve. Before long, 5 minutes elapsed. Bang! At the rear of the line, an individual unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, gasping greedily for the fresh air. His labored breaths resembling the wheezing of a blacksmith's bellows, his body akin to a puddle of mud, utterly spent. Soon after, several others, unable to endure, opted to surrender, akin to a domino effect, causing a cascade of bodies to fall. Shozua, observing this scene unfold, chose to remain a bystander, his gaze unyielding. Meanwhile, the leader, Atlas, continued to advance towards the predetermined goal with the precision of a machine. Apart from the slight heaviness in his breath, no discernible change was evident. Even his footsteps remained impeccably measured. Monster! This word involuntarily surfaced in the minds of all present. Atlas sprinted up to Instructor Shio and inquired, "Report, Instructor. Is there a heavier burden?" "This is far too light." The adjutant beside him replied helplessly, "There isn't any more. The weight you bear is already the heaviest in the recruit camp." Shio fell silent for a moment, then turned to Atlas and stated, "This ordinary training holds little significance for you. Later, come find me with those whose combat power exceeds 500. Understood." At that moment, the physical training session had concluded, and everyone lay sprawled on the ground. Even Tina, The only girl among them was no exception. Xiao surveyed the scene, although only Atlas remained standing. Approximately 100 individuals had persevered. He couldn't help but nod silently, taking special note of these 100, some of whom possessed combat power of only 1 or 200. However, their display of willpower was undoubtedly exceptional. Now, we will proceed to the next training segment. Adjutant, oversee them. Those with combat power over 500. Step forward and follow me. Xiao instructed the adjutant before striding out of the training ground. Among the 8 who stepped forward, including Atlas, he recognized only 4, while the others were unfamiliar to him. The reason I have called you forth is to initiate the next phase of specialized training. Your physical capabilities have essentially surpassed the limits of the human body. Now, I will teach you a martial art that transcends human limits, the Navy's 6 forms. Of course, even though your physical fitness has reached the standard, I must caution you against overextending yourselves. If you feel your talent is lacking, you may selectively practice a few forms. Xiao advised with a serious expression. Yet, each individual present was a prodigy, having emerged from their respective bases, and naturally, they were brimming with pride. Xiao anticipated that some would desire to master all 6 forms. Except for you, Atlas, you are to learn all 6 forms. He continued. You are considered the elite class of the recruit camp. However, there will be an assessment at the end of the year, during which you will face challenges from the regular class. The victor ascends, while the defeated descends. Here, as long as you possess a strong fist, you can access greater resources. Xiao's words were highly motivational. The recruits were not foolish and understood what was expected of them. Now, I will explain the Navy's 6 forms. Many of you may have encountered them to some extent. I will first elucidate the principles, and then through practical application, you will gain a deeper understanding of the 6 forms. The first, shave, involves rapidly striking the ground dozens of times to generate explosive power that propels your body forward. Storm leg is a kicking technique that creates a vacuum attack, delivering slashing strikes akin to those of a swordmaster. As he spoke, the others turned their gazes toward Atlas, for he was the only swordmaster present. As for moonwalk, it allows you to achieve a brief state of weightlessness. The consumption of physical energy is exceedingly substantial, and the difficulty of learning this technique can be deemed the most challenging among the 6 forms. The finger gun technique concentrates the entirety of one's strength into the index finger, capable of delivering a striking effect that can effortlessly pierce through steel. After Fuz finished speaking, he cast a glance towards Atlas, immediately instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Atlas, step forward and engage in a spar with me, allowing everyone to gain a more intuitive understanding of the 6 forms. Indeed, as soon as Fuz's words left his lips, Atlas felt an impending sense of doom. Nearby, Smoker and Razanani exchanged glances filled with mischievous delight. It seems there is no escaping this. I shall show you no mercy, Instructor Fuz. With no option left to evade, Atlas steeled himself for the challenge. Enough with the bravado, kid, Fuz declared, forming his hands into the shape of a gun, resembling a multi-armed Azura, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Atlas. Although he had invited Atlas to serve as a sparring partner, he did not underestimate the youthful figure standing before him. Atlas remained unperturbed, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. With the awakening of his observation haki, he deftly maneuvered his body within a confined space, evading all of Fuz's thrusts with remarkable agility. However, Atlas was not merely a master of evasion. Before Fuz could retract his attack, he lunged forward with a powerful bow stance, his left leg crashing down onto the ground, causing a pit to instantly ripple outward in all directions. Iron block, divine power. Fuz gasped in astonishment, hastily crossing his arms in a protective stance before him. Yet, he still felt as if he had been struck head-on by a steam locomotive of the sea, unable to prevent himself from staggering back a few steps before finally regaining his balance. How do you like that, Instructor Fuz? Atlas grinned at him, while those nearby were left in a state of shock and trepidation, fearing they would not withstand even such a blow. What a brave lad. Bring it on. Fuz's competitive spirit was ignited, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Storm kick. Chaotic storm kick. Atlas had only recently mastered the Gale step, and thus had yet to develop an extension technique for it. Consequently, he found himself in dire straits, as a multitude of vacuum slashes threatened to overwhelm him. Suddenly, with a flash, Atlas vanished from his original position, and several afterimages appeared in mid-air, narrowly evading all the slashes. In truth, with Atlas's current physique, he could withstand those slashes with nothing more than minor skin injuries. However, Atlas preferred to maintain a semblance of dignity, After all, appearing disheveled would severely tarnish his image. Seizing the opportunity, he charged towards Shuzo, arriving at his front almost instantaneously, and aimed a precise finger thrust at Shuzo's vital points. Behold, this is an iron block. Shuzo, surprisingly, still had time to explain to the onlookers, which inadvertently made Atlas apply more force to his strike. A resounding clash of metal echoed as iron met steel. To avoid mishaps, Shuzo had discreetly donned a layer of armament color beneath his clothing. Reality proved that his caution was well-founded. Although it was Atlas's first time utilizing the finger thrust, his formidable physique, coupled with the divine power granted by the bull talisman, rendered the situation far from a simple equation of 1 + 1 equaling 2. Had Shuzo not employed the armament color, he would have undoubtedly suffered a grievous wound. While it wouldn't have posed a significant threat, the embarrassment of losing face in front of the students was a certainty. All right. That concludes today's demonstration. Shuzo, noticing the increasingly excited, albeit somewhat unsettling, smile on Atlas's face, hastily brought the demonstration to an end. Upon witnessing the situation, Atlas felt it prudent to refrain from further action, instead licking his lips with lingering desire. Throughout his time in the East Sea, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. Indeed, this expedition to the main base was proving to be quite worthwhile. In Atlas's eyes, a true warrior must challenge those who are stronger. For the strong wield their blades against greater foes, while the weak only strike down those beneath them. Power is never granted without effort, and fate will not betray the sweat that one sheds. Very well, practice on your own for the remaining time. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek me out. Atlas, accompany me. Master Zephyr wishes to speak with you. With a nonchalant wave, Shios would dismiss Smoker and the others, beckoning Atlas to follow him to Zephyr. The news of Zephyr's summons for Atlas immediately drew envious glances from the onlookers. After all, a meeting with a vice admiral of the Navy might afford him the opportunity for invaluable guidance. Yet, their envy was but a fleeting sentiment. When one stands on equal footing, jealousy may arise. But when the chasm of disparity widens to an insurmountable extent, only admiration remains. Although Atlas felt somewhat perplexed as to why Zephyr wished to see him, could it be that yesterday's battle had not yet satiated him? Contemplating this, Atlas couldn't help but rub his jaw. How is your mastery of the 6 powers coming along, little one? Zephyr inquired directly about Atlas's training, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Zephyr, though a stern individual, was by no means harsh. Otherwise, many commanders within the Navy would not continue to hold him in high regard after their graduation. It is said that Sora remained in the boot camp solely to follow Zephyr, and even after Zephyr's decision to defect from the Navy and establish the Inyo Navy, he garnered a significant number of followers, a testament to his charismatic persona. Not too bad. The fundamental principles and application are sound, but I lack practice and timing. Atlas replied with a serious demeanor. Zephyr was not surprised by this. He had long since become immune to Atlas's monstrous learning capabilities. Never underestimate the practice of the 6 powers. It is not merely a combat technique. Mastering all 6 powers ultimately leads to the ultimate control over one's body. Known as the 7th power, Life Return, Zephyr continued to elucidate to Atlas. Life Return? Atlas allowed a hint of astonishment to surface. He was already aware of this skill. After all, it is common knowledge that there are 7 techniques within the 6 powers. Indeed, Life Return is a rare achievement within the Navy. Few have succeeded in mastering it. The most renowned practitioner is Rear Admiral Spider of the Navy headquarters, whose 8-sword style involves infusing consciousness into his hair. The applications of Life Return extend far beyond this. Moreover, you have already achieved part of what Life Return entails, maximizing energy utilization to repair your body. It resembles your formidable self-healing abilities, although yours is passive, while Life Return requires conscious control. Zephyr held a deep sense of satisfaction in Atlas's progress. As a veteran of the Navy, he placed great emphasis on physical refinement. While he did not dismiss the power of devil fruits, he discouraged excessive reliance on their abilities. In the past, Borsellino had faced numerous reprimands from Zephyr for being overly dependent on his fruit's powers during his time in the boot camp. Thus, witnessing Atlas's pure physical prowess evoked a sense of inexplicable admiration within him. Little one, I have high hopes for you. You possess the potential to become a future admiral of the Navy. Zephyr declared heartily, patting Atlas robustly on the shoulder, pride evident on his face. Of course, I aspire to be the world's strongest man. The morning sun was gentle, and the relentless waves tirelessly crashed against the shore, perched upon a large rock by the coastline. Atlas sat bare-chested, gazing vacantly into the distance, his mind occupied with thoughts of his recent training endeavors. Atlas has been training in the 6 styles for quite some time now. Although he has attained a high level of proficiency, he has recently encountered a plateau. His understanding of the 6 styles remains superficial, preventing him from developing any advanced techniques. What? Is he facing a bottleneck in his training of the 6 styles? Zephyr's office is rather unpretentious, bordering on austere. A plaque emblazoned with the words "Justice Without Killing" hangs on the front wall, while an old sofa, whose age is indeterminate, occupies a corner. Zhuasa sits pensively on the sofa, his rugged visage reflecting a deep contemplation, seemingly troubled by matters concerning the training camp. Meanwhile, Atlas sits across from Zephyr's desk, patiently awaiting his mentor's insights. Well then, let us engage in a friendly sparring session so that I may gauge your current level. Zephyr proposes after a moment of reflection. After all, practical combat offers the most immediate insight into Atlas's mastery of the 6 styles. Very well, I would be honored. Master Zephyr, Atlas replies, eager to seize such an opportunity. Having a top-tier powerhouse as a sparring partner and mentor is undoubtedly a dream for many. Zhuasa, observing the unfolding situation, displays an expression of intrigue. He is quite curious about Atlas's progress, especially considering that just a few months prior, he struggled to best Atlas without employing hockey. Atlas's monstrous physique and immense strength left a lasting impression on him. Be careful, Master Zephyr. Atlas cannot help but offer a word of caution as they take their positions on the training ground. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, unleash your full strength upon me. Zephyr responds with hearty laughter, casually tossing his justice cloak to Zhuasa, revealing his robust physique. Shave. Iron block fist, divine power. As the words leave his lips, Atlas strikes first, lunging forward with a powerful stance, his right fist aimed directly at Zephyr's chest, the tremendous force creating a thunderous sound in the air. Well done, Zephyr. Undeterred, counters with a fist of his own, and a colossal boom erupts around them, stirring up clouds of dust. Come again. Atlas shakes off the tingling sensation in his arm, his fighting spirit ignited as he charges forward once more. Bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce clashes resonate across the training ground, causing the onlooking recruits to feel a shiver of apprehension. Though they had previously regarded Atlas as formidable, they had never experienced it firsthand. Witnessing this bout with Zephyr grants them a concrete understanding of Atlas's strength. It is worth noting that Zephyr is a former admiral of the Black Arm. Even in retirement, his prowess remains at its peak, which undoubtedly leaves the surrounding recruits feeling somewhat disheartened by the vast chasm that exists between individuals. Meanwhile, Zhuasa observes the expressions on the recruits' faces, a glimmer of realization lighting up his own. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Gun of the finger. Iron block. Indeed, the disparity between iron and iron is palpable. Atlas felt as though he were merely engaging in a common clash of blades against Zephyr's formidable presence, where even a breach of skin seemed insurmountable. You're quite the old man, aren't you, kid? Zephyr jested, his voice laced with mockery as he observed Atlas's futile attempts. Yet, his own actions remained relentless. Life returns. Paper drawing. Martial form. Shave. In an astonishing transformation, Zephyr's towering height of 3.48 meters swiftly diminished, his muscles compressing as if subjected to the relentless force of a hydraulic press, rendering him a figure of compact strength. He then vanished from Atlas's sight, moving with a swiftness that left Atlas's heightened perception utterly unresponsive. Danger! Danger! Suddenly, a shadow loomed ominously behind Atlas, the warning from his instinct urging him to flee. However, before he could pivot, a colossal iron fist descended rapidly upon his back. Iron fist technique. Giant hammer. The impact of Zephyr's fist struck Atlas with tremendous force, sending him crashing violently into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater in the hard earth. Ah, such mercilessness, Zephyr-sensei. Atlas, slightly pained, rose from the ground, astonishing those around him with the revelation that his attire bore only minor damage. Even the few abrasions on his face healed at a visibly remarkable pace, leaving only faint white scars behind. What an extraordinary physique he possessed. Could it be that he was not a wielder of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit? The old man mused. I know with your physique, young lad, you harbor no fear. Yet, I never anticipated such exaggeration, huh? As Zephyr spoke, he patted Atlas on the shoulder, who could only stand aside, offering a wry smile as he endured the old man's antics. Zephyr-sensei, regarding your earlier state, Atlas began, it is indeed as you imagined. But this is merely an application of the return of life. By the way, I observed your proficiency in the 6 powers. It is quite commendable, though the time spent in training has been rather brief. If you wish to accelerate your growth, you must engage in real combat, as this will enable you to integrate the 6 powers more swiftly into your being. Oh dear, what am I to do? Atlas lamented, feeling a twinge of distress. Despite Zephyr being a retired admiral, his responsibilities as the chief instructor of the rookie camp kept him quite occupied, making it improbable for him to frequently engage in sparring sessions. As for the other members of the rookie camp, Atlas subtly shook his head, recognizing their feebleness posed no real threat to him. Teacher Zephyr, I can take on the role of a sparring partner for Junior Carnos, declared the ever-cunning Shozwa, who had been waiting for this moment. Atlas expressed surprise. He had indeed considered asking Shozwa for assistance. However, he presumed that Shozwa had his own numerous responsibilities. To his astonishment, Shozwa continued, but I do require Junior Carnos' help with the task. A flush crept across Shozwa's dark complexion, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Ah, so you were biding your time here. I always thought of you as a straightforward, burly fellow, yet it seems you have employed a touch of cunning, Guzzi. You have changed. Atlas silently scoffed in his heart. Atlas, I would like to trouble you to teach a lesson to those in the elite class. Shuzo said somewhat sheepishly. Huh? Atlas nearly thought he misheard, swiftly casting a puzzled glance at Shuzo, while Zephyr beside him listened with keen interest. I feel that Smoker and his companions are a bit too arrogant, foolishly aspiring to master all 6 forms at this stage. Therefore, I hope you can enlighten them. Please. This time. Atlas and Zephyr began to understand. It seemed that Smoker and his crew were overly ambitious, directly disregarding Shuzo's earlier warning. However, Shuzo found himself at a loss for an effective method to persuade them, resorting to this desperate measure instead. Everyone gather around. Today, I brought in a sparring partner to assess your recent training results, Shuzo said with a beaming smile directed at Smoker and the others who were training. A hint of an innocent smile was forced onto his dark face, yet it exuded an oddly unsettling vibe. Boss. It was needless to say that this could only be that rascal, Bruce. Atlas, big brother? Atlas. Atlas's 3 roommates were evidently taken aback. They had seldom seen him lately. The reason was simple. Atlas was the first to rise for his daily training and the last to return to their dormitory for rest, perpetually adorned with an air of busyness. The other 3 found little opportunity to engage him in conversation. Isn't this a form of self-torture, Instructor Shio? Gruz remarked upon realizing that Atlas had come to act as their sparring partner. As Atlas's roommate, he was well aware of the extent of Atlas's diligence, compounded by his formidable talent, which likely rendered his current strength beyond Gruz's imagination. The others nodded in agreement, save for Tina, who had long been eager to test the extent of her disparity with Atlas, her eyes gleaming with excitement. No, I believe you have misunderstood, Atlas replied, shaking his head in denial. Smog and the others were momentarily taken aback. You 7 are challenging me, and I shall only employ 2 techniques from the 6 forms to counter you. In truth, Atlas had cleverly chosen this moment. He had mastered only the techniques of shave and iron block to their utmost, while the others remained rather rudimentary. What? The others' eyes flickered with indignation. Was this not a form of contempt? Although they might not triumph over Atlas in a one-on-one confrontation, surely they could overpower him as a group, especially given that he was holding back his strength. The assembled crowd was not naive and understood Shio's good intentions. However, they still struggled to accept the notion. It appeared that strength would indeed speak volumes. Observing the shifting expressions of the crowd, Atlas refrained from further chatter and assumed a stance indicative of imminent combat. Smog and the others, sensing the gravity of the moment, braced themselves. If they were to be defeated under such circumstances, it would be a humiliation beyond measure. Tina resolved to strike first, extending black iron branches from her arms to form a barrier. In mere moments, Atlas found himself encircled. Smoke domain. Smog swiftly activated his devil fruit ability, causing a dense fog to permeate the surrounding area, intent on confining Atlas. Bang, bang. Naturally, Atlas would not remain passive. His fists, as formidable as iron cauldrons, shattered Tina's black barrier with terrifying force. Yet, just as Atlas revealed himself, a minotaur, complete with horns and a bovine snout, appeared above him. Spear strike. The massive hoof, accompanied by a piercing sound, lunged towards Atlas. One must commend the flawless synergy of this maneuver. Even Shio, observing from the sidelines, silently applauded. Unfortunately, a devil fruit user was present. Atlas had not anticipated that among these 8 individuals, one possessed the powers of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Nevertheless, Atlas was no novice. Iron block, empty wood, clang. Herbert felt as though his hardened hoof struck not flesh, but a resounding bell. A tremendous recoil surged through his limb, leaving him momentarily shaken. It was essential to note that he was a Zoan-type bull fruit user in his bull form, yet it seemed his strength and physique fell short of Atlas's prowess. Atlas would not let slip the opportunity presented by Herbert's momentary lapse, no matter how brief it may be. The Iron Fist technique, infused with divine strength, unleashed a torrent of power upon Herbert, whose beastly form crumpled as if made of paper, hurtling backward with reckless abandon. Though the onlookers were momentarily stunned by this spectacle, their spirits were not entirely extinguished. Fortunately, Herbert's formidable regenerative capabilities, characteristic of his animal form, prevented him from being completely incapacitated, relegating him to the role of a mere distraction on the periphery. Another blow would be no jest. Tina, intent on employing the same strategy, found her opportunity swiftly thwarted by Atlas, whose eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he activated his observation hockey. With remarkable precision, he evaded Tina's fruit-based abilities and Smoker's dual strikes, instantaneously teleporting to Rosinante and two unfamiliar individuals. After all, among the seven, these three were the weakest. Although Rosinante possessed a devil fruit ability, it leaned more towards support and assassination, lacking in direct combat prowess. "Hey, boss, don't hold it against me. I simply wish to avoid your wrath," Grizz interjected with a smirk, stepping directly in front of Rosinante. Rationally, Rosinante's abilities could provide perfect cover, and emotionally, as his roommate, he prioritized Rosinante's safety over the others, momentarily disregarding them. Atlas dispatched the two with ease, requiring merely 2 punches to send them packing. Damn it. The battle had scarcely begun, yet they were already down 2 members, and another was on the brink of defeat, intensifying the pressure they felt. "It's my turn to strike." Atlas grinned, revealing a dazzling array of white teeth that glimmered in the sunlight, blinding Smoker and his companions. Shave. Iron Fist technique. Shatter. His target remained Rosinante, but Smoker, now alert, reacted swiftly. Smoke. White snake. Tendrils of serpentine white smoke rapidly coiled around Atlas's limbs and torso. Too weak. Atlas disregarded Smoker, relying on his formidable physique to charge forward, effortlessly breaking free from the smoky bindings. Shave. Iron block jewel. The towering figure of Atlas suddenly began to spin at an astonishing speed, with Grizz as its target. Combat is an art. It is not merely a matter of reckless aggression, but rather requires a keen sense of timing and an awareness of the larger picture. Iron block. Grizz exclaimed, his face briefly displaying a flicker of panic upon witnessing Atlas charge towards him. However, he could only hope that his most refined skill, Iron block, might offer some semblance of defense. Bang! Without a hint of suspense, Grizz was unceremoniously sent flying, crashing to the ground like a tattered sack, marking yet another loss. Observing this dire situation, the remaining 4 individuals swiftly huddled together, almost pressing against one another to deny Atlas the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Yet, their naivety was palpable. They remained utterly unaware of the formidable power possessed by Atlas. Shave. Iron block. Steel. Savage bull. Atlas surged forward like a frenzied bull, crashing into Smoker and his companions, the ground beneath him convulsing as if it were soft earth. Smoke and white walls of mist materialized, as did a shield of black guns, abruptly obstructing Atlas's path. It must be said that the devil fruit is indeed a wondrous creation, capable of significantly influencing the battle even when the strengths of both sides are comparable. Alas, the disparity in strength between them and Atlas was insurmountable. A thunderous roar echoed in their ears as Smoker's white wall and Tina's gun shield crumbled as if made of paper, instantly shattered by the relentless force of Atlas. The terror-stricken expressions of Smoker and the others were met with a direct collision, sending them sprawling helplessly to the ground, stripped of their combat capabilities. Do you now understand? What you ought to focus on is mastering the 6 powers suited to you, rather than hastily grasping at them. Look around. Who among you has truly mastered even a fraction of the 6 powers? Fortunately, today you faced your comrades. On the battlefield, losing face is the least of your concerns. It could very well cost you your life. Observing the swift defeat of his peers, Shizo was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he quickly stepped forward, fervently offering words of encouragement, fearing that too harsh a blow to their morale might be detrimental. "Well then, Shizo-senpai, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget your promise." Upon seeing that Smoker and his companions were unharmed, Atlas bid farewell to Shizo. "Rest assured," he said. The sharp crack of gunfire resonated across the training grounds. Yet the bustling Navy personnel paid it no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. Ever since the confrontation with Smoker and his crew, Atlas had dedicated over 2 hours each day to sparring with Shuza. As a result, Atlas had become increasingly adept in the application of the 6 styles. Meanwhile, Shuza, positioned opposite Atlas, wore an expression of resigned disbelief, fully aware of the terrifying strength that Atlas now possessed. The pace of his improvement was nothing short of staggering, challenging Shuza's understanding of what constituted a monster. Initially, Shuza could somewhat suppress Atlas with his haki, but now he found himself struggling more and more, feeling as though Atlas's physique was growing stronger by the second. In truth, Atlas himself was astonished, perhaps due to the rigorous training at headquarters. He felt that his ability to absorb the effects of the bull charm had accelerated significantly. He sensed that it would not be long before he could fully assimilate its powers. His physique was undergoing an alarming transformation. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, with a remarkable weight of 300 kilograms, if he were to undergo a life return, he would discover that the quantity and density of his bones and muscles far exceeded that of an ordinary human. With a resounding impact, Atlas stood unscathed, his feet firmly planted, while Shuza's fist, encased in haki, struck with determination. "Why haven't you awakened your haki yet, kid?" Shuza inquired, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You and teacher Zephyr never taught me," Atlas retorted. Atlas shrugged his shoulders, equally perplexed. While he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the 3 types of haki, his knowledge was merely superficial, gleaned from a cursory glance at an anime in a past life. And no one in the new recruits' camp had taken the time to enlighten him. "Oh dear, is that so?" he mused, perhaps having forgotten. A hint of embarrassment involuntarily surfaced on Shozua's stern face. Fortunately, at that moment, an assistant approached to alleviate Shozua's awkwardness. "Instructor Shozua, Major General Guillaume has gone to the office of General Zifa." Shozua nodded and turned to Atlas, saying, "Very well, I shall explain haki to you in due time. For now, allow me to introduce you to a master swordsman." Atlas had clearly heard the words of his assistant, realizing that Jiuan had arrived at the new recruits' camp. His understanding of this future general, who would be known as Peach Rabbit, was rather limited. He only knew that she was destined to become a formidable swordswoman. Even if she were slightly inferior to the generals, her strength was undeniably impressive. At this juncture, Jiuan was on the verge of being promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, as her prowess undoubtedly met the criteria for such a position, though she had yet to reach the echelon of an elite Rear Admiral. However, there was no doubt that her mastery of swordsmanship surpassed that of Atlas. In Zephyr's office, Jiuan sat comfortably in a chair, her legs crossed in a relaxed pose, revealing a spider tattoo on her long, fair legs. The exquisite sword, Kenpira, lay casually beside her, and her delicate face was adorned with a cheerful smile as she engaged in light-hearted banter with Zephyr. "It has been a while, Zephyr-sensei. You seem to be in good spirits lately. Has some remarkable talent arrived at the new recruits camp?" Zephyr chuckled in response. "Indeed, there is one. That fellow Atlas is a monster, even more extraordinary than Kuzan and the others." "Oh, I must witness this creature that has garnered such esteem from Zephyr-sensei," Jiuan exclaimed. Her interest in the yet-to-meet Atlas piqued, for she knew Zephyr was not one to speak frivolously. "Speaking of Atlas, I would like to ask for your assistance," Zephyr said with a hint of mischief. "This child is not only a genius in physical prowess, but also possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship. Therefore, I kindly request that you take some time to mentor him in his sword skills." Seeing no objection from Jiuan, Zephyr continued, "That would be splendid. I am quite intrigued by the young man. Moreover, if we could cultivate another high-level combatant, it would alleviate much of the pressure, allowing me some leisure time. Perhaps even a chance to take a vacation." As she spoke, Jiuan stretched lazily, her perfect body contours on full display. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Zayuza and Atlas entered Zephyr's office, one after the other. "Zephyr-sensei," Zayuza greeted before turning to the standing Jiuan. "It has been a while, Rear Admiral Jiuan. You are as beautiful as ever, ha ha ha." "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Zayuza," Jiuan replied politely, though her interactions with him had been minimal. They were merely acquaintances due to their shared affiliation under Zephyr. "Oh, by the way, I would like to introduce you to a genius swordsman. Please assist in his training," Zayuza said as he gestured to Atlas, preparing to introduce him to Jiuan. Jiuan was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr. Covering her mouth with a smile, "I presume you are referring to the monster genius Atlas that Zephyr-sensei spoke of." The elderly gentleman had just mentioned Atlas to Guillaume. And unexpectedly, Zephyr responded with a blend of resignation and pride. Guillaume, clearly intrigued, began to scrutinize Atlas from head to toe. The man before her appeared to be around 18 years of age, standing at a height nearly equivalent to hers, his physique robust yet devoid of any semblance of bulk. Instead, he exuded a certain aesthetic of strength. His slightly tattered clothing suggested he had recently endured a battle, presumably having just finished sparring with Ryoso. Her gaze shifted to the third-generation Onit, resting at Atlas's waist. A cursed blade? Gion exclaimed in surprise, regarding the composed Atlas. It is rare for swordsmen to wield such a blade. Many even avoid them with great caution. Indeed, it was the third-generation Onit. Atlas uttered this as his first statement upon entering the office, slowly drawing the sword from his waist. The sinister patterns on the blade shimmered with a chilling light, creating an illusion that illuminated the office. What a magnificent sword! Gion could not help but exclaim, recognizing that even among fine blades, this one was of the highest quality. Enough of your sword boasting, Gion, Zephyr interjected seriously. Since you have some time on your hands these days, why not come over to the new recruits camp and impart your swordsmanship to them? In truth, the new recruits camp had its own swordsmanship instructors, but they could only teach basic techniques, and Atlas had already ascended to the level of a sword master, a realm that the instructors themselves had yet to attain. Thus, Atlas had made little progress in his swordsmanship. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, after my current mission, I plan to remain at headquarters for a while. So I will take the opportunity to bother you then, Gion replied, expressing no objections. After all, they had both emerged from the new recruits camp. Moreover, those who graduated from the camp represented the Navy's future and fresh blood. Aiding the new recruits in their growth was one of their responsibilities. After all, the Navy had been passed down through the ages, step by step. The next day, at the new recruits training camp, the freshly completed physical training saw the recruits quickly form into an orderly square formation. The previous swordsmanship instructors stood quietly to the side, though Atlas did not recognize them, as he had never attended swordsmanship classes since arriving at the new recruits camp. Standing at the front of the training ground was Rear Admiral Gion. Greetings, everyone. I am your new swordsmanship instructor, Gion, currently serving as Rear Admiral at headquarters, she said with a cheerful smile, addressing the solemn-faced recruits. Now, those interested in learning swordsmanship, step forward. In no time, a few recruits quickly moved to the front, just over 40 of them. Although some were momentarily swayed by the presence of a beautiful instructor, they were acutely aware that their choice of weapon could significantly impact their future prospects. Excellent. Those with a foundation in swordsmanship, stand to my left, those without, to my right. Gion nodded in satisfaction, as her keen observation allowed her to discern who among the recruits was merely attempting to take advantage of the situation. Delightedly, she noted that she had yet to encounter any such individuals. My time to instruct you all in the art of swordsmanship is limited. To maximize your efficiency, those without a foundation should first learn from your original swordsmanship instructor. Shizuka's arrangement is exceedingly reasonable. After all, given her level of skill, it would be absurd for her to teach the basics at the recruits camp. Such an endeavor would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Very well. Those with prior experience, come forward to me. Atlas and the others quietly followed Shizuka to a corner of the training grounds, a designated area for practicing sword techniques. Now, I shall assess your swordsmanship. Find opponents among yourselves to spar with, and I will observe from the sidelines. Shizuka paused momentarily before continuing. Use real blades. A gasp resonated among the recruits, clearly taken aback, as they were accustomed to practicing with bamboo swords. The use of real blades posed a significant safety risk. What? Do you have objections? Upon hearing the recruit's astonishment, Shizuka's expression turned serious as she narrowed her eyes in inquiry. It should be noted that she is no mere figurehead. Her rank of Major General has been earned through genuine military achievements, accomplishments that rest upon a mountain of pirate corpses. Yes. The recruits, sensing Shizuka's displeasure, quickly responded. With a clang of metal ringing out, the recruit sparring soon concluded in a rather haphazard manner, and Atlas found himself standing alone, not because he was unwilling to engage, but rather because no one had stepped forward to challenge him. I just observed, and first and foremost, your fundamental swordsmanship requires a complete overhaul. Furthermore, your blades lack the spirit of combat. There is no ferocity. Shizuka remarked, her gaze fixed upon the halted recruits. My swordsmanship has been honed on the battlefield. It is a blade of slaughter. Now, Atlas, step forward. Face me and let me witness your swordsmanship. Yes. Atlas swiftly stepped out. The renowned blade, Kenpyra, was introduced as Shizuka gently caressed its blade. In response, Atlas slowly drew his third generation on Itetsu. One sword style, Meteor Fall. A downward slash surged toward Shizuka. This technique mimicking the descent of a meteor, embodying both strength and explosive power. Well executed. Shizuka's eyes brightened as armament haki instantly enveloped Kenpyra from her wrist. One sword style, steel slash. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle in Mariford, since Shizuka's last visit to the recruits' camp as a swordsmanship instructor, Atlas's sparring partner had transitioned from Ryuzai to Shizuka. After prolonged practice, Atlas had thoroughly assimilated the bull charm, seamlessly integrating the rabbit charm, which primarily enhances his lower body strength. It can be stated that Atlas's strength now rivals that of a rear admiral within the Navy headquarters. Moreover, his strength continues to ascend at a terrifying pace. In the world of pirates, formidable figures like Carp and Zephyr typically possess robust upper bodies. This does not imply that their lower limbs are weak, but rather that their internal organs are remarkably powerful. Atlas is beginning to exhibit similar tendencies. However, the rabbit talisman has adeptly balanced his physical strength. As for his swordsmanship, according to Guillaume, Atlas's style leans towards bold and sweeping movements, lacking in finesse, which suits a path of overpowering his opponents through sheer force. At this stage, Atlas is primarily focused on honing his physique, with no immediate intention of consuming a devil fruit, as he does not wish to create a vulnerability for himself unless he encounters an exceptionally powerful devil fruit. Additionally, Atlas has a premonition that he is on the verge of awakening his armament haki, merely a thin veil away from breakthrough. On the beach behind the training camp, Zephyr stands tall, facing the sea. This former Marine admiral continues to shine in the pursuit of justice even after retirement, to the extent that his faith in justice ultimately led to a profound change in his temperament, plunging him into extreme ideology. It must be said that, from this perspective, the decisions of the world government appear remarkably short-sighted. One can only conclude that a politician's mindset differs significantly from that of an ordinary person. Even though Atlas does not concur with Zephyr's concept of justice, he cannot help but admire the man. Out of both affection and reason, he would never wish for Zephyr to end his days in such a predicament. Zephyr-sensei, I hear you were looking for me? Atlas, who was in the midst of training, was summoned by Shuz, still perplexed by the situation. Today I intend to enlighten you on the cultivation of haki. This was originally to be covered in the third year. However, your physique has already met the conditions for awakening haki, Zephyr remarked upon Atlas's arrival, turning to face him. Oh, then I must trouble you, Zephyr-sensei. Atlas replied, his expression earnest. At present, haki represents the final shortcoming in his strength. To put it simply, even though his physical prowess and strength have reached the level of a vice admiral, he remains outmatched by actual vice admirals. In encounters with Logia-type users, he would find himself relegated to passive endurance, with victory relying solely on outlasting his foes through sheer stamina. Haki is a latent power within every individual, divided into three forms: observation, armament, and conqueror's haki. Zephyr paused momentarily before continuing. You have already awakened observation haki, and I believe it requires no further elaboration from me. As for armament haki, its purpose is to enhance personal defense, akin to donning an invisible suit of armor. It can also evolve into an offensive capability and enable you to interact with the physical forms of Logia Devil Fruit users. Through cultivation, you can continuously enhance both the quality and quantity of your armament haki. In Wano, armament haki is also known as Ri, just as observation haki is referred to as the heart net in Skypiea. Specifically, the cultivation of armament haki comprises 3 levels. These levels are essentially techniques for utilizing armament haki, though the most crucial aspects remain the quality and quantity of your haki. The first level encompasses hardening and wrapping. Initially, one can only achieve hardening, but through diligent training, one may learn to wrap their weapons. The second level is the external manifestation of the armament haki, which, unlike the first level, does not require direct contact with the target. The principle of the third level of armament haki involves allowing the haki to flow, thereby inducing internal destruction. Atlas possesses some understanding of this. For instance, the technique Sakudo Doc employed by Peach Boy exemplifies the second stage of armament haki, which explains his incessant claims of being the strongest defensive man in the world. Although somewhat exaggerated, it does not overshadow his remarkable prowess in armament haki. In reality, the majority of individuals only grasp the first stage of armament haki, whereas the truly formidable masters it thoroughly. Zephyr glanced at the contemplative Atlas and added, rest assured. Teacher Zephyr, I understand the significance of armament haki. Atlas smiled upon hearing this, aware that Zephyr was intentionally cautioning him against underestimating the training of armament hockey. Well, as long as you comprehend, Zephyr said with a sense of relief. Continuing, Conqueror's hockey is the most unreasonable of the three types of hockey. This is because not everyone possesses Conqueror's hockey, as its requirements for talent are exceedingly strict. Only 1 in a million awakens this ability. In the Navy, only that fellow Sengoku has it, while among pirates, those endowed with Conqueror's hockey are as numerous as the stars in the sky. As he spoke, a look of frustration crossed Zephyr's face, clearly indicating his helplessness regarding this situation. Moreover, Conqueror's hockey can also be used for rapping. But this technique can only be comprehended by the most elite warriors. Ordinary pirates merely bask in the glory of Conqueror's hockey. Atlas nodded in agreement, recalling that in the original narrative, only Kaido had employed the skill of rapping with Conqueror's hockey to deliver a king's addiction blow to Monkey D. Luffy. It is likely that others have not ventured into this realm. In the eyes of the old man, the so-called three types of hockey can be summarized as spirit, body, and will, corresponding to observation hockey, armament hockey, and Conqueror's hockey, respectively. Observation hockey utilizes your seventh sense, which transcends the six senses, namely spiritual perception, and consumes your mental energy. Armament hockey is closely linked to your physical body, requiring sufficient physical prowess for awakening, and the total amount of armament hockey is also correlated with one's physique. Conqueror's hockey, on the other hand, manifests as a reflection of will, capable of instilling dread in adversaries. Zephyr continued to impart his wisdom to Atlas, who listened with rapt attention. After all, this was the insight of a top-tier powerhouse, a rarity that no one else would share so openly. Atlas cherished it deeply, eager to commit every word to memory. If you lack the aptitude for Conqueror's hockey, perhaps you could consult that old fellow Garp, Zephyr remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the serious Atlas. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp devoid of Conqueror's hockey? Atlas found himself in a state of perplexity, as he had never heard of Garp possessing the Conqueror's hockey in his previous life. You must have experienced Garp's so-called Iron Fist of Love, Zephyr remarked with a hint of mockery. He had naturally reviewed Atlas's file upon entering the camp, and was aware that Atlas had arrived at the headquarters aboard Garp's flagship. Garp's Iron Fist of Love is, in truth, a manifestation of willpower. According to Garp, it is a fist imbued with heartfelt affection. Thus, even in the absence of Conqueror's hockey, he can achieve a similar effect. Zephyr did not keep any secrets and explained directly to Atlas. In reality, every top-tier combatant on the seas excels not only in physical prowess and hockey, but also possesses unique techniques of their own. For instance, Black Arm Zephyr boasts unparalleled mastery of armament hockey, while Iron Fist Garp specializes in the manipulation of will. As for how to harness armament hockey, Zephyr suggested that Atlas incorporate a new training regimen each day, allowing Smug to strike him with armament hockey, which would provide him with the most direct experience of its effects. Zephyr articulated this terrifying method in an unruffled tone. He had tailored this approach specifically to suit Atlas's remarkable physical condition, for only Atlas's monstrous recovery ability could withstand such rigorous training. Had it been Smug or others, they might have been incapacitated immediately. Today marked the annual assessment for the new recruits, and all were summoned together. This was undoubtedly the most anxious time for the newcomers, as each had been informed prior to their enlistment that they would only have one opportunity for a retake. Therefore, for those seeking to coast through or lacking in talent, this presented a formidable challenge. The year-end assessment primarily consisted of duels based on a list provided by the instructors. After all, the training instructors had the clearest understanding of their capabilities, resulting in relatively reasonable matchups. Temporary arenas had been erected in the training grounds of the new recruits. Despite being hastily constructed, their sturdiness was not something the naval personnel in the camp could easily dismantle. One should never underestimate the productivity of the pirate world. Moreover, this was the Marine headquarters of Marine Ford, where superhumans were commonplace. In front of the arenas stood rows of tiered seating, arranged in a trapezoidal shape from high to low. At the top sat Admiral Sengoku, the sole current Marine Admiral, while the steel-bodied Admiral Akiji had largely ceased to manage naval affairs. The internal power transfer within the Navy had been completed, awaiting the world government's appointment to commence the naval commendation ceremony. Beside Sengoku sat the lecherous-looking Rear Admiral Kizaru, adorned with tinted glasses. As for the other two monster lieutenants, they are temporarily absent from the headquarters due to mission obligations. Even Akiji, whom Atlas encountered before joining the camp, is not present. Of course, Major General Guion, who is currently stationed at the recruit camp serving as a swordsmanship instructor and Atlas's sparring partner, has arrived at the training grounds to observe the highly anticipated year-end evaluation. The other officers, whom Atlas is not well acquainted with, are merely a blur in his memory, their names escaping him. Meanwhile, the other recruits are buzzing with excitement, as it is a rare occasion to witness so many naval officers in one place, especially the formidable Sengoku, the epitome of naval strength. Even the new recruits from the headquarters have seldom seen him up close. Wow, that's Admiral Sengoku. It's my first time seeing him in person. He truly exudes authority. Isn't Vice Admiral Garp here? Vice Admiral Kazuru is also here. However, I can't help but feel that he looks more handsome every time I see him. The last comment, uttered by an adorable recruit, made Atlas acknowledge their discerning taste. Soon, Zephyr appeared alongside his assistant, Shuzwa, before the eager recruits. After exchanging a slight nod with Sengoku, he turned his attention to the whispering recruits. All present. Silence. Form your ranks now. Upon hearing Zephyr's command, the recruits instinctively lined up with impressive speed, their movements synchronized and devoid of chaos. This elicited a nod of approval from Zephyr, who continued, "This year-end evaluation serves as a testament to your training over the past year. I do not wish to see any of you become mere parasites within the Navy. You are the future of the Navy, the hope of the world's people. Therefore, I implore you to give your utmost effort in every assessment. Do not let your sweat and hard work go to waste." Zephyr's words resonated with heartfelt sincerity. This venerable man, who devoted his life to the Navy, harbored high hopes for each student, wishing for them to shine brightly in the pursuit of justice. "Shuzwa, I leave the proceedings to you from here," Zephyr instructed as he settled down next to Sengoku. "What a lively bunch of youngsters. Just seeing them makes me feel several years younger," Sengoku remarked, gazing at the youthful faces below. "Indeed, they are the future of the Navy. By the way, why isn't Garp here?" Zephyr inquired with a smile. "That rascal Garp has gone to the New World and even swiped my senbei before leaving," Sengoku grumbled, his annoyance evident as he felt a vain throb on his forehead at the mere mention of Garp's name. That is certainly something Garp would do, but for now, let us focus on the performance of the recruits." Zephyr, resigned to the playful rivalry between Sengoku and Garp, acknowledged the latter's unpredictable nature, which clearly vexed Sengoku. "Hey, Teacher Zephyr, I believe what you want us to see is your proud student, Kinros Atlas, right?" As Zhangguo and Zfa engaged in lighthearted banter, a rather irritating voice suddenly interrupted the moment, none other than the lewdly pouting Huang Yuan, also known as Borsalino. "Of course, Atlas is not as overly reliant on his devil fruit abilities as you are, Borsalino," Zfa remarked with a tone tinged with displeasure. His long-standing criticism of Borsalino centered on his neglect of physical combat. He believed that Borsalino's innate talent should surpass that of Sakazuki. However, Borsalino's tendency to drift along in life led Zfa to view this as a squandered gift, fostering a long-standing tension between them. "Oh, Teacher Zfa, you shouldn't say that. The power of a devil fruit can indeed elevate one to the ranks of the elite. Let us not be too harsh," Huang Yuan retorted, still pouting with that infuriating tone. All right, enough bickering. Let us watch the match," Sengoku interjected, eager to quell the brewing argument. After all, he had finally managed to secure a day off, and didn't he wish to be caught in the middle of their squabble? In the arena, Shiozwa had already begun organizing the fighters for each ring according to the list he held. In Ring 1, Smoker faces off against Tina. In Ring 2, Gruss goes up against Herbert. There were a total of 10 rings in the arena, ample enough to conclude the assessments within a single day. In Ring 1, Smoker and Tina had already become embroiled in a fierce battle. Both were users of devil fruit abilities, and their combat styles leaned heavily on these powers. However, Tina had yet to master the advanced hockey techniques, placing Smoker at a significant advantage from the outset. It must be noted that the natural type could forcibly compete on equal footing with anyone. Smoke, White Fist, Iron Block. Smoker and Tina were well acquainted with each other's combat habits and styles. Nevertheless, in terms of fundamental physical prowess, Smoker held a slight edge. Black Iron Prison. Countless black iron branches attempted to ensnare Smoker. Yet, he evaded the attack by transforming into smoke, had the black iron been able to envelop him completely. His elemental form might not have been able to escape. Shave. Both fighters expertly utilized the shave technique to close the distance between them. However, Smoker's physique evidently surpassed Tina's, granting him a slight advantage in speed. Smoke. White fist. Point. Just as they were about to clash, Smoker's fist shot forward. His pointed strike aimed directly at Tina. Iron block. A thick layer of black iron swiftly cloaked Tina's graceful form, rendering Smoker's attack ineffective. Following the lesson Atlas had imparted to them, Smoker had chosen to practice his point strike, shave, and iron block, while Tina primarily honed her skills in iron block, shave, and paper drawing. At their current stage, the techniques of Gale Steps and Moonwalk remained somewhat challenging for them. Due to the intricate relationship between these two techniques and their advanced nature, the demands on one's physical prowess are exceedingly high. Bang, bang, yet again. A series of collisions ensued, but without exception, Tina's assaults were deftly evaded by Smoker's elemental transformations. Ah, what a formidable young man. A user of the natural type, indeed. One could easily discern from the tone that it was Kazuru himself, a true master of the yin and yang. The potential of the natural type Devil Fruit remains impressively high. Beside them, Sengoku nodded in agreement. In truth, the outcome of this battle had long been predetermined, although Smoker's natural type was once deemed a disgrace among its peers. Its unreasonable power should not be underestimated. As anticipated, the ultimate victor of the confrontation was indeed Smoker. However, his appearance was far from glorious. His clothing had been reduced to mere rags, and his body bore numerous gashes, presenting a rather pitiful sight. As time progressed, the assessment was nearing its conclusion. Yet, the arrangements for Atlas's opponent remained unmade, leaving uncertainty about Zephyr's intentions. Atlas, to the center of the arena. Atlas was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended the situation. Given the magnitude of his combat style, the arena was no longer adequate for the demands of the battle. As for who his opponent might be, Atlas had his own speculations. Atlas slowly walked to the center of the arena under the gaze of the entire audience, facing the bare-chested Ryoza, who clearly wished to avoid ruining another set of clothes. Atlas gazed intently at Shiozua, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After nearly a year of encounters, he had faced Shiozua more than anyone else. Yet, he had never truly triumphed over him. However, he felt that this time the outcome might be different. Could this young prodigy truly be so formidable as to warrant Shiozua's personal involvement? Sengoku, somewhat taken aback, clearly had not paid much attention to Atlas amidst his busy duties. Moreover, he held a deep-seated trust in his old comrade, Zefa. Rest assured, it remains uncertain whether Shiozua can secure a victory. Zefa appeared quite pleased, as there is perhaps nothing more gratifying than showcasing a talented student before an old friend. Snip. Atlas and Shizo, with a remarkable synergy, commenced their offensive, evidently intent on engaging in close-quarters combat. Atlas, not one to seek an advantage, forsook his swordsmanship in favor of a more direct approach. The iron block fist technique, shatter. A flurry of fists surged toward Shizo, who remained unperturbed. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes as he activated his observation haki. Paper drawing, soft mud. Instantly, Shizo's form morphed into that of a puddle of soft mud, effortlessly navigating through the onslaught of Atlas's fists. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Atlas decided against engaging in futile endeavors and took a step back, his hands forming the shape of firearms. Vacuum finger gun, Gatling. One by one, vacuum bullets surged forth with reckless abandon, their immense kinetic energy producing thunderous roars through the air. Iron block, steel, armed. Shizua's pupils constricted as his blood coursed with heightened velocity, enveloping him in a cloak of haki. The barrage of vacuum finger guns relentlessly struck Shizua's obsidian form, igniting sparks that danced around him. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force compelled Shizua to stagger backward. In truth, Shizua found himself in a precarious situation. Zephyr had previously cautioned him during his training, stating that enveloping oneself entirely in haki was a rather foolish approach, as one's total haki capacity was inherently limited. Such a full-body application could diminish the defensive strength for those still mastering haki, while simultaneously exhausting it at an alarming rate. However, the relentless intensity and speed of Atlas's vacuum finger guns were formidable, forcing Shizua to expend a considerable amount of haki for the sake of sustaining his fighting condition. Storm leg shave. Unwilling to remain a passive target, Shizua lifted his right leg, unleashing a chaotic flurry of vacuum slashes towards Atlas, propelling himself closer with the shave technique. Come at me. Atlas bellowed with laughter, relying on his formidable iron block prowess to absorb the brunt of Shizua's storm leg. Distinct crimson streaks appeared on Atlas's body, only to gradually fade into faint white lines. This is surprising, Sengoku on the stands remarked, taken aback. Although he had been informed of Atlas's monstrous self-healing abilities, the extent of it exceeded his expectations. Yet Shuzwa was unfazed. He had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. He quickly closed the distance to Atlas, aiming to seize the opportunity for a powerful strike. Life return, iron block, arm of the war god. In the face of Shuzwa's assault, Atlas stood his ground, unwavering. His raised right arm suddenly expanded, the fabric of his sleeve disintegrating into countless fragments, as his dark, sinewy fist collided with the oncoming Shuzwa. This technique, the arm of the war god, was a recent culmination of his life return training, allowing him to infuse his consciousness into his limbs. Although his mastery of life return was not yet complete, he had achieved a commendable level of proficiency. The explosive force caught Shuzwa off guard. Despite the protective benefits of Haki, the sheer magnitude of the impact sent him flying. What a remarkable kid. You've truly surprised me. Zephyr roared with hearty laughter. Beside him, Sengoku was left speechless, utterly astonished by the extraordinary display Atlas had presented that day. Is this the pinnacle of justice? Sengoku pondered, slightly dazed. Perhaps this young lad could genuinely accomplish such feats. At Marineford, in the training grounds, Shuzwa slowly rose. A complex expression etched across his face as he contemplated the terrifying power he had just encountered. It is uncertain how many times he has uttered this phrase since his acquaintance with Atlas. Each encounter with him evokes an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I concede defeat. Congratulations. Atlas. Though Shuzwa felt somewhat dejected, he simultaneously rejoiced for Atlas. Thank you for your guidance, Shuzwa, Atlas humbly replied. It was thanks to Shuzwa's companionship and training that his capabilities had advanced so swiftly. At this moment, he would never seek to boast. Furthermore, they were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Recognizing the disparity between them sufficed. In the year 1504 of the Marine calendar, within the main barracks of the new recruits, a young man, towering at approximately 2 meters and 80 centimeters, stood resolute at the center of the training ground. His smoothly contoured muscles appeared to be encased in an invincible armor, instilling awe in all who beheld him. Opposite him stood a burly man with dark skin, his hands enveloped in a layer of glistening black-purple Haki, relentlessly striking the youth before him. These two were none other than Atlas and Shuzwa, who, upon Zephyr's suggestion, boldly volunteered to be Shuzwa's human punching bag. As Atlas felt the impact of Haki against flesh, his comprehension of this formidable technique deepened. He sensed that with just one opportunity, his Haki would awaken in its entirety. Well, today should be a day for practical training. Let us call it a wrap for now. Shuzwa gradually withdrew his Haki and addressed the visibly exhilarated Atlas. Practical training is a program for second-year recruits in the Navy. The first year is devoted to extensive resource allocation for nurturing new soldiers, as sending them into battle prematurely would be tantamount to slaughter. However, they could not be left to thrive in a greenhouse. Thus, from the second year onward, recruits frequently confront the harsh realities of war. In the original narrative, Zephyr encountered the fool known as Whitebeard II and Miss Bikine while leading Ein and Benz through practical training, leading to a predicament where he was forced to protect the recruits, which ultimately resulted in his injury due to an asthma attack. Ah, little ones. We are about to reach the Sabaody archipelago. A scarred, brawny man, with his shirt unbuttoned, stood at the bow of the ship, brandishing a spiked club, and laughed boisterously at the thronging pirates below. Oh, ha ha ha, we are coming to the New World. Captain, let us first dethrone Whitebeard from his position as the world's strongest. Ha, of course. The captain is a bounty of 90 million for a pirate supernova. The crew of pirates laughed heartily, for they firmly believed that the man aboard their ship was destined to become the pirate king. At Marine headquarters, in the port of Marineford, rows of solemn Navy soldiers stood at attention, led by Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Navy's new recruits. New recruits. Justice must be watered with blood. Today, I shall lead you in our first real combat training of the year. This is not a drill. It is a bloody battlefield. Zephyr surveyed the faces of the new recruits before continuing. Our target this time is the Mad Dog pirate crew, led by the notorious rookie pirate Diaz, with a bounty of 90 million. The first mate, Carlos, carries a bounty of 55 million, while the second mate, Bahara, is valued at 50 million berries. The bounties of the other pirates vary, and this is all the intelligence I can provide you. Soon, under Zephyr's guidance, the recruits began their journey towards the Sabaody archipelago. Teacher Zephyr, are we headed to the Sabaody archipelago? Atlas leaned against the ship's railing, smiling at Zephyr. Indeed, according to our intelligence, The Mad Dog crew intends to submerge from the Sabaody archipelago to Fishman Island en route to the New World. After all, this is a tradition among pirates. Zephyr chuckled. Do you have any additional information about them? Ha ha ha. Atlas felt a tinge of curiosity. To be honest, the bounty of this pirate held little allure for him. However, Zephyr's choice to target this pirate crew must hold deeper significance. Ha ha ha, you must seek it out with your own eyes. After all, in future missions, the intelligence you receive may not always be infallible. Zephyr observed the eager expression on Atlas's face and couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, indeed. Upon hearing this, Atlas chose not to delve further. After all, he harbored no fear towards a mere pirate with a bounty of 90 million, regardless of any uncertainties. Report, Chief Instructor Zephyr. We have spotted the Mad Dog pirates ahead. A naval officer announced loudly from the lookout. Excellent. Proceed. Meanwhile, aboard the Mad Dog pirate's ship, the scarred Diaz squinted at the rapidly approaching naval warship, revealing a glimmer of cruelty in his eyes. Lads, the Navy is here. This is a gift for us to enter the New World. Huh? He deemed his bounty insufficient, pondering that perhaps slaughtering this warship would enhance his reward. Before long, the naval vessel and the pirate ship drew close to the shores of the Sabaody archipelago. Lads, let us kill every single one of these Navy scum. Diaz grinned menacingly, a spiked club resting on his shoulder. Although he noticed Zephyr's presence, he did not immediately recognize the former admiral, who had long since retired to the shadows. New recruits. This battle is entirely yours. Shave. Zephyr commanded, and in an instant, Atlas dashed towards Diaz. As the strongest among the new recruits, he naturally assumed the role of confronting Captain Diaz. The deputy, with a bounty exceeding 50 million, would be left to Smoker and the others. Bang. Huh? Is that iron? Before Diaz could react, Atlas's fist struck him. Yet, to Atlas's surprise, there was no sensation of penetrating flesh. It felt as if he had struck solid iron. Despite being a mere casual blow, it should not have yielded such an outcome. You fool, I am a user of the steel fruit, huh? While Diaz marveled at Atlas's speed, he felt no fear thanks to his devil fruit. Ever since acquiring the steel fruit, no one had ever breached his defenses. Steel fist technique. Penetrate. Puff. A colossal fist descended upon Diaz once more. Although Atlas was perplexed as to why individuals in the pirate world often divulge their abilities to their adversaries, he was not one to engage in idle chatter, opting instead to teach him a lesson with his steel fist technique. The steel fruit? I thought it was the tofu fruit. Atlas gazed upon the lifeless body of Diaz on the ground, a hint of mockery evident in his demeanor. Soon, the battle between hunter and prey reached its conclusion. As naval officers busily assessed the spoils of war, regrettably, they found no valuable items such as devil fruits or renowned swords. The latter was somewhat understandable, but the former was typically consumed immediately upon acquisition, for devil fruits possess the remarkable ability to swiftly transform into combat prowess. Despite their market price being a staggering 100 million berries, they often remain elusive in the marketplace. What about you, Atlas? Have you awakened your haki? On board the warship, Zephyr inquired, observing Atlas's calm expression. Atlas was not surprised. After all, this development was merely a matter of time. Given his current physique and conviction, the awakening of his haki was inevitable, just a question of when. Suddenly awakened, Atlas replied, raising his arm as a dark crimson aura swiftly enveloped him, resembling a blood-stained gauntlet. The intensity of this haki, emerging so soon after awakening, astonished Zephyr. The quality of Atlas's haki was anything but typical for a novice. However, considering Atlas's monstrous physique, it was not entirely unexpected. Come, there is an uninhabited island ahead. Let us test your haki. Atlas felt a stirring of excitement. If only he could receive guidance from Zephyr at the moment of his awakening, his path of cultivation would become much clearer. However, engaging in combat aboard the warship was out of the question, given their current physical prowess. Though they had yet to reach the exaggerated level of obliterating an island with a single strike, a mere warship was insufficient for their exertions. Before long, the warship docked at an uninhabited island, while the rest of the Navy remained aboard, observing from a distance. After all, they had no desire to be collateral damage in the duel between these two formidable individuals. Teacher Zephyr, I intend to unleash my full power. Be cautious. Atlas grinned. Enveloping his hands in armament haki, his leg muscles taut, and his body's fascia stretched to its limits. Razor. Life returns. Iron block. God of war arm. Ha. Come forth, young one. Do not underestimate this old man. Zephyr laughed heartily, his expression radiating absolute confidence. for he was none other than the Navy's supreme powerhouse, Black Arm Zephyr. Boom. The black-red fist, reminiscent of a giant S, collided swiftly with Zephyr's petite fist shimmering with a black-purple sheen, unleashing a tempest of shockwaves that caused the ground to fissure grotesquely in concentric circles around the two combatants. Ha! What a thrill. Boom. Boom. A series of forceful collisions ensued, yet Atlas merely staggered slightly, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Ah, what a remarkable display of armament hockey. Come, let me see your limits. Zephyr, invigorated by the challenge, raised his fist to strike at Atlas. However, an unusual phenomenon occurred before Zephyr's fist could make contact. Atlas seemed to sense a surge of energy approaching him. Is that armament hockey being projected outward? Atlas's expression darkened. Regardless of how formidable his recently awakened Busashoka hockey was, he remained at the mere stage of hardening in terms of technique. Indeed. Experience the second stage of Busashoka hockey. Atlas remained silent, swiftly crossing his arms before him as a considerable amount of hockey enveloped him. His feet firmly grasped the ground, and his waist slightly sank. Boom. A tremendous force propelled Atlas several meters away. However, his form remained unchanged. Only the ground beneath him was deeply carved into a long trench. Atlas pressed on relentlessly, each step creating a substantial crater in the ground, and in an instant, he was once again upon Zephyr. The Iron Fist technique, 100 penetrations. This was a move devised by Atlas specifically to counteract those who wield hockey. Although it could not be compared to the terrifying penetrative power of flowing Sakura, it still posed a minor inconvenience for Zephyr. After exchanging blows with Atlas once more, Zephyr sensed an anomaly. It felt as though a force had penetrated his hockey defense, directly impacting his fist. However, this degree of penetration was nearly inconsequential to him, akin to the mere sting of a mosquito bite. Quite an impressive technique indeed. Zephyr could not fathom how Atlas had developed such peculiar moves. Yet they often proved to be remarkably effective. Had it been anyone else, they might have found themselves in dire straits, in the fierce battles of the strong. Even a moment's hesitation could tilt the scales of victory. Teacher Zephyr, give this another try. Atlas's lips curled into a smirk, as a rich layer of armament hockey swiftly enveloped him, akin to donning a black and crimson suit of armor. Two dark lines extended from the corners of his eyes down to his neck, revealing an otherworldly elegance. His form rapidly compressed, shrinking to a stature of merely 2.5 meters. Teacher Zephyr, I have yet to fully develop this technique. I hope you can offer some guidance. The fusion of Conqueror's hockey and the restoration of life? Zephyr mused, gazing at the diminutive figure before him. In a flash, this manifestation of Atlas seemed entirely unaffected by gravity. Under the terrifying speed bestowed by the rabbit charm, it appeared as though even light struggled to capture his image. Much like a specter lurking in the nocturnal abyss, Zephyr felt a jolt of apprehension surge through him, his body instinctively tensing as his observation hockey swiftly locked onto Atlas's presence. Yet it was too late. Armament. Iron block fist. Heavy hammer. Atlas's fist suddenly swelled, resembling a war hammer as it descended upon Zephyr with tremendous force. The air where his arm made contact ignited, sending forth sparks from the intense friction. Zephyr felt as though an oppressive shadow had lodged itself in his chest. Yet, he summoned all his strength to endure the discomfort and counter with hockey. Boom. A resounding blast echoed from the island, reverberating outward, causing even the Navy personnel aboard the warship to experience a ringing in their ears and an ensuing wave of dizziness. As the dust settled, two figures emerged. One large and one small, standing in a standoff, perfectly matched. Suddenly, Zephyr slowly bent his towering frame, gasping for breath as his complexion turned increasingly flushed. Atlas noted the unusual turn of events. Logically, the recent confrontation should not have drained Zephyr's stamina. However, a frown crossed his brow as if a sudden realization struck him. Swift as lightning, he called forth the razor. Atlas swiftly returned to the warship, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and rushed directly into Zephyr's chamber, shattering the door without a moment's hesitation. In the year 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the waters near the Shambadi archipelago on an uncharted isle, Atlas administered the asthma medication to Zephyr, gently patting his sturdy back. Gradually, Zephyr's complexion began to soften, and his breathing returned to normal. It turned out that he had just experienced an asthma attack, leaving him momentarily weakened. Fortunately, Atlas seemed to have previously learned of Zephyr's condition, swiftly retrieving the medication from the ship. Typically, Zephyr carried his inhalers on him, but they had been lost during their recent scuffle with Atlas. At the new recruits camp, In Zephyr's office, Atlas expressed his concern. "Zephyr, are you all right?" It had been a week since their practical training session. Although he had managed to hold his own against Zephyr in their final confrontation, he was far from arrogant enough to believe he had attained the highest combat prowess of their unit. "It's nothing, just an old ailment," Zephyr replied nonchalantly. He had consulted doctors about his asthma in the past, but the accumulated injuries from his youth had rendered this affliction resistant to treatment. Upon hearing this, Atlas chose to remain silent, for Zephyr was a former admiral of the Navy and currently the chief instructor of the new recruit camp, enjoying medical resources far beyond his imagination. Not wishing to pursue the topic further, Zephyr recalled their last battle and inquired, "How long do you think you can maintain that state?" "Well, I believe it can be sustained for quite a while," Atlas replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "If I am not mistaken, the technique you developed is a fusion of life restoration and haki, which should significantly deplete both your haki and stamina." "Indeed. And I must admit that my mastery over life restoration is still a work in progress. Therefore, its potency may be somewhat lacking. As for the consumption of stamina and haki, I am not particularly concerned. I have an inkling that my reserves of haki exceed those of the average individual." Atlas, enveloped in an aura of dominance, continued, "I believe I can sustain this state for several days and nights without issue." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's pupils constricted, and a look of astonishment could not help but surface on his countenance. "You remind me of someone, an exceptionally gifted pirate." "Oh, who might that be?" "Douglas Barrett." "Barrett?" Atlas replied, somewhat unfamiliar with the name, as he could not recall such a character from the original narrative. Barrett, known as the Devil's Successor, was a former crew member of the Roger Pirates. In the year 1499 of the sea calendar, at the tender age of 22, the Marines launched a campaign against him, known as the Demon Extermination Order, which ultimately led to his defeat due to exhaustion. At that time, both Garp and Sengoku were involved in the capture. He is currently imprisoned in level 6 of Impel Down, possessing a physical aptitude akin to yours and an astonishingly formidable quantity of haki. Zephyr spoke with a grave expression. Although he did not participate in the battle himself, the accounts relayed by Sengoku and Garp left him quite astonished. It is indeed no surprise that he is referred to as the successor of the demon. Though Atlas was somewhat taken aback, he felt no trace of fear. After all, these individuals were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming the strongest. Thus, one should never underestimate anyone. This vast ocean is never devoid of monsters, Zifa solemnly cautioned. Indeed, Teacher Zifa, Atlas was not one to take his adversaries lightly. He understood well that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. "Teacher Zifa, I have another matter to report." Knock, knock, knock. "Come in. New recruit Atlas, at your service." He approached the desk of Admiral Sengoku and saluted with a precise military gesture. Sengoku, hearing the sound, reluctantly lifted his gaze from the documents, adjusting his frog-like glasses, maintaining his signature tousled hair and braided beard. "What brings you here, Captain Atlas?" Sengoku inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he expected Atlas to still be in the training phase, with no immediate intersection in their duties. "Report, Admiral Sengoku. The new recruit Atlas, request to graduate early after the new year." "Oh, could you elaborate on your reasoning?" "I believe that the new recruit camp no longer offers significant assistance for my growth and strength. For me now, combat is the finest nourishment, and I am fully prepared to step onto the world stage." Pausing briefly, Atlas continued with a smile. "Moreover, I believe the pirates must be eagerly anticipating the arrival of fear." Knock, knock. Sengoku slowly tapped the table, his eyes occasionally sparkling with wisdom as he contemplated the implications of Atlas's emergence on his strategic plans. As the strategist of the Navy, Sengoku could not afford to issue any order lightly. Each of his actions was intricately tied to countless lives across the globe. "Very well, I understand. Have you consulted with Zifa?" After a moment, Sengoku finally returned from his thoughts and inquired slowly. It was essential to note that Zifa, as the chief instructor of the new recruit camp, needed to approve any early graduation. "I have already discussed it with Teacher Zifa. He fully supports my decision." Atlas had anticipated this, and his visit was indeed at Zifa's behest, who had also received news regarding Sengoku's strategic arrangements in the New World. Sengoku understood. It seemed Atlas had grown weary of the monotony after 2 years in the recruit camp. A man like him ultimately belonged to the brutal battlefield. After listening to Atlas, Sengoku had already formulated plans for Atlas's future post-graduation. "All right, you may leave for now. I will inform you of the content of your graduation trial in due time." In truth, Atlas had initially intended to graduate from the recruit camp immediately. After all, he believed he had mastered all that was necessary. His haki had already awakened. Remaining in the training camp seemed a waste of time, and he thought it would be more beneficial to venture out and refine his skills, perhaps deepening his mastery of haki. However, Zephyr outright rejected his proposal, asserting that his haki had only just begun to awaken, and he must first become proficient in its fundamental applications before graduating. Moreover, Atlas's mastery of the return of life had not yet reached a sufficient level. At present, he could only channel his consciousness into his arms. Staying in the training camp would allow Zephyr to offer guidance on this matter. Once Atlas successfully completed his training in the return of life, he would be able to navigate the paradise with confidence, capable of holding his own even against the formidable pirates of the New World. Your graduation trial will take place at the G8 Fortress, under the command of Rear Admiral Jonathan. Although rumors circulate that the G8 Fortress is a grand yet ineffective stronghold, do not underestimate Jonathan. Upon your arrival, be sure to seek his counsel. In the waters near Marine Ford, a speedboat adorned with the Navy's flag sped through the desolate sea. Atlas, somewhat bored, was steering the boat, bound for the G8 Fortress, where he would undertake his graduation trials for the next 3 months. According to the customary practices of previous years, the headquarters would dispatch warships to transport the recruits to their assigned vessels. However, Atlas's situation was somewhat unique. He had applied for early graduation, and the headquarters would not specifically send a warship to escort him. Furthermore, Sengoku and the others were confident in Atlas's abilities. Thus, with Sengoku's authorization, he was assigned a decommissioned speedboat as his means of transport. When will this wretched boat arrive at the G8 Fortress? Atlas muttered, feeling exasperated. He mused that even a decommissioned speedboat should not be this inadequate. Growing increasingly bored, he casually picked up a nearby nautical chart. This chart, meticulously drafted by the Navy, was far more precise than any available on the market. After all, every member of the Navy risked their lives to uphold justice. Sometimes a detailed nautical chart could prove to be a lifesaver. Judicial Island was just past Water 7. Perhaps he could upgrade this decrepit boat there. Atlas silently devised a plan, then pulled out the permanent pointer to Water 7 that Zephyr had given him before his departure. Water 7 was renowned as the Navy's shipbuilding hub, home to the world's most skilled shipwrights. Many infamous pirate ships were crafted there, though he wondered if the sea train had been completed yet. Atlas thought with a hint of anticipation. As time trickled by, after several days of navigation, he finally began to discern the faint outlines of the city of Water 7. The principal structures of this city were characterized by their fortress-like architecture, exuding a distinct Islamic aesthetic. Atop one of the edifices stood a magnificent fountain, its operation sustained by unique ocean currents that flowed continuously. The entire island resembled a bastion, with 7 grand thoroughfares soaring above, allowing vessels to enter the city of Water 7, while adjacent ports provided mooring for incoming ships. Given its unique status, the city bustled with a myriad of visitors, a veritable melting pot of diverse characters, thus rendering Atlas's naval uniform not particularly conspicuous. Naturally, should any audacious pirate seek to provoke trouble, Atlas would not hesitate to augment his record of military achievements. However, he chose not to enter through these 7 waterways. Instead, guided by Zifa's counsel, he opted to circumvent the main entrance and head towards the island of abandoned ships. Unlike the memories he held of the island of abandoned ships, it was now cluttered with an assortment of debris and materials, presenting a somewhat dilapidated and desolate appearance, likely a reflection of the chaos before the establishment of the Frankie family. This island had once housed Tom's workshop, the largest shipyard in Water 7, but was condemned after the shipwright Tom was revealed as the creator of GOLD, Roger's vessels. The world government sentenced him to death. However, Tom petitioned for a reprieve, requesting to complete the construction of the sea train before meeting his fate. Ultimately, the world government acquiesced to Tom's plea, promising that if he fulfilled his task on time, his execution would be commuted. Upon Atlas's arrival at the abandoned ship island, he was approached by a youth adorned with striking blue spikes, clad solely in a pair of crimson undergarments. The boy, appearing to be of a similar age to Atlas, regarded him with a hint of wariness before inquiring, "Who are you?" "We do not offer shipbuilding services here." Flam, as he was once known, harbored a disdain for the world government, despite the Navy being merely a subsidiary of that organization. "Oh, you little rascal, are you the authority here?" "I have come to seek Mr. Tom." Atlas gazed at the peculiar youth before him and contemplated the notion of purchasing another speedboat. However, constrained by his current financial predicament, he found himself in this place. Hoping for a stroke of fortune, perhaps Tom would take a liking to him and offer to repair his vessel. "What brings you to seek Tom?" "He is not here," said Fram, his face momentarily betraying a hint of panic upon hearing Tom's name. Yet, with astuteness, he refrained from revealing his apprentice relationship with Tom, hoping instead to send Atlas on his way. "Well, I seek Mr. Tom's assistance in modifying my boat. His apprentice would suffice as well," Atlas remarked, casting a meaningful glance over the somewhat stiff Fram. "Ah, indeed, I am Tom's prized disciple, Fram." With his secret unveiled, Fram abandoned his pretense and candidly declared his identity. "However, we do not have time to assist you with your vessel." This was not an intentional slight against Atlas. Rather, Tom was engrossed in constructing a maritime train, with Fram diligently assisting, a matter of utmost importance concerning Tom's livelihood. Even if Tom himself remained indifferent, it was a weighty concern for his disciples. "Ah, well, I apologize for the intrusion, young lad." Upon hearing this, Atlas ceased his insistence. He was not one to impose upon others. Since the response was so unequivocal, he resolved to seek alternative solutions. Perhaps a benevolent pirate would generously offer assistance, he mused to himself. "Wait a moment, young Navy officer. I can help you modify your boat." Just as Atlas turned to leave, a resonant male voice emerged from behind Fram. Atlas squinted slightly, scrutinizing the man before him who sported blue-violet hair, a hint of stubble on his chin, and was clad in a somewhat soiled sailor's outfit, evidently just having disengaged from his labor. However, protruding from the pocket of his black work attire was the head of a snow-white mouse, lending an air of peculiarity to his appearance. "What a curious combination," Atlas mused inwardly. "Iceberg," the man said, a hint of confusion in his tone. Unable to fathom why Iceberg had arrived, he had nearly dismissed the naval officer standing before him. "Greetings, I am Iceberg, a disciple of Master Tom." Iceberg did not afford Fran the opportunity to inquire further, slowly extending his rough palm towards Atlas. "I am Carnos Atlas, lieutenant of the naval headquarters," Atlas replied without hesitation, stepping forward to shake Iceberg's hand, then gazing at the man with a hint of bewilderment, silently awaiting his explanation. "Humph," Fran scoffed derisively from the side, clearly looking down upon Atlas's rank. Atlas was indifferent to his position, estimating that he would officially be appointed to a new rank after reporting back to headquarters. "Your Excellency Atlas, I can assist you in refurbishing your vessel, and at no cost. However, I would like you to agree to one condition," Iceberg explained, disregarding the displeasure emanating from Flam beside him. "Oh, pray tell," Atlas inquired with curiosity. After all, he was merely a lowly lieutenant. What assistance could he possibly provide? Tom was typically engaged with matters of a higher echelon, such as the world government and figures like Roger. "I hope that if one day we are no longer present, Your Excellency Atlas will look after Flam." "Hey, what nonsense are you babbling about, Iceberg?" Flam interjected, visibly irked by the suggestion. "Then why choose to entrust such a minor lieutenant to me?" Atlas couldn't help but admire Iceberg's insight and foresight. Despite the world government granting Tom amnesty, he remained skeptical of their credibility. "A strong individual, I perceive a remarkable fortitude within you." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall leave my vessel in your care. I will return in 3 days to retrieve it. However, I must clarify that I am a naval officer." With that, he turned and departed, indifferent to whether Iceberg comprehended his words, as he sought a place to wait for the completion of his ship's modifications. "Who needs your pompous self to look after them?" Flam's exasperated voice echoed behind Atlas. 3 days later, back on the island of the Forsaken ship, Atlas met Iceberg as promised, though Flam did not accompany him. The two men tacitly avoided discussing the terms of their previous agreement, honoring the understanding between them. Iceberg trusted that Atlas would uphold his end of the bargain. "Let us proceed. Your speedboat remains where it was." With no pleasantries exchanged, they directly approached the location where Atlas's speedboat was docked. Soon, Atlas beheld his long-awaited vessel, which appeared entirely transformed from the one he previously owned. Its pristine white exterior resembled the small yacht he had envisioned, though the interior layout remained largely unchanged, consisting of a separate bedroom and storage area. The exterior, however, was markedly different from before. Yet, Atlas could not discern the power system he had anticipated being altered. He turned slightly, looking at Iceberg with a hint of confusion. "The hull is too small to accommodate a new power system. Thus, I have installed some impact shells at the stern. Nevertheless, the material of the hull may not endure the force of the impact shells for an extended period." Iceberg glanced at Atlas, concerned that he might not grasp the concept of impact shells, and continued to elucidate. These impact shells are sourced from the skies of the White Sea and are seldom found in the Blue Sea, making them quite rare and expensive. No matter, I do not require prolonged navigation anyway. Atlas dismissively waved his hand. After all, he only needed to reach the G8 branch. And what happened upon arrival was of little consequence. Oh, by the way, what is its speed? It can achieve a velocity of 70 knots. So fast, Atlas exclaimed, somewhat astonished. 70 knots is approximately 129 kilometers per hour, which means this small speedboat can reach a terrifying pace of 129 kilometers per hour. With the assistance of this vessel, he would likely arrive at the G8 branch in no time. Indeed, sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. His efforts over the past few days were not in vain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Iron Fortress G8. Pirates, do not dare approach. 188 cannons are aimed at you. The hedgehog that upholds peace. Our pride, the G8. After several days of traveling, Atlas finally arrived at the G8 branch. It must be said that the modifications to the speedboat were quite remarkable, taking significantly less time than he had anticipated. However, before he could enter the G8 fortress, he was greeted by a chorus of songs. What a uniquely styled branch, Atlas mused. From the frontal view, the G8 fortress truly lived up to its designation as a fortress. The entire stronghold was primarily composed of a circular island, adorned with steel-crafted watchtowers and various military installations. The entire enclosure featured only one entrance and exit, with a massive steel gate blocking the way, making it clear that once one entered, escape would be exceedingly difficult. In the original story, Luffy's exit was merely a result of the protagonist's halo. In addition to the formidable terrain, nearly every corner was fortified with tight defenses, and over 100 cannons were mounted atop the fortress's iron walls, exuding a chilling aura. It remained uncertain whether the lyrics truly referred to 188 cannons. It was indeed worthy of being a naval branch beginning with G. Hey, I am Atlas, a new recruit from headquarters. Admiral Sengoku has sent me here to undergo my graduation trial at the training camp. Atlas stood on the speedboat, calling out loudly to the Navy personnel patrolling above. I shall seek permission immediately. The naval officers stationed at the fortress, upon recognizing the command of a general from the warring states, felt an immediate sense of urgency and hastened to consult their superiors. However, they did not grant Atlas immediate access. After all, this military base was directly under the control of the naval headquarters. It was hardly feasible to open its gates based on mere words. Soon, a burly man adorned with a navy hat and clad in a naval justice coat appeared above the fortress, his expression reflecting a sense of urgency. Upon arrival, he swiftly advanced, nearly leaning out over the fortress, causing Atlas to worry he might suddenly fall. Excuse me, is this Lieutenant Canos Atlas? Indeed, it is I. Please open the gates and allow me entry, Atlas replied nonchalantly. With a resounding rumble, the massive steel doors began to rise slowly from the depths of the sea, creating just enough of an opening for Atlas's speedboat to enter. Greetings, Lieutenant Atlas. I am Drake, serving as a major at this fortress. Should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to speak with me. I have received direct instructions from Teacher Zephyr. Drake gazed at the young man before him with a sense of awe, struggling to reconcile the fact that this was the formidable individual Zephyr had described as rivaling a vice admiral. In contrast, he couldn't help but feel that his own years had been squandered. Drake? Atlas felt somewhat bewildered. Was this not the name of the fallen Major General from the future? Logically, at this moment, he should still be enduring abuse aboard his undercover father's ship. Furthermore, that fellow did not seem to resemble this individual at all. It was likely merely a coincidence of names. Greetings, Major Drake. I look forward to your guidance. Atlas snapped back to reality and promptly greeted the somewhat scruffy Major. Allow me to escort you to your designated quarters for some rest. Drake, evidently a man of urgency, hastily led Atlas towards the dormitory without indulging in pleasantries. After roughly half an hour, Atlas finally arrived at the dormitory building. Regarding the accommodations, Drake had arranged a single room for Atlas. After all, with Zephyr's instructions, Atlas was to receive a modicum of preferential treatment. Considering Atlas's long journey to the fortress, Drake offered a few words of caution before bidding farewell to him. Atlas, having refreshed himself slightly, casually removed his garments and collapsed into bed. After all, he had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for several days, and even a superhuman body has its limits. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet the G8 fortress remained brilliantly illuminated, with soldiers methodically patrolling the grounds. Atlas murmured, waking from slumber and stretching comfortably, observing the G8 fortress under the night sky. He resolved to first visit the dining hall for dinner, then to explore the area and familiarize himself with his future abode for the next 3 months. With that, Atlas dashed out of the dormitory building and followed various signs to locate the dining hall. Alas, only vegetables were available. He frowned at the sight of broccoli and carrots, his distaste evident. What was the second rule of the 8th division? He recalled. Look, I've eaten it. Just as he approached the entrance of the dining hall, Atlas was momentarily taken aback by the conversation between a man and a woman, for the dining area should have been quite empty at this hour. However, he dismissed the thought, realizing that peculiar individuals exist in this world, and perhaps they simply preferred late-night meals. With that in mind, Atlas pushed open the large doors of the dining hall. Inside, he noticed a man and a woman seated together. The man sported a mane of burgundy hair, a thick mustache, and a square jaw, dressed in a naval uniform. The woman was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a chef's hat, likely a member of the kitchen staff, and they appeared to share an intimate rapport. Upon seeing the entrance swing open, Jonathan and Jessica exchanged surprised glances. They had deliberately chosen this quiet moment to visit the dining hall. Hey, you over there in the naval uniform, are you new? Do you know the regulations of the fortress? Jessica inquired boldly, having noticed Atlas's unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, Jonathan, seated beside her, seemed lost in thought, his eyes darting up and down as he assessed Atlas. I am Carnos Atlas, a new recruit from headquarters. As for the fortress regulations, I apologize. Today is my first day, and I am unaware of them, Admiral Jonathan. Atlas was somewhat perplexed, as Major Drake had never informed him of the regulations governing the G8 fortress. As for why he immediately recognized Jonathan, it was not due to any prior acquaintance, but rather the insignia on Jonathan's dignified coat that revealed his rank. Indeed, he was likely the only major general within the entire fortress. Firstly, one must wash their hands before meals. Secondly, leaving food uneaten is absolutely forbidden. Thirdly, discussions of work during dining are strictly prohibited. Lastly, one must brush their teeth after the meal. Young man, you have yet to wash your hands, Jonathan remarked teasingly from the side. Indeed, Atlas responded loudly, then proceeded directly to the sink in the kitchen. He was, after all, a man of some adaptability, having arrived at the G8 fortress. He understood the necessity of adhering to its customs. Excuse me, Miss Chef, might I trouble you to prepare a sumptuous dinner for me? He inquired, somewhat apprehensively after washing his hands, as his stomach protested vehemently. The prospect of offending the formidable-looking woman was the least of his concerns, despite her likely status as Jonathan's girlfriend or wife. Just call me Jessica. As for the food, please have a seat and wait a moment. I shall prepare it for you, she replied. Fortunately, this chef named Jessica proved to be quite understanding, not as fiery as she initially appeared. Undoubtedly, she was exceedingly competent in her culinary craft, which elicited a sigh of relief from Atlas. Such dreadful vegetables, Jonathan remarked with a frown as he observed Jessica's departure. Nevertheless, he continued to eat, swiftly clearing his plate of the vegetables, evidently committed to upholding the fortress's culinary regulations. General Jonathan, I wish to undertake a mission tomorrow to commence the eradication of pirates. Atlas plopped down across from Jonathan, and upon noticing that dinner was secured, he could not help but contemplate the forthcoming graduation trial. Pray tell, what is the third rule of the faction, young man? Jonathan, however, did not respond to Atlas's inquiry. Instead, he redirected the conversation to the recently displayed regulations of the fortress. Upon hearing this, Atlas raised an eyebrow and subsequently fell silent, patiently awaiting dinner. After a sumptuous meal, Jonathan said, Come along, young one, I wish to take you somewhere. Observing Atlas swiftly clear the table of food, Jonathan stood up and gestured for Atlas to follow. Thus, Atlas watched as Jonathan retrieved fishing rods from the office and made his way to a corner of the fortress to fish. I apologize. I only have one fishing rod. I hope you don't mind, Jonathan remarked with a chuckle, scratching his head as he noticed Atlas's empty hands. Hey. Admiral Jonathan, you don't seem particularly apologetic. Atlas couldn't help but think, although his spoken words were entirely different. It's quite all right, Admiral Jonathan. I'm not particularly fond of fishing. Ha. Well, that's good to hear, but young one, Jonathan squinted his eyes and continued, I never fish without a price. As for my task, Atlas was puzzled by Jonathan's meaning, yet he picked up where he had been interrupted at the dining table. Well then, perhaps you should seek out Drake tomorrow. You really are an impatient young lad. In the first half of the Grand Line, there lay a place known as Paradise. A somewhat disheveled pirate ship swayed precariously upon the waves, its battered hull seemingly narrating tales of fierce battles endured. The tattered pirate flag flapped feebly from the mast, barely clinging to life. "Captain, Gallo and the others have exhausted their life cards," cried a figure, his head wrapped in white bandages and his arms adorned with gauze, his voice laced with terror. At this, the previously subdued atmosphere aboard the ship shattered, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tumult of anguish as despair overcame the crew, who erupted into loud sobs. "Woe is us! We should never have ventured into the new world. What manner of monsters inhabit it? Enough! Stop your wailing!" barked a bald man with rough, dark skin, displaying impatience towards the raucous pirates. He appeared to be the captain of the ship, yet his face bore no trace of sorrow regarding the news of comrades left behind. His expression was devoid of emotion, save for a flicker of fear lingering in his not-so-large eyes. "Perhaps we ought to find a place to settle and live as wealthy gentlemen," the captain mused, feeling weary and even contemplating retirement. His thoughts were not solely shaped by the considerable casualties in the fleet's demise, but were also deeply rooted in his fear of a certain man, one who resembled a devil. Meanwhile, the crew remained ensnared in their fear and grief, utterly oblivious to their captain's intentions of absconding with the ship's remaining treasures to live a life of luxury. Certainly, even if one is aware, it serves little purpose. Such is the lament of the weak. The following morning, Atlas arrived at the staff office. Perhaps due to the early hour, only Major Drake was present. The office door remained ajar, yet Atlas courteously knocked. "Is there something you require, Lieutenant Atlas?" Major Drake inquired, surprised to see Atlas at the door, promptly halting his tasks to question the purpose of Atlas's visit. "Major Drake, I have been summoned by General Jonathan." "General Jonathan?" Drake responded with curiosity. "You arrived at the base only yesterday, and yet you have already met with General Jonathan?" Atlas succinctly conveyed his intent to Major Drake. "You wish to depart the fortress for a mission?" Drake appeared somewhat astonished. "Did you not just settle in yesterday? Shouldn't you rest at the base for a few days before undertaking a mission?" "It is of no concern, Major Drake. I am in excellent condition and ready to engage in the task of apprehending pirates at any moment." "Very well." Major Drake hesitated momentarily before rummaging through the paperwork cluttering his desk. After a brief moment, he shook his head apologetically. "I apologize. But since our fortress is situated in the earlier part of the Grand Line, it remains relatively peaceful. We can only provide you with some intelligence on pirates. Naval engagements are quite rare. However, a crew of pirates returning from the New World will pass near the fortress tomorrow." Drake hesitated again, adding, "Yet, I personally do not recommend pursuing this pirate crew. There is a novice pirate group that has just entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas. With your capabilities, it should be more than manageable to chase them." Evidently, Drake discounted the evaluation of Atlas's strength that he had heard from Zephyr, perceiving it merely as a teacher's habitual exaggeration of an esteemed pupil. "I seek information regarding the group of pirates returning from the New World." Atlas was indifferent to Drake's internal musings, as he had no desire to squander time dealing with such trifling matters. However, Atlas, seeing Drake about to say something, abruptly seized the intelligence report from his hands. After offering a polite thanks to Drake, he departed with determination. "What an arrogant little brat!" Drake observed Atlas's receding figure, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Nevertheless, he swiftly turned and hurried out of the staff office, making his way to the base commander's office. Unbeknownst to Atlas, who had left the office, Drake's actions went unnoticed as he absorbed himself in the freshly acquired intelligence. The report detailed the Ekram pirate crew, led by Captain Ekram, with a bounty of 200 million berries. The first mate, Wirtz, had a bounty of 160 million, while the officers, Gallo, IB, and Dutt, had bounties ranging from 50 million to 90 million. They had suffered a catastrophic defeat against Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates in the New World, escaping heavily injured with only one ship remaining and a significant loss of crew members. The fate of the first mate was uncertain, and all officers were left behind in the New World. I thought they were formidable pirates. It turns out they are merely a pack of strays." Atlas scoffed in disdain. It seemed this band of pirates fancied themselves bold enough to provoke Big Mom, only to be annihilated before even encountering her. The seas are never short of such self-important fools. According to the pirates' projected route, they were not expected to pass near the G8 waters until tomorrow. Thus, Atlas decided to visit the training grounds at the fortress. The G8 training facility was vast, with walls, floors, and ceilings enveloped in sturdy iron, providing ample space for vigorous training without the fear of damaging the surroundings. Given Atlas's current physical prowess, ordinary training no longer sufficed. And there were no sparring partners like Zifa or Kazan available. As for Vice Admiral Jonathan, although he and Sakazuki hailed from the same training camp and appeared to have a good rapport, it was unlikely that the esteemed commander of the fortress would neglect his duties to engage in sparring with a mere lieutenant. Consequently, Atlas opted for the most rudimentary training method, requesting a massive block of tempered steel from the logistics department, intending to hone his skills with his bare fists. Time sped by during his training, and soon night fell. Gazing at the battered steel block, stained with his own blood, Atlas sighed. He refrained from utilizing haki to coat his fists, opting instead for pure, unadulterated strikes, which resulted in a relentless cycle of injury and healing. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of this method was undeniably remarkable. Atlas cast a glance at the sky outside, tidied up the traces of his training, and made his way towards the mess hall. However, today he did not encounter Admiral Jonathan. At the G8 Fortress Harbor, a navy blue single-person speedboat quietly lay anchored. This vessel was identical to the one Atlas had previously piloted from headquarters, both being standard military craft. Yet, due to modifications from the Shockwave project, the earlier boat met its demise upon reaching the G8 Fortress. The speedboat before him was procured from an elderly gentleman in the logistical unit, a transaction that cost Atlas several bottles of fine spirits to secure approval for its use. Moments later, Atlas, embracing the gentle morning light, sailed forth from the fortress. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting an unerring glow upon the cerulean sea. After several hours of navigation, the colossal G8 fortress faded into the distance, leaving a sense of desolation in the surrounding emptiness. Well, if he continued along the designated route, he should soon encounter the Akrinum pirate crew. Atlas meticulously compared the intelligence in his mind to pass the tedious time during the maritime journey. In the vicinity of the G8 fortress waters, a battered pirate ship, reeling from its battle scars, drifted aimlessly across the vast ocean. On its expansive deck, a few pirates, their wounds hastily bandaged, sat scattered about, many of them appearing pallid from excessive blood loss. A scarred mast leaned against a bald, burly man with an indifferent expression. Yet, his complexion seemed notably healthier, as if his previous injuries had nearly healed. Eklerum, what is our next plan? Beside the bald giant sat a sickly-looking pirate, seemingly just recovering from a severe illness. However, unlike the others, he did not exhibit fear towards the bald man. First, we shall return to the South Sea to recruit our lost crew members. And then we shall consider our next steps. Eklerum slowly articulated his plan to the first mate, Feltz. Unbeknownst to Feltz, he failed to notice the fleeting glint of ruthlessness in Eklerum's eyes. Captain Eklerum. Just then, from the ship's sole intact lookout tower, a pirate responsible for reconnaissance suddenly changed countenance and hurriedly alerted Eklerum. It's bad news. We've spotted the Navy at 3 o'clock. Both Eklerum and Feltz felt a twinge of anxiety, acutely aware of their diminished numbers and the majority of their combat strength now injured, though not entirely incapacitated. Their capabilities against an enemy had undoubtedly weakened, and now they encountered the Navy. They exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "How many of them are there?" Prepared for a desperate fight, Eklerum's thoughts of retreat intensified. The cruelty of these waters weighed heavily on him, and he felt weary. It seemed the scouting pirate was somewhat uncertain. Just one Navy. What? The pirates aboard the ship erupted in astonishment and anger. Despite their significant losses in the New World, they were still among the most formidable pirates in paradise. To send merely one navy to pursue them felt like an affront to their prowess. Men, bring the ship closer. Let us take down that fool. Eklerum's mouth curled into a savage grin, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes, as if to unleash his pent-up frustrations upon the approaching navy. At that moment, Atlas also spotted the damaged pirate vessel and promptly sprang from his speedboat. Using moonwalk, it was as if invisible stairs emerged within the air, allowing Atlas to ascend gracefully. Looking down upon the flustered pirates on the deck, "What are you panicking for? It's just moonwalk," Eklerum bellowed. As a pirate who had ventured into the New World, he was certainly not intimidated by the mere 6 powers of the Navy, though he remained cautious of the young Navy officer before him. While monsters roamed freely in the New World, it was still relatively rare to encounter a Navy officer capable of moonwalk in paradise. Moreover, this individual is merely a captain, likely a product of the Navy's clandestine training. "Hey, you over there, Navy brat, I am Ekron, with a bounty of 200 million berries." Ekron appeared to waver. hoping that his substantial bounty would intimidate Atlas. However, he gravely miscalculated the situation. The higher his bounty, the more exhilarated Atlas became. He was merely a defeated dog. Before Ekron could express his indignation, Atlas had already drawn his third-generation sword, the Kitch. One sword style, falling stars. Countless colossal slashes descended like meteors upon the pirate ship below, freezing the expressions of numerous pirates in shock at the last moment. The already battered vessel was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the sky. Damn it, I will kill you. Gazing at the wreckage of the ship and the drifting corpses, Ekron couldn't help but curse. His anger was not for the loss of his subordinates. Lives could be replaced at any time. But the remaining treasure was now irrevocably lost to the depths beneath Atlas's onslaught, shattering his dreams of wealth. Ekron, calm down. Beside him, the surviving Weirs attempted to restrain the furious Ekron. Their once mighty pirate crew had dwindled to just the two of them, and they had no solid ground beneath them, half submerged in water. Fortunately, neither possessed devil fruit abilities. Soon, they found a larger piece of debris, barely avoiding the humiliation of being soaked in seawater. Meanwhile, Atlas observed their struggles from the air. Although maintaining his position with moonwalk consumed significant energy, it was trivial compared to Atlas's boundless stamina. Admiral, could you spare us? I merely wish to retire and live as a wealthy man. Ekron, having regained some composure upon witnessing Atlas's terrifying prowess, began to plead. However, Atlas's keen observation Haki detected the malice emanating from him. The lamentations of a defeated dog. Atlas let out a derisive snort as he brandished the third-generation blade once more. Hey, I am quite willing to be taken to Impel Down. I surrender. Spare me, I implore you. Please capture me and take me to Impel Down. Accursed Navy. I shall never relent, even in death. Damn you, Navy. Atlas turned a deaf ear to Eklund's pleas and insults. After all, who would argue with a corpse? A swift strike, crescent moon. The rich hue of Haki enveloped the third generation of the sword, as a crescent-shaped slash emanated from the blade. Whoosh. Soon, a line of crimson emerged on the bodies of Eklund and Vils, the tremendous force of the slash unabated as it cleaved backward, the scarlet sea instantaneously severed in twain. The sea breeze whispered softly. Suddenly, their bodies were bisected along the bloodline. The upper halves sprawled upon the water's surface while the lower halves remained seated amidst the wreckage. From a distance, they resembled a defeated hound. Scattered remnants of ships floated upon the ocean, the azure waters tinged with a hint of red, surrounded by mangled corpses. Occasionally, a vulture circled above, awaiting its midday feast. Atlas cast a glance at the harrowing surroundings, his senses repeatedly scanning the battlefield. He would spare no survivor. Determined to eradicate all evil, the return journey was remarkably serene. After approximately a day's voyage, Atlas found himself back at the port of Fort G8 on a refreshing morning. Embraced by the gentle sea breeze, Atlas first visited the headquarters to report to Major Drake on the specifics of the recent battle. And then he proceeded to the mess hall for a hearty meal. Having subsisted on rations for the past couple of days, he felt as though his palate was on the verge of becoming bland. What? You single-handedly obliterated the entire Ekrenum pirate crew? The sound of Drake's roar echoed from the office. He had been bracing himself to receive news of Atlas's demise. Just yesterday, he had lamented the obstinacy of his subordinates, noting that even Admiral Jonathan did not oppose Atlas's mission. To his astonishment, today Atlas presented him with a delightful surprise. Well, there's no need for such dramatic reactions. Atlas absent-mindedly scratched his ear and remarked, he is merely a failure, and that bounty seems rather exaggerated. I suspect that Eklund has committed numerous atrocities. Drake, having calmed himself somewhat, returned to his office chair, suppressing his excitement, and gently inquired about the details of Atlas's battle. At this point, Drake had completely embraced Zephyr's assessment of Atlas. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, not to mention other pirates with varying bounties, all of whom had been single-handedly vanquished by this young man. Even if it was through a protracted skirmish, it was still quite an achievement. As for doubting Atlas's reported accomplishments, that notion was laughable. The Naval Intelligence Agency was not inept, and a pirate crew of such magnitude could not simply vanish without a trace. As the saying goes, wherever one treads, traces are left behind. Well, it was simply a matter of me advancing with one strike, and then another. Yes, that is precisely how it unfolded. Atlas raised his arm, gesturing seriously to illustrate his point. Is that all? Drake, who had been prepared for a lengthy discourse, found himself at a loss for words. After all that, Was this the extent of Atlas's explanation? All right then, I shall report to Admiral Jonathan. You may leave for now. Drake regarded Atlas's calm demeanor, filled with unexpressed thoughts. Upon exiting Drake's office, Atlas returned to his quarters for a quick shower before heading to the mess hall. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and the hall was bustling with activity. Consequently, Atlas found himself in a rather lengthy queue. As he finally assembled his meal and sought a place to sit, he overheard snippets of conversation. Is that the kid? He looks so young. No wonder he emerged from the elite training camp at headquarters. It's astonishing. The incessant chatter penetrated Atlas's ears, given his current physical prowess. Even without utilizing observation hockey, he could discern the slightest sounds around him. Moreover, the soldiers were not making any effort to conceal their discussions. After eavesdropping for a while, Atlas grasped the reason behind their chatter. Admiral Jonathan had announced his achievements throughout the entire fortress. It was clear that Atlas's indifference to such matters had kept him unaware. He had inadvertently become quite renowned at G8. After a hearty meal, Atlas stealthily slipped out through a side door of the mess hall, eager to avoid being gawked at like a spectacle. Hey, Atlas, just the person I was looking for. Admiral Jonathan wants you in his office. No sooner had Atlas exited the mess hall than he encountered Drake, who had been pondering where to locate the young man. Surprised by the coincidence, he promptly called out to Atlas. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Atlas entered the room at the sound of a gentle knock. The highest-ranking officer of the base, Rear Admiral Jonathan, was engrossed in fiddling with his beloved fishing rod. Upon noticing Atlas's arrival, he delicately set the rod aside and placed his hands, fingers interlaced, upon the desk. Indeed, you are the monster that Teacher Zephyr spoke of. A pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries has been effortlessly dealt with. Jonathan remarked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, embodying a rather laid-back demeanor. However, his composure was not akin to the lethargic indifference of Admiral Palliasolino. Rather, he exuded an air of wisdom and calmness, fully in control of the situation. Curiously, this seemingly unremarkable admiral was a close friend of the radical Sakazuki, indicating that he was indeed a person who preferred to keep his talents concealed. It was merely luck, and that fellow was nothing but a fraud, Atlas humbly replied. Oh, spare me your modesty, I have a task for you. Jonathan waved his hand dismissively, jesting. A bounty of 200 million berries, no matter how inflated, should not be underestimated. Besides, that individual hails from the New World, even if he is merely a pathetic failure. What is the task? Upon hearing of yet another assignment, Atlas's expression grew serious. Recently, several pirate crews have been spotted lingering near Alabasta, and I hope you can assess the situation. Alabasta? That seems outside our fortress's jurisdiction. Atlas raised an eyebrow. Indeed, but the branch responsible for that maritime area has sent us a distress signal. I cannot simply turn a blind eye, Jonathan replied. And he continued, a glimmer of significance flickering in his eyes while maintaining an inscrutable expression. This matter may involve the Shichibukai. The Shichibukai? That crocodile? Atlas was taken aback. The first name that sprang to mind concerning the Shichibukai associated with Alabasta was crocodile, and he had not anticipated that the man would soon set his sights on the underworld once more. How did you know? Ever since that fellow was taught a lesson by Whitebeard, he has vanished from sight. I never expected to hear news of him again from Alabasta. We can only speculate on his intentions. Your task is to deal with those pirate crews and see what crocodile is scheming. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. The year 1505 of the Sea Circle, Navy G8 Fortress, Rear Admiral's office. Atlas has departed, and Jonathan, with his deep crimson hair and a distinctive black handlebar mustache, adjusted himself comfortably in his chair, holding a freshly delivered document. To his astonishment, it detailed the entire operation of Atlas capturing the Eklund pirate crew. Not a single survivor, such as the audacity of that individual. Jonathan gazed at the firmly shut office door, lost in contemplation, so engrossed that he did not even notice the document slipping silently from his fingers. After bidding farewell to Jonathan, Atlas retreated to the training room at the base, immersing himself in rigorous practice for several hours before enjoying a restful slumber. After all, he had to set off for Alabaston the following morning to assess the situation. Naturally, this mission was no longer a solitary endeavor. Admiral Jonathan had arranged for a warship to assist him with subsequent operations. Although he was merely a captain at present, he had been granted temporary command of the vessel. The next day, the warship departed punctually from the fortress harbor, navigating along its course towards Alabaston. As for the navigation, it was entrusted to a specialized naval navigator. While such navigators were a rare commodity on the high seas, primarily due to the generally low educational standards among the populace in the pirate-infested world, where even literacy was scarce, the Navy boasted a comprehensive educational system. Soldiers lacking physical prowess were often groomed for administrative roles. Thus, the strength of the Navy undoubtedly reigned supreme upon the ocean. Ah, how delightful it is to sail! Atlas stretched, reminiscing about his solitary days adrift at sea, where not only was sustenance scarce, but he also lacked a companion to converse with and alleviate his boredom. "Lieutenant, how long until we reach Alabaston?" He inquired of his aide, who had been specifically assigned to him by Jonathan and held the same rank of lieutenant. The hierarchy within the G8 fortress puzzled him. The highest authority was Admiral Jonathan, yet the second in command was merely a major. Indeed, that fellow, Drake. Atlas even speculated whether Jonathan desired to indulge in leisure, thus intentionally promoting Drake to the second-in-command position, allowing him to manage the burdensome affairs while he himself could leisurely fish. "Report, Captain. We are currently 3 days away from Alabasta." The first officer calculated an approximate time and presented a compromise figure to Atlas. "Indeed, Captain, this is Atlas's current temporary position." "Ah, then I shall spend some time in the training room. You keep a close watch on the warship status, and should any issues arise, summon me." "Understood." That evening, Atlas emerged from the training room, precisely timed with the dinner hour. Suddenly, the ship beneath him began to sway violently, an intense jolt coursing through his body, compelling numerous sailors to utter cries of alarm. "What is happening?" Atlas, disregarding his meal, hastened to the deck to ascertain the cause. "Captain, we have detected an attack from the Sea Kings." The first officer, noticing Atlas had concluded his training, promptly reported. Upon hearing this, a crimson light flickered in Atlas's eyes as he activated his observation hockey. Within his perception, a colossal silhouette moved restlessly beneath the inky surface of the sea, the tumultuous waves churning violently. The warship upon which Atlas stood swayed incessantly with the undulating waters. Suddenly, the lurking sea creature, akin to a shark detecting blood, launched a sudden assault on Atlas's vessel. Under the intense glare of the ship's searchlights, Atlas finally discerned the form of their assailant, a marine titan resembling a tigerfish, adorned with stripes and spots. Its elongated eyes glimmered with a frenzied savagery, and its gaping maw displayed a row of razor-sharp teeth, releasing an overwhelming stench. "Damn it!" The first mate's eyes mirrored a sense of despair. This beast measured at least 900 meters in length, rivaling some of the mid-sized sea kings found in the doldrums. "Our ship's configuration stands no chance against it. We can only fight desperately." The first mate turned to Atlas and implored, "Captain, please issue the evacuation order immediately. There are a few lifeboats on board. Let us first attempt to hold this behemoth at bay to buy time for others to escape." Before he could finish his entreaty, Atlas had already leaped into the air, his gaze fixed on the gigantic sea monster, a grin spreading across his face. "What ill fortune for you, my friend." The first mate widened his eyes in disbelief, then rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misunderstood Atlas's intent. Shouldn't they be the unfortunate ones? Yet, it seemed as though the misfortune was to befall the sea creature instead. Before the first mate could gather his thoughts, Atlas drew his third-generation sword, the dark crimson hue of hockey swiftly enveloping his arm and blade. He had already mastered the technique of hockey infusion, which required only the awakening of one's hockey and proficient application for mastery. One sword style, Dragon Tail. With a swift horizontal slash, a crimson arc cleaved through the night, slicing past the gaping maw of the Sea King. The blade's unmatched sharpness nearly severed the creature's jaw. A torrent of blood spilled forth, staining the deep waters with an eerie crimson glow. Roaring in pain, the behemoth writhed in a frenzy, causing monstrous waves that threatened to capsize the entire ship. Aware of the escalating peril, Atlas resolved to hold nothing back. With sword in hand, his muscles swelled, biceps and triceps rapidly expanding, the robust brachioradialis resembling forged steel, each muscle fiber distinctly visible, enveloped in thick hockey. One sword style, God of War's arm, falling star. A cascade of strikes fell upon the tiger-striped Sea King like meteors, imbued with tremendous force. Soon, the colossal creature's massive form writhed in agony, letting out a desperate roar. However, the substantial loss of blood ultimately rendered it lifeless, drifting slowly upon the ocean's surface. Aboard the warship, hundreds of soldiers witnessed this scene and collectively exhaled in relief. The crisis had been averted. Clang! The third-generation sword, Goe-che, was sheathed, the crisp sound of metal resonating beneath the somewhat raucous night sky. With a gentle descent, Atlas released his armament and returned to life, gracefully alighting on the deck of the warship. Instantly, the sailors, who had just moments ago been gripped by trepidation, gathered around, their voices erupting in astonishment and admiration. It was no wonder that Admiral Jonathan appointed Mr. Atlas as captain. His prowess was truly formidable. "Captain, I must confess, I was initially skeptical of Mr. Atlas. How embarrassing." Minutes later, the crew began to temper their fervor, methodically addressing subsequent matters under the guidance of the first officer, preparing to cut and salvage the carcass of the tiger-striped Sea King. The meat of the Sea King was not only delectable, but also replete with nutritional value. Even Lieutenant Russlin, despite his rank at the fortress, had scarcely tasted it. The night deepened, the stars hung high in the sky, their luminosity intensified. The sea breeze gently caressed the dark waters, provoking a playful frolic. Atlas gazed contentedly into the abyss ahead, casually using a toothpick to dislodge strands of Sea King meat from between his teeth. "Ah," he sighed, satisfied. That was a delightful meal. To be honest, the culinary skills of the chefs accompanying the ship were quite commendable. One must acknowledge that Chef Jessica's training methods were exceptionally effective in future missions. "I shall certainly endeavor to recruit a few chefs." Atlas gazed at the bustling and orderly crew of sailors aboard the ship and inexplicably recalled those fellows, Smoker and his companions. It seemed as though it had only been a short while since their parting. Speaking of which, Colonel Randall had entrusted me with the care of that rascal Smoker. I fear I have not fulfilled that duty adequately. I wonder what those three are up to now. Rosinante. Atlas suddenly recalled that around this time, Rosinante would likely be going undercover with Don Quixote da Flamingo. Could it be that this fellow has also applied for early graduation? Trailing closely behind him, it remains a mystery what thoughts occupy his mind. Although Rosinante often appears somewhat scatterbrained, he possesses a heart that is exceedingly gentle and kind. Atlas plans to embark on a journey to the North Sea when time permits, for he cannot bear the thought of Rosinante meeting his demise. Otherwise, that young rascal Smoker would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Indeed, it is Smoker, but that is of no concern to me. A few days later, a colossal sea creature, with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a fish, emerged within the side of the Navy aboard the warship, heralding the arrival of Atlas and his companions in Alabasta. At last, they successfully landed on Sainting Island, the very isle that hosts Alabasta. The warship docked at the Canola Flower Port, leaving a contingent of Navy personnel to guard the ship while Atlas, accompanied by his aide Russlin, set out to seek an audience with King Cobra of Alabasta. It must be noted that Alabasta's climate is exceptionally harsh, with sandstorms engulfing the land, rendering it a natural stronghold for crocodile. Moreover, the historical texts containing the clues to the underworld are concealed within this nation, which explains why the sand crocodile has set his sights upon this locale. The port city of Canola Flower lies at a considerable distance from Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. Were it not for the royal family of Nefertari, descendants of the 20 kings, who hold a unique status among the member states of the world government, this journey would be even more daunting. Atlas was rather reluctant to embark on a long journey to the capital to meet Cobra. Even if he could glean a morsel of information from Cobra, he had already formed a preconceived notion that it was the mischief of crocodile, despite lacking any tangible evidence at the moment. Soon, Atlas and Russlin arrived at Alabasta and successfully met Cobra in the conference hall of the royal palace. At this point, Cobra did not yet bear the age-worn appearance depicted in the manga. His dark hair was tied back, and his face bore few wrinkles, sporting only a modest beard. However, he lacked the imposing demeanor one would expect of a king, instead exuding the amiable charm of a friendly neighbor. Perhaps it was due to the blue-haired infant cradled in his arms, or perhaps because the current state of Alabasta had not yet descended into the turmoil that would plague it in a decade and a half. Ah, my apologies. Esteemed naval officers, my little Vivi is rather clingy and finds it difficult to part from me. I hope you can forgive this inconvenience, Cobra said, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. It was no wonder that he was renowned as a compassionate ruler, extending his courtesy even to the two naval lieutenants. Forgive the interruption, Your Majesty Cobra. We are naval officers from the G8 Fortress, responding to a distress signal from a nearby naval base. Which is why we have come to your esteemed nation, Atlas stated directly, believing that Cobra would grasp the underlying urgency of his words and provide some valuable intelligence. Are you referring to the pirates that frequently harassed the vicinity of Alyabarna? Cobra asked, momentarily taken aback, before a flicker of realization crossed his face, leading to a somewhat uncertain inquiry. Indeed, the distress message indicated that several pirate crews have been troubling your nation. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. But your majesty, have you not dispatched anyone to confront them? Atlas inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Logically, Alabasta's national strength was not to be underestimated. It boasted a standing army of 600,000 regular soldiers, and ordinary pirates would not dare to invade Alabasta. Even slightly more formidable pirates would have to contend with the two mighty guardians of the realm. It was perplexing how they could not handle a group of pirates. Of course, the so-called two guardians were not literal deities, but rather formidable Zoan-type Devil Fruit users. It was a mystery how Alabasta managed to retain possession of these two Devil Fruits, given that once a user perished, the fruit's abilities could randomly reincarnate across the world. As later discoveries by Vegapunk would reveal, I have indeed dispatched my deputy, Bell, on several occasions. Yet, every time he arrives in Alyabarna, those pirates seem to receive word in advance and flee. It is worth noting that Bell possesses the powers of a Zoan-type bird fruit, falcon form, granting him extraordinary mobility. Yet, he has returned empty-handed each time, Cobra lamented, a hint of frustration creasing his brow. At that moment, a chubby little hand emerged from his embrace, seemingly attempting to smooth the furrowed lines of worry on Cobra's forehead. However, due to his short arms, he could only reach his daughter's stubbled chin. Cobra lowered his head and beheld his remarkably empathetic daughter, his heart nearly melting at the sight. Unable to resist, he gently kissed Vivi's tender forehead, eliciting a joyful laugh from the little angel, which significantly lightened the gloom in Cobra's heart. Suddenly, a soldier clad in light armor hurried to Cobra's side, bending down to whisper the news he had just received. Well, let us conclude today's meeting here. I have just received intelligence that the pirate crew has returned to the waters near Alabasta. Should this naval officer require any assistance, I shall do my utmost to cooperate. Cobra's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly stood and addressed Atlas. With Cobra's keen insight, it was evident that Atlas was the principal leader of this support operation. Very well, then, Your Majesty Cobra, we shall take our leave. Ah, what unfortunate timing. After departing from the capital of Alyabarna, Atlas found himself reluctant to continue his journey. Therefore, he procured two swift-running ducks as his means of transportation. And it must be said that these quick-footed creatures lived up to their reputation as the fastest beings in Alabasta, nearly having their travel time. The city where the pirates were active lay on the opposite side of Alabasta, with Sainton Island almost bisected by a massive strait. One side housed the capital and port city of Alabasta, while the other was home to cities like Iluma and Rain Base, which would soon fall under Crocodile's dominion. In Alabasta, constrained by its climate, the larger cities have been established around oases, resulting in an irregular distribution of urban settlements. Currently, Atlas's mission is to return to the warship and set sail for Oruma, where there is a possibility of encountering the marauding pirates. Helmsman, prepare. Set sail, destination, Oruma. Upon returning to the warship, the first officer, Ruslan, promptly and methodically directed the ship's course. Ruslan is not a combat-oriented individual. His orchestration of the warship's operations is executed with remarkable precision. This allows Atlas to focus on his training in the exercise room without concern. Although uncertain about the strength of Rear Admiral Jonathan, it is undeniable that he is among the most astute officers in the headquarters. Atlas felt quite pleased with the personnel assigned to him for this mission. The distance from Canola Flower to Oruma is not extensive, and at the ship's cruising speed, they anticipate a smooth arrival in approximately half an hour. However, just as the warship departed from Canola Flower, an unforeseen and somewhat amusing incident occurred. They collided head-on with a band of pirates, specifically the Vasily and Antelic pirate crews notorious for pillaging Alabasta. Atlas surmised that their previous voyage to Oruma was merely a smokescreen, and their true objective was the port city of Canola Flower, which, compared to Oruma, undoubtedly harbors greater wealth due to its bustling traffic. Well then, allow me to annihilate them and stretch my limbs a bit. Who knows what might happen? A smirk graced Atlas's lips as he contemplated a rather amusing idea. As he approached the foremost pirate vessel, he executed a shave and instantaneously appeared on board the pirate ship, causing no damage to the warship. This was attributed to both the superior quality of the ship and Atlas's mastery of the six powers, which allowed him impeccable control over his strength. He casually tossed his justice cloak to Ruslan, for while donning it was indeed striking, he had no desire to soil or damage another cloak. One wonders where those indestructible garments from anime originate, as Atlas had become quite accustomed to the frequent destruction of his attire during combat. Hey, is it just you, Navy? You truly underestimate me. A sallow-faced man sneered at Atlas's youthful visage. As a pirate frequently dealing with the Navy, he recognized the warship from the G8 fortress, initially filled with trepidation. Upon seeing Atlas's rank of captain, he was overtaken by a sense of indignation as if being mocked. "Look at you, still suckling from the breast. Ha ha, go home. You little brat." Various insults erupted from all directions, seemingly an attempt to mask their earlier embarrassment. How laughable. A motley crew of scoundrels. Atlas regarded these maritime detritus with indifference. The paltry bounty on their heads was beneath his notice, and he could not be bothered to scrutinize them individually. Finger gun. Gatling. The air was pierced with the sound of gunfire. A deluge of vacuum bullets engulfed the band of pirates, piercing through their flesh amidst the terrified screams of the onlookers. Those fortunate enough to escape serious injury writhed on the ground, lamenting their fate, no longer exhibiting their previous bravado. Atlas, not one to possess a heart of stone, resolved to grant them a swift end. He ascended into the air with a moonwalk, his palm held horizontally, gently waving it forward. Noti tornado. The chaotic vacuum slashes swiftly sank the pirate ship. As for those incapacitated by their wounds, they could only hope for mercy, praying that no fish would feast upon their remains, allowing them to depart this world with their bodies intact. Meanwhile, another pirate crew, observing the entire spectacle, quivered in fear. Elias. Quickly. Turn around. Yes, head towards Aluma. And Tonlik, seizing a lifeline, frantically issued commands to the helmsman, his voice tinged with desperation. He hastily rushed to the captain's quarters, grasping the snail phone resting on the bedside, dialing a number etched in his memory. Hello. Soon. An abrupt scar marred the visage of the snail phone, a large cigar clamped between its lips, revealing a brooding gaze. The voice that emerged was deep and gravelly, sending a shiver down Antonlik's spine, compelling him to adopt a posture of respect. Mr. Zero, I am summoned by Lord Crocodile. Yes, Lord Mr. Zero. We are being pursued by the Navy, and we implore you to rescue us. Antonlik pleaded into the snail phone, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that he had been aiding Crocodile, and should his affiliation be revealed, the loss of his position as a warlord would spell considerable trouble. Very well. Make your way to Aluma, Crocodile replied after a moment of silence, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving Antonlik perplexed about his true intentions. With a snap, Crocodile ended the call, his expression darkening further. He had intended to eliminate Antonlik and his crew during their plundering escapades, presenting himself as a hero before the people of Alabasta, simultaneously silencing them. However, the sudden intervention of the Navy had derailed his plans. On the other side, having dispatched the entirety of the Vasily pirate crew to their demise, Atlas chose not to pursue Antonlik's crew but instead made his way to the warship, gracefully donning the justice cloak from his aide. Captain, why not eradicate them entirely? Rustlin questioned, puzzled. He could not simply believe that Atlas lacked the stamina. Such minimal exertion was merely a warm-up. Fishing requires bait, Atlas thought. Unexpectedly reminded of Vice Admiral Jonathan. In the Grand Line, within the waters of Alabasta, under the blaring sun, a pirate ship scurried across the sea as if encountering a formidable foe, while a Navy warship trailed leisurely behind, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Commander, their direction seems to be towards Aluma. Rustlin expressed uncertainty, for he was no navigator and not well acquainted with the maritime routes near Alabasta. Atlas nodded, having previously utilized his observation hockey to eavesdrop on the conversation between Antolik and the enigmatic Mr. Crocodile, rendering the situation unsurprising. Atlas's range of observation hockey had expanded significantly. Although it still paled in comparison to Fujitor's mastery, it was only slightly less refined than Enel, whose powers were formidable. Yet Atlas had much room for improvement before he could foresee the future. Occasionally, he employed the vacuum slashes bestowed upon them by the Galefoot to intimidate their adversaries. Even though the pirates were aware that Atlas was using them to lure out the puppeteer behind the scenes, they found themselves utterly powerless. For this was their sole chance at survival, especially knowing that their opponent was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Flying finger gun, Barrett. A colossal vacuum bullet struck Antolik's lookout with terrifying swiftness, splattering a horrific mix of red and white liquid, which drenched the already panicked crew of pirates below. Even these marauders, who were typically merciless towards ordinary folk, found themselves trembling in the face of death. Mortality is the great equalizer. The mastery of that flying finger gun is truly astounding. Rustlin marveled, still in awe after witnessing Atlas's monstrous physical prowess, as the sheer might of the flying finger gun left him speechless once more. Ah, merely a warm-up, Atlas remarked dismissively, turning his attention elsewhere. The rest is up to you, Ruslan. Call for me when we arrive at Aluma. He strolled towards the dining area, his stomach grumbling after such prolonged combat. Understood, Commander. Ruslan responded gravely. The only flaw in their esteemed leader was his tendency to avoid taking charge. Soon, the Antelope pirates successfully landed on Aluma, their faces lighting up with the joy of having escaped a brush with death, although the identity of their benefactor remained a mystery. The captain's demeanor suggested they would evade the relentless pursuit of the devilish navy. Indeed, to these pirates, Atlas was nothing short of a demon. He possessed the power to eliminate them all at once, but chose instead to pick them off one by one, subjecting them to immense psychological torment. Desert Sunflower. Suddenly, the sand dunes beneath the pirates appeared to come alive, swirling ominously as an overwhelming gravitational force pulled them downward, prompting cries of alarm from the crew. What is happening? Captain? Wah. I do not wish to die yet. Captain, think of something. Anelika's face mirrored despair, a sensation akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell, rendering him utterly miserable. He could only extend his palms in a futile attempt to grasp something, to delay the inevitable descent. Suddenly, a towering figure clad in a fur coat materialized before him, accompanied by a tempest of swirling dust and howling winds. Lord Crocodile. Why, the quicksand had already engulfed Antelik. Yet he received no response from Crocodile, only a pair of indifferent eyes fixed upon him. Very well, you shall retreat to the warship. I, Atlas, who had been summoned by the first mate, Lurens, observed everything unfold. However, he refrained from intervening. After all, in the world of pirates, death was merely a consequence to be accepted. Atlas approached Crocodile with measured steps, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized the warlord of the sea. A title bestowed by the world government, Crocodile epitomized the archetypal villain. Clad in a fur coat, one could only ponder the source of his remarkable heat resistance. His thick hair was slicked back in an unremarkable style, while a prominent scar bisected his face. A gold earring adorned his right ear, and his lifeless, fish-like eyes bore no hint of emotion. A large cigar was clenched between his lips, and his left hand was replaced by a golden hook, embodying the quintessential image of a pirate that Atlas had known in his previous life. You've gone too far with your jest, Navy brat, Crocodile remarked, slightly raising his chin as he fixed his unyielding gaze upon Atlas, the cigar bobbing rhythmically in his mouth. Is that so? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Warlord Crocodile? Atlas retorted, a smile gracing his features, unfazed by the menacing figure before him. Even if the warlords are tacitly permitted to engage in private plundering, that certainly does not extend to the world government's allied nation of Alabasta. At this moment, Atlas lacked concrete evidence to implicate Crocodile in the recent pirate raid. But did that truly matter to him? Humph. Explanation? Crocodile's lips curled into a smirk, seemingly mocking. How navi, Navy brat. Is that so? A denial matters not. My fist shall compel you to divulge the truth shortly. Atlas twisted his wrist, the smile on his face undiminished. Crocodile, perhaps not as feeble as he would become a decade later, still harbored some belief in his own abilities. He might conjure a hint of hockey. However, Atlas felt no trepidation. Imparting a lesson to this sand crocodile was well within his capabilities. Humph. Ha-ha. Crocodile's laughter began as a low, ominous chuckle before erupting into a raucous and unrestrained guffaw. How utterly tedious. What a laughable little brat you are. Heh. How dare the refuse of the sea mock me? Atlas retorted defiantly, his expression brimming with scorn. With a crack, it seemed Atlas had provoked Crocodile, whose countenance darkened as he bit through his cigar, allowing it to fall to the ground. I grant you 3 minutes, exceed that, and I shall not entertain you further. He then hurled an hourglass into the air, the sands within flowing at a pace that indicated precisely 3 minutes. Crocodile's demeanor was akin to that of a man dealing with a petulant child, for Atlas was ostensibly nothing more than a mere lieutenant. Though military ranks do not always correspond directly with strength, the disparity was not insurmountable. Thus, Crocodile regarded Atlas with a measure of disdain. 3 minutes? That shall suffice. One sword style, thunder cut. Atlas paid no heed to Crocodile's disdain. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the third generation of the renowned Kitetsu, its blade shimmering with a resplendent gleam, filling the air with an acute sense of sharpness. The howling sands seemed to pause in reverence as a colossal crimson slash surged forth towards Crocodile. The contemptuous expression on Crocodile's face indicated he was caught entirely off guard, and the blood-red strike effortlessly cleaved through his form, bisecting him with precision. Yet, contrary to expectation, there was no gushing of blood. Instead, the once smooth surface gradually transformed into grains of yellow sand, and astonishingly, the severed body began to restore itself. Nonetheless, Atlas held no illusions that this casual strike would inflict any genuine harm upon Crocodile. Master Swordsman? Crocodile's expression darkened further upon his revival. Having assumed that he could easily dominate this seemingly insignificant foe, only to discover that Atlas was indeed a formidable swordsman capable of slicing through iron. However, he remained confident, asserting, "You cannot touch me. I am a natural type user of the sand fruit." Despite being taken aback by Atlas's prowess as a swordsman, his opinion of Atlas remained unchanged. "Humph, how utterly displeasing, this mask of yours." Atlas sheathed the 3 generations of swords, feeling a slight itch in his fists. Swift razor. His ghostly figure darted through the air, moving with such speed that Crocodile could scarcely discern his presence. Instantly, a heightened sense of vigilance towards Atlas surged within him. Iron Fist technique. Shatter. The multitude of fist shadows nearly engulfed Crocodile. Yet, he refrained from evading, as if any unnecessary movements would be an affront to his sand fruit. "I have told you, your attacks are futile against me," Crocodile declared with pride while maintaining his elemental transformation, unless, suddenly, just as he was relishing the wrath from Atlas, Atlas stealthily coated his fist with haki. Crocodile was caught off guard, unable to elementalize in time, and received a solid blow from Atlas. Armament haki. Crocodile quickly transformed into a puddle of yellow sand, scattering across the desert, reappearing 20 meters away from Atlas, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Surprised, are we? Unexpected?" Atlas remarked, his observation haki effortlessly capturing Crocodile's form. However, he chose not to pursue, recognizing that such damage bore little significance in the grand scheme of the battle. "Why is a man of your caliber merely a navy captain?" Crocodile articulated each word with intensity, his gaze fixed on Atlas, his earlier arrogance now subdued. As his regard for Atlas intensified, the recent confrontation had made it abundantly clear that if he continued to underestimate his opponent, he might very well meet his end here today. Well, who knows? Atlas shrugged slightly, dismissing Crocodile's inquiry. Desert Sunflower. Crocodile employed his old tactics once more, manipulating the underground water veins to create quicksand capable of swallowing a person whole. Moonwalk. "This technique is of no use against me, Mr. Sand Crocodile," Atlas retorted, mimicking Crocodile's previous tone with an air of superiority. Desert Diamond Blade. Though Crocodile's expression darkened further, he paid no heed to Atlas's taunts. His hands morphed into 4 massive sand blades, exuding a palpable sharpness. Observation haki. Activate. Swift razor. A flash of crimson light flickered in Atlas's eyes as his body deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the onslaught of sand blades, while simultaneously closing the distance to Crocodile. Iron Block Fist technique. God of War arm, armament, or hammer. Atlas's arm suddenly swelled, a layer of armament enveloping it swiftly, and his enormous fist collided forcefully with Crocodile's head. "I'll shatter your skull." A resounding bang echoed as immense power was unleashed upon his cranium, causing Crocodile to disintegrate into a whirlwind of yellow sand, only to reappear nearby moments later. With a lingering sense of dread, Crocodile gazed at Atlas. That punch had nearly convinced him he was on the brink of demise. Fortunately, he had timely transformed into sand, sparing his life. Initially, he only intended to convert his head, but he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Atlas's strength, which compelled him to undergo a complete transformation. Next time, luck may not favor him. "Oh, Sand Crocodile." Atlas continued to engage in verbal sparring, attempting to psychologically undermine Crocodile. Suddenly, he swerved to the right, and a massive blade of sand erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Had he lingered a moment longer, he might have found himself on the receiving end of that lethal strike. How treacherous. Atlas licked his parched lips, yet remained unfazed by the recent ambush. Such a feeble attack posed little threat to him. "Humph, you remain so naive, young Navy brat," he scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" Atlas let out a derisive laugh. And in an instant, a dense layer of armament haki enveloped his entire being, rendering him akin to a figure clad in black and crimson armor. He then surged forward, charging directly at Crocodile, fully armed. What a foolish endeavor. Witnessing this spectacle, Crocodile felt no alarm but rather delight, regarding Atlas's actions with disdain. Meanwhile, he activated his devil fruit powers, transforming his hands into 4 colossal blades of sand. The Desert Diamond Blade. Yet, undeterred, Atlas continued his onslaught, colliding head-on with Crocodile's sand blades. Clang. Boom. Atlas initially engaged in a brief standoff with Sandblade, only to subsequently unleash a tremendous force that mercilessly reduced him to a mere handful of sand. In the blink of an eye, Atlas advanced upon Crocodile. And before he could even react, a hockey-imbued arm seized him by the throat. "Caught you, little crocodile." Atlas grinned, and in that moment, his resolute visage appeared utterly terrifying in the astonished eyes of Crocodile. Atlas paid no heed to Crocodile's inner trepidation. With a firm grip on his neck, he anchored his feet to the ground, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a flawless shoulder throw stance, his waist and abdomen working in unison. Bang! This is what you get for being arrogant. Bang! And for your denial. Bang! And for your mockery. Bang! 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 Crocodile's body was tossed about like a rag doll, Atlas's immense strength driving him repeatedly into the desert floor. Although he could utilize his elemental transformation to avoid severe injury each time, his neck was firmly clasped in Atlas's palm, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Damn it! After being slammed into the ground time and again, Crocodile finally lost his composure. Inwardly cursing, while he relied on the properties of his natural elemental form to mitigate serious harm, the humiliation was profoundly intense. The sensation of being treated like a mere rag was utterly demoralizing. How could this Navy brat's hockey defense be so formidable, effortlessly withstanding his desert spada? Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black hockey enveloped Crocodile's neck, causing Atlas to momentarily falter, sensing an unusual rigidity in his grasp. A gentle breeze swept by, and just as Atlas was momentarily distracted, Crocodile abruptly vanished from his grasp, leaving only a trickle of yellow sand slipping through his fingers. Hey, Navy brat, are you truly prepared to sever ties between the Navy and the Seven Warlords? Crocodile's form reconstituted a short distance from Atlas, his previously drooping eyelids now slightly ajar, seemingly questioning Atlas with a hint of anger. In his view, there was no evidence linking him to the earlier disturbances in Alabasta, and thus Atlas had no justification for his arrest. Originally, Crocodile had intended to leave Atlas and the other Navy personnel forever entombed in this desert. After all, he was merely a lowly Navy captain. Even if the world government became aware, they would likely not pursue him. Little did he know he had encountered a formidable opponent, forcing him to invoke the world government for leverage. He had yet to acquire Pluton and could not afford to lose his status as a warlord. "I am truly disappointed in you, Crocodile. It seems Whitebeard has sapped your spirit, leaving even your hockey so feeble." Atlas gazed at Crocodile, who resembled a jester, and shook his head. Although the sandy crocodile before him was considerably stronger than he would be in over a decade, he had been so disheartened by Whitebeard that he no longer believed in his own strength. He began to seek the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, and even his hockey appeared feeble. It is no wonder that he was incapable of utilizing hockey in the ensuing battles. His physical skills had nearly atrophied. "You little brat. Stop looking down on others as if you were someone of significance." Atlas's words seemed to strike a nerve with Crocodile, whose expression became unusually sinister. However, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. Instead, he secretly plotted his escape route while subtly activating his devil fruit powers. How pitiable! Atlas remained impervious to Crocodile's fury, ruthlessly exposing his scars while the latter's subtle movements were keenly perceived by Atlas's observation hockey. However, Atlas refrained from intervening. He intended to utterly obliterate this adversary with sheer, overwhelming power. Heavy sandstorm. A miniature sandstorm swiftly took form in Crocodile's hands, which he then hurled violently towards Atlas. As the tornado spun rapidly, the surrounding yellow sand clamored to adhere itself. In but a moment, the sandstorm expanded dramatically, nearly obscuring Atlas's line of sight. The immense force left deep ravines upon the ground. Meanwhile, Crocodile seemed eager to seize this opportunity to flee. It must be noted that the environment of Alabasta was inherently a battlefield tailored for the abilities of the Sand fruit user. The environmental enhancements subtly elevated Crocodile's prowess. "I no longer wish to play with you, Crocodile." Atlas would not allow this individual to slip away before his very eyes. Suddenly, he diminished in stature, compressing his towering height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters down to a mere 2 meters. The dark crimson hue of his hockey deepened, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed on the verge of spilling forth. It was as though he donned a suit of armor perfectly molded to his physique, the flawless inverted triangle of his form becoming distinctly apparent. His muscles, fluid yet not cumbersome, resembled the divine handiwork of a god, adorned with mysterious patterns that traced across his skin. 2 black lines extended from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Life restored, paper-drawn martial form, armed state. Crocodile gazed at Atlas in astonishment, feeling an immense pressure even from a distance as a potent force continually assaulted his visual senses. Hey, shave. Atlas's muscular legs suddenly swelled, causing the already soft desert ground to give way to a seemingly bottomless pit. In this formidable form, even the most basic of strikes unleashed by Atlas possessed a terrifying velocity. With immense strength and unparalleled defense, Atlas traversed through the ever-growing sandstorm with an invincible demeanor. Before Crocodile could even react, a relentless barrage of punches rained down upon him. With his inadequate observation haki, he was utterly incapable of perceiving Atlas's movements in order to evade them. Consequently, he could only endure the full brunt of Atlas's onslaught. As for his feeble armament haki, it was shattered almost instantaneously by Atlas's assault. Moments later, Atlas gazed down at the nearly unrecognizable crocodile sprawled on the ground and let out a deep sigh. He shook his slightly fatigued arms, then knelt down to wipe the blood from his knuckles on the unconscious crocodile, who was already rolling his eyes back in a state of oblivion. What a troublesome affair. Atlas, somewhat reluctantly, dragged Crocodile by one leg from the ground, heading straight towards the docked warship with little effort, considering they had just emerged from battle. Captain, Ruslan hesitated as he looked at the unconscious crocodile. They had witnessed the recent skirmish from a distance, and the catastrophic display of power had genuinely frightened them. In truth, Crocodile had refrained from unleashing his unique, wide-ranging AoE abilities, knowing they would be of little effect against Atlas. Indeed, our warlord, Atlas understood Ruslan's unspoken concerns. After all, their operation lacked solid evidence, and the warlords were not technically under the Navy's command. If they were to arrest Crocodile on a whim, it would create complications for Sengoku, as the world government would not acquiesce. However, such matters were for Sengoku to ponder. Atlas was solely focused on fulfilling his mission, confident that the Navy would shield him from the world government's scrutiny. Achoo! Sengoku, seated in his office at headquarters, unexpectedly sneezed, leaving him puzzled. How could someone of his physical stature catch a cold? Was it possible that Garp was speaking ill of him again? Dismissing the thought, Sengoku returned to the paperwork in his hands. Ruslan, do we have sea-stone handcuffs aboard to secure our sand crocodile, given his formidable nature as a Logia user? Atlas instructed Luland somewhat curtly. Yes, we have some. Admiral Jonathan specifically prepared it for us before our departure, Luland replied, rushing into the storage room to rummage through supplies. Specifically prepared? How amusing, Atlas mused, recalling Jonathan's meaningful glance from earlier, eliciting a faint chuckle. Goodness, you startled me. Not far above where Atlas was engaged in battle with Crocodile, a well-dressed albatross, adorned with a top hat and clad in a black suit, humorously patted its chest, seemingly quite perturbed, before gracefully descending to meticulously inspect the camera it had just used to take photographs. Fortunately, it remains unscathed. Meanwhile, after securing Crocodile with sea-stone handcuffs, Atlas unceremoniously deposited him into the makeshift prison aboard the warship, instructing the crew to ensure timely food deliveries to prevent starvation. The naval vessel was remarkably well designed, equipped with a kitchen, training room, bedroom, and prison facilities. The return voyage proceeded smoothly, and within a few days, Atlas and his team arrived at the port of the G8 fortress. After transferring the disheveled crocodile to the fortress prison, they made their way directly to Admiral Jonathan's office. As the highest-ranking officer at the base, Atlas felt compelled to report on the details of their operation after capturing such a significant target. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jonathan, with his characteristic burgundy hair and bushy mustache, sat casually behind his desk in a white shirt. Upon seeing Atlas enter, he displayed no surprise. Instead, his demeanor transformed from somber to a cheerful smile as he regarded Atlas. Reporting in, Admiral Jonathan. The mission was successfully completed. The Alabasta incident was orchestrated by the current warlord, Crocodile, who was now in our custody. Atlas also noticed Jonathan's expression but paid it no mind, assuming it was simply his delight at the swift completion of his tasks. I already know, Jonathan said, casually picking up a newspaper from the table and handing it to the bewildered Atlas. Atlas took hold of the newspaper, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a bold headline. Shock. The Navy has done this to the 7 warlords Crocodile. The world government may abolish the 7 warlords. The article predominantly detailed the fierce battle between Atlas and Crocodile, analyzing the implications for the world situation, such as the world government's violation of the Warlords Treaty and the imminent disruption of global equilibrium. Accompanying the text were harrowing images of Crocodile in a grotesque form and the imposing figure of Atlas. One could only wonder if Crocodile, upon his release from prison, would seek vengeance against the journalist until the very end. Atlas glanced once more at the author of the article, a journalist by the name of Morgans. Morgans? It seems he is the renowned king of underground news. No wonder, during the confrontation with Crocodile, his observation Haki perceived a colossal avian creature. It is said that he possesses the powers of the bird fruit. At the time, he paid little heed to it, after all. He was merely an observer of the battle, without any apparent transgressions. Yet, it is surprising that Morgans has the audacity to openly criticize the world government. It appears that Rear Admiral Jonathan was already aware of this. Atlas gazed at Jonathan, whose face was alight with curiosity, and sighed. Ah, I am aware. But the Admiral Sengoku must certainly be in a predicament. Jonathan, reveling in the misfortune, was well aware that as a semi-participant in this affair, there lacked concrete evidence to substantiate Crocodile's crimes. Yet, with the Navy apprehending him, what rationale remained for his release? On the Red Earth continent. In the holy land of Mariewa, amidst the interplay of power, an irate bald elder clad in a white robe and spectacles, clutching a long sword, bellowed, "How dare they?" Who granted the Navy the authority to capture the 7 warlords of the sea. This is an affront to the world government. His ire stemmed not merely from Crocodile's capture, but from the insinuation that the Navy was subtly opposing the world government. A notion that the 5 of them had tacitly agreed upon, the need to control and restrain the Navy. Calm down, St. Nazarov. Now is not the time to hold the Navy accountable, interjected St. Lacris, a bald elder in a black suit, a birthmark marring his visage. Our current concern should be the discussion of Crocodile's fate and the preservation of the warlord system. Another elder, adorned in a crimson suit and golden hair, concurred. It is inconceivable. The warlord system cannot be abolished at this juncture. St. Nazarov, visibly agitated, rose from his chair and surveyed the expressions of the others before continuing. The warlord system serves not only to counterbalance the pirates but also to prevent the Navy from becoming excessively powerful. Enough, Saints Nazarov, Lacris, and Abalric. The abolition of the warlord system is out of the question. Let us not revisit this matter. Saint Jimenez interjected, sensing the rising tension. In truth, all 5 understood that the warlord system was indelible, unless the Navy were entirely under their command, and the appointment of the admiral must be designated by them. Yet, it was apparent that such control was unattainable for the present. Now, let us deliberate on Crocodile's fate, proposed St. Dexter. Clad in a black suit with a shock of white curls and a scar on his left cheek, his black flat cap perched atop his head. As the consensus on the warlord system was reached, their indifference towards Crocodile's life or death was palpable. Their focus lay on the Navy's stance, which would aid in assessing their grip on the Navy. Humph. Contact Sengoku and demand an explanation. St. Nazarov, still in a foul mood, insisted. Swiftly, St. Lacris dialed Sengoku's number, and the call was soon answered by a figure with frog-like eyes and a braided beard. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. It is I. St. Lacris. We wish to inquire about the Navy's intentions regarding Crocodile's disposition. St. Lacris, regarding Crocodile. Our Navy's stance is to imprison him and impel down and expel him from the warlords of the sea. Clearly, Sengoku was well prepared. The Navy had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Shichibukai system, and this presented an opportune moment to reduce their numbers. As for abolishing the Shichibukai system, the Navy understood that such a notion was utterly impossible. What did you say? Sengoku, this time, it is your Navy that has overstepped its bounds. Nazalov could not help but speak sternly into the Den Mushi. Nazalov? This is the will of the Navy. Justice must not be desecrated. Sengoku's voice was resolute, conveying a sense of undeniable authority. The Navy was merely... Nazalov wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lacris, who stood nearby. Very well. We shall proceed as you say. With a decisive click, the Den Mushi call ended. In the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the Grand Line. New World, in an unknown maritime expanse, a large 3-masted ship with a whale-shaped bow sailed steadily across the tumultuous sea. Massive waves crashing against its hull yet failing to divert its course. Much like its master, the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. It stood firm amidst the tides of the new era. Aboard the Moby Dick, a young man with a golden punk hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, and an open shirt revealing the tattoos unique to the Whitebeard pirates, rose from the deck. The disheveled deck still bore the warmth of last night's feast. With droopy eyelids and an expression of fatigue, he was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division and the ship's doctor. From a young age, Marco had fought alongside Whitebeard across the seas. Like Whitebeard, he harbored little ambition, merely wishing to live a tranquil life with his family aboard the ship. To him, Whitebeard was no different from a real father. Is there a new newspaper today? Marco raised his hand to beckon the newsbird in the sky, rummaging through his belongings until he produced a crumpled bill, eventually receiving the newspaper amidst the bird's disdainful gaze. Honestly, all the money has gone to hosting feasts for Pops. It was not that Marco was particularly impoverished, but rather that the Moby Dick frequently hosted lavish banquets, and Pop's funds had been secretly sent back to their hometown. Their resources were primarily spent on purchasing alcohol. After all, Marco was a renowned pirate in the New World. Shichibukai? Navy Supernova? Carnot's Atlas? Upon seeing the bold headlines in the newspaper, Marco couldn't help but scoff, continuing to read with a furrowed brow. Naturally, he dismissed Crocodile as inconsequential. The so-called Shichibukai was merely a joke to him. What truly captured his attention was that Navy Supernova. Such strength at a young age indicated that the Navy's power had grown increasingly formidable over the years. Ha ha ha, Captain Marco, what are you so engrossed in? Suddenly, a man with dark skin and a head of tousled black hair leaned curiously beside Marco and asked. Upon closer inspection, the man appeared rather comical, with his open collar revealing a thick mat of body hair and several teeth missing. A green headscarf was tied around his forehead, while his neck and wrists were bare, devoid of any adornments. An iron weapon shaped like a claw was strapped to his left hip, and a hearty, honest smile graced his face, though his eyes concealed an abyss of ambition. Ah, it is Teach. Yes, a Navy officer who has vanquished Crocodile. Noticing Teach's apparent interest, Marco handed him the newspaper. Teach paused, took the paper, and feigned indifference as he skimmed through it before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "What a formidable little Navy brat. But I have my old man to protect me. All I desire is to enjoy cherry pie on the ship every day." Ha. Honestly, Marco sighed, observing Teach's lack of ambition, and shook his head helplessly as he took back the newspaper and hurried toward Whitebeard's quarters. At the moment Marco turned away, no one noticed the shadow that fell across Teach's face, his expression darkening with a glimmer of jealousy. How fortunate it is to be renowned across the seas, patience. Just wait a little longer. Huh? Wait for what, Teach? Suddenly, Sachi, who had been sleeping nearby, stirred and asked groggily. Nothing at all. I'm just waiting for you to wake up so you can make me some cherry pie. Teach's face instantly donned the same innocent smile again. A performance worthy of an Oscar. All right, I'll get to it shortly, Sachi replied, somewhat indulgently towards Teach. Their mutual fondness for cherry pie fostered a closer bond than that shared with other crew members. Old man, you won't believe it. That Crocodile fellow has been defeated by a young Navy officer. On the other side, Marco reached the entrance of Whitebeard's room, calling out excitedly. Whitebeard emerged from his chamber, casting a colossal shadow over Marco. Oh, is that the sand-playing brat? He boomed with laughter. At that moment, Whitebeard had not yet succumbed to the aging of the years. His brilliant golden hair flowed freely, and his iconic crescent-shaped white beard quivered with mirth. Indeed, it's the very crocodile who once dared to challenge you. I heard he was invited by the world government to become a warlord of the sea, yet he was unexpectedly defeated by a young Navy officer. The Navy grows increasingly formidable. Marco voiced his concerns. He is merely a child. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard heartily reassured Marco. With the warmth of his words, Marco felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, and his smile returned. Father is the strongest man in the world. Wano Country, Island of Demons. A towering figure, adorned with a pair of horns, sits majestically upon a chair, his left hand grasping a wine gourd emblazoned with the character as he gulps down the intoxicating liquid. In his right hand, he peruses a freshly acquired newspaper, his countenance shrouded in darkness, rendering his expression indiscernible. Is he one of the Navy's little devils? Alas, he is not a Zoan-type user. New World, Tato Land, Cake Island. A middle-aged woman, her belly protruding, whether from gluttony or pregnancy is uncertain, dons a pink spaghetti strap dress as she sits in the grand hall. With enormous hands, she ravenously shoves food into her mouth. The drool cascading from her gaping maw creates a hissing sound as it hits the ground, its corrosive nature swiftly carving pits into the floor. Mother, here is today's newspaper, announces Perispero, holding up a newspaper before Big Mom. However, it garners no response, as Big Mom remains fixated on annihilating the food before her. Mother, a young Navy star has defeated that sand crocodile, Perispero continues, accustomed to the lack of reaction. Elaborating on the contents of the newspaper. The Navy? What about that fellow carp? Suddenly, amidst her battle with the food, Charlotte Linlin turns her gaze toward Perispero, her eyes, adorned with clumsily applied purple eyeshadow, widening in alarm, causing Perispero to instinctively retreat. Shambadi Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff bar. An elderly man, sporting long, curly white hair and a thick beard, his round glasses perched upon his nose, sips his drink while perusing a newspaper on the table. A look of inscrutable expression graces his face, the corners of his mouth betraying a subtle smile. Is this the tide of a new era? Roger. Is this the age you envisioned? A Navy star, Shanks may face tribulations ahead. Grand Line, G8 Fortress Training Room. The training room, encased in iron plating, is stark and empty save for a few training apparatus and a young man relentlessly pounding a massive steel structure with his flesh and blood. Fists, elbows, knees, and back. He spares no effort. It is none other than Atlas. The steel giant bears numerous irregular cracks and imprints from his strikes, while splotches of blood tell tales of Atlas's toil. Now, Atlas's height has reached an impressive 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Unlike his youthful days, at 19. He possesses a resolute visage, his features sharp and defined as if sculpted by a master craftsman. Years at sea have rendered his skin not the pale of youth but a rich bronze, his gaze is piercing, and the slight arch of his brows imparts an air of sternness. He adorns no standard Navy cap, but sports a neat, short hairstyle that radiates a sunny, uplifting energy. His physique complements his appearance. He is not excessively bulky, but rather exhibits a harmonious blend of strength, with robust deltoids resembling armor and broad back muscles accentuating a trim waist. When viewed from the rear, one would discover the remarkable formation of a perfect inverted triangle. The musculature of both the upper and lower body is in exquisite harmony, with a remarkably low body fat percentage allowing for the visibility of sinewy muscle fibers akin to steel rods. Each muscle radiates an impressive explosive power. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the steel, long tormented by Atlas, fractured in place, as if Atlas had seized something, yet it remained just beyond his grasp. In truth, with Atlas's strength, it would have been effortless to send the steel flying and shatter it. However, the challenge lay in fracturing it while remaining stationary. Atlas had persistently engaged in this training, believing it would enhance the penetrating power of his punches, yet he still found himself lacking in strength. Captain Atlas, General Jonathan seeks your presence. At that moment, a naval soldier abruptly entered the training room to convey Jonathan's command. The sailor, upon witnessing the shattered steel scattered across the floor, could not help but reveal an expression of admiration. Atlas had undoubtedly become a legendary figure within the G8 fortress. In merely 3 months, he had first obliterated the Ekran pirate crew returning from the New World, then engaged in a fierce battle with the notorious warlord Crocodile, ultimately apprehending him. Furthermore, he had taken up position along the route traversing the Grand Line, effectively rendering it a perilous passage for aspiring pirates. A path now feared and dubbed the Death Route. Very well, I shall attend shortly, Atlas acknowledged with a slight nod, having observed the soldier's almost overflowing reverence. Yet, he had grown accustomed to such admiration. Over the past 3 months, his life had revolved around relentless training and an unyielding barrage of missions. Day after day, he was either executing tasks or en route to accept new ones. Whether they were seasoned pirates or mere novices, nearly all had met their demise at his hands, including a captain from the notorious supernova ranks who had fallen to him. Consequently, very few pirates dared to navigate this route into the Grand Line. While Atlas was ominously referred to as the Devil by those who feared him, Captain, in Jonathan's office, Atlas pushed open the office door with a directness that reflected his familiarity with the space. Over the past 3 months, he had sought out Jonathan repeatedly to accept various assignments, their camaraderie having developed to an inseparable degree. Consequently, Atlas felt little need for the formality of knocking, and Jonathan, known for his amiable disposition, never took offense at such minor breaches of etiquette. General Jonathan, what brings you to seek me? Is there yet another mission on the horizon? Upon entering, Atlas observed Jonathan once again fiddling with his fishing rod and, somewhat bemused, inquired, Atlas, you've arrived. Your trial has concluded, and in a few days, a ship from headquarters will come to G8 Fortress. You shall return to headquarters then. Jonathan elucidated. A military vessel from headquarters? To fetch me? Atlas pondered, befuddled. Surely, he had yet to attain the rank warranting such an honor. Could it be that the old man from the warring states had a change of heart? Ha ha. Do not misconstrue this. It is not specifically to retrieve you, Jonathan teased, noticing the perplexed expression on Atlas's face. It is that rascal crocodile. Headquarters has decided to confine him to impel down, but they had previously been unable to spare personnel for the transfer. Recently, a rear admiral has been stationed at headquarters. Thus they dispatched him to escort Crocodile. Atlas wore an expression of helplessness, realizing that he was merely an auxiliary. However, he was somewhat astonished that Crocodile remained incarcerated in the G8 fortress. After all, he had been preoccupied with capturing pirates and had little opportunity to monitor Crocodile's situation. In truth, Atlas understood the headquarters' decision. A pirate of Crocodile's caliber could not be entrusted to just anyone for supervision, as those with insufficient strength were simply unqualified. Thus, Atlas felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the upcoming Rear Admiral. I wonder who it might be. Rear Admiral Jonathan. Atlas has never been one to shroud his curiosity. Boldly inquiring of Jonathan. Allow me to keep you in suspense. His perception of Jonathan is generally quite favorable. However, he often finds himself exasperated by Jonathan's penchant for cryptic remarks, leaving Atlas somewhat perplexed. Forget it. I'll find out in a few days anyway, Atlas scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. What does it matter which major arrives? After all, I have a ship to board. Wouldn't it be more delightful than wandering aimlessly at sea? Is there anything else? He queried. If not, I shall take my leave. Atlas feigned an intention to depart towards the door. Wait, don't go just yet. Jonathan called out hastily. I have a friend who asked me to inquire which base you wish to go to after graduation. Well, to be honest, I haven't quite decided. It all hinges on how the generals of the warring states decide, Atlas replied. This was no mere evasion. He genuinely had not settled on a base. Naturally, his inclination leaned towards the base in the New World, as the Paradise side felt rather inadequate to him. He understood that only through continuous battles with the strong could he enhance his own power. Currently, he had only activated the horse, ox, and rabbit talismans among the 12. In truth, his physique was capable of activating more talismans, yet he was well aware of the proverb that one should not be greedy. He resolved to fully assimilate the rabbit talisman before pursuing the next. Moreover, after frequent usage during this period, Atlas felt that he was nearing complete mastery of the rabbit talisman. With the aid of these 3 talismans, his physical growth potential had been immensely elevated. Soon, 3 days had passed. At the G8 fortress port, a colossal naval warship was docked, with a constant flow of naval soldiers maintaining the vessel. At the forefront of the port, a man clad in a justice cloak smiled warmly as he regarded Atlas across the way. Beside Atlas stands Crocodile, a once mighty figure now reduced to a captive, yet still bearing an infuriatingly defiant expression. It must be acknowledged that the physical resilience of individuals in the world of pirates is nothing short of extraordinary. Despite Atlas having thoroughly bested him, Crocodile astonishingly regained his former state in such a brief span of time, even leading Atlas to question whether he had ever truly laid a hand on this man at all. Greetings. I am Captain Gaki, a major from headquarters. Atlas gazed expressionlessly at the major general before him, whose eyes were so small they nearly formed mere slits, exuding an air of arrogance. His hexagonal face, adorned with prominent ears, bore a compact arrangement of features, while a broad grin revealed a cigarette clenched between his teeth. Unlike other naval officers, he was not clad in a pristine suit. Instead, he donned a brown jacket reminiscent of a traditional gown, paired with matching casual trousers. His slightly hunched figure rendered his true age indeterminate. The impression he left on Atlas was unequivocal. He was both sordid and unattractive. If Porcelino embodied a sleaziness that emanated from within, then this major general was a mere reflection of similar sentiments through his outward appearance alone. Truly, he was a man worthy of being compared to Admiral Kazuru at the naval headquarters. Atlas silently mused to himself. Greetings, Major General Jiajing. I, Kanos Atlas, have long admired your esteemed reputation. Atlas nodded with a smile, generously offering flattering words. Whether this reputation is deemed good or bad is subject to personal interpretation. However, based on Atlas's limited understanding of Kaji, he appears to be a leader genuinely concerned about the safety of the populace, possessing a kindness that belies his exterior. No, dear Atlas, you are the renowned one. I have longed to meet you, the rising star of the Navy. Kaji, evidently a person of high emotional intelligence, differed from the rigid Akainu. Unfazed by the criticism of being lewd, Kaji has always cared little for his own image. Notoriously, he pursued Guion with fervor while also indulging in extravagant outings, leading one to wonder what Guion was thinking to entertain such a pursuit. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us first secure Crocodile aboard the warship. After a brief exchange of compliments, Kaji's expression turned serious, suggesting they confine Crocodile to the ship's temporary prison. Hey, what have you two been chattering about all this time? Such hypocritical Navy brats. Crocodile, who had grown impatient, could no longer contain his derision. Yet, Kaji and Atlas paid him no heed, personally escorting him to the ship's makeshift cell. At the Navy headquarters in Marie Fort, in the office of Sengoku, a man with wild black hair, wearing frog-eyed glasses and sporting a thick beard braided into small plaits, sat solemnly in his chair. Beside his expansive desk, a white goat quietly munched on discarded documents. Unlike his usual routine of poring over a mountain of paperwork, Sengoku now wore a grave expression as he regarded the man opposite him, whose entire visage was shrouded in swirling smoke. Nevertheless, one could discern a face marked by iron will, a thick neck adorned with an unknown tattoo, a standard navy cap perched atop his head, and a dark red suit accented by a deep crimson rose pinned to his chest, exuding an enchanting allure. Sakazuki, what is the current situation in the New World? Sengoku inquired, addressing Akainu, who had just returned from the New World to recuperate at headquarters. At present, the Navy exerted its strongest influence in the first half of the Grand Line. However, advancing further into the New World was proving difficult due to the overwhelming number of formidable adversaries in the chaotic state of affairs, making it nearly impossible for the Navy to intervene. As before, those nefarious pirates continued their internecine struggles. The three most powerful factions remained the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Beast Pirates, alongside the allied crews of the Yermark Pirates, the Klaus Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. They have formed an alliance? Sengoku expressed his surprise. The nature of pirates is to slaughter one another, and no matter how vast the New World may be, it cannot accommodate so many pirate overlords. Each of the Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Beast crews are formidable enough that none can stand against the others alone. Forming a temporary alliance is their inevitable choice. Akainu paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing as he continued. However, they will inevitably clash again. These four pirate crews cannot remain united in their corner of the New World forever. Greed is the greatest enemy within one's heart, and these pirates exemplify this truth. It must be said that while Akainu's ideals may be somewhat radical, his strategic vision is undeniably exceptional, as he intuitively dissects the situation in the New World with clarity. Indeed, our duty as the Navy is to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. The three major pirate crews, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the Beast Pirates, pose significant risks and losses for any Navy officer attempting to eliminate them. Yet, when turmoil erupts in the New World, the Navy can position itself advantageously. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Currently, most of our combat strength has been dispatched to the New World, awaiting the outbreak of war among these pirate crews. This will allow us to weaken the three major pirate factions while further encroaching upon and solidifying our control over the New World. Presently, key forces such as Garp, Akainu, and Shiroyaki are stationed in the New World. As for Kizaru and Aokiji, one has gone to Mariewa for duty, while the other leisurely wanders the seas on a bicycle, causing Sengoku considerable frustration with both. At least Polyusolino remains consistent in his eccentric demeanor. As for Kazan, Sengoku had high hopes for him, only to see him shift from a burning sense of justice to a more lethargic approach since the last O'Hara incident, becoming almost as lackadaisical as Polyusolino. One could say that Sengoku's leadership is quite burdensome, with the five elders pressing from above, Garp's antics below, Kizaru's lack of effort, and Aokiji's daily excursions, occasionally to intimidate Robin, while Akainu diligently applies himself. However, his overly radical ideology leaves Sengoku dissatisfied with some of his actions. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a wave of despondency wash over him. By the way, Sakazuki, upon your return to headquarters, I would like to recommend a new recruit for you. Sengoku suddenly recalled that Atlas would soon complete his graduation trials, making it an opportune moment to assign him to Akainu's ship. Kano's Atlas? You know him? Sengoku inquired, puzzled. As Akainu had just returned to headquarters and likely had no time for gossip, could the young lad's reputation be that renowned? Yes, Jonathan mentioned him to me. Akainu replied succinctly, having asked Jonathan about Atlas's graduation intentions during their conversation. It must be said that Atlas's approach resonates well with him. When dealing with pirates, one must show no mercy. That's great. I would like him to stay on your ship for a while after graduation. No problem. It coincides perfectly with your time at headquarters. You can take him straight to the New World then. As the crimson sun began to set, a naval warship glided majestically across the expanse of ocean, its silhouette elongating under the slanting rays of twilight. casting a vast shadow over the cerulean waters. Achoo! Suddenly, Atlas, engrossed in an animated discussion with his companion, Kaki, was startled by an unexpected sneeze, leaving him puzzled. Was someone scheming against him? Kaki, with his eloquence, had effortlessly forged a brotherly bond between the two, as if they were on the verge of pledging eternal allegiance. Hey, Atlas. It seems your health is not up to par. I had planned to take you for a stroll among the flower boats, Kaki teased, his lewd expression only enhancing his unattractiveness. Aren't you pursuing Major Guion? How can you indulge in such frivolities? At this rate, you won't stand a chance for a century. Atlas found himself at a loss for words. It was one thing to look repugnant, but to behave in such a lascivious manner was altogether unbearable. Does this hinder my profound affection for Guion? Kaki replied with an air of entitlement. Well, do take care of yourself, my friend, Atlas sighed. By the way, Kaki, are we heading straight back to Marineford? Huh? No, first we must make a detour to Impel Down to deliver Crocodile before returning to headquarters. Impel Down was an immense tower-like structure submerged in the sea, its depths lying far beneath the surface. It was constructed within the calm belt, entirely encircled by colossal sea kings. The walls were fortified with a blend of sea stone powder, designed to repel the sea king's attacks while also restraining the powers of certain devil fruit users. The warden of Impel Down held a rank equivalent to that of a marine admiral, as both the prison and the navy were integral components of the world government's triad of institutions. If the marine headquarters instilled fear in countless pirates, then Impel Down was a place they dared not even mention. For those pirates in pursuit of so-called freedom, being imprisoned in Impel Down until death was a fate more dreadful than death itself. It is noteworthy that the current warden of Impel Down was not yet the formidable Magellan, whose devil fruit powers would later thwart Blackbeard's ambitions. At this moment, he was merely the deputy warden. Kaki and Atlas escorted Crocodile down from the warship, their eyes falling upon the heavily fortified gates of Impel Down. Do not underestimate Impel Down. The pirates who enter rarely escape, Kaki explained with a hint of pride. While the Navy and Impel Down were distinct entities, their relationship was notably amicable. Heh, I have heard tales of a notorious pirate escaping from here years ago. The myth of Impel Down has long since been shattered. Crocodile interjected, seeking to assert his presence. Do you fancy yourself the Golden Lion? Even this once formidable pirate, who had vied with Roger, resorted to severing his own legs to effect his escape. This time, Gaki was resolute in not overlooking Crocodile, and he retorted directly. Welcome to my Impel Down. As the group conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the great prison, where a portly man donned in a pharaoh-style headdress and wielding a standard trident boisterously addressed the three, only to abruptly exclaim, "Ah, I almost let slip my ambitions." Standing beside him, a figure resembling a devil grimaced as he clutched his stomach and introduced himself with a hint of resignation. I am Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down, and this is Chief Guard Hannibal. We welcome your presence. Greetings. I am Gaki, and this is our naval prodigy, Kanos Atlas. Gaki elaborately introduced his companion. Please follow me. We shall first confine Crocodile to the infinite hell. The warden is presently occupied with official duties, so we will take it upon ourselves to attend to you. Infinite hell? Atlas pondered, wondering which level it was. Infinite hell is level 6 of Impel Down, a place reserved for the most vicious of pirates. Mr. Crocodile should feel quite honored, Gaki kindly elucidated, noting Atlas's confusion. As they entered Impel Down, Atlas surveyed the dim surroundings. The prison was shrouded in darkness, with visible snail cameras in every corner, constantly observing everything in sight. As they ventured deeper, anguished cries echoed from nearly every level. Is anyone there? Can someone let me out? I will reveal the location of my treasure. Whoever rescues me shall receive half. No, all of it. Just free me. I am innocent. Despite their cries of injustice, the wretched souls were indeed notorious pirates outside these walls. Magellan furrowed his brow and explained to Atlas, keenly aware of the youth's fervor and the potential for misguided attempts at justice. Fear not. I am not one to show mercy, Atlas chuckled, jesting that few pirates live to tell the tale after crossing him. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air from the shadows not far from Atlas. A tall man with a broad jaw, smoking a cigar, emerged from the darkness. Shiryu, have you been indiscriminately torturing prisoners again? Magellan frowned at the man, who was leisurely wiping his blade. It was evident that Shiryu's brutality was not a novel occurrence, and Magellan held deep disapproval of his conduct. Oh, it is merely the elimination of a few insignificant pests. There is no need for such agitation, Magellan. Shiryu of the Rain remarked indifferently. He had never been troubled by the slaughter of minor nuisances. For him, taking a life was a trivial matter devoid of any psychological burden. You, Magellan retorted, somewhat irritated, yet mindful of the presence of his naval colleagues. He chose to suppress his frustration temporarily. With a resigned expression, he introduced Shirey to the group. This is Shirey of the Rain, the Vice Warden of Impel Down. He then turned to Shirey, saying, these two are Rear Admiral Geki and the naval prodigy, Atlas. A swordsman? Before Magellan could finish his introduction, Shirey's gaze fell upon the third-generation Kitetsu at Atlas's waist. A flicker of intrigue crossed his otherwise cold demeanor as he arched an eyebrow. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Atlas gazed at Shiryu, who exhibited a hint of murderous intent, slightly taken aback. Has this fellow nearly lost control over his bloodlust? It seems that the environment of Impel Down has somewhat distorted Shiryu's psyche. Shiryu, what are you doing? Magellan could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily at Shiryu. Come on, it's just a joke. Why so serious? Shiryu, aware of his own guilt, pouted defiantly. Just as he was about to depart, Shiryu cast a disdainful glance at Hannibal amidst the crowd and derisively sneered, Waste. Hey, I am still your superior. Hannibal exclaimed, immediately raising a ruckus, but the vanishing figure of Shiryu, shrouded in darkness, paid him no heed. Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive the spectacle. Magellan, observing the commotion caused by the shouting Hannibal and the psychopathic killer Shiryu, couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. I understand. Living in Impel Down inevitably leads to dealing with various criminals, which can cultivate diverse personalities. At this moment, our smooth-talking colleague, Kaki, chimed in, perfectly articulating Magellan's sentiments. This is our unique massive elevator in Impel Down, which allows us to conveniently traverse between the various levels. Our destination this time is the 6th level, the Infinite Hell. Before long, the group arrived at the 6th level via the enormous elevator. Unlike the previous prisoners, those here did not cry out for mercy. Instead, they hung their heads, calmly directing their gazes toward Atlas and his companions. Any ordinary person would likely tremble under such an oppressive atmosphere. However, Atlas harbored the unwavering determination to become the strongest man in the world, even without awakening the conqueror's haki. His sheer presence and will were formidable enough to rival any individual present. As for the others, Magellan was destined to become an admiral, while Kaki would also rise to the ranks of a candidate admiral, and Hannibal, well, that fellow was already quaking in his boots. I'm the warden of Impel Down. Hannibal protested stubbornly, only to inadvertently expose his ambitions once more. Atlas was largely ignored by the others, who had become somewhat immune to his eccentric behavior. After imprisoning Crocodile, Gaji hastily departed from Impel Down with Atlas, politely declining Magellan's invitation to dinner as they headed towards Marineford. Marineford, Impel Down, and Judicial Island formed a triangular alliance, with relatively short distances between them. Thus, the warship arrived at naval headquarters without delay. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gaji and Atlas paused as they entered, finding the familiar figure of Admiral Sengoku behind the desk, adorned with frog-eyed glasses and a braided beard. However, there was an additional tall man seated in the reception chair, smoking a cigar and wearing a navy cap. Admiral Sengoku, they exclaimed in unison. Vice Admiral Akainu. Crocodile had been successfully imprisoned and Impel Down. Upon seeing Atlas and Gaji, Sengoku promptly halted his conversation with Akainu and inquired about their mission. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, the criminal Crocodile has been successfully confined and Impel Down. Excellent. But do you realize the trouble you have caused me? Atlas, you little rascal. After casting an appreciative glance at Gaji, Sengoku turned to reprimand Atlas with a stern expression. It is worth noting that the world government had just established the Shichibukai system, and the Navy had apprehended Crocodile without any solid evidence. This was a blatant affront to the world government, and one could only imagine the pressure he faced from the Gorosei. Nonetheless, you have done well, Atlas. Sengoku's expression shifted from anger to delight in an instant, showering Atlas with praise, leaving him momentarily taken aback by the swift change. You flatter me. It is merely my duty, Atlas humbly replied. Indeed, combating piracy is the essence of the Navy's justice. Akainu, seated firmly in his chair, chimed in. However, his brow soon furrowed, and a chilling aura enveloped the room. Your greatest mistake this time was not seizing the opportunity to eliminate Crocodile outright. Atlas merely smiled without offering a retort. Should he be eliminated, it would no longer be a matter of warring states troubling him. Very well, Atlas. Your performance in this graduation assessment has been exceptionally commendable. The headquarters has decided to bestow upon you accommodation, with the ceremony taking place in the coming days. So prepare yourself accordingly. Furthermore, regarding your post-graduation aspirations, where do your intentions lie? Reporting to Admiral Sengoku. I shall comply with your arrangements entirely. Excellent. After the conclusion of the ceremony, you shall accompany Akainu to the new world. Sengoku nodded, revealing the plans he had long contemplated. Are you truly certain you wish to venture with me to the new world? There, the formidable are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. It is far removed from the trifling skirmishes you engaged in paradise. A moment's negligence could see you lost there forever, Akainu cautioned Atlas, his expression impassive. The pirates of paradise are far too weak. I aspire to be the strongest man in the world. Of course, I must first ensure that Whitebeard lives well. Awaiting the moment I dethrone him from the pinnacle of strength. Atlas laughed heartily. Atlas, unfazed, broke into a somewhat audacious grin. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Akainu's eyes, appreciating the conviction and resolve displayed before him. I have heard tales of your prowess. I am keen to ascertain whether you possess the merit to join my crew. At Marineford, within the training grounds, Atlas stood poised, having unfastened his justice cloak, facing Akainu. There were no other naval officers present, save for Sengoku and Gaki, who lingered at a distance in the stands. Previously, in Sengoku's office, Akainu had expressed his desire to test Atlas's strength, an initiative that garnered unanimous support from all present. Sengoku wished to observe Atlas's progress, while Gaki was simply eager for the spectacle. Considering one was a monstrous vice-admiral of the Navy and the other a promising newcomer deemed capable of surpassing the three great monsters by Zifa-sensei. Are you a swordsman? Akainu inquired, casting a glance at the sandai katetsu secured at Atlas's waist, his tone grave. Well, somewhat, Atlas shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of levity in his response. Excellent. I too possess a modicum of swordsmanship. It seems only fitting that we engage in a duel. However, Atlas scrutinized Akainu, noting the absence of any weaponry, and furrowed his brow in confusion. Akainu retained his trademark stoic demeanor, stating, a blade is hardly an inconvenient item. As he spoke, a billowing cloud of smoke enveloped him, molten lava dripping onto the training ground, creating numerous craters. A massive blade, approximately 2 meters in length, materialized in Akainu's grasp. Its blade entirely composed of searing lava, the escalating heat perpetually scorching the surrounding air. How infuriating. He has indeed concealed his true form. Atlas gazed at Akainu, who wore an expression of indifference while wielding a colossal magma sword, and could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, inwardly scoffing. Clang. Upon witnessing the scene, Atlas slowly drew the third generation of the cursed blade from his waist, as the dark crimson hue of the haki swiftly enveloped it, rendering this demonic sword even more sinister. Warring States General, prepare to reconstruct the training grounds, Atlas proclaimed, directing his words towards the distant warring states, who was infuriated as he had merely intended to enjoy some snacks while observing the commotion. Before Atlas could even assume his stance, Akainu charged forth, brandishing his sword and striking at Atlas with ferocity. How disgraceful, Akainu. You possess no sense of martial ethics. Crash. Atlas hurriedly defended himself, their blades clashing not with the customary sharp sound of metal striking metal, but rather producing a dull resonance that echoed in the air. Impressive strength, remarked Akainu. The two were momentarily locked in a standoff, which ultimately concluded with Atlas retreating a few steps. Dragon Tail. Atlas momentarily steadied himself, withdrawing his left leg, and unleashed a blood-red slash that soared towards Akainu. Whoosh. A tremendous gash appeared on Akainu's chest, spewing forth molten magma, causing his upper body to transform into lava and plummet to the ground. Such a powerful strike. Suddenly, Akainu's form began to slowly regenerate, with not a trace of injury remaining. In truth, Atlas harbored a keen curiosity regarding the elemental transformation of natural-type abilities, marveling at how even clothing could undergo such metamorphosis. No wonder during the subsequent Marineford War, Kizaru's attire was merely slightly soiled. You flatter me, Admiral Akainu. As soon as Atlas's voice faded, Akainu's hands swiftly transformed into colossal magma fists, an immense force erupting from within him. The two enormous fists charged directly towards Atlas. A torrent of flames. Goodness. Was it not supposed to be a duel of swordsmanship? Atlas felt a sudden jolt of alarm, swiftly brandishing his third-generation sword, the Ghost Cut, towards the sky. With a single stroke, he unleashed the technique known as Cicada Rain, ascending the tower. A flurry of slashing strikes collided fiercely with two colossal fists of molten lava. The impact was thunderous. The fists erupted under Atlas's assault, scattering countless volcanic projectiles that continued their relentless descent. To be candid, Akainu had held back, merely releasing 2 lava fists. It seemed he still harbored some concern for Sengoku. Otherwise, the expenses for merely repairing the training grounds would surely weigh heavily on Sengoku's mind. Atlas inhaled deeply, securing the 3rd-generation blade at his waist. A rich hue of armed colors swiftly coursed through his body, with vast swathes of dark crimson manifesting across his chest, shoulders, back, legs, and arms. 2 black lines traced from the corners of his eyes down to his neck, enveloping the surroundings in a palpable aura of sharp intensity. "This is splendid." Atlas let out a resounding roar, momentarily retreating his steps as he engaged his core, the muscles of his back seemingly darting about like a mouse. His colossal fist swelled with a vibrant crimson hue. Iron Fist technique, divine arm of the warrior, shatter. Under the potent coverage of Atlas's observation haki, myriad shadows of his fist precisely struck each volcanic projectile. The magma projectiles unleashed by Akainu retained formidable might. In addition to the immense force generated by the simulated volcanic eruption, an intense searing sensation continuously radiated from Atlas's fists. Even with the current intensity of Atlas's haki, he could not fully shield himself from the searing heat of the lava. Suddenly, while Atlas was wholly focused on countering the rain of volcanic projectiles, Akainu swiftly closed the distance. One could say that Akainu's prowess in both strength and speed was truly fearsome. He had seamlessly integrated the powers of the magma fruit into his martial arts, with each punch and every physical assault emulating, to a degree, the terrifying force of a volcanic eruption. Speed is power. Have you ever felt the force of my kick? Atlas, with decisive resolve, relinquished the remaining scattered volcanic projectiles and instead lifted his leg to strike at the rushing Akainu. If one were to ponder which muscle group of Atlas was the most formidable, it would undoubtedly be his legs. Following a rigorous enhancement from the bull charm, the density of his muscular physique had reached a terrifying level, further augmented by the rabbit charm's transformation of his lower limbs. His physical form was now distinct from the majority of powerful beings in the pirate world. Many formidable figures, even the likes of Garp, tended to possess a robust torso. Yet their lower limbs were comparatively weaker. In contrast, Atlas exhibited a remarkable balance, with his lower body strength surpassing that of his upper body. Boom. The collision of fist and leg resulted in Atlas only taking a slight step back. Bang, bang, bang. Several more clashes ensued. Atlas found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Even though his haki defense had mitigated a portion of the damage, he had to concede that Akainu's haki strength was far superior. It could be said that Akainu was currently at the pinnacle of his power, perhaps even on an upward trajectory. The years of his training were vastly beyond what Atlas could compare. After all, Atlas had not awakened his haki for long. And reaching this level of combat against Akainu was no small feat in truth. Atlas was acutely aware of his shortcoming. He lacked an attack method that delivered particularly high damage or had a wide-ranging AoE effect akin to that of a Logia user. With a fierce determination, he executed the Iron Block Fist, divine arm of the war god, 100 pierces. Suddenly, Atlas stepped back, turned sideways, twisted his hips, and threw a punch. An inexplicable penetrating force emanated from his fist. Bang! The 2 fists, enveloped in haki, collided violently. Akainu felt as though Atlas's power had pierced through his haki defense and struck directly at his body, akin to a bare fist striking steel. Meanwhile, Atlas was propelled backward, leaving a series of distinct footprints on the solid training ground, and the sleeves of his arms tore away. Not bad, Akainu remarked, shaking his fist slightly, nodding in appreciation. This was not the first time he had praised Atlas, and if his subordinates were present, they would surely be astonished. After all, the usually stoic Akainu was rarely so generous with his commendations. Hellhound. Akainu's attacks were always explosive and caught one off guard, as his arms suddenly transformed into molten lava and rapidly elongated. Atlas must not underestimate the situation, for in the original anime, this technique was capable of obliterating half of the elderly Whitebeard's face, even though the current Akainu has yet to attain the formidable strength he will possess a decade later. The power of this attack should not be dismissed lightly. Iron Block, or God's Arm, Cross Hunt. Atlas swiftly crossed his arms before him, utilizing the power of life restoration to rapidly enlarge his limbs. The vibrant armor coating his body suddenly faded, condensing into a rich, almost tangible hue upon his arms. The deep crimson and black colors became even more vivid and otherworldly, resembling the colossal arms of a giant that nearly cloaked his entire form. With a resounding crash, searing lava struck against Atlas's black-red arms, causing molten rock to splatter and devastate the ground, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling upward. The tremendous impact nearly toppled Atlas from his imposing stance, forcing him to awkwardly propel backward. Hey, enough already, Admiral Akainu. Atlas observed Akainu, sensing that he was on the verge of unleashing his devastating abilities, and swiftly intervened. It would be a grave folly to allow such a force of destruction to be unleashed. The devastation wrought by Akainu's full strength would undoubtedly result in an incalculable loss of resources and personnel for the Marine headquarters, evoking a sense of sympathy in Atlas for Sengoku. Furthermore, Atlas found himself at a considerable disadvantage against Akainu, not only due to the latter's overwhelming physical prowess, but also because of the sheer destructive power of his Logia-type abilities, which Atlas was ill-equipped to counter. Akainu's magma fruit truly deserved its reputation as a premier Logia fruit, and the way he had mastered and utilized its potential was nothing short of extraordinary. He had ingeniously devised a technique to amplify his explosive force by simulating a volcanic eruption. I acknowledge your strength. You are quite impressive, Carno's Atlas. Upon hearing this, Akainu slightly tempered his demeanor, his words reflecting a recognition of Atlas's capabilities. Though Akainu was typically a man of few words and stern expression, the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes towards Atlas was unmistakable. Atlas, whether in strength or in his approach towards pirates, exhibits an impeccable prowess, with just a modicum of nurturing. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends to the rank of an extraordinary vice-admiral. As dawn breaks over Marineford, the crimson sun rises, casting dappled rays that dispel the lingering mist. The sky is vast and devoid of clouds, mirroring the clarity and purity of Atlas's current state of mind. Atlas slowly emerged from the dormitory building. After returning to headquarters a few days prior, he found himself back in the barracks of the new recruits. However, Smoker and the others were likely accompanying Teacher Zephyr on a mission, leaving Atlas alone in the dormitory for the time being. As he had anticipated, Razanani had also applied for early graduation after his departure. Given his capabilities, he had not yet met the criteria for such a request. It was likely that he had volunteered to go undercover after hearing of Don Quixote Doflamingo's nefarious deeds. The ceremony was to be held in the plaza in front of the headquarters building, directly across from the crescent-shaped harbor. This location could be deemed the very heart of Marineford, where the famed Marineford War had transpired years ago. It was also here that the Golden Lion wreaked havoc on the Navy, only to be subdued by Sengoku and Garp and ultimately imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down. The Golden Lion was indeed a formidable foe, having severed his legs, which were shackled with sea stone, to escape and thus shatter the myth of Impel Down. At this moment, the plaza was already bustling with a significant crowd, primarily composed of onlookers. It is worth noting that Marineford not only housed a substantial number of Navy personnel, but also accommodated many families of officers in the residential area behind the headquarters, making it one of the safest places in the world. Of course, today was not solely about Atlas receiving his honor. However, he was unfamiliar with most of the others on stage. Consequently, he felt no need to exchange greetings and proceeded directly to the podium. Under the gaze of countless fervent eyes, Atlas made his way through the throng and ascended to the honor platform, dressed in a pristine white suit. With a cloak of justice billowing behind him in the wind, he stood poised. Navy officers of the rank of captain and above were not required to don their uniforms but could instead select their own attire to accompany the cloak of justice. The suit adorning Atlas was meticulously tailored at a bespoke clothing store, fitting him like a glove. Crafted from an exquisite fabric, it offered him unparalleled comfort, leaving no trace of discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, since the expenses would be reimbursed by the department. Atlas felt no pangs of guilt in his lavish expenditure. Atlas waited on stage for approximately 3 minutes before Sengoku and Akainu arrived, each making their way to the platform in succession. Undoubtedly, it was Sengoku who presided over this awarding ceremony, with Akainu merely joining for the sake of participation. The previously bustling square fell into a notable quiet, as countless gazes converged upon the stage, the majority of which were directed towards the youthful Atlas. Atlas's appearance does not conform to the archetype of handsomeness. Rather, his visage exudes a rugged determination, embodying the indomitable spirit unique to military personnel. What captivates attention, however, is the remarkable fact that at his current age, he stands among the ranks of brigadier generals, signifying that during this ceremony, Atlas is poised to ascend to the esteemed rank of brigadier general within the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhangguo has commenced the reading of a document, announcing the list of those receiving honors. Pimentel, Physical fitness test passed. Combat performance satisfactory. Graduation approved. Awarded the rank of Major. A robust man jogs forward from the rear of the ranks to accept his commission from Zhonghua. Paresa. Excellent physical evaluation, good combat performance. Graduation approved. Awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Darius Leo Gago. Belding. This revelation surprises Atlas, as it appears that the list of honorees includes not only those from non-training camp backgrounds, but also some new recruits from the previous graduating class, with Atlas coincidentally graduating alongside them. The ceremony unfolds smoothly, with the majority receiving the ranks of Major or Lieutenant Colonel, while a select few seasoned veterans are honored with the rank of Colonel. Suddenly, Zhanghua's gaze shifts towards Atlas, and a smile graces his face as he proclaims loudly. Kano's Atlas. Excellent physical evaluation. Outstanding combat assessment. Graduation approved. Awarded the rank of Brigadier General. A ripple of astonishment spreads through the crowd, their eyes converging on Atlas. Although he was somewhat prepared for this moment, the reality of Zhanghua's announcement leaves them in disbelief. It is well known that the Naval Recruits Camp, often referred to as the Elite Training Camp, serves as the cradle of naval officers. However, no one anticipated that one could be granted the rank of Brigadier General after just 2 years of graduation. At the port of Mariewa, a warship adorned with the distinctive seagull flag of the Navy is docked. This vessel differs from standard naval ships, being slightly larger in size, yet it boasts a significantly greater number of cannons on either side. The entire ship is painted with dark crimson stripes, and at the prow, a peculiar creature resembling a gaping abyss lends the vessel an aura of menacing ferocity. This is a warship custom-built for Akainu, as it is customary for naval vice-admirals to have their own ships specially designed at the Navy's expense according to personal preferences, much like Karp's uniquely styled dog-headed warship. After all, in the Navy, the rank of vice-admiral is considered to be among the upper echelons of leadership, making it unlikely for them to utilize a standard naval vessel. On the expansive deck, Atlas gazes slowly at the receding sight of Mariewa. Clad in his signature white suit and justice cloak, he remains unfazed as he possesses several tailored outfits for such occasions, rendering a change of attire unnecessary. There are only 2 routes to the New World. One involves traversing the Sabaody archipelago for coding before entering through the Fishman Island Passage. However, should fortune not favor one and a colossal sea king be encountered, this adventurous journey may be abruptly curtailed. As the Atlas crew, being part of the Navy, navigated through the Redland continent and entered the passage leading to Mary Geos, they ventured towards the New World. This route was relatively safe, albeit with the potential encounter of the repugnant bubble dragons. However, whether it was due to fortune favoring them today or the displeasure emanating from Akainu, the bubble dragons appeared disinterested, and Atlas had yet to lay eyes upon the so-called world nobles. How about you? Are you prepared to step into the battlefield of the New World? Suddenly, Akainu's voice resonated beside Atlas. Atlas cast a glance at Red-haired and chose not to respond. Preparation is not merely articulated through words. He would announce his arrival in the New World with his fists. Since the execution of Roger, the Golden Lion has vanished after escaping Impel Down. Currently, the dominion of the New World is held by 3 formidable factions: the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. Among them, the Whitebeard Pirates reign supreme, followed closely by the Big Mom Pirates, while Kaido's Beast Pirates, having recently taken control of Wayno's, are comparatively weaker than the other 2 crews. Additionally, there exists a pirate alliance composed of 4 crews striving to contend against these 3, the Yelmac Pirates, the Klaus Pirates, the Bloodscythe Pirates, and the Francis Pirates. However, this alliance is destined to fracture eventually. According to naval intelligence, Kaido has been courting Francis. Although there has been no overt agreement as of yet, suspicion has already begun to fester within their alliance. Courting? Atlas furrowed his brow and inquired why Kaido chose to recruit Francis from among the 4 pirate crews. Could it be that this individual possesses greater strength than the other 3 crews? Kaido has a particular fascination with Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, and Francis wields the formidable ancient Zoan-type Bear Fruit in its ancient form. The position of drought within the Beast Pirates remains unoccupied, as Akainu elucidated. Our Navy's current strategy is to incessantly harass the 3 most formidable pirate crews, thereby misleading the so-called Pirate Alliance into believing that Whitebeard and his cohorts are hindered in their strength. This will allow us to engage in battle with Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, and Kaido before the alliance fractures, thus enabling our Navy to reap the benefits. However, those pirates are not fools. They will not engage in a mutually destructive conflict that would allow our navy to benefit without effort. Atlas felt a sense of perplexity. While it is true that the average intelligence in the pirate world is rather low, the formidable pirates who manage to carve out their dominion in the New World are certainly not foolish to such an extent. These powerful pirates are typically synonymous with cunning and cruelty. Fear not. Such matters do not require your concern. The world government will dispatch individuals to assist us in our endeavors. Akainu offered no further explanation, merely curling the corners of his mouth into an enigmatic smile. Upon witnessing the scene, Atlas refrained from further comment, as he surmised it was likely the CP department, an agency under the aegis of the world government. After all, that cohort of rats was most adept at subterfuge, assassination, and sowing discord. In the New World, amidst an uncharted expanse of ocean, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Yet, amidst the inky darkness, a colossal azure dragon writhed and twisted, its form remarkably unique. Aside from its two prominent horns, it possessed an additional pair of outwardly extending antlers, its body wreathed in flames as it clawed its way through the clouds, ascending into the tempestuous sky. Occasionally, bolts of thunder struck this mighty dragon, leaving only deep white scars upon its formidable visage, which bore an oddly human expression of indulgence. As the dragon soared, the blackened sky suddenly cleared, revealing a pristine expanse that gleamed like a mirror, making the previous tempest seem but a fleeting illusion. Such is the capricious weather of the Grand Line. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze brightened as it spotted a floating island not far off and promptly ascended towards it. Indeed, the world of pirates is replete with sky islands. The fabled island of gold, Yagajima, was said to have been formed by unique sea currents that elevated it above the White Sea. Upon landing on the island, the dragon's massive form swiftly diminished, transforming into an extraordinarily robust man. He bore long, flowing black hair, a pair of elongated horns, and a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His upper body was bare, adorned with a tattoo resembling dragon scales on his left arm, while his right abdomen bore an X-shaped scar. He wore a purple garment at his waist, two golden chains dangling from its hem, paired with loose, dark green trousers, and a purple fur cloak draped over his shoulders. In his hand, he wielded a spiked club, the very embodiment of the beast pirate's governor, Kaido. Ha ha ha, what a splendid place for self-destruction, Kaido bellowed, as he settled onto the diminutive island. Retrieving a massive gourd emblazoned with the character for heaven from his side, he then began to drink heartily, savoring the moment. Soon, Kaido tilted his head back, gazing blankly into the dark gourd, a deep flush creeping onto his fearsome face. Burp, he exclaimed contentedly, rising unsteadily to his feet before wandering to the edge of the island to peer down, his eyes somewhat glazed. The height is just right, ha ha ha. In the New World waters, a colossal naval warship glided steadily across the surface. On board, Atlas was engaged in a discussion with Akainu, seeking guidance on the mastery of haki. Given his current proficiency in hardening and wrapping, it was time to contemplate the next stage of his training. Their course was set for the Navy's base in the New World, G5, a strategic stronghold at the gateway to this tumultuous sea. Suddenly, both Atlas and Akainu lifted their gazes towards the clear sky, their minds inundated with the foreboding warnings of observation haki. A dark speck emerged within the line of sight of the two individuals, gradually enlarging to reveal a humanoid figure, whose landing point was none other than the warship. All hands, heed the command. Prepare for battle. Helmsman, veer the vessel. Cursed Akainu, his anger palpable. He had already recognized this humanoid entity as Kaido of the 100 Beasts. It had long been rumored that this individual had a penchant for self-destructive endeavors, and it was utterly unforeseen that they would cross paths with him. Atlas gazed at Kaido, who was drawing ever closer, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. What a striking coincidence it was to encounter this formidable pirate governor, who would be renowned a decade later as the most powerful creature across land, sea, and air. According to Atlas's conjecture, Kaido's penchant for self-destructive behavior might very well be an endeavor to unlock the full potential of his devil fruit. The Zoan-type Devil Fruit is arguably the most amenable to development among the three categories, requiring merely a cycle of injury and self-healing for enhancement. Kaido, with his formidable resilience and the might of his mythical beast fruit, unabashedly engaged in reckless pursuits. Meteor Volcano. Akainu would not remain idle. He swiftly unleashed the capabilities of his magma fruit, generating a multitude of molten lava fists. With the force of a volcanic eruption surging within him, he propelled the lava fist forward. One sword style, ascend the tower, shatter the stars. Atlas swiftly enveloped himself in the color of armament, wielding the third-generation Ghost Slash, unleashing a blood-red strike that cascaded toward Kaido like an immense fishing net. Crash. Boom. Hiss. Countless magma fists converged upon Kaido, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Their parabolic trajectories plunging into the sea, instantly shrouding the surrounding waters in a thick mist. After enduring the onslaught from both opponents, Kaido's massive form veered off course from the battleship. Within Atlas's perception through observation haki, Kaido's skin bore only minor burn marks and a multitude of white scars, indicating that Atlas had merely scratched an itch. Yet, the intoxicated Kaido was jolted awake by a searing sensation, flipping midair and transforming into a colossal azure dragon. For dragon claws emerging from a veil of mist, lifting him into the sky. The grotesque dragon head swayed side to side, still dazed from his drunken state. But upon recognizing the figure of Akainu aboard the battleship, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. The Navy? Akainu? Ha ha ha. Flame breath. Before Akainu could utter a harsh retort, Kaido took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward the battleship. Humph. Akainu, slightly irked, was not restraining himself out of concern for the soldiers aboard. In his mind, if he could contain Kaido here, even at the cost of every life on the ship, including his own, it would be worth it. However, among the three formidable admirals of the Navy, Akiji excelled in naval combat, Kizaru in aerial battles, while he, Akainu, was proficient in land warfare. Their abilities dictated their advantages. In this scenario, he found himself at a disadvantage, for even with the use of Jeppo, prolonged combat would prove taxing, given the immense energy consumption it demanded. Admiral Akainu, allow me to handle this. Atlas interjected, halting Akainu's advance. Striking a poised stance with his blade, muscles rippling as tremendous power surged from his core to his arms. One sword style, or God arm, dragon slash. The enormous crescent-shaped strike met Kaido's fiery breath head-on, cleaving through the inferno and causing the scorching torrent to part around the battleship. The rolling heat wave brushed past the sailors aboard, plunging into the ocean and thickening the mist enveloping the sea. Atlas, lead the others aboard the battleship to a safe distance. I will confront him. Akainu swiftly assessed the situation, realizing that the soldiers remaining aboard would only serve as a burden. Though he did not fear sacrifice, he was reluctant to make futile sacrifices. With that, Akainu propelled himself into the air using Jeppo, his cold gaze fixed levelly upon Kaido's dragon visage. Understood, Atlas replied loudly, asserting that his foremost duty was to heed the command. As for the confrontation, ensuring the safety of those aboard the warship could wait. Canine biting Red Lotus. Akainu, harboring no fondness for pirates, transformed his arm into molten lava, with magma incessantly surging from his body. Two colossal canine heads opened wide, baring their fangs as they lunged at Kaido. Fell wind. Kaido unleashed a torrent of wind blades, akin to the scythe slashes, ruthlessly shredding the molten canine heads, causing torrents of lava to rain down from the sky. Razor. This was a fusion technique of moonwalk and shave, allowing Akainu to maneuver swiftly and continuously in midair. In an instant, he appeared before Kaido, his fists enveloped in haki. The dark haki surged rapidly along his arms, as if brewing a volcanic eruption within him. With the haki-clad fist aimed squarely at Kaido's right eye. Noticing this, Kaido hastily closed his eyelids, also enveloping his face in haki. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Akainu's haki pierced through Kaido's defenses, striking directly at his eyeball. Even with the formidable defenses of a mythical Zoan, the fragility of the eye could not withstand such an assault. Kaido felt a sharp sting, his right eye darkening, his body swaying precariously as he nearly toppled into the sea. You damn Navy! Kaido exclaimed in fury, transforming into his dragon-human form. Although the azure dragon form possessed immense strength and the ability to soar, its sheer size made it an easy target for formidable opponents. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido brandished his spiked club, as fierce lightning coiled around it, the massive weapon spinning with such velocity that it left no trace of its motion. Another hound. Akainu's molten arms rapidly extended, boldly clashing with Kaido's spiked club. Buzz. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact. Akainu, come, kill me. Kaido bellowed with a wild grin, baring his teeth at Akainu. Humph, evil pirate. Akainu retorted defiantly, raising his fist once more to strike at Kaido. Both were titans among monsters. However, Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form, was akin to a bug in the world of pirates, as he would not drown even if he fell into the sea. Furthermore, with his tough skin and resilient flesh, Akainu found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Meanwhile, Atlas, having maneuvered the warship away from the battlefield, silently used Moonwalk to position himself behind Kaido. Iron Fist technique, armed chaos. Atlas had long since transformed into a 2-meter combat form, his body enveloped in a rich coating of haki, with mysterious patterns winding and swirling across his figure. As the development of life returned and the mastery of haki deepened, Atlas had significantly advanced his proficiency in this form. A flurry of fist shadows surged toward Kaido's back. Yet Kaido remained utterly unfazed. Although his observation haki had detected Atlas approaching from behind, the force of Atlas's punches felt merely like a tickle against his formidable physique. Overshadowed by the imminent threat posed by Akainu's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Atlas's armored fist rained down upon Kaido's back, producing a series of dull thuds. You little rascal. That massage was quite effective. It has loosened my joints, ha ha ha. Kaido turned to Atlas with a sinister grin, reveling in the mockery. Is that so? Atlas smirked. Drawing forth the third generation of the ghostly chopper, its blade enveloped in a shroud of armament. One sword style, Divine Warrior's Arm, Dragon Slash. 2 slashes, forming an X, surged toward Kaido. Meanwhile, Akainu seized the opportunity, unleashing a fierce hellhound aimed directly at Kaido's face. True to his brutish nature, Kaido had no intention of taking a blow to his visage, for even if his livelihood did not depend on his looks, he certainly wished to avoid disfigurement. Thus, he chose to disregard Atlas's strikes, focusing solely on Akainu. With a swift motion, a massive crimson slash tore through Kaido's dense scales, leaving behind 2 faint trails of blood before vanishing. It appeared that Kaido had yet to attain the formidable defenses he would possess a decade later, after all. This was the 5th Emperor, formidable but only at the level of a mere drunken stupor as a colossal shield. Damnable ant! Though Atlas's strike had not inflicted significant harm, the fact that the ruler of the New World had been breached by a mere naval rookie irked Kaido, who had always valued his pride. In an instant, Kaido pivoted, swinging his spiked club with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful shockwave toward Atlas. The sheer magnitude of strength and terrifying speed seemed poised to shatter the very air itself. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Atlas swiftly grasped the hands of the 3rd generation ghost, positioning them defensively before him. With a resounding crash, the 3rd generation ghost intercepted Kaido's colossal fist. Veins bulged on Atlas's neck as he gritted his teeth, his body unable to withstand the force, and he was propelled backwards. After delivering the blow, Kaido turned his gaze towards the flying Atlas, preparing for his next move. However, Akainu would not permit him such ease. His molten fist surged towards Kaido, the escalating temperature nearly causing the very air to boil. With a thunderous impact, Kaido had no choice but to envelop his body in haki, bracing himself against Akainu's strike, while his head swiftly transformed into a massive dragon's head, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath. Hiss! Akainu instantaneously elementalized, as the searing breath clashed with the magma, countless flames and molten rock plunging into the ocean, raising the temperature of the surrounding waters significantly. Whoosh! Atlas, having been struck by Kaido, rapidly returned from a distance. For a being of his caliber, engaging in such a high-stakes battle was immensely beneficial for his growth. Opportunities of this magnitude were rare, with one top-tier powerhouse restraining another. Atlas merely needed to occasionally sow discord. Kaido, life restored, the embodiment of the war god. Atlas soared in midair, his form suddenly expanding, his height rapidly escalating to transform into a 5-meter-tall giant. The intricate patterns on his face became more pronounced, and an overwhelming sense of power surged within him. Almost impossible to contain. Haha, what an amusing little rascal, Kaido exclaimed, glancing at Atlas, momentarily taken aback by his transformed appearance before erupting into maniacal laughter. Marine brat. Care to join forces with me? I'll leave the drought's position for you. Haha, truly tempting, but alas, I must decline. What a pity. Then you shall meet your demise. With a resounding roar, Thunderbagua. The air crackled with a tremendous sound of wind and thunder, ferocious lightning coiling around his kanabo. A foreboding atmosphere constantly reminding Atlas of the immense power behind this strike. Bang! The collision of fists and weapon met with a titanic force, and for a fleeting moment, Atlas found himself evenly matched against Kaido's Thunderbagua. Yet, he was soon sent flying, feeling akin to a cannonball launched from a cannon, tracing a near-perfect parabolic arc towards the distant sea. Naturally, Kaido would be prepared to receive Akainu's treacherous strike from justice. For Akainu spared no means when it came to pirates. Victory justified all tactics, no matter how despicable. Kaido, who outwardly appeared boisterous and reckless, constantly flirting with danger, was fully aware that no one could slay him. Otherwise, he would flee faster than anyone else. Kazuki Oden was a prime example. What a bothersome little insect, Kaido muttered, growing increasingly irritable as Akainu constrained him while the persistent marine brat clung to him like gum, refusing to perish despite relentless attempts to vanquish him. This only provided Akainu with opportunities to land a few punches. Rokushiki, Ittsai. Kaido suddenly ascended, his massive kanabo spinning at high velocity. The color of Conqueror's haki rapidly enveloping it, black and red lightning flickering to life. With the advantage of height, he thrust the weapon directly towards Akainu. Dog bite. Crimson Lotus. A fearsome molten dog had materialized, its cavernous maw gaping wide as it lunged towards Kaido's kanabo. Instantly, a shockwave erupted, scattering the surrounding mist as if confronted by something horrifying. Boom. A colossal roar echoed, reverberating even to Atlas, who had previously endured Kaido's thunderbagwa, shaking him with its overwhelming might. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fierce hand-to-hand combat erupted as Akainu and Kaido abandoned their devil fruit powers, engaging in a raw clash of physical prowess. Thus, two titanic beings battled in the skies for an entire day and night, with Atlas intermittently launching strikes at Kaido, only to be sent flying by Kaido's mighty blows each time. However, bolstered by the power of the three great talismans, Atlas continued to assault Kaido as if unharmed. Initially, Kaido was astonished by the young marine's terrifying resilience and stamina, but he soon became desensitized to it. As Atlas relentlessly exchanged blows with Kaido, he felt his physical prowess and the absorption of the talismans rapidly advancing, transforming him into a sponge that absorbed water and expanded. Most astonishingly, he discovered that he could now project his haki outward, in the mist-shrouded waters, enveloped in an aura of mystique. A colossal creature engaged in a fierce struggle with two figures, one large and one small. Kaido's body bore scorch marks, purple lightning coiled around him, and his massive dragon head occasionally exhaled searing breath. The 8 precepts, enveloped in haki and empowered by Conqueror's haki, struck with an overwhelming force that could render the weak-willed unconscious, plunging them into the depths of the sea. Akainu and Atlas flanked Kaido, with Akainu's arms transformed into molten lava, seemingly brewing a terrifying explosive power within. His hellhound attacks continuously targeted Kaido. Meanwhile, Atlas, clad in haki and reduced to a height of approximately 2 meters, exhibited a deeper shade of haki, with black patterns curling at the corners of his eyes, extending to his forehead. Strangely, his arms swelled, and the speed of his punches generated a multitude of sparks in the air. Kaido, increasingly irritated by Atlas's incessant harrying, bellowed and turned to swing his club, only to strike nothing but an afterimage. Atlas's 2-meter frame moved with astonishing speed, twisting and maneuvering effortlessly through the air. Now, Atlas was taut with anticipation. His observation haki heightened to its peak. Despite Akainu's distraction, Atlas remained wary of Kaido's king's addiction, acutely aware that even Kaido's somewhat clumsy use of Conqueror's haki could momentarily disorient him. Hellhound. Another strike landed on Kaido's chest, instantly tearing his flesh. Yet, it healed at a visible pace, a scene that had repeated countless times throughout their day and night of combat. The awakening of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit is inherently formidable, especially given Kaido's fish fruit, a superior mythical Zoan. What drove Kaido to madness was that Atlas seemed to possess the self-healing capabilities and inexhaustible stamina characteristic of a Zoan-awakened user, resembling a true monster. Brat, I'll give you one more chance to become my subordinate. One must admit, Kaido exemplifies the model of humility in the pirate world. Talent is cherished immensely. It seems that every encounter prompts an effort to recruit. What? You refuse to join? With a single strike of Thunderbagwa, I shall incapacitate you and cast you into the mines. Kaido, do you truly believe you are worthy? I aspire to become the strongest man in the world. Atlas's gaze locked onto Kaido without flinching, a formidable aura radiating from him, soaring skyward. Whitebeard. Kaido paused, then broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, what a powerful presence. Great fire. A colossal molten fist surged towards Kaido at blistering speed, the terrifying heat distorting the air. Kaido felt a wave of scorching wind rush at him, compelling him to act promptly. He swung his 8 precepts in a wide, arc diamond arrow. Boom. The violent impact sent both combatants reeling backward. As Kaido steadied himself, Atlas's fist landed squarely upon him, the crimson haki surging forth before the punch even made contact, causing Kaido to momentarily lose his balance, nearly toppling into the sea. Although falling into the ocean wouldn't result in drowning like it would for other users, it would severely hinder his ability to fight, leaving him struggling at the bottom. You little brat. Is that all you've got? You think that strength can dethrone Whitebeard? Kaido held no fear of Whitebeard. Yet he acknowledged that the current Whitebeard possessed the genuine capability to kill him. The destructive power of the Tremor fruit was a significant concern. However, should Kaido choose to flee, he could do so with ease. Soon, Akainu and Kaido clashed once more, the battle between these top-tier pirates revolving around endurance. While there may have been a slight difference in strength between Akainu and Kaido, it was not enough to determine an outright victor. After several hundred exchanges, both Kaido and Akainu found themselves growing weary, though far from exhausted. Despite the earlier high-energy techniques being incredibly taxing, their seasoned experience allowed them to manage their stamina effectively. What astonished both Akainu and Kaido was that Atlas appeared remarkably unfazed. Throughout the battle, despite not being the primary force, he had absorbed countless attacks from Kaido, implying that his stamina depletion was no less than theirs. His steadily rising energy levels were indeed unsettling. Fist of Meteor. Suddenly, a massive projectile shot up from below, targeting Kaido, who was hovering in midair. Garp? Kaido exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Garp to arrive for support. It was likely that soldiers aboard Akainu's ship had summoned Garp via Den Den Mushi. Kaido transformed into his enormous dragon form, soaring into the clouds after unleashing a torrent of scorching breath downward. Kaido was cunning. If Garp joined the fray, the tide would undoubtedly turn against him, and he could very well find himself defeated by the Navy, especially during this critical phase of the New World conflict. If captured by the Navy, it would spell great trouble. Perhaps by the time I escape, my homeland would have been laid waste. Akainu and Atlas did not hinder Kaido's flight. As the Azure Dragon, if Kaido desired to flee, none could impede him. Young Atlas, it seems you have made remarkable strides in your abilities over these past few years. Once Akainu and Atlas gracefully descended onto Garp's flagship, Garp immediately approached, vigorously patting Atlas on the shoulder, his mouth busy with chewing donuts, the grease from his hands nearly smearing Atlas's tattered justice cloak. Hiki, Vice Admiral Garp, you flatter me. It is solely thanks to Vice Admiral Akainu that I have managed to endure for so long. At this, the injured Akainu could not help but twitch his lips in response, aware of the many onlookers present. Atlas respectfully addressed him as Vice Admiral Garp while subtly shifting his body to evade Garp's greasy hand. Sakazuki, we should return to the G5 base to discuss this battle. Oh, and by the way, little Tsuru is there too. Garp then turned to Akainu. Now, the commander of the G5 base is Garp. He serves as the overall commander of this operation in the New World. Of course, he is responsible for the combat, while the strategic matters fall to Vice Admiral Tsuru. In the New World, at the Navy's G5 base, Garp chuckled. Well done, kid. It appears your training has not faltered. Garp scratched his slightly itchy iron fist, seemingly wanting Atlas to feel his fist of affection. Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Garp. I still have much to improve, Atlas replied with a grin, pretending not to notice Garp's eager demeanor. All right, enough of this, Garp. Take a seat and stop fooling around. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, as she was the only one capable of reining in Garp's antics. I merely wish to provide some guidance on young Atlas's training, Garp said, obediently finding a place to sit, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, if you truly wish to spar, you can seek out that old man Whitebeard later. Vice Admiral Tsuru finally revealed the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Looking around, this modest office had gathered a significant portion of the Navy's might in the New World, Garp, Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Atlas, with Kaji and Gion likely to arrive shortly. Whitebeard. Atlas felt a surge of excitement, not out of admiration, but because that man was the one he aimed to defeat in the future. Even now, Whitebeard stood at the pinnacle of his power. Even as he gradually aged over the next decade, he would remain firmly seated upon the throne of the world's strongest man. All right. We are now prepared to set forth. Our target is the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu has always been a man of decisive action, unhesitatingly taking the lead in the eradication of pirates. The colossal Moby Dick lay quietly upon the sea, accompanied by various ships of differing sizes, belonging to the crew of Whitebeard. Clutching the mighty blade known as the Supreme Cleaver, Whitebeard stood at the prow of the Moby Dick, draped in a white captain's cloak, his golden hair cascading freely. Hey, Garp. Are you here to taste my fist today? He bellowed, laughter echoing through the air. Whitebeard, my affectionate iron fist can hardly be contained, Garp retorted, unwilling to back down. He and Whitebeard had long been adversaries, having crossed paths numerous times during the Old Era, although Carp often chased Roger across the globe. His encounters with Whitebeard were far from few. "Hey, Whitebeard." At that moment, Atlas from the naval ship stepped forward, shouting towards Whitebeard. The crew aboard the Moby Dick turned their attention to Atlas's cry, their expressions instantly transforming into fierce glares. To them, Whitebeard was akin to a father figure. And this young naval brat dared to call out to their beloved captain in such a manner. "I am Kano's Atlas. Remember this name, for I shall be the one to dethrone you from your position as the world's strongest," he proclaimed. "Live well, and do not meet your end prematurely." Atlas, undeterred by the pirates' hostility, boldly declared his intent to challenge Whitebeard in the future. "Ha! Atlas, you truly are something. Well done." Carp laughed heartily, his pride unabashed. "Gulalala, you amusing little brat, do you seek my head? We shall see if you possess the capability." Upon hearing Atlas's audacious proclamation, Whitebeard showed no sign of anger. Instead, he erupted into laughter, clearly dismissing Atlas as an inconsequential threat, for he is Whitebeard, after all. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Whitebeard, transforming the world into a monochromatic canvas of black and white. Crimson lightning crackled across the sky, and the intense psychological pressure struck the onlookers as if they had been struck violently at the back of their heads. The weaker-willed or less resolute members of the Navy collapsed like dumplings falling into water. Yet, Carp and his companions appeared entirely unaffected by Whitebeard's conqueror's haki. While Atlas felt as though he was the target of Whitebeard's might, the terrifying pressure enveloped him, far surpassing that of Kaido's conqueror's haki. "A mere conqueror's haki dares to make me submit. I am the one who will challenge Whitebeard. Be gone." In Atlas's mind, a rebellious thought flickered, a testament to his indomitable spirit. He understood that should he falter now, the opportunity to challenge Whitebeard would forever elude him. Suddenly, a sensation akin to shattering reverberated within his consciousness, and a potent aura erupted from his very being. The conqueror's haki belonging to Atlas had awakened. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming presence emanated from Atlas, enveloping all present without distinction. The pirates, who had previously been mere spectators to the struggle of the Navy and Whitebeard, toppled like dominoes, succumbing to the newfound might. Remarkably, Whitebeard's own haki, which had been advancing toward Atlas, found itself momentarily stalemated. Yet, it was soon forcefully repelled back into Whitebeard's core. "Aha! What a surprising little brat." The eyes of Carp and his companions widened in astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. Such a level of conqueror's haki was indeed a rarity. "Well done, little one. I never expected to find someone like you in the Navy. Come, be my son." Whitebeard expressed his intrigue, not out of fear, but genuine admiration for Atlas. "Hey, Whitebeard, don't you dare act as if we are invisible." Carp interjected, his discontent evident as Whitebeard attempted to recruit Atlas in front of them. Tremors of the quake surged forth. Whitebeard stood resolutely, lifting his right hand as a luminous sphere formed above it, crashing violently into the air. The surrounding space shattered like glass, manifesting countless fissures, as towering waves surged hundreds of meters high, threatening to engulf the Navy's vessels in an instant. Glup! A fearful swallow echoed from an unknown source. As tension swept across the fleet, those who had never faced Whitebeard were gripped by trepidation, nervously swallowing and murmuring in disbelief. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? The tremor fruit truly deserved its status as the mightiest of Paramecia, each of Whitebeard's movements exuding cataclysmic force, refined to its zenith in his hands. Washing mirror. Calmly, Vice Admiral Tsuru raised a hand, activating her fruit's power, as the monstrous waves instantly subdued, resembling a tamed beast. The roaring sea transformed into a smooth mirror, devoid of further turbulence. "We survived. Oh, the 100-meter-high waves have settled in an instant. It feels like a dream." The accolades for Vice Admiral Tsuru poured forth from the surviving Navy, a wave of relief washing over them as they recognized their formidable strength. "Glup! You remain as formidable as ever, Tsuru." Whitebeard bellowed. "Are you prepared to meet your end here today?" Meteor volcano. Akainu's arms swiftly transformed into colossal molten lava, launching a barrage of fiery fists towards the crew aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard remained steadfast at the bow, wielding his iconic bicinto, his expression unwavering. Blue flame goose. Suddenly, Marco, clad in the attire of a street punk, soared into the fray, conjuring countless phoenix tail feathers that coalesced into a multitude of flaming fists. These collided spectacularly with Akainu's meteor-like magma, creating a dazzling display of red and blue fireworks in the clear sky. Turning to face the naval forces, Marco with a smirk playing upon his lips, proclaimed, "How could you dare to disturb our king right from the outset? Are you merely trying to light the candles on the birthday cake, you magma-playing imp?" Humph. Akainu let out a cold snort, offering no reply. "Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. It is hardly wise to bully the younger generation." Carp, utilizing his moonwalk, launched himself into the air, preparing to strike Whitebeard with his iron fist. Gururara. The warm-up ends here, Carp. Whitebeard swung his enormous Bicinto, activating the Tremor Fruit's powers, as their fists clashed with a staggering force. Boom, boom. The chaotic battlefield reverberated with terrifying roars, tumultuous waves, and the sounds of violent collisions, all bearing witness to the intensity of this combat. Whitebeard and Carp continued to clash, their ferocious exchanges threatening to tear the very sky asunder, deterring anyone nearby from approaching. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, single-handedly facing two opponents, was embroiled in a fierce battle with Marco and Vista. It must be noted that Marco's abilities were quite formidable. The Mythical Zoan-type Phoenix granted him the capacity for sustained combat, although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his strength, which would enable him to contend with an admiral for a brief period in the years to come. It was evident that the Whitebeard pirates had significant gaps in their combat prowess. Marco and his comrades had not yet attained their peak. However, Whitebeard was already showing signs of decline, with only Diamond Jozu and Marco at a comparable level, while the other captains lagged considerably behind. Thus, it could be said that the strengths of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield were relatively equal, resulting in a stalemate. Should Gion and Kaki arrive after some time, the circumstances would undoubtedly shift. Atlas traversed the battlefield, mercilessly claiming the heads of pirate after pirate. Suddenly, a robust, dark-skinned figure emerged in his line of sight, engaging in a fierce exchange with a typical naval major. Atlas's eyes suddenly brightened as he strolled towards the direction of Blackbeard. "Hey, Navy brat, I've had my eye on you for quite some time." At that moment, a man devoid of eyebrows, clad in armor with his chest exposed and skin dark as night, stood before Atlas. It was none other than Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and a user of the Glint Fruit. Atlas scrutinized the imposing figure before him, a grave expression settling upon his countenance. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he was indeed somewhat inferior to Jaws, yet emboldened by the presence of his talismans. He felt no fear. As he continued to harness the power of the talismans, he realized that his understanding of their intricacies was still rather superficial. With each passing moment, as he grew stronger, the true terror of the talismans began to gradually manifest. It was only natural, in the hands of the saint and others. The talismans exhibited a performance far beyond their current state. His situation mirrored that of the talisman's power awakening within him. Shining collision. Seeing Atlas remain silent, Jaws swiftly enveloped his arm with a layer of glimmering diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's rays, and then charged directly towards Atlas with unyielding determination. Iron block aren't hollow wood. Strike. The resounding impact echoed through the heavens as Atlas rubbed his slightly pained chest. Yes, he was injured, but not severely. The formidable healing abilities of the horse talisman rendered this minor damage negligible. Truly, he was worthy of challenging his father, indeed possessing remarkable skill. Jaws, observing Atlas unscathed, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. "Diamond Jaws, I have heard whispers of your reticent nature. Why are you so loquacious today?" At this remark, Jaws nearly stumbled in disbelief. What? Diamond Jaws? Reticent? What a jest. He simply preferred not to engage in excessive chatter. "Blabber, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Enraged and embarrassed, Jaws cloaked his diamond-clad arm in a layer of armed color and suddenly unleashed a punch towards Atlas. "Damn it. Let you experience the might of my Diamond Jaws fist." "Huh. Iron block fist technique, armed shatter." Atlas's blood surged with fervor, his armament hockey solidifying as his formidable fist collided with Jaws' immense one. "Is that all you've got? Are you here to give me a massage?" The two fists remained locked in a stalemate, prompting Atlas and Jaws to engage in a fierce struggle right where they stood. "Huh." Atlas sneered contemptuously, as the muscles in his arms began to swell, an overwhelming force surging forth to assail Jaws. Bull charm. Divine might. Boom. Jaws' robust form was hurled backward, crashing onto the deck of the Moby Dick, stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, Atlas did not anticipate any injury to Jaws, for it is well known that smoke brings no harm. Could it be? "Captain Jaws, hey, what kind of joke is this, you young rascal?" The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were taken aback. To defeat Captain Jaws in merely 2 exchanges was utterly outrageous. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting over there? I have not been defeated. With a scowl, Jaws emerged slowly from the haze. Of course, he might have already possessed such a dark demeanor. His diamond body continued to gleam and scathed, which greatly relieved the gathered pirates. Radiant collision. Iron block. Armed iron mountain. Bang. This luminous fruit endowed Jaws with a diamond-like physique, allowing him to achieve extraordinary defensive capabilities without even utilizing Haki. Were it not for Atlas's extraordinary mastery of Haki, he might have truly been dragged to his demise. Bang, bang, bang. Atlas and Jaws engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, their fists raining down upon each other with relentless fervor. Jaws' sheer defensive prowess rendered Atlas's attempts to penetrate his guard utterly futile. Conversely, Jaws found himself at a loss against Atlas's formidable Haki and his extraordinary regenerative abilities. The two titans clashed with reckless abandon, each relying on their formidable defenses while neglecting any semblance of caution, resulting in a chaotic melee of punches and kicks. Well, what a remarkable young lad, to hold his own against Jaws to such an extent. Whitebeard observed with a hint of surprise at Jaws' performance. Fist of the Meteor. Carp swung a punch, laughing heartily. Whitebeard, hasn't anyone informed you not to get distracted in battle? With impeccable timing, Whitebeard positioned his bisecting blade before him, narrowly averting Carp's iron fist. Haha, youngster, you shall never breach my defenses, Jaws declared, gazing at the bare-chested Atlas, whose body was enveloped in a dark crimson hue of Haki, as he slowly rose from the ground, defiantly shouting. Atlas found himself at a loss for words. Even though his strength, bolstered by the bull charm, surpassed that of the troublesome Jaws, he was as immovable as a stone in a cesspit, utterly incapable of breaching his diamond defense. Is that so? Atlas remarked, forming his hands into the shape of a gun, a mocking smile curving his lips, and sparks igniting at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he unleashed his finger gun. Explosion. Under Jaws' horrified gaze, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from Atlas's fingertips, striking fiercely against Jaws' resplendent diamond form. Thud. Jaws felt a sweetness rise in his throat as he was sent hurtling backward, blood pooling in his dry mouth, his once glimmering diamond body fracturing into countless cracks. What in the world? Have you been possessed by the yellow monkey? Jaws was utterly baffled. They had been engaged in a jovial brawl, and suddenly, without warning, he found himself deceived by this seemingly straightforward opponent. In the distance, the clash between Whitebeard's formidable sword and Carp's iron fist erupted with terrifying force, sending shockwaves that churned the ocean, stirring countless fish and shrimp from their depths. Is the finger gun truly capable of such devastation? Carp, engaged in combat with Whitebeard, took note of Atlas's actions, pondering whether he had not mastered the technique as thoroughly as he believed. Unbelievable, a hidden devil fruit user. Whitebeard, witnessing Jaws' dismal state, concluded that Atlas must indeed possess the powers of a devil fruit. There was no way mere physical prowess could inflict such harm. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard. It seems your division captain is lacking. Truly a fine little brat. It's a pity he refuses to be my son. Whitebeard boomed with laughter. Jaws, go find Sachi and teach that kid a lesson. No need for that, old man. I was just a bit careless. I promise I won't lose again. Jaws felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having suffered repeated defeats at the hands of someone he regarded as a mere child. But that may not be so certain, dear Jaws. At this moment, Atlas seemed to be possessed by the spirit of the yellow ape, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, brimming with mockery. Navy brat, spare us your grandiloquent boasts. Is that so? 8-footed, outlined in jade? Alas, my apologies. I digress. Flying finger gun, detonation. Atlas leapt forward, wielding a weapon that resembled a gun, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames in the direction of Jaws. One cannot deny the efficacy of this dragon spell. It bears a certain resemblance to the abilities derived from the Pika Pika no Mi, yet instead of lasers, it manifests as fire, possessing formidable explosive power that endows Atlas with an extensive area of effect capability. Although it had only recently been activated, its might was already formidable. The breach of Jaws' defenses was purely coincidental. 1. Jaws was taken aback by Atlas's sudden onslaught, and 2. His Haki was not fully deployed, catching him off guard. Do you believe I fear you, Navy brat? Jaws retorted defiantly, simultaneously reinforcing himself with a layer of diamond defense and hardening his body with Haki, which granted him some semblance of reassurance. The thunderous explosions echoed in Jaws' ears, yet he chose not to withstand them head-on. Instead, he adeptly evaded most of the fiery blasts using his observation Haki, while a portion was absorbed thanks to his formidable defensive capabilities. Ah, how terrifying indeed, young Jaws," mocked Atlas, mimicking the tone of the yellow monkey. Jaws' forehead twitched, barely containing the fury that simmered within him. He yearned to deliver a punch that would flatten that insufferable brat's face. "You insolent wretch. I cannot tolerate you any longer. Prepare to meet your end." With a visage of sheer determination, Jaws' body instantaneously transformed into diamond, charging at Atlas like a descending tiger, vociferously vowing to annihilate him. One must admit, the mockery skills of the yellow monkey were simply top tier. Draped in a suit adorned with yellow and white stripes, the yellow monkey reclined in his office chair. His demeanor serious as he scrutinized his fingernails with a pair of clippers, occasionally glancing at the clock hanging on the wall nearby. Achoo! Suddenly, the yellow monkey sneezed, a rather mischievous look crossing his face as he rubbed his slightly itchy nose, muttering to himself, "Who could possibly be thinking of me? How utterly terrifying." He then proclaimed, "Prepare to be struck by my iron fist." Atlas gazed at the oncoming Jaws with a sinister grin, raising his hardened fist imbued with hockey to collide with Jaws. The sound of a powerful explosion erupted from Atlas' hand, unleashing tremendous force, explosive power, and an impact that nearly overwhelmed Jaws. The diamond form conjured by his abilities suddenly turned pitch black, with a distinct imprint of Atlas' fist etched upon his broad right arm. Fortunately, Jaws had made considerable progress in his hockey training and did not suffer an outright breach of defense. Instead, superficial cracks appeared, which quickly mended under the influence of his fruit's capabilities. Jaws couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. It seemed that this young Navy officer had developed his fruit abilities to a significant extent, inflicting such profound damage upon his diamond form. Such terrifying explosive force would be daunting to anyone lacking hockey's protection. "Hey, Sachi, come over and help restrain this Navy brat." Ultimately, Jaws succumbed to the allure of seeking assistance, wary of Atlas' explosive abilities and calling upon Sachi, another captain from the crew. Meanwhile, Sachi, who was attending to Blackbeard, hesitated briefly before instructing Blackbeard and then hastily making his way to Jaws. While the Whitebeard pirates did not rank their captain solely by strength, Sachi was undeniably less formidable than Jaws. "Hey, Navy brat, do not underestimate the captains of the Whitebeard pirates." Sachi, a chef aboard Whitebeard's ship wielding dual swords, though it remained unclear if he was a true dual-wielding swordsman, sporting a flamboyant pompadour and dressed in pristine white chef attire, did not possess an imposing stature. "Hey, Sachi, I'll engage him in combat. You seize the opportunity to strike." After relaying his intentions to Sachi, Jaws lunged toward Atlas, his understanding of Atlas' tenacity elevating to a new level. Though his defensive capabilities may not surpass his own, the offensive prowess, strength, and physique of Atlas subtly seemed to overshadow him. With determination coursing through him, Jaws aimed to impart a lesson upon Atlas, as his massive diamond form loomed over, ready to deliver a warm embrace. Atlas harbors no such inclinations. His stature is diminutive, yet his head is fortified with armament hockey, inscribed with dragon sigils. Iron block, armament, explosion. I curse your very existence. With his hardened head, he directly collided with Jaws' abdomen, the immense force of the impact causing him to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, he endured the agony, resolutely restraining Atlas. Observing this, Sachi recognized the fleeting opportunity and swiftly brandished his two swords, launching an assault upon Atlas. Iron block, armament, steel. Atlas dared not directly withstand the sharp blades with mere physical strength. Even with the formidable healing capabilities of the magical talisman, the sensation of pain remained inescapable. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated as a cascade of electric sparks flickered upon Sachi's blade. "How about that? Am I tough enough?" Atlas grinned at the astonished Sachi, his smile broadening as he declared, "Explosion." Boom. The fiery blast struck Sachi with tremendous force, nearly rendering him unconscious from the immense impact. Yet, he was left incapacitated, his body marred by extensive burns. Sachi, Jaws, witnessing the scene, was filled with rage and concern, his muscular arms bulging as he attempted to restrain Atlas. However, he failed to comprehend the vast disparity in sheer strength between them. In mere moments, Atlas broke free from his grasp, retreating, pivoting, and delivering a powerful punch that crashed into Jaws' face, sending him soaring like a kite into the distance. Bang! Another violent collision echoed, stirring a cloud of dust. As blood trickled from Jaws' mouth, his face adorned with shattered diamond fragments, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Atlas, the Commodore, was indeed a rising star of our Navy. Such immense power. And what of the Whitebeard pirates? Commodore Atlas is undeniably reliable. It seems that our Navy has yet another genius following the three great monsters. Pirates. Have you witnessed our Navy's justice? The morale of the Navy surged as they observed this spectacle, buzzing with excitement. In contrast, a sense of unreality enveloped the Whitebeard pirates. After all, these were two captains of the division, capable of almost annihilating Sachi, while Diamond Jaws was no ordinary adversary. He had been adventuring across the seas alongside Whitebeard since childhood. Yet he now lay in such a wretched state at the hands of this young Navy officer. The pace of progress was indeed terrifying. In the distance, Sakazuki also took note of the battle unfolding with Atlas. As someone who had recently fought against Atlas, he held the most informed perspective on his capabilities. During his time at headquarters, Atlas's strength had been slightly superior to that of an average vice admiral. Now, his power could rival that of an elite vice admiral, perhaps even surpassing it. Particularly puzzling was his explosive fire ability, which left Nika bewildered. He was uncertain whether Atlas was a devil fruit user or if he belonged to a race beyond mere humanity. However, the Navy never pried into the secrets of its soldiers, and Akainu would not delve too deeply. As long as justice was upheld, he cared little for other matters. Let us cease hostilities here, Carp. Upon observing the precarious state of his side, Whitebeard realized the odds were not in his favor. Although the battle between Akainu, Marco, and Vista was fierce, they had managed to inflict considerable trouble upon the magma-wielding adversary. Engaging in close combat and distant harassment, they rendered Akainu increasingly exasperated. While Vista had yet to attain the prowess of a grand swordsman, his swordsmanship was nonetheless of the highest caliber, complemented by Marco's remarkable abilities. Consequently, Akainu felt as though his magnum dog attack had merely struck the air. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, war is not something you can simply halt at your whim. Carp was not a fool. The emergence of Atlas presented a significant variable, serving as an opportune moment to strike at the Whitebeard pirates. Their objective was to diminish the strength of Whitebeard's crew. And retreating was not an option. Gulala, it seems there's no other choice. Upon hearing Carp's response, Whitebeard decisively withdrew. Just as Carp pondered the intentions of this formidable figure, Whitebeard stood tall, raising his right arm in a curved position, a sphere of white light gathering around his fist. Seismic wave. The space around them transformed, resembling a smooth mirror that gradually fractured, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth, manifesting as a colossal wave, towering even higher than before. Roaring toward the Navy's ranks. Gulala, I trust you do not wish for the annihilation of your Navy here, Carp. Whitebeard resorted to this method to halt the conflict, unwilling to see his beloved sons harmed in battle. Damn it. Sakazuki, stop that wave. Carp, witnessing the impending catastrophe, called for Akainu to retreat from combat, though the latter hesitated. To him, weakening the Whitebeard pirates seemed a noble sacrifice for justice. Yet, in this skirmish, Carp was the commander, bound to obey higher orders. What terrifying power! Blackbeard, hidden among the crowd, gazed with a hint of envy, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. Of course, Old Man S' abilities are of catastrophic proportions, remarked Sachi, oblivious to Blackbeard's expression, his pride unabated even in the face of Atlas's recent assault. Before long, Carp led the Navy back to the G5 base. While they had not inflicted severe damage upon the Whitebeard pirates, they did not expect to achieve their goals in a single confrontation, as time remained on their side. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, Gulala. Marco, let us hold a feast. He seemed to revel in the aftermath of what felt like a resounding victory. Father, you seek to drink again, do you not? Marco responded with a hint of resignation. Though he too relished in celebrations, his pockets were emptier than his countenance. Jaws, are you unharmed? Hearing this, Whitebeard let out a resigned smile before inquiring about Jaws' injuries. He had witnessed the recent battle and noted that Jaws had indeed suffered at the hands of that young Navy officer. I'm fine, Jaws replied, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. That Navy brat is undeniably formidable, both in hand-to-hand combat and in the use of his devil fruit abilities. He added, no wonder Crocodile was defeated by him. Is this the same Navy officer who vanquished the sand-wielding boy? Whitebeard questioned. Yes, this fellow is named Kano's Atlas. I believe his rank is Rear Admiral, Marco interjected, having been the first from the Whitebeard pirates to recognize the threat he posed in the newspapers. Ha ha ha. The Navy truly seems fortunate, nurturing such newcomers after the three great monsters. Whitebeard surveyed the carefree expressions of his crew aboard the ship, a wave of concern washing over him. In recent years, he had begun to feel a slight decline in his physical condition. He wondered whether Marco and the others would be able to maintain their ease once he was gone. After all, he would eventually succumb to age. Whitebeard had contemplated the possibility of grooming a successor for the Whitebeard pirates. However, Marco's laid-back disposition and lack of fervor for strength left him with reservations about whether he could uphold the crew's legacy after Whitebeard's demise. "Dad?" Marco noticed Whitebeard's sudden silence, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. "Ha ha ha, let us commence the feast," Whitebeard exclaimed. In the New World, at the G5 base, the expansive training ground was surrounded by a tightly packed throng of Navy personnel on their rotation. Among the sea of bodies stood Carp and Atlas, the latter still haunted by the memory of his flying finger gun blast technique, having concluded that Atlas was certainly not a devil fruit user. Thus, he persistently challenged Atlas to spar with him, leading to Atlas being floored by Carp in the training arena. "Hey, who do you think would win? Vice Admiral Carp or Rear Admiral Atlas?" One sailor queried. "Is that even a question? Vice Admiral Carp is a Navy hero. He once captured Roger," another replied. "Nonetheless, Rear Admiral Atlas is truly impressive. How could someone so young defeat Jaws from the Whitebeard pirates? Is our Navy's objective the Whitebeard pirates or the Big MOM pirates? It seems there's been a surge in skirmishes with Whitebeard lately. I don't know, but it seems that most of the headquarters strength has been deployed to the New World. A war is likely to erupt soon." The gathered sailors, engrossed in the ongoing spar, gradually shifted their conversation towards the situation in the New World, unaware of the Navy's true intentions, merely speculating that the Navy was preparing to confront the New World-dominating Whitebeard pirates. "Ha ha ha, Atlas. Allow me to witness your extraordinary finger gun," Carp declared, charging towards him with his iron fist raised. Armament hockey, iron fist. Atlas's blood surged through his veins, while his armament hockey enveloped his fists, solidifying them with an ominous black and crimson hue that exuded an imposing aura. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, causing visible fissures to form in the once pristine ground. Despite both combatants striving to restrain their immense powers, the sheer force of their exchange inflicted noticeable damage upon the surface. "It appears that your strength and hockey have seen considerable enhancement," Carp exclaimed with palpable excitement, having always regarded Atlas, a prodigy of pure martial prowess, with admiration. To those of their generation, the fruit of powers were merely external trinkets. True strength resided in one's own capabilities. However, they did not dismiss the value of such fruits, for they were treasures capable of transforming one's destiny. And not everyone possessed the monstrous physical talents akin to Atlas. After all, growth is a fundamental aspect of life, isn't it, old man Carp? Atlas wore a self-satisfied smile, his arms suddenly swelling with a dark crimson aura that enveloped his entire limb. Iron Fist Technique, God of War Arm, Shatter. Countless fist shadows instantaneously descended upon Carp, the sheer density of strikes nearly suffocating him. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Carp retaliated with his own iron fist, unflinchingly absorbing each of Atlas's blows. As Atlas's old strength waned and new vigor had yet to arise, Carp advanced with a bow stance, delivering a powerful iron punch squarely to Atlas's chest. Yet, Atlas was prepared, swiftly cloaking his torso in hockey. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying several meters by Carp's blow. Presently, Atlas's hockey was formidable in both quality and quantity. However, covering his entire body with hockey would dilute its defensive capabilities. Localized application remained the most effective strategy. "Ha ha, allow me to witness your peculiar abilities." Without granting Atlas a moment's respite, Carp unleashed a technique known as Saru, lunging forward with his iron fists. Flying finger gun. Detonation. A terrifying explosion of flames surged toward the advancing Carp. Astonishingly, Carp did not dodge. Instead, hockey flowed around him, emanating an unyielding aura. Boom. A violent explosion echoed as Carp emerged slowly from the flames and dust, his clothes reduced to tattered rags, his once dark hair slightly tousled, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, he remained unscathed by Atlas's explosive force. It could be said that Atlas's mastery of the dragon charm was limited, leaving him somewhat exhausted in combat against a top-tier powerhouse like Carp, whose hockey expertise was among the best in the world. A remarkable ability indeed, young one. Feel the essence of my will. Carp grinned menacingly and charged forward again, his iron fists swirling with ferocity, the terrifying sound of slicing air causing Atlas's face to sting. "Ah!" A cry echoed through the skies as Atlas helplessly rubbed his cheek, employing the horse charm to swiftly eliminate all bruises. "Carp, are you taking revenge for damaging your clothes?" Atlas muttered with a hint of discontent. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? I merely wish for you to experience my will," Carp remarked, Noticing Atlas's now flawless cheek with surprise, the young one's recovery abilities had improved significantly since their last encounter. Speaking of Conqueror's Haki, I am still quite perplexed by its application. Atlas scratched his head in mild frustration, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki under Whitebeard's provocation during their last encounter. Although he had secretly unleashed it a few times, he could only manage to release it with great effort now. As for inflicting physical damage, he had yet to master that, let alone the technique of wrapping it around his attacks. Ha ha ha, you can ask Sengoku to teach you that later, after all. I certainly lack Conqueror's Haki. Carp chuckled nonchalantly. Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru seeks your counsel, as well as yours, Atlas. At that moment, a messenger hurriedly approached, interrupting the conversation between the two. Little Tsuru? What does she want with me? Is Whitebeard causing trouble again? Carp mused curiously. Yet he wasted no time heading toward Vice Admiral Tsuru's office, with Atlas promptly following suit. Bang! Little Tsuru, what brings you here? Carp exclaimed, bursting through the office door without a second thought. Having fought alongside Tsuru since their youth, they were too familiar with one another to concern themselves with formalities. Carp was certainly not the type to knock politely. Let us sit down first, Tsuru remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the carefree Carp. What have you done to look like this? Oh, I just gave a little guidance to this young rascal, and I couldn't be bothered to change my clothes. Carp replied dismissively, even nonchalantly picking his nose. Atlas, trailing behind, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was he who had torn Carp's clothing. Hello, young Atlas. It's a pleasure to see you again. Suddenly, as Atlas stepped out from behind Carp's towering figure, a melodious voice greeted him. Major Guillaume? Atlas appeared somewhat dazed. Not anticipating that Jiyuin would be dispatched to the New World so swiftly, it seemed that an all-out war in the New World was imminent. Do you know the little Jiyuin? Admiral Crane inquired, shifting his gaze curiously towards Jiyuin. As her elder sister, he was quite invested in her significant life events, though he couldn't help but ponder whether Atlas was perhaps a tad too young for such matters. I spent some time as a swordsmanship instructor at the headquarters recruit camp, and I happened to become acquainted with Atlas. He certainly left a profound impression on me. Jiyuin replied with a cheerful smile. Ha ha ha, since you are already acquainted, there is no need for further introductions. The reason I summoned you here today is twofold. Sengoku has called with some adjustments regarding our deployment in the New World. Soon, Kizaru and Akainu will likely arrive, and the pace of war will quicken, so we must prepare in advance. Furthermore, we need to closely monitor the movements of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the Beast Pirates, remaining ever ready for conflict. As for that so-called pirate alliance, let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We should aim to preserve their strength intact. Admiral Crane casually picked up a steaming cup of tea from the table, took a slight sip, and continued. In recent months, our actions concerning the Whitebeard pirates have led them to mistakenly believe that we are resolute in our intent to eradicate them. These individuals are certainly itching for a fight. Ah, I understand. Carp's expression gradually turned serious. Although he often appeared carefree, he was always clear-headed when it came to significant matters. If this operation were to result in losses for the Navy due to his negligence, he would feel he had betrayed the justice he stood for. What is the second matter? Carp timely posed his question. Atlas was immediately captivated by Carp's inquiry, summoning both himself and Carp to the office. The first matter at hand was a directive for Carp, while the second pertained to him. It appeared that the King of Dressrosa had called upon our Navy for assistance. Assistance? Logically, the military strength of Dressrosa should not be intimidated by the disturbances of ordinary pirates, Carp pondered. As a nation firmly established in the New World, Dressrosa's standing army would not be feeble. According to the King's distress message, it seemed that an officer from the Big MOM pirates sought to transform Dressrosa into their confectionery processing hub, specifically to supply sweets for Big MOM. After all, Dressrosa is a realm resplendent with culinary delights and music, though the identity of the officer remains uncertain for now. Vice Admiral Crane then turned to Atlas, stating, therefore, I wish for you to journey to Dressrosa and assess the situation. After all, Dressrosa is a member nation of the world government, and it is our Navy's duty to aid them in repelling pirate invasions. Moreover, we cannot allow the Big MOM pirates to recklessly expand their territory. Oh, leave it to me. I have long heard of Dressrosa's illustrious reputation. I shall consider it a delightful excursion to unwind. Atlas smiled faintly, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Among the members of the Big MOM pirate crew, only Katakuri posed a slight challenge for him. The other officers hardly commanded his attention. As for Big MOM herself, Atlas surmised that she was likely preoccupied with childbirth. It could be said that prior to reaching the age of 60, Charlotte Lin was either giving birth or en route to do so. Her strength appeared to have grown almost organically. Indeed, she is recognized as the individual with the most formidable innate talent in the pirate world to date. Oh, and by the way, I would like Guillaume to accompany you to Dressrosa. There shouldn't be any large-scale wars occurring in the near future. If you happen to encounter any troublesome figures, it would be prudent to be prepared. In the New World, off the coast of Toto Land, Toast Island, this serene and tranquil sea area was imbued with a bizarre, surreal atmosphere, as the air was permeated with a sweet fragrance. The island's architecture resembled various whimsical food shapes, creating an appearance reminiscent of a fairy tale. A man with golden orange hair, transitioning from orange to red in a flame-like tri-blade style, stood at the harbor of Toast Island. His attire was quite peculiar. He wore no shirt, exposing a physique of well-defined muscles, draped in a yellow cloak and donned gloves. His entire ensemble was monotonously orange. Even his shoes and socks bore the same hue. This man was Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of Charlotte Lin, and he was a triplet alongside Katakuri and Daifuku. One must commend Big Mom's remarkable fertility, as most of her offspring are twins or triplets. Oven's current objective was Dressrosa, known for its renowned confections. Thus, he took it upon himself to seize Dressrosa, intending to celebrate the forthcoming arrival of a brother or sister while simultaneously expanding their family's territory. As one of the elder sons of Big Mom, Oven held family and kinship in high regard, nurturing a deep affection for his younger siblings, provided they remained loyal to the family. Although the Big Mom pirate crew is one of the dominant forces in the New World, it is not solely a domain for pirates. Aside from the naval bases under military control, several affiliated and non-affiliated countries of the world government also occupy certain territories. Naturally, non-affiliated countries can only thrive in the New World if they possess considerable strength, for instance, the Elbaf Giant Kingdom. Otherwise, without the protection of formidable pirates, survival in the New World is exceedingly difficult. New World, G5 Baseport. Atlas and Guillaume strolled to the dock, engaging in light-hearted conversation. At the harbor, a naval warship lay quietly at anchor. Neither Guillaume nor Atlas possessed their own specialized vessels, and thus, they held no objections regarding this circumstance. Before long, they ascended the warship, embarking on their journey to Dressrosa. Brigadier General Atlas, Major General Guillaume. Upon boarding, a multitude of naval officers surged forward, coming to a halt to salute, their expressions grave and their eyes filled with reverence. These were 500 elite naval soldiers, handpicked by Vice Admiral Crane from the G5 base, many of whom had borne witness to Atlas's formidable prowess in battles against the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, numerous individuals had been inadvertently saved by Atlas during these skirmishes, fostering a deep respect for him in their hearts. However, the highest authority aboard the warship was Guillaume. Although Guillaume had yet to attain the strength of Admiral Candidate Momonosuke, his rank surpassed that of Atlas by a level, and his experience far exceeded that of his counterpart. Atlas remained indifferent, showing no concern for who held the title of commander. After all, the Rabbit Peach would not impose upon him, allowing him a considerable degree of freedom. After a brief inspection, Cheyenne nodded slightly and gazed toward the distant sea, his voice cold and clear. Has the vice officer arrived? Account for the personnel and inform the helmsman to prepare for departure. Reporting to the commander, Vice Officer Bolton, Navy ID 2649988742. Position, Navy Colonel. Soon, a stout officer, adorned in a standard naval cap, emerged from the crowd and announced loudly. Very well, first account for the personnel, then set sail. Destination, Dressrosa. Cheyenne waved his hand, issuing the command before turning to leave with Atlas in tow. Yes, Commander. The resounding response came from behind. And it must be said that the overall quality of the Navy stationed in the New World indeed surpassed that of Paradise and the Four Seas. Not to mention that the New World boasted far more severe environmental conditions. The number of formidable individuals in this realm was staggering. Having endured prolonged battles against a variety of powerful pirates, the Navy's survival until now marked them as the elite. In the New World, the Kingdom of Dressrosa, the royal high ground, housing the Palace of Dressrosa, stood as the highest point in the kingdom, symbolizing supreme sovereignty, and served as the residence of the Ricker royal family. Contrary to the opulence of other palaces, this one appeared somewhat austere, resembling an ordinary resort from the outside, albeit surrounded by towering walls. Within the main hall of the palace, King Riccadoldo III sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed, and a troubled expression adorning his face. The king possessed a robust physique, his hair expansive, exuding an air of authority. However, the flicker in his eyes revealed a cunning monarch, undoubtedly skilled in political maneuvering. Your Majesty, do not fret. The Navy has agreed to our plea for assistance, spoke the army commander, Cyrus, unable to restrain his urge to offer comfort. I have indeed sought aid from Admiral Crane of the Navy. It is likely that the dispatched forces are en route. However, my concern lies in the Navy's current heightened activity, with limited military resources available. Our adversaries are the officers of the Big Mom pirates. King Riku expressed his worries. Your Majesty, it is my fault for being too weak to assist you, Cyrus lamented, feeling a sense of guilt. As the commander of the Dressrosa military, he found himself powerless against the impending threat, merely waiting for naval support. Moreover, as the husband of Princess Scarlet, this only intensified his feelings of inadequacy toward his wife. Cyrus, what nonsense are you speaking? You have already borne much for this kingdom. Besides, we are facing the formidable Big Mom pirates, a notorious force even feared by the Navy. You need not blame yourself. King Liku exclaimed sternly, expressing his satisfaction with his son-in-law, Cyrus, while hoping he would not dwell on such discouraging matters. You are a man who has triumphed in over 4,000 battles in the arena. Do not utter such disheartening words. Yes, Your Majesty, Cyrus responded loudly, his gaze reflecting an even deeper respect for King Liku. By the way, Minister Zwa, do we have any specific news from the Navy? Baron Egg, from the Big Mom pirates, has relayed word that some of their officials will be arriving in a few days. King Liku nodded slightly to Cyrus and inquired of the ministers were beside him. General, he mentioned over the phone that they set out a few days ago and are expected to arrive in Dressrosa shortly. However, the specific personnel have not been disclosed. Only that a rear admiral and a commodore will be leading them. What? A rear admiral? Has the Navy's distribution of combat power become this strained? King Liku exclaimed in shock, contemplating how a single rear admiral could contend with the officials of the Big Mom pirates. He disregarded the mention of the commodore, as even with an additional rear admiral, the situation seemed precarious. Your Majesty, I believe you need not worry. General, he is the chief strategist of the Navy headquarters. Her decisions must be based on sound reasoning. Ministers were remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, King Liku replied, rubbing his furrowed brow with difficulty. As a member state of the world government, he trusted that the Navy would not take them lightly. However, given the current circumstances, could a rear admiral and a commodore truly stabilize the situation? Never mind. We must now place our hopes in the Navy. You may all withdraw. Cyrus, you should spend more time with Scarlet, now that she is pregnant. Ensure she takes care of herself and does not act recklessly as before. King Liku's words were more akin to those of a concerned father than a king of Dressrosa. Yes. Upon hearing mention of the princess entrusted to him, Cyrus could not help but break into a sweet smile, his voice resonating with newfound strength. Major Sierra, how much longer until we reach Dressrosa? Atlas, emerging from the training room with his muscular torso bare, approached Major Sierra, who was gazing out at the sea in a daze. According to our current speed, we should arrive smoothly by tomorrow morning. Sierra replied lazily, his eyes glimmering. That is fortunate. According to General He's intelligence, the officials of the Big Mom pirates should not arrive so soon. The morning sea was always shrouded in a mysterious haze, with beams of sunlight piercing through the mist, resembling flecks of gold scattered in the air, truly magnificent. Dressrosa, a tropical island imbued with a resort-like charm, was known as the kingdom of fairies filled with love and passion in the New World. The nearby coast was dotted with numerous mushroom-shaped rocks, making it nearly impossible for ordinary vessels to dock. A port has been specially established here to accommodate ships, with certain members of the Royal Guard patrolling the area to deter pirates from docking and to ensure swift reporting and response. At this moment, a naval warship quietly lies anchored at the port. After arranging the supplies for the vessel, Major General Gun disembarked, closely following Atlas. He himself was quite intrigued by this so-called kingdom of fairies, love, and passion. Excuse me, Major General Gun, as the supreme commander of this operation, shouldn't you be engaging in discussions with His Majesty the King regarding pertinent matters? Atlas seemed to sense a tendency in Shine to accompany him and swiftly interjected. What nonsense is this? After finally managing to step out and indulge in a leisurely shopping spree, how could I possibly bring along a troublesome creature like a woman? Truly, what a lack of romantic sensibility, dear Kanos. Shine rolled her eyes at this remark, initially eager to savor the vacation ambience of the place. Of course, she was well aware that she must first assuage the concerns of the formidable king of the Leviathan. Otherwise, one could only imagine the extent of his anxiety, considering that it was the notorious pirate crew of the New World that had set their sights on Dressrosa. Major Cheyenne, it seems you must undertake this arduous journey. He chuckled. Atlas had no desire to engage in insincere pleasantries with the king, while Gun excelled precisely in the art of social interaction, possessing a cunning and resourcefulness that Atlas could not rival. Observing Gun as he made his way towards the heights of the king, Atlas surveyed the enchanting tourist destination with satisfaction. The attire and culture of Dressrosa bore a resemblance to the Spanish style from Atlas's previous life, with women gracefully dancing in vibrant costumes at every turn. As Atlas reveled in the diverse beauty of enchanting women while savoring exquisite delicacies, his gaze inadvertently wandered into a structure reminiscent of the Grand Roman Colosseum. Each entrance was meticulously guarded by the kingdom's sentinels, and the walls bore the stern notice proclaiming no children admitted. Despite the formidable barriers, the deafening roars of the crowd seemed to pierce the heavens. An arena, perhaps? How intriguing. Atlas opened his mouth wide, quickly devouring the roasted meat in his hand before casually tossing the remnants into a nearby trash bin. He then strode purposefully towards the entrance of the arena. The guards stationed at the entrance offered little resistance, despite Atlas still being clad in his pristine white suit and the Cape of Justice. However, the current bullfighting arena was not like the later corruption that would come under Doflamingo's rule, where filth and vice thrived. Thus, the guards had no reason to impede Atlas's entry. The admission fee was relatively modest, yet, as one of Dressrosa's renowned tourist attractions, it drew an immense daily crowd, serving as a vital source of revenue for the nation. It was also a favored venue for many swordsmen to hone their skills. Of course, there were also some lesser criminals exiled here, the most infamous being the Prince of Dressrosa, Cyrus. Upon entering the arena, he was immediately greeted by the cacophony of voices. The layout of the arena was both spacious and simple. Surrounding the central circular stage were throngs of spectators, while encircling the stage was a pool inhabited by fierce fighting fish. Any contestant unfortunate enough to fall into the water during combat would not only be eliminated, but would also face the peril of being pursued by the lethal fish. Atlas casually chose a seat at the back, where his keen hearing and sight allowed him to observe the events unfolding in the arena with clarity. Currently, two swordsmen wielding broadswords were engaged in combat, their styles rather commonplace, characterized by brute strength and bold maneuvers, a detail easily discernible from their robust physiques. The surrounding crowd was animated, though the duel lacked the visceral intensity of physical combat, which often exudes a violent aesthetic. Nevertheless, for them, it served as a delightful diversion from their monotonous lives. After a while, Atlas found himself somewhat disinterested. He had no intention of entering the fray himself, as the disparity in skill was too great. Although this was the iconic venue of Dressrosa, it did not offer the enticing rewards that would attract formidable contenders from the seas, resulting in a rather unimpressive level of competition. In the grand hall of the Dressrosa royal palace, King Riku sat regally upon his throne, while below him sat the newly arrived Major Shiwan. Observing King Riku's occasional expressions of satisfaction indicated a cordial atmosphere between the two. But wasn't he there also a brigadier accompanying him? Where could he be? A flicker of curiosity crossed King Riku's face as he inquired, with a hint of exploration in his tone. Major Atlas has gone to experience the love and passion of the Dressrosa kingdom, Shiwan replied, somewhat helplessly, mentioning that Atlas was essentially a hands-off manager, neglecting all matters. It was fortunate that King Riku governed wisely, allowing Dressrosa to flourish. Even from afar in Marineford, we have long admired your reputation. Ha ha ha, too kind. King Riku replied with hearty laughter, his demeanor exuding pride. After all, a celebratory carriage is lifted by many hands, and even the wisest of kings are not impervious to flattery. However, to speak candidly, the governance of Dressrosa cannot be deemed exemplary. Though it appears prosperous on the surface, the lives of the populace are far from affluent. Ironically, during Doflamingo's reign, Dressrosa was considerably wealthier. I wonder how Major Shiwan plans to respond to the incursions of the Big MOM pirate crew? After a few exchanges, King Riku could no longer suppress his curiosity. Rest assured, Your Majesty, our brigadier is a prodigious newcomer in the Navy, having even bested the warlord Crocodile, Shiwan explained with a slight smile, unhurried in his demeanor. Is he the one referred to as the Navy's rising star? King Riku racked his memory, feeling a flicker of recognition towards Atlas, allowing himself to relax somewhat. Though he is a bit unreliable, Shiwan silently commented to himself. Achoo. As Atlas strolled along the Lover's Avenue, his mouth filled with the sweetness of affection. He suddenly felt a tickle at the tip of his nose. Who could it be that was thinking of him? Hey, Owen, do not act impulsively. The Navy is increasingly active, and the situation in the New World is growing ever more tense. A steady voice emanated from a telephone bug, which was wrapped snugly in a gigantic scarf. Katakuri, there is no need for concern. It is merely Dressrosa. Since they refuse to provide sweets for mother, I shall not hold back. Owen, holding the telephone bug with nonchalance, felt no trepidation towards Dressrosa, for his strength rendered their military efforts insignificant. But Dressrosa is a member of the world government. They will surely seek the Navy's assistance. Katakuri expressed his unease, recognizing that the New World resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. He did not wish for the big MOM pirates to become the target of ire, for the potential casualties among his younger siblings would be catastrophic. Very well, Katakuri, it shall be as you say. I will present mother with a perfect gift. With that, Owen abruptly hung up, disregarding Katakuri's thoughts. Damn it, Katakuri seethed, his irritation rising as he sensed an ominous premonition. Bring forth the ships. Destination, the Kingdom of Dressrosa. At the coastal port of Dressrosa, a medium-sized three-masted sailing ship slowly docked at the shore. A robust mast bore a pirate flag, predominantly black, depicting a skeletal figure with a top hat and pink curls. Amusingly, the edges of the skull's teeth were adorned with vibrant lipstick. However, any pirates from the New World in the vicinity would not find this amusing, for the flag represented the dominant power of the New World, the big MOM pirates. Hurry. Request King Riku to dispatch troops immediately. The guards stationed at the port quickly noticed the approaching pirate vessel and rushed to alert the palace. How dare Dressrosa notify the Navy? It seems necessary to teach them a lesson. Owen glowered at the naval warship anchored nearby. Ha 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 indeed. Lord Owen. The pirates aboard the ship clamored. How audacious to defy the big MOM pirates. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous cannonballs launched from the pirate ship towards the naval vessel. However, the naval forces stationed aboard the warship were not to be underestimated. They swiftly directed their cannons towards the pirate vessel. Instantly, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted as the pirates from Owen's ship charged forth, clashing violently with the guards and naval personnel. Shouts and the thunderous roar of artillery intertwined, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Owen stood impassively at the bow of the ship, refraining from joining the fray. While he intended to teach Dressrosa a lesson, he was determined to ensure that his mother's gift sustained no significant damage. Atlas, who was indulging in an extravagant feast on the streets of Dressrosa, suddenly paused. Ever since his arrival on the island, his observation haki had enveloped the entirety of the Dressrosa kingdom, allowing him to sense the presence of Charlotte Owen. How intriguing. It appears this fellow has arrived. Atlas swallowed the food in his mouth in one swift motion and promptly utilized the technique known as shave to hasten towards the direction of the docked warship. His formidable speed stirred up a tempest, prompting startled gasps from several women clad in short skirts. Trouble. Your Majesty, King Riku. The big MOM pirates have arrived. A guard rushed into the palace situated atop the royal heights, his expression frantic, struggling to catch his breath as he shouted. What? King Riku was filled with a mix of anger and astonishment, taken aback by the swiftness of the big MOM pirates' advance. He immediately cast his gaze towards Guion, present at the scene. Fear not, Your Majesty. The Navy will assist you in handling this situation, Guion reassured, understanding King Riku's intent, before turning to depart, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Ah, what chaos! Allow me to restore order. Upon Atlas's arrival at the port, he beheld a scene of devastation, with the Navy and the Royal Guard engaged in fierce combat against the pirates. Standing at the bow of the ship was Charlotte Owen, donned in orange and yellow attire. Conqueror's haki. Activate. In an instant, the entire space transformed into a monochromatic canvas, as the pirates froze in place, seemingly suspended in time. The Navy and Royal Guard stood bewildered, witnessing the once fearsome pirates collapse one by one. It had been several months since Atlas awakened his Conqueror's haki. With his innate talent, he could control it with precision, ensuring that friendly fire would never occur. It's Brigadier General Atlas. The might of Brigadier General Atlas's Conqueror's haki is truly terrifying, a testament to its rarity. As the Royal Guards remained momentarily stunned, the Navy quickly comprehended the effects of Atlas's Conqueror's haki. Their expression shifted to astonishment as they eagerly raised their weapons, ready to reap the unconscious pirates strewn across the ground. Conqueror's haki. At the ship's bow, Owen felt the overwhelming force of the haki. Although he did not succumb like the other pirates, the sheer intensity of this willpower struck his mind like a hammer, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Charlotte Oven? Atlas possesses a certain understanding of Owen, as he ranks among the more formidable members of the Charlotte family. He is an adept of the superhuman type Horo fruit, and notably, he is the sole heir among Big Mom's progeny to inherit a fragment of her formidable physical prowess. His initial bounty is set at 300 million berries. However, his true capabilities undoubtedly far exceed this valuation. The current bounty has not captured Atlas's attention, and one can surmise it is likely to be considerably higher. When did the Navy acquire another wielder of Conqueror's Haki? Owen is somewhat taken aback, for his knowledge suggests that only Sengoku possesses such power within the Navy. Moreover, judging from the intensity exhibited moments ago, this Navy officer's Conqueror's Haki is remarkably potent, far beyond that of an ordinary individual merely awakening their abilities. Conqueror's Haki is not the exclusive domain of pirates. I adhere to the doctrine of the strongest justice, Atlas replied calmly, patiently awaiting the departure of all the naval forces and royal guards from the battlefield. Otherwise, engaging in combat would indeed prove somewhat constraining. Explosive onslaught. Atlas first greeted with a dragon incantation, unleashing a formidable column of explosive flames that swept towards Owen at the bow of the ship, instantly reducing the pirate vessel to mere fragments scattered across the sky. Owen, however, with a dark expression, leaped off the bow, given his speed. It was clear that he would not be so easily harmed. You have successfully provoked me, Navy, he declared, heat from afar. In an instant, Owen activated his Devil Fruit powers, perceiving the Navy before him as a blatant affront to the Big MOM pirate crew. It is well understood among pirates that the pirate flag symbolizes their pride, and Atlas's actions were undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Meanwhile, in the distance, Atlas felt a surge of heat rising within him. Yet, in comparison to his physical prowess, it was trivial, akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at his skin. Trash. Is this merely a scratch? He scoffed. Explosive speed slash. Atlas let out a sinister laugh, and at his feet, a massive pit abruptly formed, moving with a speed that defied the very limitations of space, instantly appearing behind Owen. Danger! Danger! Owen activated his observation Haki to its utmost limit, desperately alerting him to the impending threat. Yet, his body could not keep pace with the swift workings of his mind. He could only remain frozen in place, awaiting the impact of Atlas's fist. Boom! Without the use of armament Haki, devoid of any embellishments, an overwhelming force crashed down upon Owen, sending him hurtling away like a tattered sack. Owen felt as if he had been struck by his mother during a bout of voracious hunger. The sheer magnitude of the force threatened to shatter his very form. TSK. Not too shabby indeed. Atlas shook his arms, reflecting on his newfound strength. As the number of illuminated charms increased, he sensed their potency amplifying, as if they were interwoven in a symbiotic enhancement. The assimilation of these charms bestowed upon him not only formidable physical prowess but also a remarkable reduction in fatigue. Presently, his sheer explosive power could rival that of the formidable generals among the three great monsters, enabling him to engage in a contest of strength. It could be said that he was incessantly augmenting his might and physique at an alarming rate, akin to a superior version of Charlotte Lingling. What manner of beast are you? In the distance, Owen slowly rose from the ground, his dust-covered arm brushing away the blood from his lips, his gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. The recent blow had nearly ushered him into the embrace of death. Such terrifying speed and strength were beyond the realm of human capability. Heatwave fist. Owen now regretted his decision. He should have turned back when Katakuri had advised him. Yet, there is no remedy for regret, and he found himself compelled to confront the creature before him, clinging to the hope of a slim chance of survival. Even fireflies dare to vie with the full moon? Explosive fist. With a forceful thrust from beneath Atlas's feet, the immense fist erupted with the explosive power of the dragon sigil, resulting in a fierce collision. Bang! In truth, Charlotte Ling's fruit abilities have been developed remarkably well. His physique has inherited a portion of the formidable talent from Big Mom's steel balloon. His fruit powers are perilously close to an awakened state. However, while his Mera Nomi leans towards temperature manipulation, Atlas's dragon sigil is predominantly inclined towards explosive capabilities, rendering his instantaneous offensive power significantly inferior. So, what say you? Pirate? Have you sensed the disparity? Atlas cast a calm gaze upon Owen, whose right arm was contorted in a peculiar manner. Navy, are you certain you wish to provoke us, the Big MOM pirates? Mother shall not spare you. Owen threatened with a hint of menace. What nonsense! Are you truly a mama's boy? Atlas, heedless of the consequences, strode forward with a deliberate stance, with a swift motion. His massive hand descended upon Irvin's face with a resounding slap, causing Irvin's once distinctive hairstyle to fall into disarray. His head seemed to sink under the force. While his right cheek swelled grotesquely, blood cascading from the corner of his mouth, mingled with a few scattered teeth that lay on the ground. You. Irvin struggled to rise, finding it difficult to comprehend the man before him, who spoke in a language he did not understand and had suddenly bestowed upon him such a violent act. In truth, Irvin had merely encountered a stroke of misfortune. He was inherently inclined towards the capabilities granted by his fruit, despite possessing a physique that surpassed that of Big Mom's other children. The realm of physical combat often favored the application of such abilities. However, Atlas's dragon incantation, while predominantly explosive in nature, fundamentally harnessed the essence of fire, rendering Irvin's fruit abilities nearly ineffective. His physical prowess and strength were ruthlessly subdued by Atlas, who pressed him down with an overwhelming force. So what brings you to Dressrosa? Atlas inquired casually, observing that Irvin had been sufficiently educated. After all, extracting information from a captive was a matter of course, was it not? Navy, if you have the guts. Just kill me. Irvin retorted defiantly, for his loyalty to his family precluded him from divulging any intelligence regarding Big Mom. Oh, very well then. Upon hearing the words, Atlas swiftly drew the third generation of the ghost slash from his waist. A flash of the blade gleamed as it precisely swept across Owen's neck, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. Instinctively, Owen clutched his neck with his uninjured left arm, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, revealing a profound sense of unwillingness, while countless thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it, I merely uttered a few harsh words out of instinct. Why did that scoundrel from the Navy take it so seriously? Furthermore, isn't it customary for the Navy to imprison devil fruit users and impel down? Why is this guy deviating from the norm? These thoughts would never escape Owen's lips again, for Atlas had no intention of imprisoning him and impel down. He was acutely aware that the big MOM pirates would inevitably engage in some unsavory dealings with the world government to extricate Owen. Just as those politicians clandestinely broker deals with Kaido, who occupies Wano, the elders of the world government are driven solely by naked self-interest. As for the resurrection of the devil fruit, Atlas remained indifferent. The world's decay was never a result of the devil fruit, and there were countless devil fruits emerging from the sea, so this heat fruit was of no consequence. No survivors. At that moment, Gion, who had rushed from the royal plateau, appeared at Atlas's side and inquired, gazing at Owen's grim corpse. Ah, no survivors. Let this wretch go to hell and repent. Atlas waved his hand, his expression calm as he spoke. What a typical style of Akainu, isn't it, dear Kanos? Shi-Yuan half-joked. I am quite different from Admiral Akainu. Major Shi-Yuan suggested he should attend to some follow-up matters, while he himself would continue to revel in the vibrant festivities of Dressrosa. Shi-Yuan paused, feeling as though he had been outwitted once again. Since arriving in Dressrosa, he had not had a moment's respite. Damn it! In the new world, the kingdom of Dressrosa lay before him. The once thriving docks appeared desolate, remnants of battle scattered across the ground, with lifeless bodies strewn about, predominantly those of the pirates. It was thanks to Atlas's timely arrival that the Navy had suffered minimal casualties. The naval forces moved about with order, efficiently managing the aftermath of the conflict. As Shi-Yuan calmly issued commands, the sailors executed their tasks with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, Atlas, held back by Shi-Yuan's firm resistance, could only stand idly by, watching the industrious Navy and Royal Guards, occasionally extending a hand to assist. Suddenly, a man clad in the Royal Guard's uniform, his red cape billowing behind him, rushed towards them. His expression revealed urgency, and the increasing sound of his breaths betrayed his eagerness. Captain Gyrus. A guard recognized the man and hastily set down his belongings to greet him respectfully. What has happened? Where are the officers of the big MOM pirates? Gyrus, somewhat puzzled, had received a call from King Liku. Thus, he had hastily armed himself and dashed to the port from his cottage in the flower fields, expecting to find chaos filled with cries and cannon fire, only to be met with the sight of a war that appeared to have already concluded. Ah, the battle has ended. Atlas, who had been feeling rather bored, perked up at the sight of Gyrus, intrigued to encounter someone of interest, and promptly approached to engage him in conversation. Gyrus turned towards the voice, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before him stood a seemingly youthful Navy brigadier general, clad in a pristine white uniform, his sharply defined features exuding a maturity not typical for his age. While not conventionally handsome, he could be considered striking in the peculiar world of pirates. And you are? This is Brigadier General Kano's Atlas of the Navy, a nearby guard interjected, providing an introduction. It was thanks to this naval officer that the recent conflict came to such a swift resolution. He was also the one who dealt with the officers of the big MOM pirates. The guard's eyes shone with admiration, having witnessed the recent battle, where this naval officer had demonstrated a commanding presence against the so-called big MOM pirates. We are immensely grateful for your assistance to the Kingdom of Dressrosa. Upon hearing these words, Cyrus felt a surge of emotion. His body tensed, and he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Atlas. For Cyrus, Dressrosa was a place worth risking his life to protect, for it housed his beloved wife, their soon-to-be-born child, and the king to whom he pledged his loyalty. Thus, he was filled with profound gratitude towards the navy that had resolved the turmoil in Dressrosa. Cyrus? Atlas regarded the man before him with keen interest. From both the statue he had observed in the arena and the memories of his past life, it was evident that Cyrus possessed considerable prowess. It is worth noting that years later, when Doflamingo sought to seize Dressrosa, Cyrus triumphed over the officers of the Don Quixote family solely through his swordsmanship. I have heard of you. Would you be inclined to join the navy? Atlas candidly articulated his intentions. In his view, Cyrus represented a subordinate of remarkable potential, whose character and loyalty earned Atlas's unwavering confidence. This, Cyrus was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this naval officer would audaciously seek to lure him away from his position as the captain of the Royal Guard. However, a flicker of temptation ignited within Cyrus. Dressrosa felt stiflingly small, and he had reached a plateau in his swordsmanship. The recent crisis had profoundly underscored the significance of strength in his mind. He had a wife and child to protect, as well as a nation he cherished dearly. He was unwilling to find himself, in the face of future crises, relying solely on the mercy of adversaries and the assistance of the Navy. This time, the Navy had arrived just in time, but what if they failed to do so next time? Or worse, what if they abandoned them altogether? Cyrus could not fathom the dire fate that awaited them, yet he knew it would be grim. Still, he wrestled with uncertainty, as his pregnant wife had not yet gone into labor, and he felt a deep attachment to this fervent land. After much contemplation, his eyes flickered with indecision. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this matter. I will be here awaiting your decision. Atlas discerned the hesitation within Cyrus, simultaneously comprehending his apprehensions. However, one must make sacrifices to attain power. The realm of indulgence has always been the grave of the formidable. 3 days later, Atlas and Jiun spent a delightful 3-day holiday under the warm hospitality of King Liku, and now it was time to return. On the deck of the warship, standing beside Atlas was Cyrus, the former captain of the Dressrosa army. Over the past few days, King Liku had learned of Atlas's intention to entice his captain away, and thus he had chided Atlas for quite some time. However, King Liku understood Cyrus's feelings and chose not to impose any restrictions. Standing resolutely beside Atlas, Cyrus gazed longingly at the receding silhouette of Dressrosa, his mind drifting back to a conversation he had 3 days prior with Scarlet. Cyrus, you are a hero. I do not wish for you to halt your journey because of my entanglements. Trust me, our child will take pride in you. 3 days ago, upon seeing Cyrus return home with a furrowed brow, Scarlet had persistently inquired until she uncovered his inner turmoil. Their love story was a romantic encounter between beauty and heroism. Initially, Scarlet held a disdainful view of Cyrus, who hailed from a background of combat in the arenas. Yet, when Cyrus rescued her from a band of pirates, they fell deeply in love. Thus, Scarlet wholeheartedly supported Cyrus's decision to join the Navy, envisioning him as the hero he aspired to be, rather than being tethered by familial obligations to the realm of Dressrosa. Suddenly, a colossal sea king, towering over 1,000 meters, crashed into the ocean, sending massive waves surging forth. Its fearsome maw let out mournful cries as crimson blood mingled with the azure waters, an overwhelming stench of iron wafting through the air. In an instant, numerous dark shadows darted from the depths, swiftly devouring the corpse of the Sea King. What a terrifying creature! In just a few days, its power seemed to have increased significantly. On the deck of the warship, Jiun stood with arms crossed, marveling at the imposing figure of Atlas, who seemed almost divine. When he first encountered Atlas, he was merely a recruit. Little did he expect him to rise to such heights. Indeed, Zifa's discerning eye had proven to be as sharp as ever. Now, Major Jiun, the obstacles have been cleared. We may proceed. Atlas descended gracefully onto the deck, his feet gliding like a moonwalk as he addressed Gion. Kano, you are truly remarkable. Such a level of attack is beyond my capabilities. Your strength is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. Gion, with his arms relaxed, delicately brushed his slender fingers against the kanpira at his waist. His gaze tinged with playful intrigue as he spoke. Atlas chuckled softly, offering no explanation. At present, both his physique and mastery of haki had elevated him to the status of a formidable warrior. His observation haki had reached its pinnacle, bringing him near the ability to foresee the future with a perceptive range comparable to that of Enel. His armament haki, in both quality and quantity, had also advanced to the level of the ocean's most elite warriors, although he had yet to achieve internal destruction. However, his conqueror's haki had only recently awakened, remaining in its nascent stage, with mastery still a distant goal. In terms of the talismans, the power granted by the Ox Talisman was continuously augmenting. To illustrate, if Atlas's strength were quantified as 1, the Ox Talisman amplified it exponentially, theoretically bestowing upon him infinite power. Nonetheless, his current musculature and skeletal structure could not unleash the force required to obliterate a planet. The same principle applied to the Rabbit Talisman. In the original narrative, it was through scientific means that the capability to traverse time and space was acquired. Yet, such feats remained elusive for Atlas. Much like how Kizaru's Pika Pika Nomi necessitated a robust physique and rapid neural response to achieve light speed. The warship continued its voyage across the ocean towards the Navy's G5 base. Suddenly, a naval officer atop the lookout tower shouted urgently, "Pirate ship sighted ahead." It seems to have momentarily paused. There's a hint of uncertainty in his tone. He continued, "The target appears to be us. All hands prepare. Scouts, can you ascertain the enemy's status?" Gion remained unperturbed, calmly issuing orders to prepare for battle while inquiring about the situation. In any confrontation, intelligence always took precedence, for one could never be certain what peculiar devil fruit abilities the adversary might possess. A careless misstep could cost one their life. "Report, Major. The enemy vessel seems to be flying the flag of the Big MOM pirates. It appears they are here for Charlotte Oven, though it's unclear which individual it might be." Upon hearing this, Atlas's interest was piqued. If Katakuri were indeed the one to arrive, it would be most fortuitous. Having traversed the New World and engaged in numerous skirmishes, his strength had burgeoned rapidly, reinforcing his belief that his initial choices were indeed sound. Before long, the warship encountered the pirate vessel, and standing at the bow was a man who matched Atlas's expectations, Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Lin, lauded as the crowning achievement of the Charlotte family. Atlas scrutinized the somber man before him. Katakuri, tall and imposing, boasted a mane of crimson hair, a physique robust with muscle, and long legs. Each cheek bore a stitched scar, lending him an air of ferocity. A delicate pink tattoo adorned his left arm, extending to his back, while a white scarf, reminiscent of a flower, obscured the lower part of his face. Black gloves adorned his hands, and his left arm was encircled by a spiked bracelet, embodying a style that radiated youthful vigor. His demeanor was strikingly stern, his gaze fixed intently upon Atlas. "Hey, Navy, where is Owen?" Perhaps growing impatient under Atlas's scrutiny. A low, magnetic voice emerged from behind the scarf, revealing a hidden concern for his brother beneath the cold exterior. The Big MOM pirates represent an unusual faction of seafaring rogues, bound by familial ties, as Charlotte Lin places unwavering faith in the bonds of family. Consequently, this pirate crew seldom welcomes outsiders, save for those who forge alliances through marriage with Lin's daughters, akin to the unions of Capone Beej and Sanji in the original narrative. Among all her offspring, Katakuri undoubtedly stands out as the most charismatic, earning the affection and admiration of his siblings. Unlike Owen and others, who prioritize family above all else, Katakuri values the protection of familial bonds even more. Thus, even if it meant betraying the children of Big MOM, he would not resort to lethal measures. Epitomizing the essence of a perfect man. Are you referring to that fiery-haired pirate? Atlas's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression teasing as he observed Katakuri, whose demeanor grew increasingly somber. "You seek death," Katakuri thundered, his anger palpable, for his observation haki had already foreseen the words Atlas was about to utter. Even with this premonition, the reality before him was difficult to accept. It must be noted that the elder siblings had supported one another and relied on each other during the early days of the Big MOM pirates, forging bonds of profound depth. Atlas was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Katakuri had mastered observation haki to the extent of foreseeing the future at such an early stage. It remains uncertain just how far into the future he can perceive events. Truly, he is remarkable for awakening his haki at the tender age of 3. His innate talent for observation haki nearly rivals that of those born with it. Now, don't be angry. Seeing Katakuri in a fit of rage prompted Atlas to offer some lighthearted comfort. How about I send you down to keep him company? Ha ha ha. It must be said that Atlas's attempt at consolation was indeed effective, as Katakuri quickly regained his composure. His eyes were shrouded in a thick shadow, and the atmosphere around him grew increasingly ominous, akin to a venomous serpent that infiltrates without a trace. Hey, Brother Kanos, do you require my assistance? On the side, Gion appeared somewhat grave. She had heard of Katakuri's notorious reputation, and the current bounty stood at 600 million berries. His true strength far exceeded that figure, making him the most formidable member of the Big Mom Pirates, second only to Charlotte Linlin herself. No need, Major Gion. Just ensure the safety of the warship. For I find this fellow quite intriguing. Atlas, with a resolute stride, approached Katakuri, his body enveloped in an armor of haki. The ground beneath him resonating with explosive sounds as the immense force of his movements propelled him forward. Such audacity from the Navy. However, harming my family is unforgivable. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Katakuri's expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to Owen's death, yet a flicker of sorrow and rage lingered in his eyes. Officer, inform the helmsman to steer clear of this sea and rendezvous with Brigadier General Atlas at a safe distance. Upon hearing this, Jiun ceased his attempts to dissuade and silently maneuvered the warship away, ensuring not to hinder Atlas. Understood, the officer replied with a firm voice. Observing this, Katakuri did not intervene. His observation haki revealed that only the man before him warranted his full attention, dismissing the other Navy personnel as mere fodder. Save for that skilled female swordsman. Katakuri, I wonder if you harbor any misconceptions regarding your own strength? Atlas, with unrelenting sarcasm, declared himself a master of resilience, resolutely refusing to concede defeat regardless of the circumstances. As his words faded, Atlas's expression turned solemn, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, casting an oppressive atmosphere directly upon Katakuri. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged forth. Katakuri, undeterred, unleashed his own formidable Conqueror's haki in response. Instantly, a tempest of dark crimson lightning surged between the two, the ferocious energy causing the nearby fish and passing sea creatures to recoil in shock, their eyes wide with fear. The fierce winds billowed Atlas's justice cloak, creating a cacophony that echoed through the air. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Atlas's haki gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately forcing Katakuri's haki back into his very being. First round, victory to Atlas. Katakuri ceased his words, instead leveling his trident at Atlas. Suddenly, the trident began to spin inexplicably at a rapid pace, extending swiftly towards Atlas while producing a series of sonic booms in the air. The Machi Spike. Atlas displayed unwavering courage, his expression unflinching as he unleashed a torrent of intense flames from his hands. The colossal eruption of fire clashed vehemently with the trident, resulting in a resounding explosion. Razor's edge. Whoosh. Atlas almost seemed to teleport, darting from the explosion's blaze to the back of Katakuri. Just as Atlas was poised to deliver a righteous backstab, Katakuri unexpectedly shifted his body to the side, perfectly evading Atlas's strike. Observation haki. Foreseeing the future. Atlas experienced a slight headache. Although the future is filled with boundless possibilities, the ability to foresee it through observation haki left him at a loss. Unless his observation haki far surpassed that of Katakuri, or unless he possessed a physical prowess that could overwhelm him. Nevertheless, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Atlas's eyes. Engaging in combat with such formidable opponents held far greater value. Spear the spotted. In an instant, Atlas unleashed a flurry of finger strikes, rapidly piercing the air towards Katakuri. With a series of swift sounds, dozens of holes appeared on Katakuri's body, yet no blood was shed. Katakuri, endowed with the unique power of the Machi fruit, possesses an extraordinary ability akin to elemental transformation, coupled with his superior observation haki, which allows him to accurately predict all of Atlas's attack trajectories. What a nuisance! Atlas silently lamented, wondering how the original protagonist, Luffy, managed to defeat this formidable opponent. It was truly beyond comprehension. Suddenly, a whip made of machi extended from Katakuri's hand, entwined with a dense layer of haki, and lashed towards Atlas. Rather than resisting, Atlas submitted to this playful bondage. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from Atlas's form as the machi disintegrated into a fine powder, cascading to the ground. Is this a child's toy, Katakuri? Atlas mercilessly mocked, unleashing his explosive capabilities beneath his feet, transforming Katakuri's pirate ship into a cloud of debris in an instant. Fragments drifted aimlessly upon the surface of the sea. How infuriating! Is this fellow not a wielder of abilities? Katakuri, suspended in midair, felt a surge of irritation as Atlas destroyed their ship, forcing them into aerial combat. As for the ability to soar, most formidable warriors possessed similar techniques. Skills akin to the moonwalk were no secret in the New World. It merely demanded significant physical exertion. Your attacks cannot reach me, Navy? Katakuri gazed at Atlas, who was also hovering in the air, attempting to shatter Atlas's psychological defenses with words. Let us rely on strength to speak, Katakuri. Explosive cannon. A massive column of explosive flames surged toward Katakuri. Machi no mi. Katakuri's hand transformed into a bar-shaped machi enveloped in armament haki, striking rapidly at the explosive fire from all directions while his body continually retreated. Boom. Katakuri was propelled several meters away by the tremendous shockwave. Razor-quick explosive rush. Before Katakuri could regain his footing, Atlas charged at him with terrifying speed. Can't see him. A sense of dread filled Katakuri. He could not catch a glimpse of Atlas's form. No wonder Owen was defeated by this man. Iron fist, armament, explosive. Unmatched machi blade barrage. Bang, bang. The thunderous clamor ignited a terrifying storm, the sea roiling with tumultuous waves. Is this the battle of monsters? To think one could clash with Brigadier General Atlas to such an extent. No wonder. He is the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, truly worthy of challenging Whitebeard. Brigadier General Atlas remains as dependable as ever. The distant Navy personnel sighed in admiration. Even from afar, the residual force of the battle left them trembling. Cyrus, clad in his naval uniform, contemplated with a complex expression, what manner of monster have I been invited to confront? Curse it. Fighting in the air severely limits my fruit abilities. Steadying himself, Katakuri's gaze turned unnaturally calm. He remained undisturbed despite the momentary disadvantage, honing his observation haki to lock onto Atlas. Suddenly, Katakuri's long legs inexplicably split into several limbs, each hardened with armament haki, surging toward Atlas at incredible speed. Machi barrage. Atlas had long awakened his observation haki, transforming his body into something as light as a mere sheet of paper. With the current stirred by Katakuri's thigh, he deftly evaded all assaults. Though my mastery of observation haki does not rival Katakuri's formidable prowess, I have at least refined it to an advanced level. As for armament haki, there exists little disparity in our qualitative abilities. While evading Katakuri's foot attacks, Atlas assessed their respective strengths. Although Katakuri stands as a paragon of observation haki within the pirate world, his command of armament haki is equally formidable. Witnessing Atlas effortlessly nullify his machi attack, Katakuri's expression darkened, and his legs swiftly transformed into a sticky, rice-like texture enveloped in armament haki. Compressing rapidly, propelled by a counterforce, he charged towards Atlas with great speed. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri's upper hand morphed into a compressed rice cake, fierce flames suddenly entwining it. The dark hue of armament haki enveloping it like a rocket launcher ready to explode, its overwhelming presence nearly tearing asunder the very air around them. The powerful penetration instantly pierced through Atlas's form, causing him to dissipate like a fleeting reflection in a mirror. After images, Katakuri's observation haki went into overdrive. As he enveloped himself in a thick layer of machi, the rich armament haki swiftly covering this protective cocoon. Damn it, how can this fellow be so swift? Katakuri thought helplessly. Feeling as cornered by Atlas's speed, explosive power, and strength as Atlas felt against his own observation haki. Explosive fist, armament, a light. Airy voice pierced through the dense layer of machi, sending alarm bells ringing in Katakuri's mind. His muscles tensed, and the artificially created machi thickened further. Boom. Another thunderous explosion echoed, yet Atlas displayed no semblance of joy. Katakuri had long been prepared with formidable defenses. Once the smoke cleared, a dark sphere emerged into the open air. Soon, the sphere disintegrated into a black, powdery substance that scattered, vanishing into the howling sea breeze. Truly, his mastery of observation haki is formidable. Can he really foresee the majority of my attacks? Atlas slightly twisted his neck to invigorate his blood flow and, with a grave expression, spoke. Without waiting for Katakuri's response, Atlas charged forward, preparing for a physical clash between men. Katakuri was not slow to react. His arms swiftly transformed into a doughy mass, enveloped in haki. Although the quantity of his haki was not as formidable as Atlas's, he was still capable of enduring a prolonged battle, thanks to his mastery of observation haki. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the clash of their haki resonating with a metallic lament. Atlas occasionally employed his life restoration ability, causing his arms to swell, revealing bulging muscle fibers that demonstrated immense strength. Conversely, Katakuri resembled a creature with tentacles, his body splitting into countless appendages cloaked in haki, effortlessly blocking each of Atlas's strikes with the foresight granted by his observation haki. It appeared that Atlas had indeed encountered a worthy adversary. In the distance, Gion, observing the battle through her observation haki, felt a twinge of concern. Although the current situation seemed to favor Atlas, Katakuri's observation haki was slightly superior, and the ability to foresee the future was extraordinarily formidable. Not once had Atlas landed a genuine blow on Katakuri. Of course, Gion was unaware of Atlas's terrifying regenerative capabilities, but her slender, fair hand had already reached for the kineman at her waist. Though Atlas had initiated this duel, she, as a fellow Navy officer, would not remain idle. Meanwhile, high above, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Externally, Atlas appeared somewhat disheveled. However, he had not sustained any severe injuries, while Katakuri maintained his original appearance. Apart from occasionally massaging his numbed fists, there was little difference. Damn it! Katakuri cursed inwardly, realizing he could not utilize the awakened powers of his devil fruit in midair. His Machi fruit's awakening could assimilate the surrounding environment, granting nearby objects the properties of Machi for his use. Yet, suspended in the air, there was nothing for his Machi fruit to assimilate. The only ship had been reduced to wreckage by Atlas. Is Atlas formidable? Indeed, he is. This man possesses a physique and martial prowess that exhibit virtually no weaknesses. Katakuri reflects inwardly. Were it not for the advanced mastery of his observation haki, which allows him to foresee the future, he ponders the odds he would face against such a formidable opponent. The answer remains uncertain, as the factors influencing battle are exceedingly numerous. However, it is clear that his chances would be diminished compared to the present. Navy, I acknowledge your strength. Yet the transgression against my family is unforgivable. You shall remain here today. Slash. Cut. Rice cake. Katakuri's arm suddenly swells to an enormous size. Spikes protruding from the gigantic limb, resembling a mace. After enveloping it in haki, he spins it rapidly. The entire arm becomes pliable, allowing the mace to whirl like a meteor, hurtling straight towards Atlas's face. Come at me. Atlas exhibited not the slightest trace of fear. His already formidable physique rapidly swelled to a towering height of 5 meters through the resurrection of life. His broad back resembled a fearsome visage. Every muscle fiber of his body steeped in a dark crimson hue of armament. 2 enigmatic patterns traced their way from the corners of his eyes, ultimately converging upon his forehead, presenting an explosive aesthetic of sheer power. The resurrection of life, armed, the body of a war god. Bang! Atlas swung his colossal fist to strike Katakuri's wolf-fang staff. Both techniques were inclined towards raw power, yet Atlas, endowed with the bull charm, undoubtedly held the advantage. Boom! 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 The terrifying sound of sonic explosions reverberated against Katakuri's form. In this sheer contest of might, Katakuri found himself unable to control his body as he was sent hurtling backward, plummeting into the distance. Katakuri, you shall never defeat me, even with your foresight granted by the observation haki. Katakuri remained silent, merely gazing at Atlas, who rambled on without a care in the world. With an expression devoid of any emotion, Atlas remained unfazed and continued. Even if you were to engage me in battle for days on end, it would ultimately be you who succumbs to exhaustion. And let me clarify, I am no mere fruit user. Katakuri did not voice any dissent. A man of such formidable spirit would never stoop to deceit. He was acutely aware that his hasty departure had left him at a disadvantage, especially with a female swordsman from the Navy lurking with intent. The inevitable outcome of this confrontation would surely be his defeat. Come forth. Let this final strike be a wager upon my very life. With that, Katakuri tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing a torso of sinewy muscle, and rapidly conjured an abundance of glutinous spheres, while simultaneously enveloping himself in haki. Bring it on. Atlas took a deep breath, his observation abilities heightened to their utmost limit. Every muscle in his body tensed, and the intensity of his haki deepened. He understood that if Katakuri wished to depart, he would indeed be unable to impede him. The disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. Explosive fist, armament, slash, cut, monster strength rice cake. The high-temperature explosive power collided violently with the oddly shaped, spiked fist, unleashing a catastrophic wave of energy that rocked both combatants. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn into a vacuum. Both were violently propelled away, with Katakuri utilizing the force of the impact to make his escape into the distance. Atlas did not advance to intercept. Instead, he forcefully stabilized his form in midair, quietly observing the retreating figure. How was it, young Kanos? Upon returning to the ship, Gun scrutinized the disheveled Atlas, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, it is fortunate that you possess considerable strength." Atlas casually brushed off the dust from his attire and then decisively tore away the fabric hanging from him. He turned to his aide and said, "Burton, could you kindly fetch me a change of clothes?" "Thank you. Of course, there is no need for such formality." "Brigadier General Atlas," Burton replied, somewhat excitedly. In the brief days he had followed Atlas, he had been utterly captivated by his prowess. In the New World, within the Totland Sea, a fantastical realm unfurled, saturated with the enchanting aromas of delectable confections, flowing cream, and enormous ships eerily singing songs. This was the flagship of the Big Mom pirates, the Queen Mama Chanter. Surrounding it were uniquely characterized subordinate ships, with the outermost vessels bearing numerical designations resembling pastry tarts, all forming a formidable pirate fleet dominating the New World. At this moment aboard the Chanter, the portly Big Mom sat in her elevated position, her already fearsome visage now particularly grim. To her left sat the taciturn Katakuri, while to her right was Sparrow, brandishing a gigantic lollipop and extending his scarlet tongue. The atmosphere in the hall felt tense. Sparrow dared not even lick his treat, wary of incurring the wrath of Big Mom, whose fury could very well cost him his life. They had received news that sent chills through their spines. Big Mom's fourth child, their brother, Charlotte Oven, had perished. Ironically, the Big Mom pirates were a powerful crew built upon familial bonds and blood ties. Yet, none of Big Mom's children had ever felt an ounce of maternal affection from her, only the oppressive weight of her tyrannical strictness. Maha maha maha. Are you telling me that Oven was slain by a naval officer? Katakuri. Big Mom's eyes, adorned with purple eyeshadow, widened to an alarming degree, her corpulent face looming over Katakuri. He could distinctly see the crimson veins in her eyes, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Katakuri remained silent, meeting Big Mom's gaze without flinching, though his cold demeanor betrayed his inner turmoil. For Katakuri, who shared a profound bond with his siblings, his grief was no less than anyone else's. Yet, the tyrant before him was not in mourning. She was merely concerned about her lost dignity. Maha maha maha. What a useless fool, making me lose face. Katakuri, why did you not bring that naval officer back? I apologize, mother, but that naval officer was formidable. I was unable to avenge Oven, Katakuri replied. Sparrow was taken aback, despite being the eldest among Big Mom's children. However, the most formidable presence before them was undoubtedly Katakuri. The man hailed as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family. It was the first time he had heard this man, who never let his back touch the ground, utter such words. Ha, you are but a waste. Are you prepared to meet your demise at my hands? Big Mom, consumed by rage, laughed ominously, her broad face appearing all the more terrifying, her gaping mouth reminiscent of a fabled gateway to hell. Mother, please calm down. Katakuri cannot perish. We shall have ample opportunities to eliminate that Navy officer later and restore your honor. Sparrow, drenched in cold sweat and under immense pressure, implored the furious Big Mom. As he had articulated, should Katakuri fall to Big Mom, the pirate crew would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow to their strength, and their other siblings would become estranged. It was essential to acknowledge that Katakuri was their most revered elder brother. Furthermore, Sparrow shared a profound bond with Katakuri, as the older offspring had endured life and death trials during the early days of the pirate crew's formation. Haha, this time I shall spare you. But remember to bring me the head of that Navy officer, Katakuri. Upon hearing this, Big Mom ceased her use of her devil fruit powers. Although she was prone to erratic emotions, as a cunning and treacherous pirate queen, she could still rein in her feelings at critical moments. After all, those who aspired to dominate the New World were anything but ordinary. Even Kaido, who appeared the most brutish, had his own cunning ways. Yes, mother, in the New World. At the G5 base. Haha, Atlas, you truly have a knack for this. I dare say that old hag Big Mom is on the verge of madness. It was evident from the voice that it was Carp, who was currently brimming with excitement as he enthusiastically slapped Atlas on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Atlas, looking somewhat resigned, was reporting the mission's progress to Admiral Tsuru, who sat composedly in her office chair. As the news spread, the New World was rife with turbulent currents. In the New World, within the Pirate Alliance waters, the pitch-black sky brewed a somber atmosphere, with swamps sprawling everywhere and mosquitoes swarming. The entire island resembled an undeveloped wasteland. The dense tropical rainforest and confined space evoked a sense of discomfort. Hey, Blood Scythe, why do you always prefer such gloomy places? Can't you choose somewhere more pleasant? A towering man with dark skin and a robust build, standing 5 meters tall, grumbled, his jowls shaking with each clenched jaw, resembling a moving fortress. Indeed. What a crude fellow. I would have preferred to find a sunny beach, basking in the sun while admiring ladies in bikinis. That would be the true enjoyment of life. A gentlemanly man beside him chimed in. However, it is rather amusing that this fellow is completely bald, with a sharp and piercing gaze. His defined features seem incongruously placed upon a large face, and the bow tie around his neck appears oddly mismatched, lending a comedic air reminiscent of a caricature. Ha ha ha. Ye Ermac. Klaus, you two are quite the chatterboxes. I relish the sensation of these pesky insects feasting upon fresh blood, remarked a sinister-looking man with a long face and a hooked nose, obscenely extending his crimson tongue to lick his cracked lips. Enough of your bickering. Let us first articulate the purpose of this meeting. Blood Scythe, observing the ongoing verbal sparring of the group, Francis could not suppress his urge to interject, as he had no desire to waste time listening to their complaints, particularly since he bore a mission. Let us get to the point. Have you perused the newspapers from a few days ago? Blood Scythe, Lockman inquired solemnly. Are you referring to the demise of Owen from the big MOM pirate crew at the hands of a new Navy star? Even their finest, Karakuri, was unable to contend with that Navy officer? He. Surely, you must have gleaned something significant from this event? Our opportunity has arrived. Perhaps by vanquishing a sovereign of the New World, we could firmly establish ourselves as the undisputed pirate overlords. Lockman rose with fervor, his voice passionate and his demeanor reminiscent of a fervent zealot. Meanwhile, Francis wore a peculiar expression, beginning to doubt whether this individual shared the same intentions as he. Blood Scythe, you must understand that we have formed an alliance of 4 pirate crews merely to withstand the likes of Whitebeard. Even so, we are still barely surviving. Nestled in the obscure corners of the New World, the gentlemanly Ye Ermac questioned. What foolishness! Do you not perceive the Navy's intentions? First, it was the Whitebeard pirates. Then the big MOM pirates. The Navy has resolved to eliminate these so-called pirate overlords, and the New World cannot accommodate so many sovereigns, leaving us with no avenue for retreat. You must realize that the Whitebeard pirates survived countless assaults from the Navy during the previous era, with Whitebeard himself hailed as the world's strongest man. How do we dare provoke such a dominant lion? Although Klaus appeared robust and muscular, he was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the other 3 sovereigns, the big MOM pirates. Francis, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, dropping a metaphorical depth charge. What is your reasoning? Yelmac inquired with a glint of amusement in his eyes, recognizing that at this stage, no pirate overlord could be handled alone. Thus, they had no choice but to advance and retreat together. According to my intelligence, the formidable big MOM is currently burdened by pregnancy and has yet to reach her due date, which must significantly restrict her capabilities. Furthermore, her eldest child, Owen, has been executed by the Navy, while the majority of her offspring remain too young and lack sufficient strength. Presently, the big MOM pirates are at their most vulnerable. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, who, despite frequent skirmishes with the Navy, have not suffered any notable losses. Meanwhile, Kaido of the Beasts occupies Wano, a location that is strategically advantageous and challenging to assault, presenting considerable difficulty for us. Once we conquer the big MOM pirates, we shall rise in their stead and become the true sovereigns of the New World. Moreover, it is rumored that big MOM possesses a piece of the Red Poneglyph. At that point, the legendary treasure of the Pirate King may well be within our grasp. Francis meticulously analyzed the current situation in the New World, and his envisioned future captivated all present. The other 3 fell into contemplation, their gazes flickering as they silently weighed the pros and cons. Yelmac scoffed, pondering the fate of being captured by the Navy and languishing in Impel Down. Rest assured, the Navy is likely embroiled in a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates, completely oblivious to us. We are pirates who thrive on the edge of danger. When did we become so tentative? This is our final opportunity. And I trust you all recognize that. Indeed, Francis was correct. Pirates were akin to gamblers. The only difference was that while gamblers wager money at the table, they wager their very lives. Although the risks were immense, the potential rewards were equally promising. Success would undoubtedly secure them a place in the new world. I concur. The ever-animated blood-scythe Rackham was the first to endorse Francis's plan, further fueling Francis's suspicions regarding his true identity. Damn it, I shall take this gamble. I have no objections either. Excellent. Now, let us deliberate on our forthcoming battle strategy. A massive three-masted sailing ship bore a fearsome pirate flag, featuring an unconventional skull that resembled that of a bear rather than a human, marred by a prominent scar that added an air of menace. Any pirate from the New World would undoubtedly recognize this as the flagship, the Barbarian Bear, of the Barbarian Bear Pirates. At that moment, aboard the Barbarian Bear, Francis sat in a plush office chair, shrouded in solitude, half of his figure engulfed in darkness. In his hand, he held a standard transponder snail alongside a white anti-eavesdropping transponder snail. Brubru. Hello, Francis, how are things progressing? I have kept a spot for you regarding the drought. The appearance of the snail phone morphed into a peculiar shape, adorned with two prominent horns, as the call connected. Rest assured, the developments are proceeding smoothly, Lord Kaido. Francis replied with an air of nonchalance. That is reassuring. With a decisive click, the call was abruptly terminated. Francis, unfazed, continued his tasks as the snail phone rang once more. Hello? My lord, everything is going according to plan, thanks to that new marine rookie. Once this is over, I will be able to infiltrate the beast pirates. Excellent. Do not squander the opportunity we have provided with the ancient Zoan-type Devil Fruit. Upon the completion of your undercover mission, you can directly enter CP0. Ensure that you do not expose yourself. You are well aware of the consequences of failure. Understood. Another click signaled the end of the call. In the New World, at the G5 base port, a colossal Navy warship was docked. On the deck, approximately 1,000 Navy soldiers stood in neat formation, led by the smiling Major General Gakiji. Atlas stood at the harbor, gazing at the ever-charismatic Kaki, and greeted him with a smile. Today, Atlas had been assigned by Admiral Tsuru to welcome the special forces dispatched from headquarters. Initially, Cheyenne was also supposed to be present. However, upon learning that Kaki would be joining, she concocted an excuse to slip away, leaving Atlas to endure the situation alone. Atlas, where is Miss Cheyenne? I was prepared to make my 99th confession to her, Kaki remarked, disappointment evident as he noticed only Atlas's presence at the harbor. Major Cheyenne had an unexpected matter to attend to, so it's just me here, Atlas explained somewhat awkwardly, as it would be rather unseemly to admit that Cheyenne had evaded Kaki by creating an excuse to leave. By the way, didn't Admiral Tsuru mention that Admiral Akiji would also be coming to assist in the New World? Why has T appeared? Atlas wondered, perplexed, as he and Kaki had engaged in conversation for quite some time without sight of Akiji disembarking from the warship. Just as Kaki was about to respond, a languid voice drifted from not far off at the harbor. My sincerest apologies, young Kanos. I kept you waiting. Atlas turned his gaze towards the sound. Adorned in a navy blue justice cloak, dressed in a white suit, and underneath, a deep blue shirt, the lazily yawning Admiral Akiji approached on his bicycle, gliding over the surface of the sea. Beneath the tires of his bicycle, a narrow layer of ice continuously formed, and as the wheels turned, the half-lidded Akiji emitted yawns as if on the verge of slumber, exuding an air of languid indolence. Admiral Akiji. Atlas stood at attention, rendering a standard military salute. The green bull casually stored away his bicycle, handing it to a nearby naval soldier, and then proceeded directly towards Captain Karp's office. Kaneos, let us be off. The winds are rising. On Onigashima, within Wano country, Kaido proclaimed, Brother, should we, the beast pirates, partake in the upcoming war in the New World, stirring further chaos? Flame Calamity Jin was a formidable figure, entirely clad in black, his face obscured. His colossal wings continuously expelled flames, and a long sword hung at his waist. His lone exposed eye fixated on Kaido, who was indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. No need for that. We shall simply observe from the sidelines. However, I do intend to stir the pot a little. Only such top-tier battles can ignite my excitement. Kaido declared, draining the contents of his gourd. The clear liquid flowed down his beard, creating a rhythmic drumming sound against the ground, harmonizing with Kaido's triumphant laughter. On the Moby Dick, Marco expressed concern. Dad, the Navy's movements have become increasingly frequent, with substantial forces converging on the New World. Are they preparing to strike at all costs? Despite his trepidation, Marco bore no fear of the Navy and harbored no ambitions of becoming the pirate king. He merely wished to continue living alongside his father, hoping for the day that his father could claim the title. Marco, there is no need to worry so. If the Navy intends to cleanse the New World, the world government would be the first to oppose it. Besides, the other pirates in the New World are far from helpless. If the Navy attempts to bite off more than they can chew, they may very well shatter their teeth. Vista analyzed, fully aware of the world government's nature. The five elders would never allow the Navy to grow unchecked or significantly weaken. They sought only one thing: balance. To the five elders, the entire world resembled a chessboard. And as the players, their responsibility was to ensure that the equilibrium among the major powers remained intact, thereby safeguarding the supremacy of the world government. Indeed, Marco, Vista is correct. Do not fret too much. I am Whitebeard, in the New World, at the G5 base. The small office was presently filled with the upper echelons of the G5 base. Among them was Atlas, whose rank may have only been Brigadier General. Yet his prowess had earned the respect of all present. Thus, it can be considered a moderately significant high-ranking position. Admiral Tsuru remained poised behind her desk, while the two candidates for the position of Vice Admiral, Akainu and Akiji, occupied the chairs flanking her. Standing beside Admiral Tsuru was Garp, munching on a donut, crumbs carelessly scattering across the desk. Well, now that everyone is present, I shall outline the personnel distribution and arrangements for the impending Great War, Tsuru declared, surveying the room while tuning out Garp's incessant chewing. Kazan, you and Atlas will lead a contingent to the Tato land waters. According to intelligence from the CP department, the Pirate Alliance's target is the Big MOM pirates. Should the Big MOM faction find themselves at a disadvantage, seize the opportunity to eradicate them and subsequently strike at the Pirate Alliance. However, it is likely that the Pirate Alliance will falter. The intelligence capabilities in the Tato land waters should not be underestimated, and we shall directly aim to annihilate the so-called Pirate Alliance thereafter. As for Kaido SP's pirates, they will likely remain uninvolved, as Kaido is well aware of the treacherous nature of Wano's geography. The Navy will not foolishly provoke them. Thus, no forces will be allocated for that matter, though I will arrange surveillance personnel. Rest assured, Admiral Tsuru, not a single pirate from the Alliance will escape, Akiji replied, his demeanor shifting from languid to confidently assured. At this moment in the New World, both the Big MOM pirates and various other pirate factions sensed an unusual atmosphere, with countless pirates covertly preparing to seize a stake in the forthcoming war that promised to reshape the world's order. The winds of a new era were poised to sweep over the New World. In the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the New World, within the Tato land waters, the colossal ship, the Queen Mama Chanter, lay serenely afloat, swaying gently with the undulating sea, its oddly shaped figurehead softly chanting. Surrounding it were numerous pirate vessels, each proudly displaying the iconic red-lipped skull flag. Aboard the Chanter, Mama, who had recently given birth to her 75th child, exhibited no signs of weakness typical of ordinary women. Instead, she fervently rolled up the tablecloth, hastily consuming the desserts beneath, while servants swiftly replenished the table with new confections. This cycle continuing unabated. Mama, the sea slug has reported that the Pirate Alliance's fleet has invaded our territorial waters, came the voice of Perospero, who, despite his position, hesitated to interrupt Big MOM during her meal. After all, should her craving disorder be triggered, the entirety of Tato land would likely face destruction. However, the urgency of the situation compelled Perospero to report the matter despite his apprehensions. What did you say? Upon hearing Perospero's words, Big Mom abruptly ceased her meal, her crimson, fierce gaze fixated on him. Her wide mouth, nearly stretching to her ears, dripped with corrosive saliva, as if she would devour him alive should he fail to articulate the details. Mother, the so-called Pirate Alliance has invaded the Tato land waters. It appears they have set their sights on us. Perospero gulped nervously, speaking cautiously, as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead under Big Mom's intense scrutiny. Mamma mia! How dare those worthless fools target Tato land? They truly underestimate me. Perospero, summon the fleet alongside Katakuri. I shall personally annihilate them. They think they can treat me like a soft persimmon. But mother, you have just given birth. I fear, Perospero expressed his concerns, knowing that Big Mom is the very core of the crew. Without her, they would scarcely be deemed formidable in the pirate world. Are you instructing me on how to act? Perospero, you are merely my son. Recognize your place. Big Mom's expression darkened, and her long-established aura of dominance surged forth, nearly causing Perospero to tremble with fear. prompting him to nod submissively. On the outskirts of Tato land, four distinctive ships sailed into this dreamlike sea, their fearsome figureheads clashing with the serene surroundings. The four pirate crews of the Pirate Alliance boldly invaded the territory of the Big Mom pirates, unexpectedly challenging this formidable ruler of the New World. The captains of the four pirate crews wore expressions of excitement tinged with gravity, as if they were on the brink of becoming the new sovereigns of the New World, even catching a glimpse of the One Piece throne. Mamma mia! For mere rabble. Do you think I am a soft persimmon? This is quite displeasing. Before their elation could linger, Big Mom arrived at the bow of the Thousand Sunny, wielding her colossal sword named Napoleon, flanked by her homies, Zeus and Prometheus, who commanded thunder and flames, respectively. Hee. Old hag, the old era has passed. There is no ship in the new age that can accommodate you. It is time for you to disembark and make way for us younger folk. A grim-faced Raja stepped forward, boldly countering Big Mom's declaration without flinching. Mamma mia! Truly a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Katakuri, take this fellow's head and bring it to me. Yes, mother. Hee. Yermak, you and Francis must restrain Big Mom while I take on Katakuri. Lycum declared with an air of confidence. After all, he was a user of the blood fruit, a power that allowed him to manipulate the blood within his enemies' bodies and accelerate his own blood flow to enhance his combat prowess. He had already awakened the full potential of his devil fruit abilities and felt no fear toward Katakuri. Damn it! Both Yermak and Francis silently cursed, for they understood that Katakuri and Big Mom were not on the same level of strength. They were taken aback by Lycum's unexpected advantage and now felt compelled to face the challenge head-on. Ha. To think I would be underestimated. Upon hearing Lycum's words, Big Mom erupted in furious laughter, her cavernous mouth emitting a series of eerie cackles. An invisible sound wave emanated from her, spreading toward the Pirate Alliance like a tidal wave. Conqueror's Haki. Time itself seemed to freeze over the entire sea as pirates who had been raucously shouting were suddenly silenced. Their eyes vacant and mouths agape, as if their very souls had been extracted, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Good heavens! What manner of monster is this? Wielding such terrifying Conqueror's Haki, we are to engage in battle with such a creature? It is akin to marching toward death. Captain, we must retreat. The Big Mom pirates are beyond our capacity to withstand. Those who managed to remain conscious in the face of Big Mom's overwhelming haki felt their legs tremble uncontrollably. Their bodies covered in goosebumps, resembling frightened fledglings, their courage all but evaporated. What is there to fear? She is merely an old woman, just a trivial Conqueror's Haki. Several captains admonished the panicked crew, though they too felt a twinge of anxiety. While all four of them, save for Francis, possessed Conqueror's Haki, theirs paled in comparison to that of Big Mom, like a flickering candle in the wind. Everyone, attack with full force. Blood Scythe. Lycum could no longer sit idly by. He decisively activated his abilities to confront Katakuri, while the other three sought their respective adversaries to engage in battle. He understood that if they did not strike soon, their side would be utterly obliterated. Ha. Zeus. Thunder. Yes, Mama. The floating Zeus suddenly assumed a menacing demeanor. His body enveloped in darkness as a colossal bolt of lightning descended without warning, embodying the terror of a natural disaster. Cloud. Yermak, a user of the Cloud fruit, felt no fear in the face of Zeus's attack, for he knew that Lycum was not merely leading them into danger, as the most formidable presence among them. Charlotte Lean's three homies were well known to them. Yermak's Cloud fruit was the first to incapacitate Big Mom Zeus. Francis possesses the formidable abilities of the ancient Zoan-type bear fruit, specifically in its barbaric bear form, which is nearing a state of awakening. His resilience in battle is unparalleled among those present, making him and his companion the ideal candidates to engage Big Mom. Upon the arrival of Akiji and Atlas in the Todland Sea, they found the Big Mom pirates embroiled in a fierce clash with the Pirate Alliance. The air was thick with the cacophony of cannon fire, and the once blue sea was now tainted crimson by the violence. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Pirate Alliance was predominantly being overwhelmed by the Big Mom pirates, with Big Mom herself proving to be an insurmountable challenge. Even just after giving birth, Yermak and Francis, who were attempting to outmaneuver Big Mom, found themselves in dire straits. They were utterly incapable of withstanding her assault. As her terrifying physique, a veritable iron balloon, rendered them powerless. To make matters worse, her two homies granted her devastating area of effect capabilities. What a lunatic! Yermak lamented internally, observing that Big Mom seemed utterly indifferent to the plight of her own allies, recklessly unleashing thunderous flames upon the battlefield. This indiscriminate destruction had already claimed numerous lives on both sides, yet Big Mom remained unfazed, regarding her so-called soldiers as mere homies that she could conjure at will. Indifferent to human life. Alas, it appears my timing is rather unfortunate. Just as the battle reached its fever pitch, Akiji's warship intruded upon their conflict zone. You all may continue. I assure you I shall not disturb your festivities. Akiji stood on the deck, arms crossed, offering an awkward smile to the bewildered onlookers. Well, the Navy has arrived. How amusing, roared Big Mom, her bloodlust unabated. Little insects, you might as well surrender to my fists. Thunderous firestorm. In a fit of rage, Big Mom disregarded Akiji's serious demeanor entirely, her fists enveloped in crackling lightning as she swiftly closed the distance to Yelmak and Francis. Boom. The terrifying force of her thunderous flames descended upon the two, leaving Yelmak with scarcely a moment to elementalize. In truth, even elementalization would have proven futile. For the breadth of Big Mom's attack was far too expansive to evade. In an instant, their lives were nearly extinguished, though Francis, thanks to the durability and remarkable regenerative abilities bestowed by his ancient Zoan lineage, sustained only minor injuries. Ice Age. Beside him, Akiji swiftly assessed the situation. Activating his fruit abilities, he exhaled a breath of frigid air, transforming a vast expanse of ocean and the pirates upon its surface into solid ice sculptures. Akiji would not merely stand by. As he had stated, both factions of pirates had nearly exhausted their resources, and the time for the hunt had arrived. Hey. Navy, this is our war. Are you seeking your own demise? The formidable Big Mom, engrossed in the battle, felt irked by Akiji's actions. Her predatory gaze fixated on him, and she emitted a chilling, sinister chuckle. My sincerest apologies, madam. This is my sense of justice. A slender ice blade materialized in Akiji's hand and was hurled viciously towards Big Mom's face. Opportunity. Yelmak and Francis exchanged glances, instinctively retreating from the battlefield. Most of the pirates they had brought were already lost here. They had grossly underestimated Big Mom's strength. Bloodscythe was currently being overwhelmed by Katakuri, and it was only a matter of time before he would be defeated. As for Klaus, he was besieged by several of Big Mom's children. Although he held the upper hand, escaping was clearly an impossible endeavor. With their initial inclinations to withdraw now reinforced by Akiji's audacious defiance against Big Mom's pressure, they realized that remaining any longer would likely result in their permanent entrapment in Totland's waters. It appears the Navy is poised to take control of the battlefield. Akiji glanced at the retreating Yelmak and Francis, choosing not to obstruct their departure. Iceball. Apologies. No pirates allowed here. Atlas led a medium-sized naval warship to intercept the area surrounding Totland, effortlessly locating the two fleeing individuals with his vast mastery of observation hockey. The naval brigadier, Yelmak, regarded Atlas with a scornful expression. Though they had narrowly escaped during the conflict in the New World, he was not a mere brigadier who could be trifled with. Meanwhile, Francis furrowed his brow in irritation at the Navy's deployment, outraged that a brigadier was sent to partake in a conflict of this magnitude. He had initially sought an opportunity to ambush Yelmak, but the arrival of this naval officer was nothing short of an obstruction. However, Francis was not one to show mercy. The naval officer before him could only hope for his own salvation. Flying finger gun. Detonation. Atlas paid no heed to the thoughts of the two pirates before him and unleashed a devastating blast of fiery destruction towards Yelmak. The explosion reverberated as the destructive ray pierced through Yelmak's form, striking the distant sea and sending up a colossal spray of water. Yelmak, his expression darkened, dispelled his elemental form, the previous ease in his demeanor replaced by a palpable tension. Though he had evaded the recent fiery onslaught through elemental transformation, he acutely sensed its tremendous power and realized that the naval officer before him was far from ordinary. How intriguing, Francis, Yelmak mused, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he prepared to summon Francis to join him in vanquishing the naval presence. However, he was taken aback as Francis approached the Navy side with complete disregard for his own safety. To Yelmak's astonishment, the naval officer made no effort to impede Francis's advance, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Hey, wasn't it agreed that pirates were to be prohibited from this area? Are you blind? How could you not see this living being before you? Yelmak fumed, realizing with dread that Francis was indeed an undercover agent. Contemplating Francis's peculiar behavior and recalling the role he played in the unfolding conflict, a sense of clarity washed over Yelmak. Little brat, it seems all of this was a scheme orchestrated by your Navy. He chuckled darkly, a blend of irritation and resignation etched on his features. He felt like a mere mouse toyed with, and a grimace of discomfort crossed his face. "My apologies, Mr. Yelmak. The notorious scourge of the seas with a bounty of 700 million berries. You have gleaned too much information, and thus, we must bid you farewell." Atlas gazed at the sickly gentlemanly pirate before him and spoke with an utter lack of emotion. It is worth noting that the current bounty does not reflect the inflated value seen a decade later with Luffy's emergence. That era merely witnessed a devaluation of berry, a consequence of inflation. Thus, Yermak's bounty of 700 million berry retains substantial significance, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Ha ha ha. What a boastful little brat. The Yermak had just glimpsed a fraction of Atlas's might. The pride of a great pirate would not allow him to capitulate without a fight. Thunderclaws, descend. Yermak cackled, summoning a multitude of dark clouds that swirled ominously above, occasionally illuminated by flickering bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Atlas's head. Boom! A tremendous surge of lightning energy engulfed Atlas in an instant. However, Yermak's visage betrayed no surprise. He understood that this man could not perish from such an assault. Ah, how delightful! It has been ages since I felt such exhilaration. As the lightning dissipated, Atlas stood unscathed, enveloped in a dense shroud of armament hockey, though the upper half of his attire had been reduced to ash by the searing heat. Revealing muscles akin to armor, Atlas slightly twisted his neck, and the robust bones promptly crackled, much to his delight. Under the recent baptism of thunder, he discovered that his physique had experienced a subtle enhancement, albeit so minuscule that it could easily be overlooked. It is my turn now. Atlas summoned the full force of his muscles, unleashing a devastating impact beneath his feet that caused the sea surface to warp dramatically. In an instant, he closed the distance to Yermak with astonishing speed. Iron block, armed, shatter. His arms suddenly swelled, an overwhelming sensation of power surged forth, igniting fierce sparks upon contact with the air. Cloud shield, armed. Almost simultaneously, a colossal wall, imbued with the hue of his armed color, rose protectively in front of Yermak. A peculiar sensation ensued as the two forces collided. It was a blend of hardness and slight softness, lacking the sharp, metallic clang normally associated with armed clashes. The formidable resilience of the shield appeared to absorb nearly a third of Atlas's might, while the remainder was steadfastly endured by the armed color itself. Heh. I am a mist man, having consumed the natural type cloud fruit. My cloud shield possesses both the softness of mist and the hardness of armed color. It is impossible for you to breach. Yermak chuckled with a hint of pride, perceiving the navy before him as merely a minor inconvenience, not an insurmountable adversary. Thus, he eagerly embraced the tradition of the pirate world, animatedly explaining his abilities and techniques. Is that so? Atlas remained noncommittal, yet he suddenly exerted immense strength, simultaneously unleashing the explosive power of the dragon talisman, causing a fierce flame to erupt upon his fist. Boom! How exhilarating! Atlas gazed at the flung figure of Yermak, releasing a heartfelt sigh. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yermak managed to steady himself, surveying his tattered gentleman's attire, a surge of unbridled fury igniting within him. Hey, you have truly incensed me now, Navy. No sooner had he spoken than a dense mist erupted upon the sea, the thick clouds resembling a white continent, elevating Yermak's form high into the air, while simultaneously a vast expanse of fog began to envelop Atlas. Atlas felt as though a colossal hand had seized his body, tightening its grip with the passage of time. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, blasting forth flames that instantly created a vast void in the mist binding him. Yet, under the control of the Yermak fruit's ability, the cloud rapidly began to mend itself at an almost imperceptible pace. Upon witnessing this, Atlas swiftly employed the moon step, utilizing the razor to liberate himself from the entanglement of the mist. He unleashed a barrage of finger shots, explosive projectiles, and gatling fire. A glint of ferocity flashed in Atlas's eyes as his index finger unleashed a torrent of artillery fire, launching a barrage of explosive bullets imbued with armed color towards Yermak. Unfazed, Yermak swiftly enveloped his arms in a thick shroud of mist, hardening them with armed color, and his colossal black fists collided violently with the erupting flames. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a series of resounding explosions, as a wave of white energy erupted violently from Yermak's center. Atlas surged into the swirling mass of air, undergoing a remarkable transformation as his stature diminished to a mere 2 meters. His armor intensified, intricate patterns swirling across his chest and back, while twin streaks of tears traced from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Life returned, armed, the paper-drawn body. Unlike the divine warrior form, The paper-drawn body bestowed upon Atlas heightened reflexes and sensitivity, while the divine warrior form granted him the might of a giant, perfectly harmonizing with the divine power bestowed by the Ox Talisman. Whirling Dance of the Serpent. Even as Atlas charged forth, Yelmak's observation haki had already detected his presence, prompting him to launch the first strike. A multitude of serpentine forms, composed of mist, surged forward, their bodies subtly cloaked in a layer of armor, clearly intent on ensnaring Atlas. Does he truly believe my observation haki is merely for show? Atlas narrowed his eyes, two vibrant crimson glimmers spilling forth. As his formidable observation haki reached its zenith, in a swift motion, empowered by the paper-drawn warrior, Atlas gracefully evaded all the serpentine clouds. Since his last fierce encounter with Katakuri, although the breadth of his observation haki had not expanded, the precision of his perception had significantly refined. Explosive Battle Axe. In an instant, Atlas soared above the mist, hovering majestically over Yelmak's head. He then lifted his right leg high, his body resembling a taut bow, unleashing a devastating strike infused with explosive flames. Bang! Even though Yelmak hastily erected a wall of clouds in a fleeting moment, he was still struck down by the sheer force from above. A dull thud echoed, yet Yelmak did not succumb to the embrace of the sea. Owing to the layer of mist he had previously conjured to restrain Atlas with his fruit powers. I shall not grant you another opportunity, he declared, Starfall. Atlas would not grant Yelmak a moment's respite. His body rapidly expanded, the intricate patterns on his face twisting and converging upon his forehead, while the muscles on his back defined themselves, ultimately forming a grotesque visage from which billowing heat perpetually emanated. The beleaguered Yelmak slowly ascended from the thick clouds beneath him. Suddenly, a black object plummeted at high velocity into his observation range, leaving him no time to scrutinize it. Bang! The immense acceleration struck the clouds, creating a gaping void, with waves soaring dozens of meters high, crashing violently against Yermak's side. He narrowly evaded the blow. However, there was no glimmer of relief on Yermak's face. Instead, cold sweat trickled down his brow. Although he had not been entirely struck by Atlas, his left arm was rendered useless. Yermak could distinctly sense that his left arm had suffered a compound fracture, entirely incapacitating him in battle. Was this fellow not an ability user? Yermak was taken aback, as Atlas's explosive prowess had led him to mistakenly assume he was a fruit user. Yet, the current situation clearly indicated that he had misjudged. At that moment, lurking beneath the sea, Atlas was equally convinced that his assault had indeed inflicted considerable harm upon Yermak. Boom! A colossal splash erupted as Atlas surged forth like a swiftly darting tiger shark, his hardened head targeting the very spot where Yermak stood. Cloud Shield. Armament. Yermak had not anticipated the ferocity of the opponent's assault. The relentless onslaught left him with scarcely a moment to breathe. A profound sense of peril compelled him to instantaneously unfurl his cloud shield, enveloped in armament. Crash! The deafening sound of impact reverberated around him. This time, Yermak failed to fully guard against the strike. The overwhelming force of the explosive flames, coupled with the thrust of Atlas's head, relentlessly battered his form. The swirling shockwaves nearly shattered the surrounding clouds into irregular debris, which slowly drifted upon the tumultuous sea. Yermak found himself atop one of the larger remnants, his ominous premonitions intensifying. After a brief skirmish, he realized that he was not a match for this naval adversary, although he had already been drained in his encounter with Big Mom. Cloud Mist Domain. As Atlas steadied himself, his vision was instantly obscured by the encroaching mist, reminiscent of Smoker's smoke fruit. However, the two substances were fundamentally different. Smoker's smoke fruit comprised solid particles, while Yermak's cloud mist consisted of water vapor and tiny ice crystals, imparting a cooling effect. Indeed, as Atlas pondered, the temperature in the vicinity began to drop, though it was far inferior to Akiji's freezing fruit. Trying to escape? Yermak was not the type of pirate to stubbornly fight to the bitter end when faced with defeat. Retreating in the face of danger was the norm for pirates of his ilk. Cruelty, cunning, and greed, these quintessential traits of a pirate, are impeccably embodied in Yermak. Atlas had long since pinpointed his opponent's location. With a surge of power from his leg muscles, his figure nearly transformed into an afterimage as he swiftly charged towards Yermak. Naturally, Yermak sensed Atlas's movement, and a tightness gripped his heart. Activating his fruit ability, a substantial amount of mist began to coalesce, accompanied by the manifestation of his armed color, which he fiercely hurled towards Atlas. Cloud Shield, Armed Gun. The sharp tip glimmered with a dark sheen, the terrifying sharpness eliciting a stinging sensation on Atlas's cheek. How much armed color has this fellow entwined? Atlas was taken aback for a moment. Yet his forward stride did not waver in the slightest. Let us not forget, I am still a swordsman. Atlas deftly unsheathed his third-generation ghost cutter from his waist, his arm swelling with power as he delivered a forward slash. One sword style, arm thunder slash. A blood-red arc of cutting force intertwined with the dark crimson hue of his haki, its potency surpassing all previous attempts. This was a testament to Atlas's recent mastery of haki. Through diligent practice, he had grown increasingly adept at its application, now capable of entwining his slashes with it. The formidable cutting ability swiftly cleared any obstacles in his path. Sensing movement behind him, Yelmak felt a jolt of panic, his limbs freezing momentarily. Almost simultaneously, Atlas's pupils dilated. A fierce aura erupting from him like a forest king brandishing its claws, charging directly at Yelmak. This was dominance, royalty, essence. A fleeting daze crossed Yelmak's expression. As if his skull had been struck by a colossal hammer, an overwhelming wave of dizziness surging through him, rendering his body momentarily paralyzed. Excellent. Atlas seized the opportunity, swiftly materializing behind Yermak. Before his opponent could turn, the glint of the third generation's blade flashed through the air, and blood spattered in a dazzling arc. Ahead, still etched with shock, plummeted into the sea with a dull thud. Yermak, decapitated. How flamboyant and theatrical. Atlas let out a derisive snort, delicately lifting Yermak's head from the water with the tip of his blade. As the surrounding mist dissipated, a colossal warship swiftly approached Atlas's position. After all, Yermak's fruit had yet to awaken. Although Atlas felt he was teetering on the brink of awakening, he still lacked the ability to permanently alter his environment. Brigadier General Atlas, the mission has been accomplished, requesting to return. Shortly thereafter, the warship led by Akiji rendezvoused with Atlas, and a naval officer stepped forward to deliver the report. Very well, let us first proceed to join my fleet. During the recent skirmish, I instructed them to move a distance away. Atlas nodded in acknowledgement, then cast a sweeping gaze around, his brow furrowing. Where is Vice Admiral Akiji? Why has he not returned? Atlas would never believe that Akiji met his demise at the hands of Big Mom or fled. Although Akiji has not yet reached his pinnacle, he undoubtedly possesses the strength of a Vice Admiral. The reason the world government has yet to hold a commendation ceremony, allowing Sengoku to officially take command of the Navy, remains a mystery. As an elder statesman of the Navy, Sengoku's promotion to Admiral prevents the three monstrous Vice Admirals from formally attaining that rank. This is merely my conjecture and aligns with common logic, as I am uncertain whether their promotions to Admiral occurred simultaneously or with a time gap. I hope for your understanding. Vice Admiral Akiji is currently buying us time for retreat and should be arriving shortly. In the New World, within an unknown sea, the thunderous roar of cannon fire fills the air as two distinctly opposing fleets stand in confrontation. Gulalala, have you come to trouble me again? Is the Navy dissatisfied with the number of fallen soldiers? Karp exclaimed, his presence commanding as he donned the captain's cloak of Whitebeard, billowing in the sea breeze. Wielding the formidable Song Yanxia with an imposing stature, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Ha 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 ha. Newgate, you should worry about yourself first, today. Your head might just end up here. I might have to apologize to that little brat Atlas, Karp said, rubbing his rough fist, excitement radiating from his face. A fervent spirit of belligerence rising within him. Gulalala. We'll see if you possess the capability, Karp. As soon as the words left his lips, Whitebeard stood tall, raising his left hand at a 90-degree angle, a white, spherical mass appearing atop his fist. Quake. The entire space resembled a mirror, instantly filled with cracks as immense power surged to the surface of the sea, causing the very world to tremble. Almost simultaneously, Karp leaped high, activating his haki, instantly enveloping his fist. Fist of the Fallen Star. Bang. The extreme collision generated a colossal storm, leaving both Navy and pirates in awe as the sky itself shattered. Is this the clash of top-tier warriors? Truly astonishing. Ha 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 ha. No wonder Whitebeard is revered. The world's strongest man is not merely a boast. Karp is indeed formidable. He lives up to the legendary status of a Marine. The Navy and pirates erupted in excitement, the spectacle of the sky fracturing providing them with an unparalleled visual impact. Gulalala. The trivial probing ends here. War is no child's play between pirates and the Navy, Karp. Whitebeard raised Song Yanxia, its gleaming tip aimed at the Navy. As a terrifying conqueror's haki erupted forth, war had officially begun. Not far from the Tanlan Sea, two naval warships, one large and one small, swiftly navigated the ocean's expanse. On the deck of the larger vessel reclined a tall man, his demeanor languid. With a green eye mask shielding his gaze and no umbrella to shield him from the sun's rays that fell upon his white suit. Admiral Akiji. Shall we proceed directly to assist Admiral Karp? Inquired Atlas, who perched on the rail of the medium-sized warship, observing the nearly slumbering Akiji. Let us assess the situation. By the time we arrive, I suspect the war will have reached its conclusion, Akiji replied, slowly lifting a corner of his eye mask. Casting a fleeting glance at Atlas with a weary response. This operation seems to have gone relatively smoothly, and our combat results should be commendable. It's fortunate that the most formidable pirate crews in the New World now consist solely of Big Mom, the Beast Pirates, and Whitebeard. The Beast Pirates have managed to preserve their strength, albeit limited to Wano country, while the Whitebeard Pirates remain the strongest. As for Big Mom, her losses have been quite severe, with many of her yet-to-mature offspring perishing. How could such a grand battle transpire without my involvement? Amidst the clash between the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates, a thunderous laughter echoed as a colossal azure dragon descended from the sky, abruptly intervening in the fray between Karp and Whitebeard. Kaido of the Beasts. Dragon form. Karp and Whitebeard were momentarily separated by Kaido's entrance. They exchanged glances, one raising a fist while the other brandished a blade. In an instant, two gaping wounds pierced Kaido's massive dragon form, eliciting a pained roar from him. Yet, astonishingly, the wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Unperturbed by Kaido's disruptive presence, Karp and Whitebeard resumed their fierce combat. You two are truly exhilarating. Kaido swiftly transformed into his hybrid dragon-human form. Though his size granted him enhanced strength and techniques, it inevitably compromised his agility compared to his dragon form. Ugh. Kaido is such a troublemaker, always drawn to chaos. Marco, entangled with Akainu, scoffed at Kaido's entrance. To Marco, both Karp and Whitebeard present were more than capable of sending Kaido reeling. It was merely Kaido's tough hide that allowed him to withstand their might. Bang! At that moment of distraction, a colossal molten fist struck Marco with tremendous force, creating a gaping wound that seared his chest. Dare you to divert your attention during our battle? First Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco. Hey, Bista, can you not keep an eye on me? Marco lamented. Gazing at the bloodied hole in his chest, his expression one of vexation. Meanwhile, the flames of regeneration surged swiftly, and the flesh on the chest rapidly grew granulations, leaving only a faint scar in mere moments. I am not as tough and resilient as you. Enduring such an impact would not be pleasant for me. Bista replied earnestly while brandishing his blade. Although the battleground where Karp, Whitebeard, and Kaido clashed was somewhat distant from the sea surface, the violent gusts generated by their occasional encounters stirred up tempests and monstrous waves, with deafening sonic booms that nearly rendered the nearby navy and pirates deafened. When Atlas and Akiji arrived to lend support, they witnessed Chang Wei engaging in a fierce bout, not with Luffy, but rather with Whitebeard and Karp hammering away at Kaido. At this moment, Whitebeard began to comprehend the situation. Although the Navy had deployed the majority of their forces here, it was evident that they were not the primary target. Furthermore, with Kaido's interference, Whitebeard's crew, who had previously been at a disadvantage, found a renewed vigor. There was little they could do. Kaido occasionally unleashed scorching breaths that kept both the battling pirates and Navy on edge, hesitant to unleash their full might while remaining wary of unexpected sparks. Ice time capsule. Upon arriving, Akiji plunged directly into the fray, unleashing an intense chill that rapidly spread, causing the pirates, who could have fought back, to collapse under the pressure. Gulalala. The Whitebeard pirates are retreating. Seeing this, Whitebeard bellowed, his left hand clawing at the air, tearing a massive fissure from the sky down to the sea, effectively cleaving the ocean in two, marking the boundary for the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates. What a disgrace, Whitebeard. Karp paused his assault. Realizing that Whitebeard's departure was inevitable, and the Navy's aim was not to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates completely. Hey, are you all done fighting? I'm not satisfied yet. Kaido expressed his discontent, but Akiji and the now free Akainu joined forces with Karp to deliver a severe beating, forcing Kaido to stagger away, his head adorned with bumps as he retreated on a cloud of flames. A few days after the tumultuous battle, flocks of newsbirds busily soared across the globe, spreading a shocking announcement that reverberated throughout the seas. The Navy had purged the New World, and the Pirate Alliance had been utterly dismantled, heralding the emergence of new sovereigns of the sea since the demise of the Pirate King, referred to by the World Economic News as the Three Sea Emperors. On Cake Island, Big Mom, unusually not indulging in food, held a newspaper in her hands, her expression a perplexing blend of emotions, uncertain whether she was pleased or enraged. Mama. Aside from the deaths of St. Mark, Taburet, High Fate, and Moscato, Mondor and Smuggy have sustained serious injuries, and we have lost numerous battle homies. Perispero stood nervously to one side, articulating the statistics that had been gathered. Useless. They are all a bunch of useless beings. Big Mom was now thoroughly enraged. These offspring were the fruit of her relentless labor over the years, and many held considerable potential. To her dismay, they had perished before they had a chance to flourish. Katakuri, standing nearby, bore a grim expression. His mood had already soured upon hearing of his younger sibling's demise, and it darkened further upon receiving Big Mom's disparaging remarks. He was acutely aware that St. Mark had fallen victim to the aftermath of Big Mom's own battle. Well, what a grand display, he remarked. What is the status of the Navy, Whitebeard, and the Beast Pirates? According to our intelligence, the Beast Pirates have remained largely intact, with Kaido himself being the sole participant in this chaos. In contrast, the Whitebeard Pirates suffered significant losses, with several of his allied crews annihilated. Yet their overall strength remained relatively unscathed. Moreover, Perispero cautiously glanced at Big Mom's shifting demeanor before continuing. The pirate alliance that invaded Tato Land saw some of its members, including Klaus and Lycum, captured by us. Yelmark was killed on the spot by the Navy, and only Francis managed to escape. Big Mom's fury erupted, radiating a menacing aura. I demand the head of that scoundrel. Mother, Francis has now allied himself with Kaido of the Beast Pirates and is currently one of their 3 prominent figures known as Calamity. Perispero gently reminded her. Kaido? Has he forgotten the favors of the past? On board the Moby Dick, the elder spoke. It appears the true objective of the Navy was never us. From the very beginning, it has been a grand performance orchestrated by them, segmenting the battlefield into 2 parts. Their primary target seems to be the Pirate Alliance, with a secondary aim of striking at us, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom's crew. Marco leaned against the ship's rail, his eyelids drooping, and stated coldly, Gulalala, that Linlin must be furious now, as the target of the Pirate Alliance is indeed her. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. Though he had once shared a vessel with Big Mom, their relationship was far from amicable. He understood that should the Navy eliminate him, Big Mom would likely relish the opportunity to take a bite out of him. Whitebeard was well aware that Big Mom had long coveted Fishman Island, which he protected. However, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. The current maritime situation had reached a balance desired by the world government, ensuring that the Navy would refrain from any significant actions for the time being. Moreover, Father, you are now recognized globally as the Emperor of the Sea. Gulalala. The title of Emperor of the Sea matters little. What truly matters is all of you. Whitebeard lifted a wine glass filled to the brim and tilted his head back, swallowing its contents in one swift motion. Wano Country, the Island of Demons. Brother Kaido, here is today's edition of the newspaper, the World Economic News. Morgan has even made a special visit, but alas, you were inebriated at the time and did not meet him. Shin remained clad in his customary black attire, enveloped from head to toe. The Emperor of the Seas, is it? Haha. Yet, my ambitions extend far beyond that. Kaido snatched the newspaper, glancing through it haphazardly, before erupting into a fit of nervous laughter. By the way, how is the suppression of the samurai loyal to Odin faring? Most have been imprisoned and sent to the rabbit bowl for extraction of sea prism stone. However, regarding Yamato. Yamato? What trouble is that scoundrel of a son up to now? Kaido felt a headache coming on. As his progeny, no. Rather his daughter, Yamato's incessant cries to emulate the wretched Odin and expel him, her father, were tolerable, yet her infatuation was irksome. Ever since witnessing Odin's demise at the age of 8, she had become hopelessly enamored with him. After discovering Odin's cursed logbook, her obsession had only intensified. Had Yamato been a mere fool, it would be one thing. Unfortunately, she awakened her conqueror's haki at the tender age of 8 and recently ingested a mythical Zoan fruit, making her acutely aware of its formidable powers. Kaido had initially envisioned this ungrateful child inheriting the position of Shogun of Wano to govern in his stead. However, it seemed that her daily musings were solely focused on expelling him, the invader of Wano. Yamato has attempted to sneak out while you were away, but was discovered by the royalists and is now confined in the prison on Onigashima. What a nuisance. Let her remain in that cell for some time to reflect, and ensure that the sea prism stone handcuffs she wears are of a higher concentration. Understood. In the North Sea, at the Don Quixote family stronghold. Hee. 3 emperors of the seas? The ocean grows ever more vibrant. A man clad in a pink feather coat, donning sunglasses, reclined in a wicker chair, extending his bronzed hand toward the sun and seemingly grasping at the very light of the world. "Wouldn't you agree, Rosanandi, my dear brother?" Hee. The man in the pink-haired Haori turned to the man beside him, whose face was painted like a jester, and inquired, his brow etched with defiance and ambition. It was October of the year 1506 in the Sea Circle on Ron Island, a relatively modest island in the New World. A colossal white skull flag with a crescent mustache hung high atop the tallest building, signifying that it was under the protection of Whitebeard. Each year, a certain sum of money was required, though it was undoubtedly far less than the riches that fell from the heavens. In a tavern, Atlas held a tankard of beer, tilting his head back as the refreshing wheat brew flowed down his throat. At the age of 20, Atlas was a man both physiologically and psychologically mature. He was the sole patron in the tavern, not due to the island's dire living conditions, but because he made no attempt to conceal his identity. He was clad in a pure white suit adorned with a justice cloak, and a gleaming star lay prominently on his insignia, all of which unmistakably signified his rank as a rear admiral in the Navy. Indeed, since the conclusion of the war in the New World, he had ascended to the esteemed position of rear admiral at headquarters. This was Whitebeard's territory, and while he generally displayed leniency towards the island's inhabitants, they dared not grow overly familiar with the Navy. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco stepped out of the cabin, a look of helplessness on his face as he regarded Whitebeard with his drooping, dead fish eyes. "Old man, that fellow has come to our territory again. Perhaps this time, you could send Jozu to handle him." "Gulalala. Marco, Jozu is not his match. You are more resilient. Why don't you take a turn?" Whitebeard replied, recognizing that the audacious young officer from the Navy had returned to challenge him once more. As the Emperor of the Sea, he could not personally confront Atlas and would have to dispatch a division captain instead. However, Marco had not been his equal for a year. Only Marco's regenerative flames could barely keep pace with that young man's formidable prowess, a remarkable rate of progress that astonished even him. Another individual akin to Garp had emerged. "Boss, time to settle the bill. Damn it, where's that pineapple head?" Atlas gazed at the numerous barrels of liquor strewn across the table. Yet his countenance bore no trace of inebriation, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He then rose to his feet and shouted at the cowering proprietor, subsequently expressing his discontent. "Hey, speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit, you detestable Navy." His voice resonated at the entrance of the tavern. Atlas turned his head to see a man clad in a purple coat, adorned with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates featuring a white-bearded skull, sporting a pineapple-like hairstyle, standing at the tavern's entrance, his face etched with impatience. "Ah, Marco, at long last, you've arrived. I was beginning to think that the Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of collapse, given the lack of reinforcements to teach me, the intruding Navy, a lesson in your territory." Atlas wore a sardonic smile as he spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Marco, yawning skyward, remarked on his penchant for seeking out trouble. It was said that not long ago, this fellow had provoked Katakuri of the Big MOM pirates, which led to the formidable Big MOM herself pursuing him all the way to a Navy base. Upon hearing this, Atlas's expression darkened. It was that old hag, Big MOM, who had disregarded the rules of combat, personally hunting him down like a common prey. In truth, Atlas had merely ventured to the Toddland waters a handful of times, ostensibly to engage in friendly sparring with Katakuri. After all, should he choose to flee, none could detain him, and he might even glean insights into the future via observation hockey, much like how Luffy had acquired it. Little did he anticipate the violent temperament of Big MOM, who relentlessly pursued him with Zeus and Prometheus in tow. Fortunately, his vitality rivaled that of a cockroach, and although he found himself in a precarious situation, Big MOM was unable to truly harm him. "Honestly, your antics are excessive," Marco exclaimed, exasperated by Atlas's apparent indignation. Ever since the recent upheaval in the New World, this fellow had been gallivanting about the territories of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Big MOM pirates, almost landing himself on the blacklist of both formidable crews. Yet, curiously, Atlas's resilience and regenerative abilities seemed to rival Marco's own, who was famed for his healing prowess as a mythical Zoan. Were it not for the numerous occasions he had seen Atlas maneuvering effortlessly in the sea, Marco might have suspected him of secretly consuming some animal-type devil fruit. "Let us depart. I trust you do not wish to involve the island's inhabitants in this. Let us find an uninhabited island and engage in a sparring match." Atlas, seemingly disinterested in offering an explanation, deftly gestured for Marco to clear a path, and then strode purposefully through the tavern's entrance. Upon stepping outside, Atlas stretched lazily, And in an instant, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as an overwhelming sense of perception emanated from him. The observation haki was activated. Marco, positioned behind him, felt a slight shift in his expression as he witnessed the rapid expansion of Atlas's observation haki, swiftly enveloping Ron Island and extending inexorably into the boundless sea. The sheer magnitude of this terrifying perception was something Marco had scarcely encountered before. "I found it." Atlas's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped forward with a graceful gait, heading towards a direction devoid of any visible objects. Does such a phenomenon as observation haki truly exist? Marco gazed at the desolate island before him, quietly comparing its distance to that of Ron Island. And his heart was instantly troubled. He had never encountered such a terrifying realm of perception. "Marco, do not lose your focus if you falter. Today may very well be your last opportunity to breathe the fresh air." Atlas observed Marco's momentary distraction and could not refrain from reminding him. He had no desire to engage in battle with an opponent unable to regain their composure. "Enough of the bravado, you wretched navy." Upon hearing this, Marco forced himself to regain his calm, fully aware of the ruthlessness that lay before him. Despite Atlas's typically jovial demeanor, he understood that defeat today would either result in immediate execution or imprisonment and impelled down, with methods as merciless as Akainus. Cranial claw. As the words left his lips, Marco unfurled his wings, composed of azure flames, swiftly transforming into his hybrid form. Harnessing the momentum of his aerial descent, he launched a powerful kick towards Atlas. To the left, Atlas remained remarkably composed, his observation haki unwaveringly fixated on Marco's silhouette. In almost the same instant, his body shifted slightly, evading Marco's kicking technique with remarkable agility. The ability to foresee the future. Marco's heart skipped a beat as he forcefully halted his momentum, propelled by inertia. He then swiftly ascended, soaring high above to gaze down upon Atlas. Only when the distance between them reached a safe threshold did he come to a stop. Marco would never mistake his opponent. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, his long-standing confrontations with the Big Mom Pirates had led to numerous encounters with Katakuri. Hence, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of this foresight ability. He clearly discerned that even before he initiated his attack, Atlas had already begun to evade. Blue Flame Goose. After a brief stalemate, Marco sprang into action, his hand channeling the blue flames into a multitude of phoenix tail feathers. In a dazzling display, these numerous feathers coalesced in midair, forming a fiery fist that hurtled towards Atlas on the ground. A fire punch? I can do that too. Explosive fist. Armament. Atlas's fist swiftly enveloped a cluster of flames, its terrifying explosive power poised to unleash. The haki surged, and as his right leg retreated, he pivoted, twisting his hips and launching a punch. Boom. The two explosive forces collided, sending ripples through the air as if on the surface of water. The tremendous impact crashing upon Atlas like ocean waves. Yet, with his feet firmly anchored to the ground, he remained unmoved. Truly, this was becoming increasingly daunting. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Marco suddenly dove down, his wings whirling, and executed a leg whip aimed directly at Atlas's face. Atlas remained unperturbed, raising his right hand, enveloped in the color of armament, to preemptively intercept the trajectory of Marco's assault. The two forces of armament clashed with a resounding clang. This fellow seems to have amplified his domineering presence. Marco felt as if a piece of ordinary steel had collided with tempered steel. The intense recoil left his legs aching. Realizing his strike had failed, Marco flapped his wings, creating distance between them, executing a roll in midair. His left foot swiftly transformed into a claw-like appendage, propelled by formidable inertia as he aimed for Atlas's chest. Crane claw. Iron block cross hunt. Bang. Marco's claw, shrouded in the color of armament, collided with Atlas's crossed arms, resulting in a brief stalemate of several seconds before both fighters slid backward. However, while Atlas merely retreated a few steps, Marco skidded back for several dozen meters. A clear distinction in their might. Indeed, it appears your strength has seen considerable growth of late, Marco. Atlas was somewhat taken aback. It was only natural, considering that Marco was currently in a period of rapid growth and strength. After all the disturbances he had caused over the past months, it would be unreasonable for Marco not to have made any progress. Moreover, the average pinnacle strength in the world of pirates typically peaks around the age of 50. And Marco was still quite young. Well, I'm not merely idle, Marco chuckled, scratching his head. Over the past 6 months, Atlas had faced Marco numerous times and was well acquainted with his abilities. Although his phoenix fruit granted him regenerative blue flames that did not inflict damage like ordinary fire, its primary function was healing. However, it could still consume the life force of his opponents. It was impossible for him to assist his foes in recovery. And with the inherent traits of a mythical Zoan type, Marco possessed a robust physique and remarkable regenerative capabilities. While his offensive methods were somewhat limited, he was indeed quite resilient. As a result, Marco primarily relied on his physical combat skills, reminiscent of Atlas before acquiring the Dragon Talisman, embodying a rogue fighting style. After several rounds of combat, both warriors appeared slightly disheveled, yet their vitality remained intact, showing no signs of fatigue. "Let me try this move," Marco exclaimed. At that moment, Atlas's pupils dilated as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble under the pressure, even showing signs of cracking. Conqueror's Haki. In the original narrative, only red-haired Shanks was known to inflict physical damage using Conqueror's Haki. Now, with the enhancement of the Goat Talisman, Atlas could achieve the same effect. Indeed, the Goat Talisman was a recently activated talisman, and as he had anticipated, its primary role was to amplify the soul. Its most noticeable effect was an expanded range of observation Haki, coupled with a boost to his Conqueror's Haki. Following his battle with Katakuri, Atlas was already on the brink of mastering future foresight, and the Goat Talisman had just helped him unlock this significant door. In the original work, the Goat Talisman was primarily depicted as enabling the soul to exit the body. As recalled from Atlas's previous life, such an ability indicated a powerful spirit, which pertained to the mysterious realm of mental strength. Within the power system of pirates, Conqueror's Haki represented the manifestation of will, while observation Haki was an extension of the mind, commonly referred to as the sixth sense. Nevertheless, both the spirit and will were inextricably linked to the fundamental essence of the soul. This is my fanciful interpretation. Consider it an alternate setting. Marco's mind felt as if struck by lightning. If Atlas's previous Conqueror's Haki had been akin to a wooden mallet, this instance felt like an iron hammer. However, being the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco quickly shook off the momentary daze. Yet, that fleeting lapse in concentration represented the most significant opening for Atlas. Explosive fist. Armament. Shatter. The fists, moving with such velocity that they seemed to blur into mere shadows, struck Marco with tremendous force, leaving behind a series of scorched imprints. The sheer impact propelled Marco into the higher reaches of the sky. The intense pain immediately tightened Marco's focus, as the vibrant regenerative azure flames enveloped his form, healing the previously seared wounds in an instant. Simultaneously, his entire being underwent a transformation, morphing into a mythical beast, the immortal phoenix. A piercing cry erupted from Marco's avian beak in his beastly form, as the regenerative azure flames blazed with even greater ferocity. Phoenix Seal. Once his injuries were mended, Marco transitioned back into his hybrid form, unleashing a shockwave infused with potent energy toward Atlas, the entire sequence flowing with an effortless grace that left Atlas no opportunity to react. Armed and unleashed, Atlas remained undeterred. As the crimson hue of his Haki collided with Marco's Phoenix mark in a resounding clash. Boom. Uncertain whether this was a unique ability of Marco's Phoenix fruit. After Atlas's Haki dissipated much of the shockwave, the remnants still surged towards him. Life restored, Haki, the divine form of the warrior. The colossal form of Atlas rapidly expanded. The towering 5-meter embodiment of the warrior god barreling forth with unrelenting force. Defying all odds, he absorbed the impact of the Phoenix Seal, his formidable physique enabling him to sustain his high-speed charge towards Marco. The clash reverberated fist against fist, palm against palm. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, almost devoid of any defensive measures, with Atlas's entire body enveloped in high-quality Haki, granting him the audacity to withstand direct blows. Meanwhile, Marco was continuously enveloped in regenerative flames, mending his injuries. Despite possessing the remarkable endurance of a mythical beast, he appeared dwarfed by the seemingly invincible prowess of Atlas. Marco, if this is the extent of your abilities, then you shall remain here today. Upon their separation, Atlas slowly drew the third-generation sword, Ghost Cut, from his waist. In his warrior form, Atlas loomed nearly 5 meters tall, his hands disproportionately large, rendering the relatively diminutive Ghost Cut in his grasp akin to a child's toy, creating a striking visual contrast that might invoke laughter. Yet, Marco opposing him found no humor in the situation. The overwhelming aura emanating from Atlas was so intense that it sent shivers across his skin. First blade technique. 1 finger, 20 moments. 1 moment, 20 thoughts. 1 thought, 90 instants. 1 instant, 9 million life and death. The palpable sense of threat coursed through every fiber of Marco's being, triggering an instinctual retreat as he flapped his wings in a swift withdrawal. 1,000 cuts in an instant. In Atlas's grasp, the third-generation Guetu seemed to transcend the very concepts of time and space, its unparalleled speed slicing through Marco's form. With a resounding clang, the blade was sheathed. Marco found himself momentarily bewildered. His body bore no visible wounds, yet his instincts screamed that the situation was far from simple. Did you not hear it? The lament of flesh and blood. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless gashes appeared upon Marco's previously unscathed body, a torrent of blood erupting forth, transforming him into a relentless fountain of crimson. With a resounding thud, Marco's body jolted as vibrant azure flames of regeneration surged forth. Yet the number of wounds continued to multiply. The flames hissed and crackled as they emanated from his injuries, flesh collapsing and instantaneously mending. Marco, now filled with trepidation, patted his chest. What a terrifying swordsmanship! For a moment, he genuinely believed he would meet his demise here. His body bore no trace of injury, not even a scar, save for a sheen of cold sweat that beaded on his forehead, a testament to his lingering fear. Though his regenerative azure flames could swiftly heal and restore his flesh, he understood that should an assault exceed his capacity for recovery, death would inevitably follow. Stop with the charades. You are the legendary Phoenix, a creature more rare than the natural elementals. Atlas scoffed dismissively at Marco's theatrics. Come now, shall we call it a day? After all, it seems you cannot truly contend with me. That remains to be seen, Atlas replied, lightly tapping the hilt of his third-generation Guetu. The previous maneuver was a sword technique he had developed, combining the speed of the rabbit talisman, pure and extreme velocity that induced a sense of temporal disorientation, rendering evasion impossible. Can you even replicate that technique? Marco inquired, astonished, as a surge of dread enveloped him. What kind of jest is this? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Atlas lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Marco's face. The impact resounded as Marco's visage swelled grotesquely, a few teeth dislodged, and a mouthful of blood spilled forth. Yet, the azure flames swiftly enveloped him, mending his injuries almost instantaneously. Suddenly, as he prepared for his next move, Atlas paused, sensing a vigorous life force intruding within the confines of his observation. It appeared to be a humanoid entity, a reinforcement from the Whitebeard pirates. I shall let you off the hook today, Marco, but do not expect such fortune to smile upon you next time. Atlas, without a moment's hesitation, turned to depart. Observing this, Marco refrained from intervening, surmising from Atlas's demeanor that their father had likely dispatched assistance. However, even with an additional companion, it would be futile to detain this man, who had managed to escape safely from the grasp of the Sea Emperor. And thus, under the curious and astonished gaze of Marco, Atlas fled. Indeed, he ran. His current physique, coupled with the swiftness granted by the rabbit charm, allowed him to traverse the sea with ease. After a considerable time, until Atlas's figure vanished beyond the horizon, a tall, dark-skinned man appeared in a small boat. Coming into Marco's view, the man sported 2 curved black mustaches, donned a deep blue top hat, and wore an open blue shirt that revealed a generous expanse of chest hair. At his sides hung 2 scabbards, and he was cloaked in a black cape. It was none other than Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hey, Marco, what on earth happened to you? You look a mess, ha 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 ha. Bista laughed heartily, having spotted the bloodstains adorning Marco's attire from a distance. Yet, through his keen observation, he sensed that Marco's life force remained robust. Thus, he felt at ease to jest, for the atmosphere among the Whitebeard pirates was always one of camaraderie. Don't even get me started. That damn Marine is growing ever stronger. By the way, what brings you here? Marco glanced at his own appearance, although all his wounds had vanished. The copious bloodstains were not easily remedied, only evaporating slightly under the flames of his blue fire. Well, Father grew a tad concerned after you had been gone for so long, so he sent me to check on you. Bista recalled the elder's words before his departure. That arrogant Marine possesses a talent surpassing even the youthful Garp. Bista, go see for yourself. I fear that foolish lad Marco might find himself in peril. Scratching his head, Marco responded with a hint of embarrassment. I'm fortunate for your timely arrival. It kept Atlas on his toes. Otherwise, I might have ended up in dire straits today. Is that so? I know the extent of your abilities, and yet this fellow was able to push you to such lengths? Bista expressed his astonishment. Marco's fruit power was more resilient than an ordinary mythical Zoan. Each mythical Zoan not only possessing the common traits of heightened toughness, strong defense, and remarkable recovery but also unique abilities. For instance, Sengoku's Buddha fruit grants the power of the Buddha's shockwave, Kaido's fish fruit, in its azure dragon form, allows mastery over thunder and flame, while Marco's phoenix grants him the regenerative blue flames, enabling him to recover instantly as long as the force of the attack does not exceed his threshold. I find myself at a loss. That individual possesses a physique and regenerative abilities that surpass even those of a monster. I cannot fathom where his limits lie. Moreover, Marco paused momentarily, recalling the terrifying sword technique exhibited by Atlas, which sent a shiver down his spine. He continued, furthermore, that fellow swordsmanship is utterly fearsome. At that moment, I felt there was no escape. I could scarcely discern his strikes. Upon hearing the mention of swordsmanship, Vista licked his parched lips, a look of intrigue crossing his face as he murmured, "A great swordsman, perhaps?" In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, within the confines of the G5 naval base, in the office of the staff department, the space lay barren, devoid of any superfluous adornments, and lacking the assembly of notable figures one might expect. Behind the desk sat Rear Admiral Crane, a legendary naval officer whose eyes sparkled with wisdom as she scrutinized Atlas, who was seated in the guest chair. Rear Admiral Crane held Atlas in high regard. She was a seasoned veteran of the Navy, her life devoted to the noble cause of maritime justice, having transitioned from a graceful young woman to a silver-haired matron. Witnessing yet another remarkable young individual poised to uphold the Navy's legacy following the three formidable monsters, her heart swelled with nothing but pride and satisfaction. "Rear Admiral Crane, have you summoned me for a specific task?" Atlas inquired, somewhat bewildered. He had accepted a mission and was prepared to depart when he was unexpectedly called to this place by Guillaume, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Do not rush. Atlas, what is your perspective on the current situation in the New World?" Rear Admiral Crane refrained from directly addressing Atlas's question, opting instead to inquire about the broader geopolitical landscape, which left Atlas momentarily at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Atlas responded slowly yet resolutely, "Presently, on the pirate side of the New World, there exists what is referred to as the Sea Emperor. Other pirates venturing into this realm are compelled to either align themselves with one of the three major pirate factions or face annihilation at the hands of these factions or the Navy. Following the recent upheaval in the New World, we, the Navy, have assumed control over the former territory of the Pirate Alliance and have dealt significant blows to both the Whitebeard pirates and the Big MOM pirates, emerging as the principal victors. However, this situation also harbors considerable drawbacks. Firstly, it compels these pirates to ally themselves with the forces of the three emperors, thereby significantly augmenting their strength. For them, joining forces rather than succumbing is hardly a source of shame. Secondly, the world government. Atlas introduced a remarkably provocative topic. However, Vice Admiral Crane's expression remained unchanged, merely gesturing for Atlas to continue. The Navy's influence has reached unprecedented heights, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line, where the headquarters is located, thereby ensuring a firm grip on power. Yet, the New World has long been dominated by pirates. And now that the Navy has officially established a presence there, the world government is bound to harbor some trepidation towards us. Strictly speaking, Atlas's assertions have effectively delineated a separation between the Navy and the world government. Should the five elders become aware of this, they would undoubtedly view Atlas with suspicion. After all, the Navy serves as the world government's brutal instrument for global control and would never be permitted to sever ties with them. Consequently, the five elders are currently in search of candidates for the Shichibukai. Since the inception of the Shichibukai system, the only member has been captured and imprisoned and impelled down. Thus they are now seeking a new equilibrium. Vice Admiral Crane added thoughtfully, any Navy personnel with a sense of justice would surely be discontent with the world government's tyranny, especially those insufferable celestial dragons. Garp has publicly denounced the celestial dragons as nothing more than garbage on numerous occasions. However, the Navy's fundamental funding is governed by the world government. Without them, the Navy would hardly endure for long. Well, the conflicts with the world government are a concern for Sengoku to ponder. Vice Admiral Crane timely concluded this topic, and both shared a mutual understanding to refrain from further discussion. You know, the situation in the New World has generally stabilized. The three major pirate crews have all suffered varying degrees of damage, so there will likely be no large-scale wars in the near future. Therefore, the headquarters intends to withdraw some of its forces back to the Navy's base. Moreover, Vice Admiral Crane remarked, glancing at the upright Atlas with a smile, your achievements have reached a sufficient level. It is an opportune moment for you to return and be promoted to Rear Admiral alongside Gaki and Gion. Rear Admiral? Atlas harbored a premonition, for his merits had long sufficed. It was merely his age and seniority that stood in the way. Thus, he was not directly promoted from Brigadier to Major General a year prior. Over the past year, his endeavors in combat against pirates had accumulated enough achievements to overshadow any deficiencies in tenure. The warship has been prepared for you. Return and make ready to head back to headquarters. Hey. Surely this is not our misfortune, encountering such a dreadful storm. On board the warship, Kaki, who was previously lavishing attention upon Gion, was now rendered speechless by the colossal tempest before him. Though he had developed a mental fortitude against the peculiar weather of the New World, he lamented that his rare moment of solitude with his goddess was cruelly interrupted by this wretched weather. Helmsman, prepare. Navigators, alter our course to evade the storm. If we are caught in its grasp, the entire warship will meet its doom. Upon witnessing the impending calamity, Gion hastily issued commands, seizing the opportunity to extricate herself from Kaki's incessant vexations. Report, Major General Gion. The storm is too close. We cannot evade it in time. We can only strive to minimize damage to the warship and ensure our safe arrival at Marineford. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sailor resembling a navigator rushed out from the cabin, vociferously reporting the current situation. Leave it to me. The warship must not sustain any damage, or else Admiral Sengoku will commence his incessant nagging again. Atlas, who had been resting against the ship's railing, was compelled to speak. You go ahead and take control of the ship's direction. Do your utmost to steer us clear. Yes, Major General Atlas. The navigator, initially saluting, then dashed towards the cabin. As he watched the navigator's figure disappear from sight, Atlas turned away from the others and leapt off the warship. Hey, Kanos, what are you doing? Gion queried, perplexed, unable to fathom the connection between Atlas's words and his leap from the vessel. Just watch, Major General Gion. Without further elaboration, Atlas's muscles rapidly swelled, instantly transforming him into a colossal figure standing 8 meters tall. This height represents the utmost limit achievable in his life restoration state, augmented by the power of the Bull Talisman. It is a sheer manifestation of raw strength. Impact. Explosion. Atlas placed his hands upon the battleship, while beneath his feet, flames erupted violently. The immense force coupled with terrifying power was unleashed upon the vessel. Thus, to the astonishment of all present, this naval warship began to sail swiftly across the sea, propelled by Atlas's bare hands. Is this some kind of jest? Is this truly the strength of Major General Atlas? Such a capacity to propel a battleship with his bare hands. My goodness. This is on the open sea without any point of leverage, far more terrifying than merely pushing a warship, although our vessel is merely a medium-class battleship. This display is utterly exaggerated. Soon, under Atlas's guidance, the ship distanced itself from the eye of the storm, allowing the naval crew to evade a dire fate of destruction. Yet, the shock from Atlas's recent feat lingered heavily in the air. All right, enough with the gawking. Let us return to our duties. The onlooker, Gigi, urged the crowd to disperse. Turning to the relaxed figure of Atlas, he managed to force a smile onto his otherwise grim visage, playfully punching Atlas's chest as he exclaimed, Impressive, young Kanos. Your current strength surpasses me. You truly are the monster among monsters, as Master Zephyr described. Ah, my dear brother Gigi, there's no need for humility. I merely possess a few more flashy techniques, Atlas replied modestly. The prowess of Atlas pales in comparison to Whitebeard's single-handed halt of the Moby Dick during the Marineford War. For the bulk of the Moby Dick far surpasses that of this standard warship. The sheer spectacle of it coming to a complete standstill against its rapid advance is truly awe-inspiring. It is worth noting that the Charlotte Owen, who Atlas had previously vanquished and possessed the heat fruit, perhaps witnessed the live broadcast of the Marineford War. He once attempted a similar feat of halting a ship with one hand, only to fail spectacularly and be crushed in the process. Now, you two gentlemen should cease this mutual modesty and pay heed to the safety of the warship. May we arrive at Marineford soon. It has been far too long since I have returned to Marineford. Gazing upon the imposing and majestic structure before me, the frothy waves tirelessly crash against the crescent-shaped harbor. Reflecting on my experiences in the New World, Atlas is suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. I have transformed significantly since my departure for the New World. In both physique and will, I have undoubtedly experienced remarkable growth. Before long, as the warship settled securely in the harbor, the duty officer of the Navy approached. To my surprise, it was an old acquaintance. Rear Admiral Gion, Rear Admiral Kaki and Rear Admiral Atlas, has the headquarters summoned you back from the New World? Captain Hayes felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was he who had personally escorted Atlas to the recruit camp all those years ago. Yet, with the passage of time, he remained a mere colonel while Atlas had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. It was not inconceivable that he might soon be promoted to Vice Admiral. Though the difference between a Rear Admiral and a colonel is but a single rank, the disparity between flag officers and field officers is monumental. Attaining flag rank signifies one has reached the upper echelons of the Navy, and even a Rear Admiral's accomplishments are daunting to achieve for those at the colonel level. Colonel Hayes, it has been a long time. How have you been? Atlas naturally remembered Hayes and politely greeted him. I trust you are not here in Marinfander for a commendation ceremony? He inquired. It seems that way. The situation in the New World is relatively stable for now, so we have been summoned back. Hayes expressed his admiration without a hint of jealousy, having long outgrown such youthful arrogance and recognizing the inherent disparities among individuals. I shall refrain from further discussion for now. We must report to the General of the Warring States. Let us find time for a drink soon. Atlas no longer engaged in pleasantries. He simply waved his hand towards Juin and Kaki before following them into the Warring States office. The sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Come in. Upon hearing the call, the trio entered in single file. Atlas instinctively surveyed the surroundings. The layout remained unchanged. In fact, he had only visited the Warring States office a few times. The most striking features were the grand inscription of justice above all hanging from the ceiling and the ever-chewing goat engrossed in paperwork. Finally back. I wonder if the situation in the New World remains stable? Warring States still bore the visage of a frog-eyed man with a whip, radiating a certain glow. After all, he had meticulously orchestrated the recent conflict in the New World, which significantly elevated his prestige within the Navy. It was believed that the Gorasii would not hesitate to confirm his position as Admiral for much longer. Reporting to Admiral Warring States. With Vice Admiral Garp and his team stationed in the New World, there are no major issues. The Navy has fully consolidated the territories we occupy, and the major naval bases are nearly completed. Juin spoke, the senior among the trio. You mentioned Kaki, but never mind. Juin is certainly more pleasing to the eye. Excellent. For the time being, you three will remain at Navy headquarters. In a few days, we will hold a commendation ceremony, and soon, Little Crane will return as well. At that time, the Navy will rotate personnel to the New World. Regarding your transfer orders, they will be issued shortly. Warring States briefly outlined the recent activities of the Navy along with the positional changes for the three of them. Although they had mentally prepared for this news, hearing it confirmed by Warring States stirred a slight thrill within them. Currently, there was only one admiral in the Navy, Warring States himself. Steelbone Kong had long ceased to engage with the Navy's specific affairs, placing the trio in a position just below him. Of course, although Akainu and the others were all vice admirals, they were classified as vice admirals by code. The likes of Spider and Flying Squirrel should not be counted as such, nor do they possess names, and more accurately, they were admirals in waiting. While the title of admiral in waiting did not exist within the Navy's rank system, it did confer a status higher than that of ordinary vice admirals. Atlas, please stay for a moment. You two may return, Warring States instructed, casually placing the document he had just reviewed into the mouth of the goat. He then spoke to Kaki and Juin, who promptly turned and departed without hesitation. With a click, as the two vanished beyond the closed door, he turned to fix his gaze intently on Atlas. Admiral Warring States, if you have something to discuss, please speak candidly. Atlas could not help but inquire, as he found himself increasingly uncomfortable under the peculiar gaze of Sengoku, which made him feel akin to a scoundrel abandoning his responsibilities. Ahem, the main reason for retaining you here is to discuss your future stationing. Gion should accompany Little Crane aboard her vessel, while Kaki will remain at the headquarters. As for you, in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent lies the holy land of Mariehua. Here resides the Five Elders, the world's supreme authorities in the very heart of the world government. This place is home to the most esteemed individuals on the planet, who possess dominion over the world and the privilege of subjugating it. However, this so-called lineage of 20 kings, these so-called global aristocrats, are nothing more than a collection of refuse and fools. Mariehua, the sanctuary coveted by all, is a site of unparalleled opulence, with palatial edifices adorned in gold and splendor, and attendants of striking beauty bustling about, resembling a dreamscape of earthly delights. Yet, beneath the facade of these resplendent structures lies a grim reality, amount of bones, and an abundance of filth and corruption, a litany of unspeakable crimes. As night descends and the lights illuminate, the array of palaces grows ever more enigmatic and enchanting. In the shadowy alleys, throngs of slaves scurry, pursued by guards wielding whips, driving them forward like cattle. Any slave who falters is met with brutal punishment, and even if grievously wounded, they must struggle to rise. Their blood flows with their injuries, and their dulled eyes seem to have long lost the sensation of pain. As for fate, the lofty aristocrats of the world would never squander medicine on a mere slave. In this exalted sanctuary, slaves are perpetually regarded as the most inexpensive commodities. Indeed, mere commodities. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, they are not of the same species as the rest of humanity. They are gods, descendants of the creators who can enslave all. One by one, the slaves are herded into dim dungeons, huddled together in cramped conditions. Their evening meal consists only of meager scraps, barely sufficient to sustain their basic life functions in light of their grueling labor, yet they possess no right to be choosy. As for hoping for a savior's arrival, perhaps a few years into their captivity, they might have entertained such fantasies. Simultaneously, within a shadowy dungeon, there are no throngs of slaves. Only 3 young girls seated closely together. In their midst lies a somewhat unappealing bun, occasionally visited by flies, indicating its lack of palatability. Nevertheless, the stomachs of the 3 girls audibly express their yearning for this unappetizing morsel. "Sister, you should eat it. We are not that hungry," said the youngest sister, forcing herself to suppress the act of swallowing as she gazed at the eldest among them. Following her gaze, one could see a girl with long black hair. Even the dust-laden visage cannot obscure her delicate beauty, radiating an intangible and irresistible allure. Upon hearing her sister's reluctance, the elder sister furrowed her finely arched brows, her ruby lips parting to emit a melodious sound akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole. "Marigold, what nonsensical words are you uttering? I am quite satiated," she declared. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than 3 sonorous grumbles echoed from their bellies. The trio exchanged awkward glances, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. "Why don't we share it among the 3 of us? The atmosphere today is particularly somber, with a shroud of dark clouds enveloping the sky, casting shadows over the vast sea. Occasionally, flashes of lightning pierce through, momentarily illuminating the gloom as if attempting to shatter the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, on the towering red soil continent, a crimson hand, adorned with fish-like fins, fiercely grasped the edge of the land. A resounding clap of thunder followed, and a brilliant flash illuminated the figure of its owner, a merman, resembling a snapper. "In the office of Admiral Marinvondo, it has been decided that you shall be stationed at the archipelago of Shambodi. Typically, this region is overseen by a rear admiral of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Atlas appeared somewhat perplexed, his gaze fixed intently upon Warring States, seemingly seeking answers from his facial expressions. Warring States, not one to keep secrets, candidly elucidated his intentions. The Sabaody archipelago can be regarded as the sole passage for pirates entering the New World. Your task is to intercept the vast majority of these pirates at the very threshold of the New World, preventing the Whitebeard pirates, the big MOM pirates, and the Beast pirates from receiving any fresh blood. Currently, the 3 major pirate crews in the New World have been considerably suppressed by our Navy. However, should a continuous influx of pirates occur, our previous strategies would be rendered largely ineffective, particularly concerning those so-called supernovas among the pirates. Atlas couldn't help but admire the strategic acumen of Sengoku. Truly, he is a paragon of wisdom among the Navy. This maneuver could be deemed a masterstroke. Akin to the formidable pirate crews of the New World, who, aside from their perpetual skirmishes with the Navy, are also embroiled in constant friction with one another. Without a steady influx of fresh blood, such a vast pirate crew would likely dwindle to a mere shell of its former self. Figures like Whitebeard and Kaido are more than willing to welcome new pirate crews into their ranks. Even the seemingly most ruthless, Big Mom, operates in her own distinct manner. Whitebeard, for instance, prefers to win adversaries over through sheer charisma, leaving the decision to join to fate. Conversely, Big Mom relies on alliances through marriage. She believes that binding ties of blood are the most potent, demonstrated by how her daughters wholeheartedly devote themselves to their spouses, even at the expense of their mother's wrath. Kaido's approach is rather straightforward. He simply wields his club. If one remains obstinate, they are forced into servitude. Eventually, most opt to join the Beast Pirates, with the exception of Moria, who, due to his comrades, cannot submit to Kaido's dominion. Moria, Atlas suddenly recalled. He must soon escape from Wano, perhaps even plundering the ancestral graves for prized swords. The third generation of Inma and Atlas's possession has become cumbersome, and the black blade, Akushui, would suit him perfectly. Just as Sengoku prepared to expound his thoughts, the phone bug on the desk abruptly rang. "Hello, this is Sengoku," he answered, seizing the phone with his usual composure. "I am Saint Nazalov, one of the Gorosei." The name struck Atlas like a bolt. Someone who referred to themselves as Saint and could directly contact Sengoku was undoubtedly one of the highest authorities in the world government. "May I inquire about the matter at hand?" Sengoku's posture instinctively straightened. "Mariewa has been attacked." Tick-tock. In a dim and damp dungeon, shadows loomed as if to consume all. Stella, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, huddled in a corner of the murky dungeon, murmuring to himself. His gaze was vacant, his complexion pallid, and his sunken eyes reflected despair. His body was emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, with only his striking gray-green hair standing out amidst his tattered appearance. It was dinner time, and a meager offering of wilted cabbage leaves and fly-infested buns lay carelessly in the center of the dungeon. Yet, the youth paid no heed to his gnawing hunger, repeating the name that lingered on his lips, tears occasionally streaming from his reddened eyes. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" In the dim confines of the cell, a fellow slave hastily snatched food from the ground, stuffing it into his mouth as he cast a glance towards the young man in the corner. "Newcomer?" A hoarse male voice emerged from the shadows, and a tall figure stepped forward, illuminated faintly by the meager moonlight seeping through the cracks in the wall. It was a man nearing 40, his gaze remarkably composed, devoid of the usual daze and despair characteristic of common slaves. "I'm Corey, just brought here not long ago," he said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, reluctantly offering the food in his hand. "Are you hungry? You can have this. These worthless scraps are unfit for my consumption." "They are all yours," the middle-aged man replied with a derisive scoff, declining the offer. "What is wrong with him? He looks so emaciated, yet he refuses to eat anything." Corey inquired, not immediately resolving his own portion of food, instead pointing at the young man with gray-green hair in the corner. "Don't mind that fellow," the middle-aged man said, casting a glance at the mumbling young man, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips. "His name is Taizolo. He came in about 5 years ago. No, 6 years ago. When he first arrived, he incessantly shouted about searching for a woman named Stella." "Hey, want to know what happened in the end?" he asked Corey, his tone laced with dark amusement. "I don't know. That woman must be dead. Otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this," Corey speculated uncertainly. "Bingo. Exactly. That woman named Stella was brutally killed 5 years ago in the Celestial Dragon's arena, torn apart by beasts. Ever since then, he has been reduced to this deranged state." A flicker of emotion crossed Taizolo's previously vacant gaze, revealing a glimmer of obsession and madness, momentarily stirred by the painful memory. "Moreover, I was a slave in that very arena, witnessing the transformation from his initial fervor to his current numbness. Damn it," the middle-aged man cursed. The target of his ire either Taizolo's foolishness or the cruelty of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Taizolo's tragic tale, Corey felt a surge of compassion and considered approaching to offer solace. However, glancing at the aura of desolation surrounding Taizolo and the persistent gnawing of hunger within him, he hesitated, ultimately choosing to sit cross-legged and continue his battle with the food on the ground. "Kid, hurry up and eat, then get some sleep. Tomorrow there's heavy labor awaiting you. Unlike me," the man remarked. "What did you do in the arena?" Corey asked, curiosity piqued, recalling the mention of the middle-aged man being a slave in the arena. What can one do in the arena? Of course, it's a matter of slaughtering one another to entertain those bastards, the celestial dragons." The middle-aged man, after speaking, sought refuge in a haystack and reclined there. The Colosseum resonated with an exhilarating fervor, embodying the dreams of every man. Yet, the arena of Mariewa served merely as a bloody slaughterhouse, providing a modicum of amusement for the bored celestial dragons. Each day, the man faced various slaves as adversaries, and occasionally, he might attract the interest of a celestial dragon in the brutal clashes between man and beast. He existed on the precipice of death, lacking the luxury of self-pity. Unlike Taizolo, despite the loss of his son and wife at the hands of the celestial dragons, survival alone offered a flicker of hope. Before long, the sound of the man's snores filled the dungeon, while Corey swiftly concluded his struggle with the meager food, staring vacantly at the bars of his prison. "Freedom?" he pondered, momentarily lost in thought. Being young, he harbored no deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, and his enslavement had been brief, merely a handful of days. The notion of freedom, as spoken by others, held little allure for him. Perhaps, he mused with a hint of self-mockery, spending his life here wasn't so bad. After all, for one so utterly alone, any place would be the same. Mariewa at least provided him with sustenance, and perhaps he might even encounter the fabled noble celestial dragons. Corey hailed from the West Sea, a realm steeped in gang culture, and he had been captured by a slave ship and brought here. Like most ordinary folk in the pirate world, he had never laid eyes on a true celestial dragon, only hearing fragmented accounts from others, some filled with hatred, others with longing, and some dismissive. Suddenly, as Corey drifted in his reverie, a flicker of flame pierced through the darkness, spreading rapidly as if to shatter the night, heralding the dawn. Corey jolted awake, leaping to his feet, his voice ringing out. "It's on fire. Has Mariewa been invaded?" He found it hard to believe. In the collective consciousness of the world's populace, Mariewa was the abode of the descendants of the Creator God, a sanctum seemingly impervious to invasion. The middle-aged man, recently awakened from slumber by Corey's calls, instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to be drawn towards the distant flames. A sense of rage flickered in his eyes as he clenched his palm, the prominent veins on his arms betraying a growing agitation. His eyes reddened, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if he had come to a significant resolution. With a deep sigh, he appeared to shed an immense burden. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the thick walls, as if striving to pierce the barriers and behold a palace within Mariewa, the abode of the celestial dragons. In the corner, Taizolo stirred, awkwardly shifting his limbs, an ember of anger igniting in his eyes, akin to a man imbued with newfound conviction, or perhaps obsession. On the Red Earth continent, the sacred ground of Mariewa, chaos reigned, with flames raging and cries of anguish forming the anthem of this sleepless city. Amidst the flickering flames, a tall, red-skinned merman led a throng of liberated slaves, violently breaking open cell doors, as an ever-growing multitude joined this grand procession. Corey and the middle-aged man were naturally among them. Even the previously despondent Taizolo mingled within the crowd. "Hey, uncle, where are you going?" Corey exclaimed. A look of concern etched on his face as he grasped the middle-aged man's arm tightly, not out of fear, but because the man was moving against the tide of the crowd. "Where do you think I'm going?" "To seek vengeance," the middle-aged man nearly growled. The initial calmness in his demeanor shattered, revealing a madness that compelled Corey to instinctively step back, releasing his grip. "Penny, Turner, I can finally avenge you," he cried, tears welling in his voice as he staggered towards the celestial dragon's residence. Corey gazed at his retreating figure, an array of complex emotions swirling within him. He could not fully empathize, yet he understood the profound pain he must be enduring. Tigray had noticed the commotion surrounding Corey, but refrained from intervening. Every individual possessed their own choices. He was no fool. Having rescued these people and granted them a chance was the utmost he could offer. "You useless lot. Hurry and retrieve my slaves." The young celestial dragon, Roswald, was in a fit of rage, sniffling incessantly. Initially enthused about selecting several male slaves to serve him, he was now infuriated to discover that his slaves had been freed. Although he had managed to shoot down a few guards, his vexation remained unabated. "Roswald, CP0 has already been dispatched to apprehend the fleeing slaves. The Gorasii have issued a decree forbidding you from stepping outside the palace. The streets are rife with lowly slaves, and you might be inadvertently harmed." The trembling attendant beside them could no longer contain his apprehension, though startled by the recent gunfire. He knew that should something happen to Lord Roseward, his own demise would be far more severe. Thus, he was determined to prevent Lord Roseward from stepping beyond the palace gates. "I am a celestial dragon. How dare those mere slaves lay a hand on me?" At that moment, the young Lord Roseward, evidently unaccustomed to adversity, exuded an unwarranted confidence in his identity as a celestial dragon. Furthermore, he had already established his plans for the evening. How could he possibly alter them? He was, after all, the exalted celestial dragon. This left the attendant in a state of despair, yet suddenly struck by inspiration, he adorned his face with a semblance of obsequiousness. "My Lord Roseward, there are so many slaves outside. The air is rather unclean, and they are not properly attired. How could they possibly be worthy of an audience with someone of your noble stature?" This caused Lord Roseward to hesitate, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Proud of his celestial dragon lineage, he naturally believed that those lowly slaves were unworthy of his presence. "Very well, I shall not go out. But you must ensure my slaves are brought back." Yes, esteemed Lord Roseward. Suddenly, Corey, who had inadvertently strayed from the group, froze in place. A guard, concealed in the shadows, transformed into a stone statue, his weapon aimed squarely at Corey. Upon realizing the perilous situation, Corey broke into a cold sweat. Had he been shot? Even if he somehow survived, escaping Mariewa would have been an impossibility. Turning back to trace the source of the earlier sound, he was met by the sight of a striking young woman. Her slightly broad forehead was smooth and even, her elongated eyes delicate and serene. With a hint of indifference in her almond-shaped gaze, her nose was finely sculpted, and her lips appeared soft yet not overly enticing. Her long black hair cascaded down in a manner that would make any man swoon. As his gaze traveled lower, he noted her ordinary slave attire. Yet despite her youthful age, she stood tall, her youthful innocence captivating. "Hey, rude man, what are you staring at?" Hancock exclaimed, irritation flaring within her. Despite sharing the same status as a slave, she had saved him, yet he continued to gaze at her impertinently. Angered, Hancock was poised to unleash her devil fruit abilities to petrify him permanently. "Ah, sister, please, let us leave quickly. If we are caught by a celestial dragon again, we may never escape." Sonda Sonia, observing Hancock's growing ire, anxiously embraced her. They had already wasted too much time. Their primary objective was to flee this wretched place. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to stare," Corey stammered, panic rising within him, though he knew it was not entirely his fault, even if Hancock was still young. However, the enchanting presence of the future world's most beautiful woman is already apparent, and with the allure of the sweet fruit enhancing her charm, it would indeed be remarkable if Corey could withstand it. Hancock and her companions paid him no heed and hurried towards the port of Mariewa. Under the current circumstances, boarding a ship was the only means of escape from this place. The situation in Mariewa is exceedingly urgent. Navy, expedite reinforcements. We must not allow those slaves to escape, for that would constitute an unprecedented scandal for the world government. Otherwise, you shall see the consequences. The cold laughter of Saint Nazaro echoed through the transponder snail. With a snap, the transponder snail was disconnected, leaving Sengoku's previously cheerful demeanor now clouded with gloom. "General Sengoku, has Mariewa been attacked?" Atlas inquired after listening to the entire conversation. He vaguely recalled that in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Holy Land Mariewa was breached by a merman named Fisher Tiger, and it was at this juncture that the future pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was rescued. Indeed. Sengoku pondered momentarily, then swiftly made arrangements. "Atlas, since you are here, you will lead a warship to Mariewa to assist the CP department in their mission. I will arrange for Palyasolino and Kaki to follow shortly. This is quite troublesome, merely assisting. Should it not be accomplished, do not place the blame on us, the Navy." At the port of Marineford, a warship lay quietly anchored upon the surface of the sea, manned by over 2,000 Navy soldiers, ready for action. One must admit that Sengoku's efficiency in executing orders is commendable. As soon as the command was given, the ship and soldiers were prepared without delay. However, this time, it seems Atlas may disappoint Sengoku's earnest intentions. Should he falter, it could be excused, for Atlas is but a lowly rear admiral at present. And the rank of vice admiral? That has yet to be conferred. Young man, would you mind granting this old man a ride? A rather unsavory voice interrupted Atlas's thoughts. It was evident that the only one capable of embodying such lewdness in both word and deed could only be Kaki or the Yellow Monkey. "Vice Admiral Kizaru, how is it that you are so efficient this time? I had thought you would follow behind." Atlas turned around and jested with Kizaru, saying, "Alas, my warship is still under repair, and Admiral Sengoku has yet to prepare a vessel for me, so I must rely on your ship, my dear fellow." Kizaru, with a furrowed brow, replied somewhat reluctantly, "That truly poses a dilemma. A warship would significantly hinder my efficiency at work." "Indeed. One cannot help but wonder if the Navy offers overtime pay, for I shall not accept unpaid labor." Atlas and the Yellow Monkey exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another. Enough of the trivialities. Let us proceed. The objective, Mary Geos. The colossal warship gradually departed from the harbor of Marineford, navigating steadily towards its destination. As dawn broke, illuminating the horizon, the ship arrived at Mary Geos, casting a fiery glow across the sky, amidst the chaos of fleeing slaves and capturing guards. However, not all slaves were solely fixated on escape. A small faction had relinquished their concerns for life and death, seeking vengeance amidst the turmoil, perhaps their only purpose. Yet, only a handful, like the robust middle-aged man, dared to challenge the authority of the world nobles, while others, filled with discontent, found themselves unable to vent their frustrations, resorting instead to selective retaliation against the port city below Marigios. The navy, at last, made its appearance, but why was there only a single warship? As the vessel docked, a figure draped in darkness, adorned with a black and white mask, approached Atlas and the yellow monkey, who were engaged in conversation. Is this gutter rat attempting to instruct me on my duties? Upon hearing the skeptical tone of the individual, Atlas retorted with a hint of irritation. He had never held any fondness for the CP department, and the Navy was not subservient to them. Thus, Atlas felt no obligation to grant him any courtesy. Well, very well. I shall leave this to you, Atlas. I, on the other hand, will make my way to Mariowa. After all, it would not be wise to disturb the world nobles. Seeing that the masked individual seemed poised to escalate the situation, Kizaru hurriedly intervened, invoking the celestial dragons as a shield. The masked figure, upon hearing this, acquiesced. Although the Navy and the CP department had a history of discord, unlike the Navy, the CP department was wholly devoted to serving the celestial dragons. Everything revolved around the needs of the celestial dragons, a lesson ingrained in them from a young age. In the face of their demands, all matters could be compromised. Not a problem. I shall handle this. My Conqueror's Haki is particularly suited for clearing the field. Conqueror's Haki? How terrifying. No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru's entire form transformed into light, propelling him towards Mariehua, leaving behind a visibly perturbed Atlas. Were it not for his knowledge of Kizaru's characteristic manner of speaking, he might have thought the latter was mocking him. Conqueror's Haki, a nearby CP0 agent mused. Slightly taken aback. He had only heard that it was Sengoku who displayed such prowess. He was surprised to discover that this young Navy officer possessed the same potential. He was well aware that it was virtually impossible for those in the Navy, especially from the CP department, to awaken Conqueror's Haki. What a formidable group they are. The perceptive gaze of Atlas enveloped the entire port city, rendering every movement of countless individuals vividly apparent. It remains uncertain whether his use of the term terrifying referred to the celestial dragons or to the rampant slaves. This naval officer, I implore you to swiftly quell this uprising. The tone of CP0 has noticeably improved, perhaps due to their prolonged association with the celestial dragons, leading them to mistakenly believe they possess the same unbridled authority, exuding an air of superiority in their discourse. How exasperating, indeed, to be urged incessantly. Atlas, with an air of impatience, rubbed his brow, his pupils flickering slightly as a formidable aura surged forth. A low hum resonated throughout the city, enveloping every soul within, be they fleeing slaves or the pursuing guards, who felt an oppressive force constricting their hearts. How dare you, wretched slaves, attempt to escape? The three sisters. Boa Hancock gazed in disbelief as the guards, who had moments ago brandished their weapons threateningly, succumbed to the ground. Their minds struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Is this Haki? It was Hancock, the most perceptive among them, who first sensed the anomaly, casting an uncertain glance toward the harbor. Without hesitation, she seized her sisters and hastened toward the refuge prepared by Tiger. That startled me, muttered the gray-green-haired Tezelo, still shaken as he patted his emaciated chest, cautiously retrieving a weapon that had just fallen to the ground to strike down a guard lying on the pavement. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of the city, where many who were destined to perish amidst the chaos might find their fates rewritten. Hey, what on earth are you doing? The CP0 members beside Atlas immediately sensed an anomaly and began to question him loudly. I sincerely apologize. My Conqueror's Haki has only recently awakened, and I am still struggling to control it. It was an unfortunate mistake. Atlas uttered an insincere apology, yet his demeanor betrayed no semblance of remorse. What a farce. CP0 seethed with indignation. It was evident that he favored these wretched slaves. However, he found himself powerless against this insufferable naval officer. His face twisted beneath a mask in frustration. Humph. I shall certainly report this matter to the elders. Ponder well how you shall provide an explanation to Sengoku. After a prolonged silence, the sun began to rise, casting a gentle glow upon the horizon. The chaos and flames gradually subsided, and most of the slaves boarded the prearranged rescue vessels, while Atlas's warship leisurely trailed behind the largest ship. Admiral Atlas, kindly expedite your pace. Should these slaves escape, the consequences shall be yours to bear, shouted a soldier from afar. Can your cannons not be more accurate? Since boarding, the black and white masked CP0 had incessantly buzzed in Atlas's ear. even overstepping his bounds to direct the operations of the warship. The nearby sailors hesitated. For ordering them to fire upon these unarmed slaves would undoubtedly shatter the principles they had long adhered to. Silence, you scoundrel! Atlas could hardly endure the incessant drivel of the individual before him. His formidable conqueror's haki emanated powerfully, bearing down upon CP0 with unrelenting pressure. Hey, what do you intend to do? The figure in the black and white mask felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead, his back nearly drenched in an instant. I intend to do nothing, but if you do not silence your insipid tongue, you shall find yourself bereft of any opportunity to speak again. The threat hung heavily in the air, a blatant and unambiguous menace. The masked CP0 was acutely aware that Atlas would never strike him, unless, of course, he wished to forfeit his standing within the Navy. Yet, he dared not gamble on such outcomes, for a miscalculation could cost him his very life. A disdainful smile curled Atlas's lips as he observed the silent CP0. He found little respect for someone so thoroughly brainwashed by the celestial dragons. A mere soulless automaton devoid of self-awareness. Pay him no mind. Attack according to your own judgment. Yes, Commander. The masked figure seethed inwardly, branding his superior a scoundrel. Yet his body betrayed him, immobilized by fear of misinterpretation that could lead to his untimely demise. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the escape vessel, most veering off course. Ironically, the immense waves stirred by the cannon fire allowed the ship to distance itself from the pursuing fleet. Aboard the largest of the escape vessels, a recently liberated slave glanced at the red-skinned fisherman beside him, uncertainty clouding his features. Benefactor? Does it not seem peculiar that the Navy is not pursuing us with greater fervor? The fisherman, adorned with a headscarf and sporting a mass of curly hair, boasted a broad mouth and a rugged beard, remnants of stubble gracing his upper lip. His imposing stature radiated strength. Do not refer to me as benefactor. My name is Tiger, Fisher Tiger, he replied, his tone laced with uncertainty. It appears the Navy is reticent to pursue us. Tiger, having little prior interaction with the Navy, remained skeptical and even wary of the world government and humanity at large. Once, he found solace in the words of Princess Odoheim, dreaming of coexisting with humans beneath the sun. Yet, the harrowing memories of his enslavement extinguished that hope, leading him to the realization that goodness and malevolence exist within all races. Deep within, however, resentment towards humanity lingered. Let us disregard them. We shall sail at full speed and leave the Navy trailing behind. Tiger commanded, and the crew obeyed without hesitation. After all, it was Tiger who had rescued them from the depths of despair, earning their unwavering trust. Moreover, as a member of the fisherman race, he was indeed favored by the sea, capable of abandoning the slaves to leap into the ocean for survival if he so wished. In an inconspicuous corner of the refuge ship, the three sisters of Hancock huddled together, drawn by the naval assault. With the formidable physical prowess granted by their Zoan fruit abilities, they effortlessly spotted Atlas standing at the bow of the vessel. Sister, was it not this Navy that just saved us? Sonda Sonia inquired uncertainly. Although she did not possess the extraordinary talent of Hancock, her instincts told her that the conqueror's haki witnessed in the port city undoubtedly belonged to this Navy. Yes, it must be, Hancock replied with a firm nod, her gaze flickering, seemingly lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. On the warship, the officer exclaimed, Sir, those slaves are about to break free from us. The distance between the warship and them is increasing. Not to worry, I shall escort them myself. A peculiar expression flickered across Atlas's face. Yet his hands remained steady in their motions as he invoked the dragon's incantation. Explosive flames. A massive column of incendiary force erupted from the warship, striking precisely alongside the nearby refuge vessel. The terrifying explosive power instantly stirred up towering waves, the enormous thrust crashing against the hull. Everyone braced themselves, desperately grasping onto any fixture aboard to avoid being thrown overboard. Tiger shouted with all his might, but his voice was soon drowned out by the roar of the surging waves. My apologies. I inadvertently lost my grip for a brief moment. Atlas tilted his head as he gazed at the CP0 agent adorned with a black and white mask, offering yet another insincere apology, the count of which had become indeterminate. Soon, beneath the searing heat, a thick mist began to rise within this maritime expanse. As anticipated by Atlas, the warship lost all trace of Tiger and his companions. Report. Commander, we have lost sight of that group of slaves ahead. What a pity, came the reply, but there is little we can do. Their fortune seems rather extraordinary. I trust that Admiral Sengoku will not hold me accountable for this. Atlas feigned regret, his demeanor perfectly embodying a sense of trepidation. General Atlas, you must take responsibility for all your actions today. The CP0 member, observing Atlas's poor performance, could no longer contain his disdain. Today's mission had unequivocally failed. Even if they managed to escape death's punishment, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. Thus, he resigned himself to despair. Interesting, he mused. Suddenly, a formidable life force intruded upon his observation hockey, and it was evident that the other party had sensed his presence as well. Hey, you scoundrel, don't speak carelessly. My observation hockey hasn't lost track of them. No sooner had he spoken than Atlas leaped from the warship, sprinting across the surface of the sea, sending up plumes of frothy white spray behind him. Running on water? This fellow is merely a rear admiral? The CP0 member in the black and white mask was taken aback. Initially stunned by Atlas's possession of Conqueror's hockey, he was now astonished to witness his ability to run so effortlessly upon the waves. Truly terrifying. Who would have thought such a figure would be involved in this incident? Atlas descended from the sea, taking graceful steps reminiscent of the moonwalk, surveying from his elevated position the group of Tej and a man at the bow of the ship. The man boasted a mane of golden, flowing curls. Apologies for the earlier oversight, as it should be noted that Rayleigh, at this moment, should not yet be considered aged. His chin was adorned with a thick beard, and he wore round spectacles. A prominent scar traversed his right eye, and his piercing gaze was fixed intently upon Atlas, suspended in midair. Silbaz Rayleigh. Atlas gazed at the man before him and slowly uttered a name. You, referred to as the right hand of the Pirate King Roger, should not be residing in some distant corner of the world in retirement, should you? Apologies, young Navy officer, but I cannot allow you to proceed. Rayleigh did not respond to Atlas's challenge. Instead, he leisurely drew his long sword and pointed it at Atlas. Taigu, you and the others should depart for now. Allow this old man to confront our young Navy officer. With an air of nonchalance, Rayleigh turned to Taigu behind him. Very well, but do take care. Taigu nodded slightly. Fully aware of the formidable strength of the Dark King Rayleigh, harboring no concerns for his safety. The man before him was undoubtedly among the strongest in the world today. Atlas gazed at the receding vessels in the distance, refraining from intervening. After all, his purpose for coming here was not truly to thwart Tiger and his companions. Rather, he was captivated by the prospect of engaging with Rayleigh. Furthermore, he had a report to deliver to the upper echelons of the world government. He had indeed battled Rayleigh in pursuit of those escaped slaves and the notorious Pirate King's first mate. It was understandable that he could not halt their escape. Considering his youth and inexperience, Atlas had long devised a strategy to counter the Five Elders, a plan that was nothing short of a twofold victory. This young naval officer. You surely do not harbor a genuine intention to apprehend them, do you? Given our differing stances, there is no need for such superfluous dialogue, Mr. Rayleigh. Noticing that Atlas had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with him, Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged. With a surge of power beneath his feet, a deep crater formed upon the ocean's surface. With a swift whoosh, accompanied by a resounding sound of air being sliced, Rayleigh's figure materialized before Atlas. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from him. At the age of 63, Rayleigh stood in parity with Carp, a stage where most individuals would be considered to be in their twilight years. However, for these elite powerhouses, this age often marked the pinnacle of their strength. Although there may be a slight decline in physical capability, it was largely negligible. What a long-lost sensation of pressure. Yet, rather than being engulfed by fear, Atlas's face illuminated with excitement. The prospect of engaging with the world's mightiest at their zenith stirred the combative spirit within him. With a resounding clash, fist met blade, and the flow of armed hockey ignited sparks that danced in the air. Such fierce dominance you possess, young naval officer, Rayleigh exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting that the young man before him could match his own formidable hockey in essence. You're not so bad yourself, Mr. Rayleigh. Atlas let out a derisive snort, his form swiftly transforming as he compressed to a height of approximately 2 meters. A formidable aura of black and red enveloped him, with 2 lines extending from the corners of his eyes to his neck. Each muscle appeared sharply defined, akin to being chiseled from stone, while a searing breath continuously surged forth. Life restored, armed, the embodiment of martial prowess. At this moment, Rayleigh distinctly sensed the dramatic shift in the naval presence before him. The sense of threat escalated, and astonishment flickered in his gaze. Allow me to test the might of the one referred to as the right arm of the Pirate King. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2 figures once again intertwined, their formidable auras colliding and causing the surrounding sea to buckle. monstrous waves erupting into the air with terrifying force. Clang! The sword, cloaked in armed color, once more met Atlas's fist in a fierce clash. Truly terrifying. Not a single wound to be found. Rayleigh gazed at the seemingly flawless Atlas, reasoning that even the strongest armed color, when enveloping the entire body, would logically diminish in defensive strength over a singular area. Yet, this Navy man appeared to defy such logic, indicating one of two possibilities. Either his armed color was far superior to what he displayed, or his reserves of willpower were exceedingly formidable. Explosive fist, impact. Flames of devastation rapidly ignited upon Atlas's fist, drawing back before launching with tremendous force toward Rayleigh's face. Bang! Bang! Rayleigh braced himself with his sword, the armed color enveloping the blade. The sounds of their collision resonated almost simultaneously, the overwhelming force causing Rayleigh's hands to tingle and his body to involuntarily retreat. Armed color unleashed. Before the fist could strike the sword, a surge of blood-red armed color struck him head-on. Even as Rayleigh assumed a defensive stance, he was caught off guard. What a monstrous young man. It appears I must reveal some genuine skill as well. Quickly stabilizing himself, Rayleigh chuckled lightly. From their brief exchange, he had gained a substantial understanding of the young naval officer's prowess. It would be no exaggeration to declare that Atlas was undoubtedly the most exceptional young individual he had ever encountered, without exception. Initially, he believed Shanks to be remarkably outstanding among the youth. However, in comparison to this Navy officer, he seemed somewhat lacking. Contemplating this, a serious expression graced Rayleigh's face as he grasped the hilt of his sword. Employing both hands would yield greater power than wielding it with one, providing a substantial advantage in both offense and defense. This indicated Rayleigh's genuine respect for Atlas's capabilities. Razor, explosion. Atlas took the initiative, seamlessly shifting his form in the air. The remarkable speed and agility bestowed upon him by the paper-drawn weapon allowed him to close the distance to Rayleigh in the blink of an eye. Clang! Atlas, propelled by his forward momentum, executed a swift leg sweep, clashing directly with Rayleigh's blade. The metallic wail resonated from the collision of their hockey-infused powers. Truly, he is deserving of the title King of the Underworld. Atlas gazed at the vanishing traces of blood upon his calf, keenly aware of the formidable presence of Rayleigh, who, with a seriousness that was indeed terrifying, had shattered his hockey defenses. Although the wounds inflicted were not grievous, a sense of caution began to well up within Atlas. Rapid fire, explosive. A relentless and dense barrage of explosive projectiles erupted from Atlas's hands, akin to a celestial meteor shower, hurtling towards Rayleigh with formidable intensity. With remarkable perceptive abilities, Rayleigh adeptly evaded the oncoming blasts, yet the singed strands of his hair and the tattered remnants of his attire bore testament to his precarious state. Meanwhile, the CP-0 operatives aboard the warship sensed the distant commotion of the battle, yet they hesitated to approach, fearing that Atlas might seize the opportunity to eliminate one of them. The thought of being framed by the pirate world's government was a daunting prospect. Naval crew, advance the ship slightly to ascertain the situation, commanded the CP-0 operative, adorned in a black and white mask. However, to his dismay, the sailors appeared utterly indifferent to his orders, showing him no respect as a member of CP-0. Frustration welled within him. Ever since boarding this vessel, he had endured considerable indignities. Damn it, he muttered, his irritation mounting. In a fit of vexation, the CP-0 agent plopped down on the deck, dismissing the unfolding conflict involving Atlas. Unbeknownst to Atlas, who remained oblivious to the grievances of CP-0, his gaze was fixed intently on Rayleigh. His muscles taut and his fist coiled in anticipation. Iron fist, shatter. The muscular arms of Atlas surged forth, and the shadows of his fist seemed to envelop Rayleigh entirely. However, curiously, nearly all of the striking shadows did not make direct contact with Rayleigh's form. Instead, they bizarrely impacted the air surrounding him. Observing this phenomenon, Rayleigh abruptly ceased his evasive maneuvers. Is it the ability to foresee the future? While the prowess of observation hockey in predicting the future is indeed formidable, the future is ever-changing. What Atlas perceives is merely a possible scenario within the continuum of time, not an absolute certainty. Atlas had no expectation that his precognitive abilities could suppress Rayleigh. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, he had endured battles far more numerous than Atlas, possessing greater combat experience and adaptability. With a swift draw of his sword, the legendary Sandai Kitetsu gleamed with a chilling light, unleashing a blood-red slash that struck towards Rayleigh with an unavoidable ferocity. This speed was astonishing. Rayleigh felt utterly unable to evade, as the crimson arc filled his vision in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he raised his longsword, and with it, the haki enveloped the blade. Dark crimson lightning danced merrily along the edge, emanating a formidable aura that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. Conqueror's haki. Entwined. Whoosh. The strike of Atlas was swiftly extinguished as a blow, more than twice the previous one in magnitude, surged towards him with unwavering force. The aerial slash nearly cleaved the ocean in twain, as the terrifying sharpness, imbued with the unique intimidation of the Conqueror's haki, unleashed its fury upon Atlas. Splurt. A copious amount of blood gushed forth, as the armament color on his chest was brutally torn apart, leaving a gaping wound that pierced through from top to bottom. With rolling flesh continuously spewing forth crimson liquid, Atlas felt a fleeting moment of blankness in his mind, lasting scarcely 0.001 seconds. However, the healing prowess of the talisman immediately eradicated the wounds upon his body. Damn it, I merely unleashed a basic skill, and you, without hesitation, respond with a devastating ultimate? Atlas spat out the remnants of blood from his mouth, expressing his irritation with a casual remark. Oh, even your regenerative abilities surpass that of a monster? Upon witnessing Atlas heal the wounds he had inflicted in an instant, Rayleigh felt a surge of astonishment, almost convinced that this individual must have consumed some sort of healing devil fruit. It is worth noting that while there are those in this world who possess what is termed monstrous physiques, none exhibit the instantaneous recovery capability that Atlas displays. Not even the formidable Kaido of the New World could achieve such feats. Tearing sounds. Old man, it seems you are indeed serious about this. Atlas, filled with a sense of indignation, found himself in a state of embarrassment unlike any other, save for the dismal experience he endured with Kaido. He tore away the tattered remnants of his garments, revealing his formidable torso, and brandished the third generation of the ghostly blade before him. One sword style, one flick of the finger, 20 instants, 1 instant, 20 thoughts, 1 thought, 90 moments, 1 moment, 9 million births and deaths. Rayleigh sensed a peculiar stillness in the air, as if time itself had momentarily frozen, a chilling awareness creeping over him. 1 instant, 1,000 slashes. The figure of Atlas shifted as if dislocated, moving from in front of him to behind Rayleigh. The sounds of blades clashing with flesh echoed, sharp, piercing. Metallic cries mingled with the cacophony. Such mastery of swordsmanship has earned you the title of a great swordsman. Indeed, Rayleigh is in a league far beyond that of Marco. Although the majority of the strikes landed upon him, his profound mastery of haki rendered him virtually unscathed, with only minor wounds slowly healing. Otherwise, he would not possess the leisure to critique Atlas's swordplay here. Thank you for the compliment. However, it holds little value for me. Swish. Atlas materialized behind Rayleigh, wielding the formidable third generation of Ghost Cutter, its menacing aura trailing ominously. A glimmering arc sliced through the air from the upper right. Aimed at the lower left of Rayleigh, an inverted cross slash. Should this strike connect, a colossal gash would surely mar Rayleigh's shoulder and abdomen. Yet, it was evident that Rayleigh would not succumb so easily. Clang. A long sword emerged unexpectedly to intercept the trajectory of the third generation Ghost Cutter. Remarkably, Rayleigh did not shift his body. Instead, he deftly rotated his sword-bearing hand, countering Atlas's inverted slash with an opposing block. However, such a defensive stance could not muster significant power, and Rayleigh merely felt the blade's spine collide against him, the force propelling him forward, nearly sending him tumbling into the sea. Bang! Atlas would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. His right leg's muscles suddenly swelled, accompanied by a resounding whoosh as he delivered a kick aimed at Rayleigh's waist. How utterly disrespectful to an elder. Rayleigh, having received the blow, took the chance to distance himself, rubbing his lower back with an expression of exasperation, as if inquiring whether Atlas understood the virtue of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young. My sincerest apologies, but for someone of your age, it would be better to embrace the earth sooner rather than later. Atlas exhibited no courtesy, confronting him with unwavering resolve. Hey, old man, could you impart to me your mastery of Conqueror's haki? Rayleigh, bemused, observed Atlas, who had moments ago been cursing him to an early grave, now imploring him for guidance on the intricacies of the technique. Certainly, you could abandon the navy and embrace the life of a pirate, Rayleigh replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Oh, perhaps that is best left aside. Hey, I propose, dear Navy officer, that you simply allow me to leave in peace. Rayleigh cautiously suggested. While he was not incapable of departing, the prospect of being pursued by this formidable Navy officer was quite daunting. After all, he had witnessed Atlas's terrifying mastery of observation haki. Sure, Just stand still and let me take a swing at you, Atlas retorted. Atlas distinctly recalls the moment when Riley inflicted that deep gash upon him, nearly exposing the bone beneath. Had it not been for his talisman, he would likely be sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Such a predicament is truly beyond my capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than Riley's figure vanished before Atlas's very eyes. A fleeting glimmer of red light flickered in Atlas's eyes as a confident smile graced his lips. Hey, do not underestimate my observation hockey, old man. The voice emanated from behind Atlas. However, he was not the least bit startled. He swiftly turned around, instinctively thrusting the third-generation sword, Ghost Cutter, forward. Clang. The two engaged in a fierce standoff, sparks flying where their blades met. Not bad at all. It seems that my strength has not diminished. Atrus grinned menacingly at Rayleigh. Thank you for the compliment. But I am not so aged as to lack the strength to teach you a lesson. Clang. The two, realizing that neither had gained the upper hand in their contest of strength, instinctively retreated a step, turning to continue their fierce strikes. Clang. Clang. After several exchanges, Atrus found himself not significantly disadvantaged in terms of dominance or power. He was merely experiencing a subtle sense of suppression. The budding sprout of the new era cannot withstand your onslaught. Rayleigh's expression began to grow serious, his eyes sharpening with intensity. In this moment, he resembled the man known as the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. Rather than a jovial retired elder, the blade naturally fell, enveloped in haki, while Conqueror's haki began to entwine as well. Dark red lightning dancing along the edge of the sword, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was that the same technique of entwining Conqueror's haki as before? A grave expression flickered in Atlas's gaze, and the flow of his armament aura surged rapidly. His observation haki was also heightened to its utmost extent. He was prepared to directly confront this strike. In his perception through observation haki, the might of this sword undoubtedly surpassed the previous attack by a considerable margin. Only by personally experiencing the entanglement of Conqueror's haki could he swiftly grasp this technique. Moreover, bolstered by the powerful regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the talisman, he could rapidly recover from any assault, provided it was not one that would obliterate him in an instant. As for the stamina required, it was but a trifling matter for him at this moment. Splurt. The armament haki of Atlas was abruptly torn apart after a brief moment of resistance. Even though he was adequately prepared, anticipating the trajectory of the blade and maximizing his haki, all his defenses were swiftly breached, akin to mere paper, under Rayleigh's strike. Although the intimidating effect of the Conqueror's haki was significantly more potent than before, its impact on Atlas, who possessed both the sheep charm and the Conqueror's haki, was indeed minimal. Such was the sensation. Atlas appeared somewhat invigorated, as if he had grasped certain techniques regarding the application of Conqueror's haki. The enormous, grotesque wound on his body vanished instantaneously under the influence of the talisman. What a splendid opportunity, Rayleigh thought, his eyes sparkling with a sudden urge to flee. This fellow was indeed a monster among monsters, seemingly capable of recovering from any injury in the blink of an eye, although he had always been suppressed by Atlas. Should this individual adopt a strategy of exchanging injuries, even Rayleigh might suffer significant losses. After all, he was now 63 years old, and his recuperative abilities could not compare to those of his youth. Hey, Navy, what about those slaves? Just as Atlas returned to the warship, he was confronted by the inquiries of CP0, prompting him to frown slightly. With an air of indifference, he replied, they escaped. What can I do? The infamous Dark King Rayleigh has also made an appearance. Escaped? You mean Rayleigh? The CP0 agent, donning a black and white mask, was initially engulfed in fury. But upon hearing Rayleigh's name, his expression shifted to one of shock. The name Rayleigh was not unfamiliar to him. Merely 9 years had passed since the death of Pirate King Roger, and Rayleigh had not entirely faded from the sight of the formidable beings on the seas. How could one possibly emerge unscathed from an encounter with such an individual? As he watched Atlas head towards the ship's cabin, the masked CP0 found himself momentarily lost in thought. Marineford, Sengoku's office. What? You mean that old coot Rayleigh was involved in this incident? Upon receiving the intelligence brought back by Atlas, Sengoku's face contorted with rage. Long ago, Roger had surrendered himself to secure the retirement of all his crew members. And now Rayleigh had resurfaced to stir up trouble again. By the way, you didn't intentionally let those slaves escape, did you? Suddenly, Sengoku regarded Atlas with a skeptical gaze, well aware that this individual possessed an extraordinary range of observation haki. Hey, old man Sengoku, how could you suspect me? I've bled for the Navy. Atlas. In a moment of discontent, assumed a posture as if to unveil his attire for Sengoku's inspection. Enough, enough. After all, that is the formidable Pluto, Rayleigh. It is only natural that you cannot impede him. Sengoku, perceiving the imminent indecorous action, swiftly intervened to prevent Atlas from making a spectacle of himself. If someone were to witness such a display, it could undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings, and Sengoku's dignity would be at stake. Suddenly, a series of slow yet rhythmic knocks interrupted their conversation. A peculiar expression crossed Atlas's face as his observation haki had already revealed the identity of the visitor outside. Come in. Ah, Sengoku-san. Young Kanos is here as well. The sight that met their eyes was that of a pouting and wrinkled visage. Who else could it be but Rear Admiral Kazuru? Where's Kaji? Sengoku inquired, glancing at the solitary figure of Kazara with a hint of confusion. Young Kaji is still attending to matters in the Holy Land, including various follow-ups. Atlas gazed at the relaxed Kazuru, momentarily rendered speechless. While I was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with that fellow Rayleigh, you merely took a leisurely stroll around Mariawa. And yet you returned later than I did. Truly, you excel in idleness. In terms of slacking off, I would bestow upon you the title of the strongest. Marie Ford. Sengoku's office. Are there any casualties among the celestial dragons, Borsellino? Fortunately, it seems there was only one celestial dragon injured. I heard that the slave nearly dispatched him in retribution for his family, Kazuru remarked, gesturing with his fingers. Indeed. That celestial dragon is likely to spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair, accompanied by an indelible psychological scar. That's a relief, Sengoku said, rubbing his temples with a hint of exasperation. He was indifferent to the fate of the celestial dragons but feared the repercussions from the Gorosei. Just as he finished speaking, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Click. This is Sengoku. Under the curious gazes of those present, Sengoku calmly picked up the receiver. How are you conducting your affairs? Navy. The voice of the Gorosei emanated from the phone, low and suffused with a palpable anger, clearly dissatisfied with the Navy's performance during the recent upheaval. But then again, who truly cares? Atlas observed the yellow monkey, who was apathetically staring at his fingernails, likely contemplating whether to trim them shortly. Nazalov Saint. Our Navy has indeed provided support to Mariewa with utmost swiftness. Sengoku retorted, clearly unwilling to accept the five elders' disparaging remarks towards the Navy. According to the investigation conducted by the CP department, the mastermind behind the recent attack on Mariewa was Fisher Tiger, a merman. Now, it is your Navy's responsibility to determine his bounty and deploy personnel to pursue him, keeping a vigilant eye on Fishman Island's movements. Remember, spare no effort in this endeavor. Furthermore, do your utmost to avoid any conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. I trust that your Navy can navigate this delicate situation wisely, as we do not wish to disrupt the balance upon the seas once more. The intelligence operations of the world government remain astute, having swiftly uncovered Tiger's identity. However, their stance towards Fishman Island is somewhat ambiguous. Fishman Island occupies a unique position as a member of the world government, while simultaneously receiving protection from the Whitebeard pirates. This predicament is not entirely the fault of Fishman Island. Its geographical location is exceptionally precarious. As one of the only two passages to the Paradise and the New World, it is perpetually besieged by pirates, yet receives no shelter from the Navy. Additionally, due to Neptune's friendship with Whitebeard in his youth, they are compelled to fly the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Our Navy has discovered that Rayleigh is also involved in this incident, as Sengoku revealed the intelligence brought back by Atlas. While the five elders are undoubtedly aware, this provides an opportunity to redirect some of the ire. The fate of Rayleigh is, however, outside of his considerations. Regarding the reinstatement of Rayleigh's bounty, since he seems indifferent to the opportunities Roger fought to secure for them, let him return to his piratical life. This statement is rather superfluous. Rayleigh, as one of the ocean's foremost powerhouses, possesses no fixed territory and is a solitary figure who can depart at will. The Navy harbors no resentment towards such formidable beings unless they dispatch two admirals for the purpose of encirclement. However, such an act would bear no significant value, as the admirals represent the Navy's pinnacle of strength, intended to deter all malevolence upon the seas. Such powerhouses are inherently scarce, with each requiring a dedicated position, let alone the prospect of reallocating two. The five elders almost exhaustively outlined all tasks during the call, yet did not mention Atlas's name, likely due to Rayleigh's interference. Even if that CP0 were to malign him before the five elders, they cannot deny the reality of his combat with Rayleigh. Concerning the Whitebeard pirates, The world government remains wary of the terrifying destructive capability of the Trimmer fruit wielded by Whitebeard. However, the primary concern is to prevent the resurgence of the Navy's dominance, which seems to be slipping from their grasp. Moreover, just as Atlas believed the incessant chatter was about to conclude, the voice re-emerged from the transponder snail. Yet, a sense of foreboding gripped Sengoku's heart. Initially, he had intended to hold a promotion ceremony for you in the coming year or two. However, following the recent incident at Mariehua, the performance of your Navy has left us profoundly disappointed. Thus, we five have unanimously decided that you shall be promoted to Admiral of the Navy only upon the capture of Fisher Tiger. That is final. Click. Without allowing Sengoku a chance to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Damn it. Upon hearing the postponement of his promotion, Sengoku could not help but curse. Aware that this was merely an excuse from the five elders, but in the company of his own people, he felt no need to conceal his emotions. Days later, a piece of news that would send shockwaves across the globe was published in the World Economic News. The Holy Land Mariehua had been attacked. Although the world government issued a statement vehemently denouncing the heinous acts of the fishman Fisher Tiger, conveniently omitting any mention of the liberation of slaves, Tiger nonetheless garnered admiration from many, particularly among the ruffians of Fishman Street. A rather unremarkable vessel sailed slowly across the ocean, its deck crowded with a diverse multitude representing most of the world's races, all aboard with Fisher Tiger. At that moment, Tiger had just departed the waters near Sabaody Archipelago, with several individuals disembarking along the way. Those remaining were predominantly homeless or too far from their homeland to return. Tiger, the Navy has issued a bounty on you. Hearing the shout, Tiger turned to see Paul approaching, brandishing a freshly printed bounty notice, eliciting a mix of exasperation and amusement. Paul was one of the fishman slaves rescued by Tiger from Mariehua, holding profound admiration for his liberator. Yet, despite the absence of hostility from the other former slaves, Tiger could not shake off the palpable sense of alienation stemming from racial prejudice. This discrimination weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. Oh, the Navy is willing to spend quite a sum, Tiger exclaimed as he seized the bounty notice from Paul, which prominently featured his likeness, with the staggering amount of 230 million berries inscribed below. Of course, Brother Tiger, you are the great hero of the slave liberation, Paul replied with an air of pride. As if the bounty of 230 million berries were his own. What are your plans for the future, Paul? Tiger inquired, shifting the conversation away from Paul's excitement. I don't know, but I wish to follow you, Brother Tiger. Bull expressed his excitement, declaring that for him, Tiger was the man who had pulled him from the depths of despair. From the moment he escaped Mariehua, he had resolved to follow this man before him. I wish to form a pirate crew, first to assist those who have escaped in returning home, and then to combat the slave trade upon the seas. Before Bull could inquire further, Tiger, with a visage of unwavering determination, spoke. The agonizing years of his own enslavement had instilled in Tiger a profound hatred for the trafficking of human lives. The raid on Mariehua had illuminated the path he yearned to walk. In Marineford, within the confines of the new recruit training camp, Zifa's office was occupied solely by Zifa, Ryuzu, and Atlas, rendering it a rather intimate gathering. Thus, Atlas, half-jokingly, posed a question. Zifa-sensei, how have you been lately? Any promising recruits? Quite well. Though no candidate could ever shine as brightly in comparison to you, Zifa replied, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he regarded Atlas's commendable insignia of a vice admiral. I never anticipated your swift ascension to the vice admiral ranks. Following the conclusion of the Mariehua incident, Atlas had indeed been promoted to the prestigious rank of vice admiral without any significant hurdles. Though the five elders had taken a slight interest in him due to the previous interception of Rayleigh, Atlas had maintained a commendable conduct, and having already vexed the Navy under Sengoku's command, he saw no need to exacerbate matters over a mere promotion, which might even backfire and incite dissent within the Navy. Ryuzu, chiming in, added, Zifa-sensei has always cited you as a model for the recruits. In their eyes, you've eclipsed even Akainu and the others. Then they must be growing weary of hearing my name, Atlas jested, surprised by the high regard Zifa held for him. Haha, pay no heed to this cheeky lad. What plans do you have now that you've returned to headquarters? Sengoku has assigned me to guard Sabaody Archipelago. Atlas did not conceal anything from Zephyr. These were not significant secrets. Although Zephyr has retreated from the forefront, he still possesses the authority befitting a former admiral. And such trivial matters could easily be uncovered with a little diligence. Stationed at Sabaody? Ordinarily, The officer in charge of the Sabaody archipelago is of the rank of Rear Admiral. How could Sengoku possibly assign a Vice Admiral like you to that location? Zephyr clearly harbors some doubts regarding Sengoku's arrangements. After all, he has long since relinquished his involvement in naval affairs and has not been excessively attentive to the state of the world. Oh, Admiral Sengoku seeks to mitigate the influx of pirates into the New World, aiming to prevent the enhancement of the powers of the three major pirate crews. Atlas stretched his slightly stiff limbs, unable to suppress a contented sigh, and then casually elaborated. Zephyr and his companion, witnessing this, refrained from interjecting. Their camaraderie was not bound by a rigid hierarchy, thus the atmosphere remained rather relaxed. By the way, when do you intend to take away that new recruit you entrusted to me for special training? Now that you have reached the rank of Rear Admiral, it is indeed time to assemble your own fleet. Cyrus, is it? Atlas, somewhat bashful, scratched his head, as if he had nearly forgotten him. A year prior. After inviting Cyrus to join the Navy, Atlas had ensured his return to headquarters and personally called upon Zephyr to arrange specialized training for him at the new recruits camp. Atlas held high hopes for Cyrus. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to summon him into the Navy. What does teacher Zephyr think of Cyrus? His progress must be commendable, for I have great faith in him. Technically, Cyrus is not a conventional recruit from the new recruits camp. Yet one must not underestimate the training camp. Every individual must undergo stringent identity and qualification checks, and admission is not granted lightly. Cyrus could be considered a mere audit student, thus exempt from the usual graduation assessments. Once Atlas issued the order, he could board a ship directly and would be regarded as one of Atlas's direct subordinates. Compared to his contemporaries, he is exceptionally outstanding, possessing remarkable swordsmanship. A solid grasp of the 6 styles, though he still requires time to achieve the physical prowess necessary for awakening his conqueror's haki. Zephyr succinctly assessed Cyrus's current capabilities, noting that the primary distinction between Cyrus and his fellow recruits lies in combat experience. After all, he emerged from the gladiatorial arena and has consistently served in the defense of Dressrosa. His combat acumen and instincts surpass those of the new recruits. At this juncture, the recruits should be training on the drill grounds. Shall we pay them a visit to impart a lesson? It would be an excellent opportunity for them to meet you. The legendary senior. Certainly, Atlas replied readily, noticing Zephyr's expectant gaze. After all, his schedule was not particularly hectic at the moment. On the training grounds, 2 figures were engaged in an intense duel, their application of the 6 styles, including the spear thrust and iron block, leaving onlookers in awe as waves of energy surged between them. Spear thrust. Iron block. Ugh. At last, the iron block suffered yet another defeat. The instructor, observing the unfolding action, promptly declared, "The victor is Cyrus." Cyrus, upon hearing this proclamation, displayed a genuine glimmer of excitement. He seemed as though he was born for combat, reveling in each victory with heartfelt joy. However, having been part of the Navy for a year now, he had yet to catch a glimpse of that man. At times, Cyrus even speculated whether that fellow had forgotten him in Marineford. What do you think? Are you satisfied with his progress? Zephyr and his companions had long arrived at the vicinity of the training grounds, having witnessed the entire bout. Cyrus's performance left Zephyr quite pleased. Aside from the Gale Step and Moon Walk, his mastery of the other 4 styles was impressively adept. Furthermore, this batch of recruits should not be considered new arrivals, correct? The acuity of Atlas's gaze was remarkably penetrating, allowing him to discern Cyrus's mastery of the 6 styles almost instantaneously. However, you have now qualified to join my fleet. Atlas added. Well then, today marks your departure to serve at Sabaody, Sengoku remarked, observing the fully prepared Atlas. Remember, do not let a single supernova slip into the New World. You may conduct yourself as you wish at Sabaody, but should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences. Rest assured, I guarantee that those pirates won't even brush the edges of the New World. Atlas confidently asserted, patting his chest. By the way, do not provoke the celestial dragons. I am aware of your disdain for them. Not a problem. If I cannot confront them, I can certainly evade them, Atlas replied, somewhat irked by Sengoku's skeptical expression. Relax, do you not know who I am? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's concern for Atlas intensified. Should Atlas take down a celestial dragon, even Sengoku would find it difficult to manage the fallout. Nonetheless, Atlas was not deceiving Sengoku, despite his disdain for the celestial dragons. He currently lacked the absolute strength to oppose the world government. He was not the type of impulsive youth to rebel without thought. Well then, I must take my leave. The warship is awaiting me at the port. Noticing Sengoku's inclination to prolong the conversation, Atlas hastily excused himself. The warship prepared for him by headquarters was already docked at the port. Due to the establishment of a naval base in the New World, a significant number of naval personnel had been dispatched to maintain order there. Consequently, the number of warships docked at headquarters was relatively few, especially in comparison to when Atlas first arrived at Marineford. Admiral Atlas, over here. As Atlas approached the port, Cyrus's voice called out from a naval vessel. It was a colossal standard Navy warship. Atlas had not yet contemplated constructing his own specialized warship. It was not due to a lack of funds, as the Navy would cover those expenses. Rather, he simply did not require a customized vessel at this time, especially since his station was not far from headquarters in the Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, Atlas felt that even a bespoke warship would be too mundane, leading him to postpone any considerations regarding naval vessels. "Ah, Cyrus, you are looking quite dapper today." Cyrus, standing on the deck, was clad in a standard Navy uniform, a stark contrast to his appearance in dress rosa. His current rank was private third class, and without any notable achievements, Atlas was reluctant to promote him unduly. Given Cyrus's formidable strength, capturing a few minor pirates is undoubtedly a trivial endeavor. The standard configuration of the warship comprises approximately 1,000 ordinary naval soldiers and several hundred elite troops, with a mustachioed colonel as the subordinate officer. The distribution of personnel aboard the vessel is balanced, though not particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, Atlas is certain to take the time to personally recruit a few trusted confidants for his ship. Smoker has long been earmarked by Atlas. He graduated from the rookie training camp last year, having been commissioned as a major, although he should have been promoted to lieutenant colonel. His rank was adversely affected by his blatant disregard for military orders during the graduation trials, ultimately impacting his final evaluation. "Admiral Atlas, may I inquire if we are ready to set sail?" asked a crew member. "Have all personnel been accounted for?" "Report, Admiral. All personnel and supplies have been counted." "Awaiting your orders." "Very well, let's embark." "Our destination, the Sabaody archipelago." Atlas nodded slightly and turned to the mustachioed man. "Ah, you were called Mightiest, correct?" Prior to departure, Sengoku had already provided him with the key officer information for the warship, so he retained a vague recollection of the bearded man. "Yes, Colonel Mightiest of the Navy headquarters reporting to the commander." Mightiest saluted with a serious demeanor. His understanding of the young admiral was limited, but he vividly remembered that Atlas had captured the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Crocodile, and imprisoned him in Impel Down. A year ago, hailed as a rising star of the Navy, Atlas had emerged from the trials of the New World even more formidable, having ascended to the rank of vice admiral due to his extensive military accomplishments. He was, indeed, a monstrous figure within the Navy. Upon learning of his assignment under Atlas, Mightiest felt a modicum of trepidation, as most formidable individuals tend to possess peculiarities that set them apart from the norm. Fortunately, after a brief acquaintance, Mightiest found his impressions of Atlas to be quite favorable. The Sabaody archipelago is not far from the Navy headquarters, characterized by the world's largest mangrove, the Yarkin mangrove. Its roots, perpetually exposed above the water's surface, give rise to the formation of the archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Sabaody archipelago is the unique bubble culture created by the natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarkin mangrove, serving as a crucial passageway to the New World. Thus, it is often referred to by pirates as the Island of Failure and the Island of New Departures. The archipelago is primarily composed of 79 numbered trees and exhibits distinct regional divisions. Atlas's destination this time is the region from 60 to 69, which serves as the primary garrison for the Navy and the main gateway for the world government. The areas from 1 to 29 are notorious for human trafficking and auctions, collectively known as the Lawless Zone, and are a gathering place for the majority of criminals, including pirates. Regions 30 to 39 encompass the essence of Sabaody's unique bubble culture, with the Bubble Park being a must-visit attraction for tourists. Areas 40 to 49 are primarily sightseeing zones and specialty shops, relatively peaceful locales suitable for visitors. The regions from 50 to 59 are predominantly occupied by shipyards and coating craftsmen, although the shipbuilding craftsmanship may not match that of Water 7. The distinctive coating technique is crucial for pirates venturing into the New World, making it a favored destination for them. As for regions 70 to 79, there is little to say, as they primarily offer accommodations. Atlas is unaware of any other services available there. It can be said that the areas from 1 to 29 receive Atlas's particular attention. Despite the looming threat of slave-catching fleets, most pirates exhibit a fearless demeanor. Though many pirates may appear rather disheveled, some celestial dragons have a penchant for collecting pirate captains. Thus, where there is a market, there will be demand. Sabaody seems to present a facade of tranquility. Atlas gazed at the distant, vaguely discernible giant Yalchaman red trees and remarked, I initially expected to be greeted by a barrage of cannon fire. My dear General, do not be misled by appearances. We are heading directly to the naval base, which is quite distant from the lawless zone, so the commotion from that area has yet to reach us, explained Majas, his lips twitching slightly. As an old naval officer, Majas possessed a fair understanding of the situation in Chambord and was not easily deceived by the facade of tranquility. Is that so? I believe such a beautiful island deserves a moment of peace, Atlas declared, prompting a puzzled expression from Majas, who was evidently unaware of Atlas's impending actions. Indeed. Beneath the surface beauty of this world lies a plethora of filth and malevolence. On board the warship, Atlas had quietly enveloped the entire Chambord in his observation hockey. This seemingly glamorous island appeared to be rife with various violent crimes and human trafficking, particularly in the areas numbered 1 to 29, notorious for their lawlessness. I simply cannot stand idly by. It is time to eradicate some of this wickedness. No sooner had he spoken than Majas felt a formidable aura emanating from Atlas. Although it was not directed at him, the sheer pressure left him momentarily dazed. The Conqueror's hockey. Haha. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million. It is a privilege for you to serve me. How dare you ask for payment? In a certain tavern, a fearsome, bald giant wielding a hefty curved blade glared arrogantly at the tavern owner. Surrounding them was a circle of onlookers, along with a motley crew of pirates. Presumably the bald man's subordinates. Hey, old man, our captain is Demon Nick. Do you wish to court death? Boomed one of the crew. Laughter erupted from the crowd, astonished at the audacity of someone daring to ask a pirate for drink money. Demon Nick had recently gained notoriety, particularly for his penchant for slaughtering foes and for having obliterated a naval base in the North Sea. The tavern owner had unwittingly crossed paths with such a fearsome pirate, prompting sympathetic glances from the spectators directed at him. How laughable for a mere 70 million bounty pirate to claim the title of a great pirate. The tavern owner, unfazed by Nick's intimidation, clearly possessed a fierce disposition befitting one who operated a tavern in a lawless region. How infuriating. Nick seethed at the owner's mocking demeanor, his arm bulging with veins as he raised his blade, poised to cleave the owner in two. Heh, you must be a pirate from the North Sea, are you not? The tavern owner remained unfazed, instead inquiring about a matter that was utterly unrelated. What of it? The descending knife's momentum abruptly ceased, its sharpness etching a crimson line across the proprietor's forehead. Joker. I am a joker's ilk, the tavern owner declared, standing there with a cheerful demeanor as he gazed at Nick, seemingly quite convinced by this name. Joker? Who might that be? Have you heard of him? Not a whisper. Perhaps just a merchant from the North Sea? Ha ha ha. Hey. It seems the members of the demon pirates harbor quite the trepidation towards this joker. Upon hearing the tavern owner utter a name that was slightly unfamiliar, the surrounding patrons immediately began to chatter, but upon observing the expressions of Nick and his companions, their astonishment was palpable. Clearly, Nick and the others were acquainted with the so-called joker. The group regarded the tavern owner, who wore a look of brazen confidence. They found themselves in a quandary. Nick had indeed heard of Joker, a significant figure in the underworld of the North Sea, though he had not ventured into the Grand Line. Nick had crossed paths with his subordinates. As for the outcome, one could glean much from Nick's apprehensive demeanor. Let this slide, consider it our boss treating you. The tavern owner, evidently astute, understood that despite Joker's formidable reputation in the North Sea's underbelly, they were, after all, on the Grand Line, where the reach of authority is limited. And ultimately, one's life is one's own. Should this pirate before him act out of rage and slay him on the spot, it would be an unjust fate. Even if Joker were to exact revenge on his behalf, what practical significance would it hold? Very well, today I shall grant Joker a favor. First mate, bring forth the tab. Although Nick was known as Demon, he was evidently no fool. Upon seeing the tavern owner extend an olive branch, he readily accepted the offer. With this statement, the onlookers, who had initially anticipated entertainment, were left sorely disappointed, while simultaneously their curiosity about the joker mentioned by the tavern owner deepened. Although Nick's bounty of 70 million was not uncommon on the Grand Line, the fact that a mere name could command such respect indicated that Joker was no ordinary individual. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, a terrifying aura enveloped the scene. The world seemed to transform into a colorless canvas. Thud, thud. The pirates within the tavern collapsed like dumplings tossed into boiling water. What? Those left behind to spectate were at a loss. Feeling a gale rush past them as the raucous pirates, who had only moments ago been shouting, now lay foaming at the mouth and unconscious, with some even bleeding from their orifices, devoid of life. Hey, are you blind? Can you not see that living person over there? In the lawless expanse of Zone 2, an elderly man with a pointed chin and a sharp visage commanded a group of henchmen clad in black suits, while before him stood a terrified young girl, likely no more than 17 or 18 years of age. How unfortunate it was for her to have drawn the attention of such a man. Who is he, you ask? Silence. He is none other than the mastermind behind the largest slave auction house in Sabaody. It is said that he has the celestial dragons as his backing. Alas, it appears that escape is not in this young maiden's fate today. As whispers of the onlookers reached her ears, the already distraught girl wept profusely, her tears cascading like rain from a pear blossom, as if she could foresee a future bound in servitude. Yet, was she not merely a visitor? Behind the pointed-chin man, a burly figure seemed reluctant to partake in the cruelty. Haddon, how curious of you to show compassion at this moment. Think of your ailing wife and daughter. The muscular man appeared to be struck at a tender spot, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale from the strain. What a prize she would be! The celestial dragons would surely take delight in her, especially as they were in dire need of fresh slaves from Mariawa. Before the pointed-chin man could advance, he felt a sudden impact at the back of his head, warm fluid pouring from his ears, nose, and throat. Bang! This scene of divine retribution unfolded repeatedly across the Sabaody archipelago, as if an all-seeing eye was casting judgment upon the wicked, punishing them in unison. In the Grand Line. Within the confines of Zone 51 of the Sabaody archipelago, a disheveled young man with gray-green hair lurked nearby. His name was Gilded Tezelo, a resident of Sabaody who had just descended from Mariawa. For Tezelo, the so-called Holy Land of Mariawa was a nightmare he wished to forget. Yet, the presence that now enveloped Sabaody seemed to belong to the very person who had rescued him in Mariawa. Never mind, he would inquire later. His foremost objective now was to secure a vessel and flee this cursed place, no matter how beautiful the Sabaody archipelago might be. Tezelo felt an overwhelming discomfort in this garden of the celestial dragons, which incessantly reminded him of his past as a slave. Although he was uncertain of his immediate course of action, one thing was clear. He yearned for wealth. If only he had money. He would never allow Stella to be sold to the celestial dragons. If only he had money. The celestial dragons would have to curry his favor. If only he had money. His past would not be so tragic. Money. It is the most magnificent and useful thing in the world. Tezelo's desire for wealth had morphed into an almost fervent obsession. In his eyes, all his misfortunes could be traced back to the single word, poverty. As the shores of Sabaody drew nearer, Major General Atlas's recent actions left Major Magis somewhat perplexed. The Conqueror's haki has incapacitated most of the criminals. You should lead the soldiers to collect the remaining scum, Atlas remarked in a languid tone, adding, if there are any left alive. Could the Conqueror's haki truly achieve such an effect? Magis felt a dryness in his throat and instinctively swallowed. In his understanding, wasn't the Conqueror's haki merely effective against lowly minions? It was not surprising that Magis held such a view. As a naval captain, it was challenging to ascend to the realm of those possessing Conqueror's haki. His comprehension of it was often superficial. Moreover, some wielders of this power regarded it merely as a symbol of their potential, remaining utterly ignorant of its true strength. Combining it with observation haki allows for precise strikes. That's quite simple, Atlas mused. Indeed, following the 2 strikes of Conqueror's haki he had received from Rayleigh, Atlas had become more adept at utilizing this power. Without such mastery, large-scale precision strikes could easily result in collateral damage. Yes, Major General. Magis promptly acknowledged the order, entirely dismissing Atlas's display of prowess, and led the soldiers orderly onto the shores of Sabaody. The soldiers were brimming with excitement, having overheard the conversation between Atlas and Magis. They understood that this was a prime opportunity to claim credit. Their spirits ignited with enthusiasm. To their surprise, Rayleigh was absent from Sabaody. Had he perhaps gone to Amazon Lily? Observing the departing naval forces, Atlas murmured to himself, initially hoping for a confrontation with Rayleigh, yet despite employing observation haki, he could not detect his presence. According to Atlas's conjecture, Rayleigh had likely discovered the identities of Hancock's 3 sisters and, along with Shaki, escorted them back. What a pity! In the lawless zone from 1 to 29, a multitude of pirates lay scattered about, sharing a common trait. Their eyes were glazed, foam dripped from their mouths, and a few bled from their orifices as if their heads had endured a severe blow. This was the scene that greeted the Navy upon their arrival at the Sabaody archipelago. Here lies Demon Nick, with a bounty of 70 million, unconscious but not dead. Behold, Butcher Augustus, with a bounty of 90 million. This fellow is a notorious killer, his bounty primarily stemming from the massacre of civilians. Hey, this one is the Weeping Hunter Kapani. Rumor has it he is quite deranged. As the Navy systematically identified these infamous pirates, a plethora of named criminals were recognized. Without exception, those who had lost consciousness were pirates and human traffickers, and the remarkable precision of the strikes garnered profound admiration from the attending Navy for their young commander. This was truly astonishing. Majors was on the brink of losing his sanity. Could such a magnitude of impact truly be achieved by a mere vice admiral? He had heard that this monstrous vice admiral seemed to lack a title, while Akainu and his two companions possessed extensive AoE abilities due to their Logia powers. Majors was uncertain whether he could execute such precise strikes covering the entire island. Nevertheless, the scene before him delivered an overwhelming visual impact. In truth, Atlas's strength was indeed slightly inferior to that of the three formidable vice admirals. However, engaging in battle with them for 10 days and nights would pose no challenge, and the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, obtaining a title was no simple feat generally. There are two paths to becoming a titled vice admiral, one being an elite vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, typically seasoned and distinguished by significant achievements, and the other being a candidate for admiral. A candidate for admiral is almost guaranteed to ascend to the position, provided their strength and military contributions are sufficient. After all, admirals are regarded as the pinnacle of naval combat power, ultimately relying on strength to validate their status. Years later, it was clear that both Guion and Kachi possessed enough qualifications to become admirals. Yet, in the end, the vacancies for admirals were filled through world conscription. This was either due to inadequate strength or the Elder's intent to balance the Navy, deliberately selecting individuals from non-naval factions. According to Atlas's conjecture, the former was the more likely scenario. After all, this world reveres the strong, and sufficient military might determines one's standing. Quickly, there's one who is still alive. What? We're out of handcuffs? Then hurry and bring a rope. No rope either? Then just sever their limbs and bring them back. Understood. Perhaps they had not anticipated such a remarkable order from their commander, as the handcuffs aboard the warship were entirely insufficient for the number of prisoners. Majors, a decisive individual, promptly commanded the severing of the remaining prisoners' limbs to prevent any potential escape upon regaining consciousness. The Navy's efficiency was commendable. They swiftly dragged the bound pirates to the shore where the warship was anchored, awaiting Atlas's orders. How troublesome. I hadn't expected there to be so many living pirates. Atlas gazed at the pirates who were nearly dragged in by the Navy, a hint of disdain curling his lips, clearly dissatisfied with the efficacy of his conqueror's haki. Yet,